Oh. Have you considered it? Will you start a new reincarnation in this mortal world with a different identity, or accept my invitation to an unknown adventure in a magical world? Ah. The boy's thoughts were pulled back by the sudden voice. Even though he confirmed he wasn't dreaming by the traditional method of pinching his thigh, he still couldn't quite accept what was before him. The surrounding white was pure and without impurities, yet it didn't feel like being in an enclosed space. The white all around was not the white of walls, but a real existing whiteness. No matter forward or backward, the white was always there, maintaining a fixed distance from him, a distance established when he crossed through this whiteness to arrive here. Helpless, he could only look at the only boss desk not far away. Behind the desk sat a young man with a smile on his face, wearing a neat suit but casually leaning back in the boss chair. Why me? The young man was startled, then stood up with a laugh. Maybe because we're somewhat similar. But that's not important. What matters is, boy who died saving a little girl, will you accept my invitation? Can I really not go back? The boy asked. The young man nodded without hesitation. The boy took a deep breath. All right, I accept your invitation. What should I do? Clap, clap, clap. Very good. The young man clapped, then returned to the desk and picked up a transparent object that clearly displayed a contract. Press your mark here. Flesh, name and fingerprints are meaningless. You are now a soul. Once you press, your soul imprint will be left, and you cannot break the contract. The boy didn't hesitate. He pressed firmly until the 4 characters contract signed appeared, then returned the object. But before he could ask anything, the young man who took the contract spoke. Then, brave boy, congratulations on your new identity, Sandao Ching'er. Take the guide 9528 and begin your adventure. Good luck. With a wave of the young man's right hand, a blue dot of light flew into the boy's forehead, and then he felt everything before him rapidly recede until it disappeared. The young man sat in the boss chair looking at the now empty white room. 9528, what a fateful number. Then a woman emerged from the white behind him. Your naming style is still so crazy. The young man waved his hand to interrupt her but didn't say anything more. Night spread like a sheet of inkwet paper, slowly unfolding from the horizon, pressing the undulating mountains and dense forests into a dark mold. Cool fog rose from the river, silently climbing the rocks and creeping into every breath. This would have been an unforgettable natural beauty, but now it was shattered by a tangible chakra storm. Even the moonlight pouring down was churned into chaotic silver radiance. In a 3-meter wide but shallow crater, Sandao Ching'er regained consciousness in severe pain, his body feeling as if it had been run through a washing machine 1,000 times, his bones groaning under the strain. Ching'er, having just regained sensation, climbed up, twisted his aching but generally unharmed body, his brain still buzzing as if about to explode. Before he could observe and think, a translucent blue screen appeared before his eyes, accompanied by a sweet female voice. Team leader, congratulations on completing your business trip. You have arrived at the destination Ninja World Valley of the End under construction. Your work guide has been delivered. Please check. Opening. Cross-World Guide 9528 edition. Check-in lottery system installed. Team Naruto can be hidden. Team leader name Sandao Ching'er. Age 15. Identity orphan of a noble of Yuzushiogakure to be verified. Skills none. Chakra 0. Item system package to be equipped. Lottery chance 0. Checking yes no. Sandao Ching'er. Ching'er muttered his new name, a chill running down his spine. Could this bizarre name have been thought up by a normal person? Putting the multiplication table in is one thing, but won't this conclusion attract the attention of the undead 6 paths old man? Lying on the ground, Sandao Ching'er looked at the translucent screen floating before him, browsing the system messages. According to the location information, the only place called the Valley of the End under construction is in the Naruto world. So this is the battlefield of the final battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Ching'er's brain worked frantically but then stopped, thinking, damn, I really can't get over it. Sandao Ching'er, no matter how I think about it, it's a stupid name. System, can I change my name? Or use a pseudonym? Sorry dear team leader, the identity information has been registered and archived and sent to headquarters. Modification is not supported. Sandao Ching'er is equivalent to the key to access this world. If you don't use it or use it too infrequently, you will be detected as a bug and erased during contact with this world's characters. So please use the name normally to ensure the check-in system works. Alright. Ching'er lay there resigned to his fate, feeling the gradually intensifying wind pressure and the occasional tremors from the earth. Reason eventually prevailed. If this really was the decisive battlefield of Hashirama and Madara, his first priority was to survive, otherwise with his weak state he would be finished if he approached the battlefield. System check-in? Understanding, Ching'er focused his gaze on the check-in button on the screen and issued the command mentally. For now, he could only hope that the system's check-in reward would help him out of this predicament. Okay. Valley of the End under construction, check-in completed. Obtained lottery chances 10. Unlocked basic prize pool. Seeing the number after the lottery chances, Ching'er chose to draw without any hesitation. Congratulations. The rewards were as follows. Small amount of chakra 1. Small amount of chakra 1. Chakra refinement 1. Golden legend death god's mark 1. Small amount of chakra 1. Memory sealing technique. Cooking mastery 1. Silver 3000. Acting mastery 1. Ninja technique imprint scroll 3. Note small amount of chakra 110 Kakashi. After the draw, Ching'er looked at the refreshed panel data and was speechless for a long time. Name Sandao Ching'er. Age 15. Identity orphan of a noble of Yuzushiogakure to be verified. Skills chakra refinement memory sealing cooking mastery acting mastery. Chakra trace a little weaker than Kakashi, a long road ahead. System package death god's mark silver 3000 ninja technique imprint scroll 3. Lottery chances 0 total draws 10. Check-in completed. System don't we have a newbie gift pack? Team leader, you signed a labor contract with the company, not a game console. This is not an immersive game but your job. Necessary office supplies including this guide and system package have been automatically distributed. The travel expenses for this business trip have also been paid by the company. Alright. Then explain the check-in rules and rewards properly. Okay, team leader. The check-in system can be used once a day. The reward is lottery chances. The number of lottery chances is affected by the environment. The greater your influence on key characters in the specified range, the more chances you get. Continuous check-in increases the reward. The daily reward is 110 within 1 year. Each consecutive year of check-in adds 10 to the upper limit. The chakra refinement technique automatically refines chakra obtained from draws or training. The simplest example, 1 tael's worth of chakra after refinement is only the amount of a normal genin in the perception of a sensor ninja. Memory sealing technique can seal anyone's memories. Once sealed, unless the unsealing conditions are left, there is no way to investigate or detect the sealed memories. Acting mastery and cooking mastery are ordinary skills. Acting mastery makes your words or actions seem reasonable, or even believable to others. Cooking mastery gives you complete command of all cooking techniques. Finally, the death god's mark. The probability of drawing it from the basic prize pool is about 0.0001. Because once activated it grants an undying body. However, the full activation condition of the undying body is at least reaching the system rating of Jonin. At the current stage you can only achieve a rapid recovery effect by consuming chakra. Undying body. Ching'er shouted in surprise, but before he could learn more the ground tremors grew stronger and closer. Then in his view a huge black shadow flew from a distance, smashing thick trees apart along the way with no buffer effect. As the black shadow came closer, Ching'er's mouth blurted out in panic, "Damn. Contract. Transmigration." The pressure of the wind surged, abruptly condensing until it felt almost solid, as if the entire sky had become an invisible colossal wall crashing down. Ching'er's pupils tightened sharply. The dark mass in his field of vision was no rock at all, but a gigantic beast with 9 sweeping tails. In that instant the 9 enormous tails all leaned forward together under the raging wind, like an entire mountain collapsing toward him. His startled cry was instantly devoured by the howling gale around him, and the blood in his veins seemed to freeze. He had seen this tailed beast's form in animation, had even occasionally thought it looked somewhat cute. Yet faced with it in reality, the sheer instinctual terror of a living creature before a natural predator crashed over him. Now that it truly appeared before his eyes, that terror born of pure instinct completely engulfed him. The 9-tailed beast loomed like a living mountain, its massive body hurtling through the air directly toward where he stood. Trees along its path burst apart, and were flung aside like blades of grass. Amid billowing smoke and dust, even the earth itself seemed to groan in protest under the strain. Just as the 9-tailed beast was about to roll over him, perhaps spurred by the threat of imminent death, Ching'er finally tore himself free from the suffocating grip of fear, regaining a sliver of clarity. He called upon the system in his heart, demanding it activate the seal of the death god. Invisible prompts echoed coldly within his mind, one after another declaring failure, until at last the different mode of the seal activated. A thunderous blast followed. The terrifying shockwave leveled everything around him. Ching'er was flung away by the blast of air and slammed heavily into the ground. A metallic taste surged up his throat, every breath felt like swallowing blades, and his internal organs felt as if they had been crushed, and then roughly pieced back together. He curled up on the ground, nails digging deep into his own flesh. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and his vision darkened in pulses as waves of agony crashed over him. The so-called undying body did not bring painless regeneration, it merely stretched the agony of dying out without end, all the more so in this chakra mode. Ching'er could keenly feel the meager chakra he had just won in a lottery draining away at frightening speed. At the same time, fractured ribs slowly knit back together, and displaced organs slid back into place with a faint, unsettling sensation. To personally experience one's own flesh and sinew being reassembled was more horrifying than pure pain. Worse yet, the chakra he had drawn from the lottery was pitifully thin to begin with. Now merely to sustain the workings of his undying body it was being consumed at a rate visible to the mind's eye. With each passing second more of his senses slid toward numbness. Ching-er bit down hard on his lip, forcing himself to resist the pull of unconsciousness. If he passed out now, his fate would slip entirely beyond his control, even though at this moment, he could do almost nothing anyway. Fortunately, during the span of time he managed to endure, the two combatants he had anticipated finally appeared within his field of view. Yet under the relentless pounding of pain, Ching-er's head rang ceaselessly. He could not make out a single word exchanged between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Hashirama seemed to notice him. The nine-tailed beast which had crashed down not far away was suddenly bound by enormous wooden pillars bursting from the earth and dragged into the distance. The two figures kept a certain distance between them even as they clashed, and though terrifying impacts and tremors still rippled through the ground, churning Ching-er's insides, it seemed that for the moment at least he was no longer on the verge of death. Perhaps Uchiha Madara had sensed his presence as well, yet he clearly did not care. In Madara's eyes, someone like him was likely not even as significant as an ant. Gazing at the godlike figures battling not far away, Ching-er urgently called out to the system, in his heart commanding it to use the ninjutsu branding scroll. He ordered it to imprint the ocular techniques, Outer Path, Samsara, of Heavenly Life, and Izanagi. The system acknowledged him. Yet, as it began the imprinting, it reported that no trace of the first technique could be detected. It skipped that task. Then as the system detected Izanagi, it declared that the distance for imprinting was insufficient, and skipped that task as well. Ching-er could only curse inwardly in frustration. So it was that under a mixture of the two men's attention and disregard, Ching-er witnessed the entirety of this battle of the century. The lush forest was first beaten into an open battlefield, then hammered into a vast valley, and finally torn into a colossal waterfall. Only when the uproar gradually subsided did Ching-er grit his teeth and slowly drag himself toward the edge of the battlefield, peering down toward the base of the falls. There Madara lay face down upon the surface of the water. Ching-er could not help but inwardly remark that the legendary Shura of the shinobi world truly lived up to his name, on the brink of death, and yet still able to keep his body from sinking. Such chakra control was nothing short of chilling. Ching-er once more called on the system, ordering it to brand the ocular technique Izanagi. This time he did not have the system attempt to brand Outer Path, Samsara, of Heavenly Life. From the earlier message, Ching-er had already realized that at this point in time Uchiha Madara had not yet awakened the Rinnegan and therefore could not possibly possess that technique. The system detected Izanagi and began branding it, then reported the technique's usage restriction, 1 Sharingan Eye, and deducted 2 ninjutsu branding scrolls from his reserves. At last the system announced that Izanagi had been successfully branded. Only when the success notification appeared did Ching-er's heart finally unclench. Even though the process had consumed 1 more branding scroll than he had expected, he did not truly begrudge it. Izanagi was in essence a perfect life-saving charm. With the seal of the death god unable to fully activate, this greatly increased his chances of survival, provided he could successfully enter Konohagakure next. With that in mind, he quietly turned his attention back to the developments below. Standing behind Madara's prone form, Hashirama slowly sheathed his long blade. White steam curled from his arm and the wounds on his body closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a physique filled Ching-er with unrestrained envy. The two men conversed atop the water in the valley for a long time. Only when Uchiha Madara ceased to move did Hashirama stand in silence for a moment, then lift his head to look in Ching-er's direction. In a blur of motion, everything before Ching-er's eyes changed. Hashirama and Madara's body had vanished. Ching-er only blinked once before understanding that Hashirama had gone to deal with Madara's remains. Racked by pain and fatigue, Ching-er did not move much. Since Hashirama had already noticed him, there was little he could do. In an era where Hashirama still lived, nothing could be more frightening than drawing the focus of such a man. Roughly half an hour later, Hashirama appeared before him once more. The enormous wooden avatar had long since faded, and the chakra surrounding Hashirama was now drawn inward, leaving only a gentle, steady presence. Looking at this living legend, the first Hokage of Konoha, the so-called god of shinobi, Ching-er's heart still pounded wildly. Hashirama crouched down in front of him, placing a broad hand gently on Ching-er's shoulder. With a warm smile, he asked if the boy was all right. Though his ideals were pure, Hashirama still harbored caution toward any child who appeared on a battlefield. Yet the moment his palm touched Ching-er, that vigilance eased somewhat, not only because he sensed no chakra at all within the boy, but also because a familiar warmth rose from Ching-er's blood, so similar to that of his wife Uzumaki Mito. Hashirama's voice washed over him like a spring breeze, dispersing part of Ching-er's fear and in a way that felt almost miraculous, smoothing his frayed emotions. Swallowing hard, Ching-er stammered out that he was fine addressing Hashirama as his senior. Hashirama then remarked that this place was far too dangerous, and asked how he had ended up here. Hashirama's gaze held curiosity but no overt malice. Or perhaps Ching-er was simply too inexperienced to sense whatever darker thoughts Hashirama might have concealed. A thought stirred in Ching-er's mind as he recalled the identity settings on his status panel. Guided by his mastery of acting, he let confusion and helplessness fill his face. He stammered that he remembered nothing, that he had wandered for as long as he could recall, surviving by foraging in the mountains because he had no money until he suddenly fainted and awoke here. As he spoke, he quietly activated the memory sealing ability he had acquired from the lottery. Ching-er did not know whether Hashirama himself possessed the ability to probe memories, but he did know that the Yamanaka clan of Konoha had secret techniques capable of doing so. He knew he had to follow Senju Hashirama back to Konoha. In an era when the wars had only just cooled, wandering alone was no different from seeking death, especially with the first great ninja war looming unseen on the horizon. Now that Hashirama had taken notice of him, entering Konoha under his watch was the best possible choice. After all, the true darkness of the shinobi world had yet to fully take shape. As someone of unknown origin, undergoing the Yamanaka clan's scrutiny would be almost impossible to avoid. Looking upon Ching-er's pale face and battered body, Hashirama felt his sense of guilt only deepen. In Hashirama's eyes, all of this had arisen from his battle with Madara. He extended his hand and in a voice both gentle and unwavering told Ching-er not to be afraid, that he would take him away from here. He invited Ching-er to return with him to Konoha, promising that the village would give him a place to belong, that from this day forward Konoha would be his home. Looking at Hashirama's broad, reassuring hand, Ching-er felt a quiet strength radiating from it. He knew this was his best choice, and the best chance he would ever have to truly become part of this world. With his chakra exhausted, a different power buried deep in his flesh and blood was now slowly surging forth to mend his body. Though slower than healing aided by chakra, it was enough to let him move, if only barely. Hand trembling, he reached out and grasped Hashirama's palm. With a light tug, that warm, powerful hand lifted him from the ground. Hashirama then asked the boy for his name, and Ching-er replied that he was Ching-er of the Sandow clan. As the words left his mouth, Ching-er felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of emotion. At the same time, the faint sense of not belonging that had haunted him since his arrival quietly vanished. Hashirama answered that from this day on, Ching-er was a member of Konoha, no longer a child without a home, and he called him the Sandow clan's Ching-er of Konoha. Then he suggested they set off. Ching-er agreed. Hashirama took his right hand and began walking slowly toward Konoha, while his left supported the bound nine-tailed beast with his wood release. Whether because the battle had only just ended and he still bore the strain of controlling the nine-tailed beast, or simply to match Ching-er's pace, Hashirama's steps seemed slower than before. Each one carried a faintly labored breath, yet his stride remained as steady as a mountain. The morning light of the ninja world like a sharp blade sliced through the lingering dust and smoke above the Zhongmo Valley. Amid the outlines of distant mountains, the silhouette of Mu Yi gradually emerged in the faint dawn light. Ching-er's footsteps sank into the soft soil of the forest, which had not yet been cleared. Qianshou Zujian's palm was broad and warm, completely enveloping his tender hand. The colossal body of the Ninetails moved silently under the wood release binding of Zujian's left hand, as if it were no longer a living creature but a migrating crimson mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. "That is Mu Yi," Zhujian said, his voice carrying a hoarse weariness yet still maintaining a peculiar gentleness. Ching-er looked up. The morning light was gilding the outline of the village. Scattered houses spread along the terrain, the most striking being the huge rock face carved on the cliff on which only Zujian's image stood alone at this moment. In the future, the faces of successive Hokage would be carved there to witness the development of Mu Yi. But Ching-er had little time to reflect. As they drew closer, he clearly felt the trembling transmitted from Zujian's hand, as well as the suppressed, almost inaudible gasps deep in his chest. This god of ninja, who had just defeated Yuzhibo Ban and bound the Ninetails, was using his last strength to maintain a steady pace. At the village entrance, several figures were already waiting. The leader had silver hair and crimson eyes with a stern countenance. He wore a dark blue layered armor of the same style as Zujian's. On his face he wore a mask that did not cover his face, and on his forehead was engraved the mark of Mu Yi. Behind him followed 4 ninjas. One was a man with a high yellow ponytail. Ching-er had no impression of this face, but he guessed by feeling that he was from the Shanzhong clan, since the Shanzhong clan did not show any particularly distinctive physical features. Finally, he confirmed it from the clan emblem on his sleeve. Another was a member of the Rishiang family. His activated Byakugan already proved his origin. The iconic pineapple head between the Rishiang and Shanzhong members allowed Ching-er to identify him, the typical attire of the Niliang family. The last person with his cocky expression was clearly a member of the Yuzhibo clan. "Big brother," said the silver-haired man Qianqiu Feijian, his voice as hard as his expression at that moment. Explain. Zhu Jian stopped, releasing his grip on Qing'er's hand. This tiny movement left Qing'er's heart feeling empty, but the next second Zhu Jian's broad palm pressed down on his shoulder. Feijian, this child is called Sandao Qing'er. Zhu Jian said, his tone steady but carrying an air of finality. I found him at the Zhongma Valley. The battle affected him and I promised to bring him back to Muyi. Feijian's brow furrowed sharply, his gaze scanning Qing'er like a blade. Sandao, that's her name. I know what you're thinking. Zhu Jian interrupted him, pressing slightly on Qing'er's shoulder. But look clearly, Feijian. This child shows no traces of chakra training. Almost simultaneously, the Rishiang ninja spoke in a low voice. Lord Feijian, indeed. The meridian system in his body is nearly dried up and his chakra amount is minimal. There is truly no trace of chakra training. Feijian's gaze remained sharp, but the tense line of his shoulders relaxed slightly. He walked over to Qing'er, crouched down, and leveled his eyes with Qing'er's. Where do you come from? Qing'er swallowed hard. He could feel the aura of pressure emanating from this future second Hokage, utterly different from Zhu Jian's, a vigilance forged through countless life-and-death battles tempered in schemes and blood. I don't remember. Qing'er lowered his head. Acting proficiency naturally adjusted his voice to the perfect tremble. Since I can remember, I've been wandering in the mountains, looking for food, sheltering from rain, sometimes stealing dried rations from villages. As he spoke, he touched the memory seal technique deep in his consciousness. The technique, like an undercurrent in deep water, began to operate silently. Feijian stared at him silently for a full 10+ seconds, then stood up and nodded to the Shanzhong ninja. Mind transfer jutsu, just a shallow probe. Focus on confirming recent memories and potential threats. Yes. The Shanzhong ninja walked up to Qing'er and formed hand seals. Qing'er felt a gentle yet irresistible foreign spirit attempting to invade his mind, as if someone had gently pushed open the door to his memory palace. Then the technique wandered through the memory space. Whenever it was about to touch the sealed memories, it would smoothly flow elsewhere under the barrier constructed by memory seal, like a stream bypassing a boulder. In the Shanzhong ninja's perception, the images he saw were like this. Fragmented, repeating sensations of hunger. The bone-deep shivering while curling up in a tree hole on cold nights. The blurry figures of villagers chasing and beating him after a theft was discovered. Earlier memories sank into a pitch-black deep pool. Any attempt to probe deeper was like sinking into mud. Only a faint perception of the daily hardships buried deep by instinct remained. 5 minutes later, the Shanzhong ninja withdrew the technique, fine sweat beading on his forehead. He shook his head at Feijian, transmitting information to the several people around him via the mind transmission jutsu. There are no signs of missing altered or sealed memories. It's only that due to instinct, painful memories have been suppressed. The only traceable memories are about 3 months of life, and the content matches his description. Feijian stared at Qing'er, the last trace of doubt still lingering in his crimson eyes. But in the end he looked at the mountain's eyes, Ninetails, and Zhu Jian's hand, then at his elder brother's pale yet determined face, and sighed. Take him back to the clan compound, Feijian said as he turned. But until he passes a thorough review, his range of movement is limited to the Qianqiu main residence and its vicinity. He must not access any classified documents, nor leave the barrier area alone. Feijian. Zhu Jian wanted to say something. Big brother. Feijian turned back, his tone serious. You are the Hokage. Muyi has just been established. Once the news of Yuzhibo Ban's death spreads, all factions will reassess the situation. At a time like this, bringing back a child of unknown origin, I must be responsible for the entire village. Zhu Jian was silent for a moment, then nodded. After all, even though he was the Hokage, the handling of most affairs was actually decided by Feijian. He took Qing'er's hand again, this time more gently. Come with me, Qing'er. Let's go meet Xuehu, my wife. Qing'er looked at Zhu Jian, whose face now wore a slightly foolish smile, and found it hard to connect him with the image of the god of ninja who had fought against Ban moments ago. The Qianqiu clan compound was more modest than Qing'er had imagined. There were no luxurious gardens, no layered corridors, only a spacious residence. The buildings were mostly dark wood-colored, with lanterns hanging under the eaves inscribed with the characters Qianqiu. Ninjas moved quietly through the compound. When they saw Zhu Jian, they bowed in greeting, their gazes briefly lingering on Qing'er, but no one asked questions. In the main residence's tatami room, Xuanwu Xuehu sat kneeling before a tea set. She appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, with deep red hair tied into a dignified bun at the back of her head. Her features were delicate, yet her brows and eyes held a calm and power far beyond her appearance. The most striking feature was her eyes, clear as the deep sea. When she looked at Qing'er, he felt an illusion of being completely seen through. Xuehu, this is Qing'er, Zhu Jian said, taking off his shoes at the entrance. He gave Shuihu a glance that went unnoticed by Ching'er, and for the first time his voice revealed a trace of exhaustion. I found him at the Zhongma Valley. Shuihu's gaze swept over Zujian's pale face and slightly trembling hands, then finally landed back on Ching'er. Without speaking, she raised her right hand and made a "come here" gesture. Ching'er hesitated, then walked over. Shuihu's hand gently pressed against his forehead. In that instant, Ching'er felt a warm, vast yet incredibly delicate flow of chakra surge into his body. It was not an attack nor a probe, more like a mother's touch caressing a child's forehead. But Shuihu's expression changed. A flicker of confusion passed through her clear eyes, then surprise, and finally settled into a complex expression mingled with sorrow and confirmation. Her fingers began to tremble slightly. Hashirama. Mito's voice was barely a whisper, yet even without chakra, Ching'er could perceive the tremor in her tone. Both of you step outside. Tobirama the barrier. Tobirama frowned, but upon seeing his elder brother's gaze he obediently raised his hands to form seals. A faint azure barrier of chakra silently enveloped the entire chamber, severing the connection between inside and out. In truth, when it came to sealing techniques and barrier arts, Uzumaki Mito's ability surpassed that of Senju Tobirama. Even some of Tobirama's sealing formulas were derived from Mito's teachings. Perhaps it was the suddenness of the situation that had caused Uzumaki Mito to momentarily forget. Now only Mito and Ching'er remained in the room. Child, close your eyes. Mito's voice was impossibly gentle. Relax, do not resist. Let me see. Your bloodline. Bloodline. Ching'er obeyed. Based on Uzumaki Mito's reaction and the hints previously revealed by the panel, he had grasped roughly what was happening. Mito's chakra began to delve deeper. This time it was no superficial touch. It slowly traveled along Ching'er's meridian system, eventually converging near his heart, the core region of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline power. The moment Uzumaki Mito's chakra touched him, Ching'er felt something awaken within him. Not chakra, but something deeper, more primal. That power slumbered within the depths of his flesh and blood, yet gradually resonated with Uzumaki Mito's chakra. His skin began to emit wisps of heat, and the wounds on his body started to heal at a visible rate. As extremely faint patterns surfaced on his skin, Ching'er's originally jet black hair began to reveal a hint of red. Mito's chakra began to fluctuate violently along with her emotions. She withdrew her hand, covered her mouth, and her eyes instantly reddened. This feeling. Mito's voice choked. There is no mistake. This is definitely the Uzumaki bloodline. Only the Uzumaki bloodline would produce such resonance. Mito took a deep breath, cupping Ching'er's face in both hands, forcing herself to calm down and perceive carefully. For the Uzumaki clan, perception was a simple matter. After a few minutes she released her hands and tears finally fell. Judging by age and appearance. Mito's voice trembled. You must be the child of Auntie's family. When the Uzumaki kingdom was first established more than a decade ago, during the political turmoil, Auntie's entire family was confirmed dead in battle. But if his child was taken away by the guard ninja at the time and lost, she could not continue. Ching'er stared blankly at the grieving Uzumaki Mito, and an inexplicable sorrow welled up in his heart, not from the mastery of acting skill, but a feeling that arose without reason. Unnoticed, a few clear tears rolled down his cheeks. The barrier of the chamber dissolved, and the door slid open. Hashirama and Tobirama entered, having sensed the violent fluctuations in Uzumaki Mito's spirit and chakra. For Tobirama, the barrier caster, detecting fluctuations within the barrier was not difficult. By seniority. Mito wiped away her tears, revealing a smile mixed with sorrow and joy. You should call me sister. Hashirama's face showed a relieved joy as he slowly walked to Mito's side and pulled her into his embrace. When I first touched Ching'er, I sensed the fluctuation of the Uzumaki bloodline, but I wasn't sure so. Tobirama watched the scene, feeling a sense of fullness in his stomach, and still responsibly confirmed again. So he really is an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Mito stood up, gently pulling Ching'er to her side. Tobirama, his bloodline cannot be faked. Shortly after the founding of Konoha, the Uzumaki kingdom once sent a request, but because Konoha had just been established, we didn't have time to investigate. By the time we had the opportunity, all clues had been lost. That mission was under your responsibility. Tobirama pondered for a moment, and a vague impression surfaced in his mind. After all, when the faction of the Uzumaki clan that held power in the Uzumaki kingdom was annihilated, Mito had been grieving for a long time. The last vestiges of doubt in Tobirama's eyes finally dissipated. Hashirama, however, laughed heartily and clapped Ching'er on the shoulder. Haha, Ching'er, it seems I was right to bring you back. From now on, just call me Big Brother. At that moment, Ching'er was already stunned, his mind filled with the thought. I call Hashirama Big Brother. The title orphan noble of the Uzumaki kingdom was that Big Brother. Hey. Hashirama answered cheerfully. Mito looked down at Ching'er and gently patted his head. From today onward, this is your home. I am your sister and Hashirama is your brother-in-law. Of course, as Hashirama said, you can call him Big Brother. We won't let you wander anymore. Chung'er opened his mouth, the address rolling around in his throat several times before finally being uttered softly. Sis. Sister. Mito smiled, the first truly warm smile free of any impurities or scrutiny that Chung'er had seen since arriving in this world. Late that night at the deepest forbidden ground of the Senju clan compound. Though called the Forbidden Ground, it was merely a semi-natural cave, its interior transformed into a vast circular altar. The walls were densely inscribed with sealing formulas, the majority of which were secret Uzumaki clan runes. Chung'er was permitted to stand on the observation platform at the altar's periphery. Mito insisted he witness. You are a member of the Uzumaki clan. This is the responsibility and honor our clan is destined to bear. You need to know what your sister is about to become. When Hashirama brought the Ninetales to this place, Chung'er guessed what was about to happen, and he understood the honor and responsibility Uzumaki Mito spoke of. Although he was grateful to this sister who had been nothing but kind to him since they met less than a day ago, he felt not a shred of identification with the responsibility she mentioned. Let's begin. As Hashirama's voice fell, he and Tobirama simultaneously activated the barrier ninjutsu. Vast wood release surged from underground, completely sealing the cave into a lifeless prison with a blue barrier energy spreading beyond the wood release. Then Mito took a deep breath, shed her outer robe, revealing a close-fitting white shrine made in attire that covered all allure, leaving only her flat, smooth abdomen exposed. She stepped onto the altar and began forming hand seals, a sequence so complex and dizzying that it had never been seen in any storyline. With each seal completed, the corresponding rune on the wall lit up, crimson light flowing like blood across the stone's surface, gradually outlining a massive formation covering the entire cave. The Ninetales was heavily bound by wood release on a specially made stone platform, its enormous eyes burning with pure hatred in the darkness. But its struggles were futile under the suppression of Hashirama and the surrounding sealing formulas. Tail-locking seal. Locktail seal. Mito's voice echoed like an ancient oracle. The Ninetales let out a deafening roar, but it was entirely contained within the barrier of the cave, and its struggles against the restraints of wood release seemed utterly futile. Its body began to twist and contract, eventually transforming into a crimson torrent of chakra that was forcibly drawn into Mito's abdomen. To ensure safety, she then applied a 4 symbols rotation sealing array, only then allowing herself to relax completely. The 4 symbols rotation sealing array was an advanced sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan, executable only by those who had mastered the 4 symbols seal. As an upgraded version, it could form multiple layered sealing spaces to enhance the seal's strength. Chung'er watched with wide eyes. Although the process seemed quick, it actually lasted an entire hour. Throughout it, he could clearly see the pain flickering across Mito's face, yet her gaze remained unwavering from start to finish. When the last trace of crimson vanished into Mito's abdomen, the cave fell into dead silence. Mito staggered, and Hashirama instantly appeared at her side to support her, draping a robe he had prepared beforehand over her. A voice inexplicably arose in Chung'er's mind. Rejoice. He is the one who gathers all tail beasts' power, the origin that ended the dark age of the ninja world, the first vessel in its history. His name is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Leaning on Hashirama's arm, Mito approached Chung'er. Her face was pale as paper, but her smile remained gentle. Did you see that, Chung'er? This is power and also responsibility. The Ninetales' power is too dangerous to be left free, yet it cannot be completely destroyed. Using our Uzumaki clan's body as a vessel with life as a lock is the most appropriate approach for now. She reached out and gently touched Chung'er's head. You must remember today, remember how heavy this power is, and remember how much courage it takes to bear it. Chung'er nodded vigorously, his throat tight, unable to speak a word. After all, at certain moments he had fantasized about becoming the perfect Jinchuriki of the Ninetales because it really looked cool. But now Chung'er could no longer muster that courage. 3 days after the ceremony, Chung'er's life at the Senju compound gradually settled into a routine. His room was arranged in the west wing of the main house. Opening the window, he could see the training ground and the Hokage rock in the distance. Every morning Tobirama would assign him to organize scrolls mostly on history, geography, herbal illustrations, and basic taijutsu outlines. He currently had no access to anything related to ninjutsu. However, thanks to the trust of Mito and Hashirama, Chung'er had truly learned the chakra extraction method. After 3 days of cultivation and lottery rewards, his chakra amount was roughly close to 1 Kakashi unit. But each time he extracted chakra, the initially obtained chakra condensation technique would activate automatically, making his chakra extremely dense and introverted. As a result, in Tobirama's perception, Chung'er's chakra level appeared no different from nothing. Regrettably, although the daily lottery draws were not very stable, living in the Senju clan grounds meant he didn't get too few draws. Yet after over 20 draws in 3 days, aside from some trivial techniques and a tiny bit of chakra, he hadn't obtained a single ninjutsu. This made Chung'er lament that he was somewhat unlucky. Perhaps the one lucky draw for the Death God's seal had cost him years of good fortune. Notably, since the completion of the nine-tailed seal, Hashirama had rarely appeared. It wasn't that Ching'er seldom saw him, rather Hashirama had vanished from everyone's sight, officially claiming to be in secluded training. The Hokage's duties were basically handed over entirely to Tobirama. If it weren't for the daily check-ins, sensing traces of Hashirama's presence around, Ching'er would have suspected Hashirama had passed away. According to the original story, Hashirama's death occurred around the time after the final battle at the Valley of the End. Since returning from the Valley of the End, Ching'er had felt something was off. Another morning, as sunlight filtered through the wooden fence of the training ground, casting dappled shadows on the back of Ching'er's hand, he was sketching the initial blueprint of a school on a blank scroll. The tip of his brush paused at the dividing line between Ninja Academy and General Academy. Suddenly Tobirama's voice came from behind. "How is your chakra extraction progress?" After these days of interaction, Ching'er had basically earned Tobirama's trust. According to Tobirama's own words, Ching'er was too weak, and the advantage of being weak was that one could be seen through at a glance. So now Tobirama's voice was no longer as cold as before, and he even responded when Ching'er called him. "Second brother. I've been extracting chakra daily as you instructed." Ching'er tried to keep his breathing steady. Every time he faced Tobirama, he felt an immense pressure, not from Tobirama's targeting, but from his innate aura. "It's just, there doesn't seem to be any obvious increase." In reality, through daily sign-ins and lottery draws, Ching'er's chakra amount had reached roughly the level of 2 future Kakashi units. However, due to the chakra condensation technique, it was always compressed to the extreme, making it appear unchanged from an external perception. Ching'er dared not reveal any information about the chakra condensation technique. Even if his chakra amount were detected, Ching'er wasn't afraid, because apart from the Senju family, he hadn't come into contact with any other ninja. Compared to their chakra amounts, he hadn't lied. Tobirama's brow furrowed into a deep crease. When Hashirama insisted a few days ago that the child call him Big Brother, he had found it absurd. Now it seemed this Uzumaki orphan not only had pitifully little chakra but also made slow progress in basic extraction. If it weren't for Mito's guarantee by blood, he would have thrown this unknown brat out of Konoha long ago. "Follow me." Tobirama turned and headed deeper into the clan compound. Ching'er quickly followed. Passing through a corridor carved with defensive talismans, they stopped in front of a chamber piled with blueprints. Tobirama formed a single-handed seal, and the Uzumaki clan emblem on the stone walls slowly rotated, revealing a hidden chamber behind. It was like a small design institute. A huge panoramic model of Konoha sat in the center, surrounded by wooden plaques labeled Training Ground and Hokage Building. At the edge, several plaques bore the words School and Hospital, written in cinnabar. "This is the future blueprint of Konoha." Tobirama's finger pointed to the center of the model, where a miniature representing the Hokage Tower stood. "Big Brother only cared about building the village with ideals, but after founding it, he dumped all these trivial matters on me." His tone seemed mocking, but Ching'er noticed that his hand moved over the model with unusual gentleness. "Now the biggest issues are education and medical facilities. What do you think?" This was a test. Ching'er's heart began to race. He looked at the square buildings on the model, typical of the Warring States period. Earth walls, wooden roofs, completely lacking in planning. The hospital model was merely a wooden box painted with a red cross, while the school was represented by a wooden board inscribed with Academy. Beside them were notes about these buildings. For instance, the ninja school had actually been open for a while, but only some branch family students from various clans enrolled, rarely any main family members. "Lord." Ching'er took a deep breath, deciding to take a gamble. "These policies are too backward." Fijian's gaze suddenly turned icy cold, his murderous intent almost solidifying. "What did you say?" "There's a problem with the hospitals." Ching'er forced himself to meet those crimson eyes pointing at the wooden box model. "Currently all patients are housed together, which will only lead to cross-infection. They should be divided by disease type, with isolation wards and also independent disinfection rooms and pharmacies." In his mind, the floor plan of the hospital from his previous life emerged, with clear divisions of outpatient area, inpatient department, and laboratory. The air in the secret chamber seemed to freeze. Fijian's fingers hovered above the sand table, the words of rebuke he had prepared stuck in his throat. This suggestion was like a seed suddenly dropping into the difficult problem he had been pondering. Last week the My Hospital had just caused the infection and death of 3 ninjas because wounded and infectious patients were housed together. He had only mentioned this at the Hokage meeting. "Continue." Fijian's voice was slightly softer than before, and his murderous intent quietly dissipated. Ching'er grew bolder. He picked up the wooden sign for school and moved it from the edge of the sand table to a position near the center. "The school should not be built in a remote corner. It should be close to the residential area, divided into classrooms for different age groups with dedicated training grounds and theory classrooms. Most importantly." He paused, then voiced the idea that might change the ninja world. All children should be admitted to school regardless of whether they come from ninja clans. Nonsense. Fijian's palms slammed heavily onto the sand table, causing several wooden signs to wobble precariously. How can commoners learn ninjutsu? Let the children of the Uchiha and Hyuga clan attend classes together with those from non-clan families. This will cause a civil war. Not directly learning ninjutsu. Ching-er quickly adjusted his strategy, picked up a charcoal stick and drew on the sand. It's basic knowledge, literacy, arithmetic, history, basic medical first aid. Like a prerequisite course for refining chakra. The simple flowchart he drew made Fijian's pupils contract slightly, a hint of admiration appearing in his eyes. Literacy, education, basic theory, chakra control, ninjutsu learning. This stepwise training system was far clearer than the current closed-door model of each clan. As for the hospital, Ching-er removed the crude wooden box from the sand table and sketched out a cross-shaped building. The center is the emergency room, the east side is the infectious disease area, the west side is the general ward, and the north side is for the pharmacy and research room. Each area is connected by a long corridor with sliding isolation doors installed. He deliberately emphasized the word isolation, watching as Fijian's fingers unconsciously stroked his chin, a signature gesture of the second Hokage when deep in thought. The disinfection room needs a separate design. Fijian suddenly spoke, pointing to a corner of the cross-shaped building. Use high-temperature steam to sterilize medical instruments. This area must have an independent ventilation system. The tip of his pen added several complex runes to Ching-er's sketch. Here the purifying seal of the Xuanhua clan must be inscribed. Ching-er hurriedly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Fijian not only did not reject his plan but even began to add details. This was like having his views cited by an authoritative expert at an academic conference. That sense of recognition excited him more than winning in strength jutsu in a lottery. The school's classrooms need special design. Fijian suddenly turned to another sand table. Ordinary wooden structures cannot withstand the impact of ninjutsu practice. An earth release hardening layer must be added. He picked up several wooden planks marked with different symbols and assembled them. Lower grades in the south, higher grades in the north, with an isolation barrier in the middle. It can be designed by zones. Ching-er blurted out. Divide the grounds by grade level. Just keep a certain spacious area for practicing shuriken throwing. That doesn't require much space. Moreover, the school's education is not centered on ninjutsu. It only needs to teach the most basic chakra refinement and the 3 basic techniques. These items don't require much space, and most teaching activities can be conducted entirely in the classroom. Fijian's movement stopped. He re-evaluated the boy before him, short in stature with weak chakra, wearing ill-fitting Qianqiu clan clothes, but the light shining in those eyes was exactly like his own excitement from years ago when he constantly invented new ninjutsu. Follow me. Fijian turned again, his steps noticeably faster this time. The sunlight outside the dark chamber had become intense. Ching-er followed Fijian through the foundation of the Hokage building under reconstruction. On the construction site, ninjas were using earth release to create walls, sweat streaming from their forehead protectors into their eyes. A middle-aged jonin in charge of supervision saw Fijian and immediately knelt on one knee. My lord, the hospital foundation has been dug to 3 zhang deep as you requested, but... He glanced at Ching-er, hesitating. But what? Fijian frowned. According to this design, the amount of timber needed is 3 times the budget. The jonin handed over the account book. Moreover, the construction period will take at least half a year, and now all the major clans are competing for resources. Ching-er leaned in to look. The numbers in the account book were shocking. He suddenly remembered the reinforced concrete structure from his previous life. If high-strength pillars were made with earth release and combined with a wooden truss roof, it would save timber and shorten the construction period. Perhaps we can change the load-bearing structure. Ching-er's voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the noisy construction site. All the ninjas' eyes focused on him, some curious, some disdainful, but mostly questioning. What does this kid know? Fijian coldly swept a glance over the crowd, and the construction sounds immediately resumed, but their perked ears betrayed their curiosity. Explain clearly, he said to Ching-er, his tone carrying the meaning of permission for the first time. Change the wall load-bearing to column load-bearing. Ching-er picked up a tree branch from the ground and drew a simple frame diagram on the dirt. Use earth release to create 12 main pillars, fill the gaps with lightweight materials, and use a triangular truss structure for the roof. This way, he calculated the construction data from his previous life. Timber usage can be reduced by 40 and construction time can be compressed to 3 months. The supervising jonin sneered. Rubbish from a greenhorn. With such large column spacing, what about sudden crustal movements or ground vibrations caused by combat? Install an isolation layer between the column bases and the ground. Ching-er drew a simple structural diagram. Use tough oak to extract and refine into rubber like a trampoline. Fijian's fingers tapped lightly on his waist. This shock-absorbing design solved his most troublesome problem. Although Feijian was confident in his own and his elder brother's strength, he had to consider the possibility of a battle if spies infiltrated Mai. Traditional buildings had to be rebuilt every few years, otherwise they couldn't withstand the aftermath of battles over time. He crouched down and added a few strokes to Qing'er's sketch with a branch. Here the main pillars need to be engraved with a reinforcement array. And here. He pointed to the truss connections. Use mortise and tenon joints to increase strength. Qing'er watched the ninjas gathering around. The doubt in their eyes was slowly turning into surprise. The supervising jonin examined the sketch repeatedly, then suddenly gasped. If that's the case, our existing timber is indeed sufficient. The hospital will be modified according to this plan. Feijian stood up, his black figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight. Bring the new school's design to my office this afternoon. He glanced at Qing'er and added, You come along too. As Qing'er followed Feijian away from the construction site, he heard the ninjas whispering behind him. Who is that kid? He seems to be Lord Shuhe's younger brother. To actually make Lord Feijian adopt his opinion. These voices were like warm water slowly soaking into his foothold in this world. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the paper door of the office, casting diamond-shaped light spots on the spread-out blueprints. Qing'er stood opposite Feijian, watching the future second Hokage outlining the school's contours on paper with a brush. He suddenly noticed that the blueprint corner marked student capacity 300 people, while the entire Mai currently had at least 1,000 school-age children. My lord, why is the school only admitting 300? Qing'er couldn't help asking. Feijian's brush tip paused, a small black dot spreading on the paper. Ninja resources are limited. Training 300 qualified ninjas is already the limit. This was common sense. In the Warring States era, which ninja village didn't practice elite education. But the children of ordinary villagers also need education. Qing'er recalled the compulsory education law from his previous life. Although they cannot become ninjas, they can learn medical knowledge, construction techniques, agricultural skills. He grew more excited as he spoke. Mai needs not only ninjas but also doctors, craftsmen, and farmers. Feijian set down his brush and for the first time truly looked at Qing'er. This young man's ideas were always so unconventional. But on second thought, during previous battles, it was precisely the lack of qualified medical ninjas that caused many more casualties. If ordinary villagers could also master basic first aid. Continue. Feijian picked up his pen again and wrote, Non-ninja curriculum, on the edge of the blueprint. Qing'er's mind raced, merging the education system from his previous life with the Hokage world. It can be divided into two faculties, the ninja faculty and the general faculty. The ninja faculty studies ninjutsu and taijutsu, while the general faculty offers multiple directions such as medicine, engineering, agriculture, and gradually any courses related to people's livelihood. He suddenly remembered something. Oh right. The hospital can cooperate with the school, allowing medical students to directly participate in clinical internships. This can solve the shortage of personnel and accelerate talent cultivation. This idea was like a key unlocking the tightly locked door in Feijian's mind. He had always worried about the gap in medical talent, and now this industry-academia integration model perfectly solved the problem. He looked at the boy speaking with such eloquence, and suddenly felt that the weak chakra and slow refinement progress no longer mattered. What this child had in his mind was more valuable than any ninjutsu. These ideas! Where did you learn them? There was a faint, barely noticeable tremor in Feijian's voice. He recalled the Xuanhua elder from 20 years ago in the Whirlpool country known as the genius strategist, who was said to have caused political turmoil precisely because his reform proposals touched the interests of the conservatives. Qing'er's heart sank. He could not reveal his identity as a time traveler. The acting mastery skill instantly activated his eyes, becoming confused and tinged with sorrow. When I was wandering or when I found a place to stay, these were the things I most wanted to grasp. And having traveled many places, I've seen many things. A perfectly timed sob made the lie seamless. Feijian's eyes softened for a moment. He reached out and patted Qing'er's shoulder, the first physical contact in days. From now on you will follow me. His voice was no longer cold. Scroll organization, plan, design, facility planning. These all need help. Qing'er's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. This meant he had finally gained Feijian's initial approval, transforming from a Xuanhua orphan, under surveillance, to an assistant who could participate in core affairs. He looked at the architectural models that had been redesigned on the sand table, and suddenly felt that this ninja world might really become different. By the way, Feijian suddenly remembered something, pulling out a yellowed manual from a pile of scrolls. This is Chakra Theory Basics. Take it and read it. 4 parts you don't understand. He paused as if weighing his words. Come and ask me anytime. That evening Ching-er sat by the window and opened the first page of the manual only to find that Feijian had written a few lines in vermilion ink on the title page. Chakra volume is not the only measure of a ninja's worth. Wisdom and foresight are sometimes more important than strength. Qianshou Feijian. Ching-er's fingers brushed over the vigorous handwriting and suddenly felt that this cold ninja world seemed to be gaining warmth. Little did he know in another secret chamber of the Qianshou clan compound Feijian was showing the revised architectural design drawings to Zhu Jian. Are these all the ideas of that boy Ching-er? Zhu Jian stroked his chin, eyes wide as brass bells. Ha! I knew this child was extraordinary. As expected, my brother has good eyes. Feijian ignored his brother's silly laugh, recalling the sketches Ching-er drew on the construction site today, and those wonderful ideas about shock-absorbing devices and industry-academia integration. Perhaps this world really needs something different. But then he turned to look worriedly at Zhu Jian, whose complexion was abnormal even compared to a few days ago. Zhu Jian seemed to have aged decades. Before going to sleep, Ching-er watched the cherry blossoms falling outside the window and tightened his grip on the manual. He wanted to try to protect and keep some important people. Because in this short time he had gained a heavy trust that was rare even over many years in his previous life. But it didn't matter, he seemed to have plenty of time. After all, he was an immortal with the Death God's seal, even though the seal hadn't been activated yet. System opened the status panel. Name Sandao Ching-er. Age 15. Identity Xuanhua, civilian, younger brother of Xuanhua Shuihu, younger brother of Qianshou Zhu Jian and Qianshou Feijian. Skills: chakra refinement technique, memory sealing technique, cooking mastery, acting mastery. Chakra trace, a novice rookie. When will he get rid of the Kai unit? Ninja rating Genin. System inventory: Death God seal, Silvertails 3000, Ninjutsu imprint, scroll 1, Tiangong Kaiwu Izanaji Dojutsu scroll complete, modern architecture theory. Lottery attempts 0, cumulative 68. Sign-in completed. The morning light filtered through the paper doors of the Senju clan's meeting hall, casting diamond-shaped patterns on the unfurled scroll. His right hand holding the brush hovered in midair, while his left hand absent-mindedly rubbed the edge of the scroll where ink stains from yesterday's document reviews still lingered. For the past 6 months this action had almost become a new morning ritual. In the past he would meticulously organize the scroll every morning as if a priest was cleaning a sacred artifact. Now he first used the chakra refinement technique to compress the chakra within his body into a nearly tangible azure chess piece, which he then gently tossed into the deep well of his meridians, listening for the crisp sound of it landing in the darkness. A sound only he could hear, a morning bell for ninjas. Finally putting down the brush, he turned to look at the courtyard, his gaze passing over the clan's disciples practicing in the morning. Young boys were throwing punches, the sweat droplets forming tiny rainbows in the air beneath the eaves. A girl shook a dice cup, her laughter like a string of silver bells being plucked by a cat's tail. In the distance the sound of construction rang out. The blueprints he submitted 3 months ago were slowly taking shape in reality, inch by inch, growing bones and muscles. The main structure of the Konoha Hospital was now discernible, with flying eaves resembling egrets poised to take flight and the columns standing like silent sentinels. It was different from the reinforced concrete in his memory, yet it equally bore the 4 characters sheltering life, causing him to momentarily lose his train of thought. A voice from the doorway interrupted his thoughts, cool and familiar. Tobirama was still wearing the usual blue armor. His heart skipped a beat. Was this a wartime configuration? What kind of battle would erupt today? After all, Tobirama usually only wore casual clothes. I'm just refining the details of the hospital, he said, laying the scroll before Tobirama. Regarding the sterile processing in the operating room, I believe we could add independent disinfection pipelines using Uchiha fire-style ninjas to regularly disinfect with high-temperature chakra. The materials for the instruments are already heat-resistant and theoretically can withstand 300 uses of A-class fire-style ninjutsu for sterilization. Let's look at this first. Tobirama tossed the scroll tied with black rope and sealed with the Senju clan's emblem. The envoy from the Land of Fire arrived this morning, asking us to explain why the school's site disregarded the instructions from the daimyo. Tobirama's fingers paused over the map attached to the document, a region marked in red oil right along the edge of Konoha. What they truly care about is not where the school is, but why we did not dance to the daimyo's tune. His voice had never been so cold. Tobirama's fingertips traced the glossy red circle. How can you be sure? Look here, he flipped the map over, pointing to several shiny fingerprints and unusual oil and wine stains. These nobles have no insight into education. The marked area was on the village edge with no recent development plans around it. It could hardly be called wasteland. Moreover, it was far from the civilian area and the clan land, rendering it pointless to choose that location. They only wished to prove that they still hold power. The air froze for 3 breaths. Tobirama merely rolled up the scroll, his tone devoid of any emotion. Come with me to meet the envoy. Remember, you are just a meeting recorder. The carriage of the envoy from the Land of Fire was parked beneath the Hokage office, and Hashirama unusually did not greet them but stood alone in the yard gazing at the sapling that would never grow tall. In the past, to reflect the relationship between the village and the country, Hashirama always took a very humble stance, almost making Konoha a mere appendage of the nation. Today, however, he even skipped the superficial gestures. Seeing Tobirama arriving with him, Hashirama quickly approached Shinichi inside. "Go, and I have made arrangements," Tobirama said, pulling Hashirama along. "The envoys are still waiting in the meeting room." Shinichi lowered his head and followed behind the two, catching Hashirama's discontented mumble. "Those old geezers again. Last time they asked to cut the medical budget, and now they're interfering with the school's site." Suddenly he recalled half a year ago, when he was just recognized as the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, and this legendary ninja was laughing heartily while holding him. Back then Hashirama's eyes lacked the weary red veins they bore now. The atmosphere in the meeting room was originally not tense. Laughter and cheerful voices could be heard from afar until the three entered. The sound abruptly ceased. 6 elegantly dressed envoys sat on the right side of the long table, the leading elder adorned with the highest-ranking crane feather crown of the Land of Fire's civil officials. Seeing the newcomers, they slowly sipped their tea. Establishing the school in the designated area, the surrounding undeveloped wasteland can be constructed by personnel sent from the capital who can also assist in teaching. Letting ninja children come into contact with the political district from a young age helps cultivate loyalty to the daimyo. Hashirama simply sat at the head of the table in silence. After all, the Hokage was still himself, and if he expressed his stance directly, it would only exacerbate the contradictions between the village and the country. Tobirama, sitting beside Hashirama, tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. "The ninjas of Konoha only pledge loyalty to the village. But the village is ultimately a vassal of the Land of Fire. It is an alliance." Tobirama's voice suddenly turned cold. The teacup on the table lightly trembled. "When Konoha was established, the first Hokage signed an equal treaty with the daimyo." The elder's expression darkened. Shinichi lowered his head to take notes, the charcoal pencil scratching on the paper. The meeting continued until dusk. When Tobirama declared the school site will not be changed, the elder angrily knocked over his teacup and left with the envoys. After exiting the meeting room and watching the envoys head towards there, and Hashirama leaned against the corridor railing, gazing at the near-completed school, the setting sun casting a thin shadow of him. "Brother," Tobirama's voice softened about the school, "I know what to do." Hashirama turned around, his smile somewhat strained. "I just suddenly feel that this village we built seems more fragile than we imagined." He looked at Shinichi, his gaze falling on the scroll in the latter's hands. "Shinichi's ideas can make the village better, right?" Shinichi recalled the playground with slides, padded training grounds, and the specially widened beds in the infirmary within the scroll. "It will." Standing under the eaves of Tobirama's office, Shinichi watched the rainwater flow down the wooden trough into the courtyard's drainage system, a design he improved based on modern municipal engineering which had now been promoted throughout the village. As night fell, while organizing what modern details could still be applied in the newly launched Konoha, Shinichi suddenly heard a quarrel coming from next door. "You know your physical condition." It was Tobirama's voice, restrained with anger. "But those children." Hashirama's voice was weak yet stubborn. "I just want to do something more. If the foundation of the school is reinforced with wood style, then I said to use reinforced concrete." "What is that?" Shinichi's hand holding the brush paused over the scroll. Reinforced concrete was a concept he proposed, yet in the ninja world it could only utilize the nature transformations of fire style and earth style to create similar materials. Currently he had only achieved stage results, and could not promote it on a large scale. He suddenly recalled the definitions of idealists and pragmatists from modern society. It turned out that no matter which world, reform was so difficult. "They are quarreling again." A voice filled with gentle laughter echoed from the doorway. Shuihu entered carrying 2 bowls of steaming miso soup. The white mist curling from the edges blurred the helpless curve of her lips. "Since we started preparing for the new school's matters, this is the 15th time this month." Ching-er took the warm soup bowl, watching as the light seeping through the gap in the adjacent door stretched the shadows of 2 figures in dispute. Suddenly Shuihu gently tapped his arm. "Tobirama has been looking at the scrolls you wrote recently. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them." Ching-er cradled the soup bowl, feeling its warmth gently enveloping his fingertips. The quarrel next door rose and fell. He paused for a moment before nodding. "I just haven't thought it through completely." The completion ceremony for the Konoha Hospital was held in early autumn. When Hashirama personally hung the plaque inscribed with the words, "Konoha Hospital," above the door, the villagers watching erupted in thunderous cheers. Ching-er stood beside Tobirama, watching as curious children swarmed the spiral staircase he designed, their small figures chasing and playing on the spiraling steps, laughter ringing like silver bells. At that moment someone patted his shoulder. "Come with me." Tobirama's voice rang out clearly amidst the clamor, carrying an unyielding tone. They passed through the cheering crowd and entered the deepest secret chamber of the Hokage office. There were no windows in here. The only light came from a few ever-burning lamps on the walls. In the center of the chamber, a plain, enormous scroll lay quietly on a stone platform with the words, "Book of Seals." written in ink across its surface, and nothing else around it. Even the surroundings were simply devoid of the fluctuations of barriers. You need to know this. Tobirama took the Book of Seals and handed it to Ching-er. Not as a ninja but as a builder of Konoha's future. Ching-er's fingertips brushed the cool surface of the scroll, his heart unperturbed. Over the past half-year, having gained Tobirama's recognition, he had actually come into contact with this legendary scroll several times, but had never had the opportunity to read it. As he unfurled the scroll, the techniques recorded in the Book of Seals were far more complex than he had imagined. From Flying Thunder God to Edo Tensei, each page recorded powers capable of overturning common sense. When he turned to the last page, his movements suddenly halted. It was Tobirama's handwriting from his youth. The ink faded with time. The characters were youthful yet powerful. To protect the village, one must study forbidden techniques. Many believe I am obsessed with forbidden techniques. Tobirama's voice echoed in the confined space, carrying a strange resonance. But the real danger has never been the techniques themselves. He pointed to a yellowed piece of paper tucked within the scroll, covered in Hashirama's handwriting. Brother, do not study these anymore. Ching-er suddenly understood those jests about the forbidden technique fanatic, and the dialogue of techniques. Water. No. Forbidden. Were never mere jokes. In this world where ninjas trade their lives for peace, Tobirama chose to bear everything just to allow his brother's ideals to persist. From today onward, you will officially serve as my deputy. 3 days later, Tobirama looked at Ching-er, who had set down the Book of Seals, acknowledging for the first time. You are my brother who can discuss the future and tactics with me. That winter, when snow blanketed Konoha Senju, Hashirama's body collapsed like a mountain. When Ching-er received the news, he was drawing the stage for the first enrollment ceremony of the new ninja school, the charcoal pencil leaving a long mark over the words. Enrollment ceremony. Like an unexpected wound. When he burst into the sick room, the sight before him made him gasp. Shui, who sat on the edge of the bed, her hands maintaining a healing sign, light green chakra enveloping Hashirama's body like a thin mist. Hashirama lay on the pillow, his chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by a harsh wheezing sound. His once jet black hair was now speckled with gray, disheveled against his sweaty forehead. Tsunade shrank in the corner of the room, her most cherished dice cup rolling on the ground. She bit her lip tightly, tearfully gazing at the suddenly unfamiliar grandfather on the bed. Ching-er is here. Hashirama's voice was as thin as a thread, but he forced a smile. Is the school built yet? It will be completed next month. Ching-er grasped the frail hand. The hand that once created all things now could not even make a fist, trembling lightly in his palm like a leaf in the wind. You promised to attend the new opening ceremony. I'm sorry. After a brief cough, Hashirama struggled to speak. If I can't go, see for me. You will go. Shui's voice was gentle yet firm, her hands still working the sign. The Senju clan's vitality will not give in so easily. The door was suddenly pulled open. Tobirama stood outside, his red eyes sweeping over the scene inside, the lines of his jaw taut like a bowstring. He said nothing, just hurried to the bedside, placing his palm on his brother's other shoulder. Ice blue chakra surged from his palm, merging with Shui's emerald light, weaving a dense web of light around Hashirama. That night the lights of the Senju residence remained lit throughout. At dawn, Hashirama's breathing finally calmed. Shui, who slumped in her chair, her face as pale as paper. Tobirama stood by the window, watching the dwindling snow outside, his silhouette appearing exceptionally lonely in the morning light. It's stabilized for now. Shui's voice was hoarse. But his vitality has been overdrawn too severely. Ching-er stood at the door, watching the sleeping Hashirama on the sickbed. The god of ninja's chest rose and fell weakly like an utterly exhausted mortal. The light of the snow outside streamed in, dyeing his suddenly graying hair a vast silver. The snow outside fell heavier, blanketing the face of the first Hokage on Hokage Rock in white. Ching-er stood outside the room, listening to the muffled cries within, suddenly feeling someone stand beside him. He has long known his condition. Tobirama's voice was hoarse, unlike his usual self. Since the day he signed the peace agreement, he has been overextending his vitality to maintain the balance among the nations. Ching-er recalled half a year ago, when Hashirama coughed up blood in the meeting room, remembered his pale face after each use of wood release, and recalled those deliberately overlooked details. It turned out that the so-called god of ninjas was just an ordinary person burning their life for their ideals. News of Hashirama's critical condition spread quietly like an undercurrent. Although Konoha publicly declared that the Hokage merely caught a cold, envoys from various nations began to frequent the borders. In the Hokage office's council chamber, the map on the wall gradually bore marks symbolizing unrest. On the night of the full moon, Ching-er was awakened by an emergency summon. When he stepped into the Hokage office, the clan heads had already gathered in the council chamber. On the large map on the wall, black shuriken representing hostile forces had pierced several key positions along the border. The reconnaissance team from the Cloud Village crossed the border 3 times last week. Tobirama's finger struck heavily on the territory of the Land of Lightning. The Sand Village closed 3 border trade posts, and the Rock Village dispatched 2 more squads to the border of the Land of Earth. The atmosphere in the council chamber was tense. The candlelight flickered, casting mottled shadows on the faces of the clan leaders. Finally someone broke the silence. "We must display our military might. Otherwise they really think that after the first Hokage falls, Konoha will be left without anyone. Our forces need time to prepare." Tobirama's voice was as cold as a blade. "The school and hospital are just established. The new generation needs time." "Time?" An Uchiha Jonin suddenly stood up. "Will the enemy give us time? We should never have squandered resources on those buildings." Ching-Er suddenly recalled the late night when he submitted the first school design. Under the oil lamp, Tobirama had once said to him, "What the ninja world needs is not war but education." At this moment the second heir of the Senju stood at the center of the candlelight, his back straight like a solitary peak. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Ching-Er. "The meeting is adjourned." Tobirama put away the map. Ching-Er stayed behind. When only the two remained in the council chamber, Ching-Er unfurled the scroll he had long prepared. It was a defense system diagram drawn according to modern military theory, with different colored blocks clearly marking warning lines, buffer zones, and strategic points. "What is this?" Tobirama's gaze suddenly narrowed when it touched the words. "Radar early warning system." Ching-Er pointed to the observation tower positions on the map. "If we can unite the Hyuga clan and the Yamanka clan." "Absolutely impossible." Tobirama cut him off. "The Hyuga clan will never send a large number of clan members to disperse along the borders, and as for the other clan, but this technique can be used as a substitute." Ching-Er took out a new scroll from his ninja tool pouch which depicted a surveillance system improved from the telescopic technique. It doesn't require Byakugan and can monitor anomalies within several kilometers. However, it requires a large number of ninjas to maintain, and needs particularly high chakra control capabilities. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting the 2 shadows onto the defense diagram. Ching-Er suddenly realized that he was no longer the bystander who had crossed over. In this world thick with the clouds of war, he had become like Tobirama, a shield to protect Konoha. "Training for the monitoring team will begin tomorrow." Tobirama put away the scroll, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Also bring me the design for the amusement park." "My brother has always been concerned about this matter. Although we cannot directly act due to the movements of various nations, at least let him rest easy." On the morning of the 7th day since the design was presented, Konoha was enveloped in an unusual silence. When Ching-Er completed the outline for the first training of the monitoring team, dawn had yet to break outside. He rubbed his sore eyes, preparing to send the draft to the Hokage office. The corridor was empty, with only the morning wind passing through the eaves, carrying the unique crispness of early winter. The door to the Hokage office was slightly ajar. When Ching-Er approached, he vaguely heard muffled breathing from inside. He hesitated to push the door open, seeing Tobirama with his back to the door standing in the center of the office. That figure, always as straight as a pine, was now slightly hunched. "Lord Tobirama." There was no response. Ching-Er moved to the front, his words falling silent. Tobirama's hand gripped a roll of blueprints, the design for the amusement park, the edges crumpled from his grip. His other hand pressed against the table's edge, his knuckles pale. But what made Ching-Er's heart stop was Tobirama's expression. That face, always stern as if carved from stone, bore no expression at this moment. No anger, no sadness, not even the usual sharpness. Only a vacant, near-void calmness. Yet deep within those red eyes something had completely extinguished, like a burnt-out candlewick leaving only cold ashes. "My brother." Tobirama spoke, his voice terrifyingly steady. "Last night I went to his room to discuss the amusement park's location." He paused, his gaze falling on the blueprint in his hand. He said, "He wanted it to be built where it could see Hokage Rock. That way, when the children play, they can look up and see the future of Konoha. And he would always be watching over Konoha's future." The blueprint slipped from Tobirama's fingers, floating gently to the ground. Ching-Er saw the doodles of smiling faces drawn in a childish hand on the blueprint, which Hashirama had secretly added a few days ago when he was feeling a bit better. "I argued with him about the safety hazards of the location." Tobirama continued, his tone still steady. He said, "Tobirama sometimes believe in the luck of children." And then he smiled. Tobirama's gaze turned to the window where the morning light was piercing through the clouds, shining on the statue of the first Hokage on Hokage Rock. "I told him to rest well and we would discuss it again in the afternoon. I just brought the revised proposal to find him." The words broke off here. Tobirama slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the void calm in his red eyes shattered, revealing an unfathomable cold hollow. He no longer has a breath. The morning wind swept into the room, lifting the blueprints from the floor. The sketch with the smiling face flipped in the wind, ultimately gently resting atop the scroll on the table. Outside, Konoha slowly awakened in the morning light. Early rising merchants unloaded their door panels, mothers called their children to get up, and the training ground echoed with the shouts of young ninjas. The world continued to turn as if nothing had changed. Only in this office did time remain forever frozen at an unnoticed moment. Ching-er stood there watching as Tobirama slowly straightened his body. That hunched figure regained its usual cold and rigid stance. But Ching-er knew that something had forever changed. Go notify Shuehu. Tobirama's voice resumed its usual coldness, even colder than before. Then, summon the clan heads. He bent down to pick up the blueprints from the ground, carefully smoothing each crease, rolling up the sketch with the smiling face solemnly, and placing it in his bosom. The amusement park. Tobirama gazed out at the rising sun, his voice so faint it was almost inaudible. It will be built. As the morning light fully flooded the room, the door to the Hokage office slowly closed. Inside, Tobirama began writing the first document issued under the name of the second Hokage. Outside, Ching-er stood in the corridor, hearing the sounds of a new day beginning in Konoha from afar. He suddenly remembered the unfinished words Hashirama had said while ill. Look after. Look after what? The completion of the school. The laughter of children. Watch how this village built with their lives continues to grow towards the sun in their absence. In the morning breeze, Ching-er walked towards the Senju residence. His steps were initially heavy but then gradually became firm. Passing by the training ground, he saw the first batch of young ninjas exercising in the morning, their faces still youthful, but their eyes already held a different ambition. It turned out that so-called peace could never be forged merely by ideals. It required someone to draw up blueprints, someone to build fortifications, someone to light lamps in the long night, and someone to quietly burn out their own light before dawn. And at this moment the long night was not over, dawn had yet to arrive. But the lights must continue to shine. Perhaps it was truly time to do something. In the autumn of the 17th year of the Leaf Village, a year had passed since the death of Senju Hashirama. While the morning mist had yet to dissipate, Ching-er was already standing on the watchtower of the ninja school overlooking the entire campus. The three-story main teaching building was designed with modern school structures in mind, extending training grounds and a library on both the east and west sides, with a statue of Hashirama standing tall in the central square, its gentle visage seeming to still gaze upon the land he had dreamed of. This statue was carved by Ching-er himself. After Hashirama's passing, Ching-er finally came to deeply understand the fervent desire to grow stronger, the intense wish to change this world. That night the long-accumulated lottery chances were all consumed, directly elevating the beginner's prize pool to the intermediate one. With the system's rewards in terms of paper strength disregarding real combat experience, it was no exaggeration to say that Ching-er had already surpassed Senju Tobirama. System attribute panel. Ching-er noticed that there was no one around and gently called out in his heart. Name: Sandao Ching-er. Age 17. Identity: brother of the second Hokage. Physique: undying body of the death god. Mode 1. Skills: chakra refinement technique, chakra extraction technique, body flicker technique, flying Raijin Rasengan, multi-shadow clone technique, telescope technique, mutual explosive tag technique, 8 gates, impure world reincarnation, improved version, self reincarnation, expand. Chakra medium, comparable to the chakra of tailed beasts, the road ahead is still long. Chakra: nature's wind, earth, fire, water, lightning, wood. Ninja rank: Jonin. System package: Hashirama cells, Abitos, Sharingan, Minatos, Kunai, Abitos, Mask, Ikaraku's ramen, silver coins, 999999, expand. Lottery chances 0, accumulated draws 9564. Sign in: yes, no. Looking at the dramatically altered panel information, Ching-er's eyes sparkled. During this year he had not only refrained from frequently showcasing his presence in Konoha, but had also begun to gradually fade from people's view. In the eyes of the people of Konoha, he was merely a somewhat capable genin. Most of the time he remained in the shadows, the brother of the great Tobirama, and a gentle elder whom Tsunade was close to. The reason for this was that Ching-er had little hope for the development of Konoha. Although some of Konoha's constructions, after fading from the spotlight, were still based on Ching-er's suggestions, they were publicly credited to Senju Tobirama, and most were focused on civilian affairs rather than ninja management. Everything had to start from the moment Hashirama passed away. After the dust of the funeral settled, Konoha completed its power transition in silence. There were no grand ceremonies, no lengthy proclamations. Even the Uchiha clan, who were at odds with Tobirama, made no significant noise about this matter. Since ascending to power, Tobirama had enacted a series of measures such as establishing the Konoha Guard, constructing a prison, dividing different administrative regions and ninja departments by function, and setting up the Umbu to increase the authority of the Hokage. The implementation of these measures indeed allowed Konoha to exhibit a vigorous vitality even amid the ninja world being on edge due to the rumors of Hashirama's death. Even under Ching-er's reminders, the current Konoha Guard saw participation from other clans. Tobirama's attitude towards the Uchiha had noticeably improved compared to the original story, not only accepting the genius Uchiha Kagami as a disciple but also teaching ninjutsu without holding back. However, as time passed, cracks would inevitably appear. As someone who had seen the script, Ching-er understood the development of events, but being an ordinary person in this world even with a certain degree of influence, he could not resolve clan conflicts in a short time. Moreover, knowing the script did not allow Ching-er to understand people's hearts. In the internal struggles of the clans, Konoha's problems had not seen significant changes compared to the original story. Perhaps the decision-makers of each clan still came from the remnants of the old era, making it impossible to accept true reform in many matters. Noticing the issues of clan disputes, Tobirama proposed the suggestion to abolish the clans during a meeting. This was the first time Tobirama faced obvious opposition from the vast majority of the clans in Konoha. Even the clans that had always firmly supported the Hokage remained unusually silent concerning this resolution, allowing the other clans to voice their opposition, which indicated their attitude. The meeting ended on an unhappy note. That night, Ching-er stood before Tobirama, who was seated behind the desk, the pen in his hand remaining untouched for a long time. "They do not lack understanding of reason," Ching-er said softly. "They simply do not trust. Trust takes time," Tobirama replied, putting down the pen. "But what we lack the most is time." At that moment, Ching-er, who had rarely deviated from Tobirama's words over the years, spoke directly. "Brother." Sensing that Ching-er had called out and then stopped, Tobirama knew that Ching-er was about to express some particularly stubborn opinions. Just like the significant reforms made in the village before, these had all been indicated by Ching-er's attitude regarding the importance of the matters, and the final developments indeed validated Ching-er's correctness. Thus Tobirama set aside his official duties. Yet this time Ching-er's silence lingered a bit longer. "Did I make a mistake?" Tobirama walked to the window looking at the village. Ching-er also walked to the window, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tobirama. Below, the village was being bathed in the twilight, smoke rising from cooking fires, and young ninjas were still training in the training grounds. Everything appeared so peaceful, so solid. Yet they both understood that beneath this tranquility lay countless deep fissures. "You did not make a mistake," Ching-er finally said. "It's just too early. Too early. The shift in people's hearts takes time. The establishment of trust requires opportunities and even more. A price." Ching-er's voice was soft. "Perhaps we must wait until this generation has aged, until the next generation, the children who grow up in the ninja school, become the backbone, until external pressures force them to band together for survival. Only then will your vision be accepted." Tobirama remained silent for a long time. "So my elder brother back then," he said slowly, "was not unable to foresee these things, but rather knew that urgency would not help. The first Hokage bridged the deepest rifts with his personal charisma," Ching-er stated. "But personal charisma cannot be inherited. Systems can be, but establishing a system requires the compromise and adaptation of one generation or even several generations. The simplest way now is to forcibly merge." That was the first time Ching-er showcased his strength to Tobirama. Although Tobirama was surprised for quite some time, he did not suspect anything due to the issues related to the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. After all, everything Ching-er did aimed to push Konoha toward a better future, and no one would send such talent out as a spy. However, Tobirama did not want the village that his elder brother had worked hard to create to experience internal strife, especially in this turbulent era of the ninja world. After that day, Ching-er began to consciously withdraw from Konoha's administrative affairs. He would still submit scrolls late at night, still offer suggestions, but he no longer attended public meetings or participated in policy discussions. In the eyes of the public, he gradually retreated to a vague position. Tobirama's brother, a somewhat capable but inconspicuous genin, a gentle elder who occasionally played with Tsunade. Only a very few knew the truth. For instance, Mito. One afternoon, she was pouring tea for Ching-er in the tea room and suddenly said softly, "You've hidden yourself away." Ching-er accepted the teacup, the steam enveloping his face. "Some things are more useful hidden than displayed openly," he replied. "Because being too conspicuous turns one into a target." "Because." Ching-er paused. "I do not wish to become another brother Hashirama." Mito's hand paused slightly. She raised her head, her deep eyes gazing deeply at Ching-er. "The brilliance of your elder brother is too dazzling." Ching-er swirled the teacup in his hand. "So dazzling that everyone relies on him, believing that as long as he is present all problems can be resolved. Yet when he falls, what remains is not merely a vacancy but a paralyzing panic." He raised his eyes. "That is the panic that brother is now facing. People are comparing him to his elder brother, questioning how to survive in a world without a god. If I were to step onto the stage at this moment and showcase some possibility of a substitute, it would split Konoha." Mito completed his thought. "It would stir people's hearts and cause the already fragile balance to collapse completely." Ching-er nodded. Thus I must hide away, assisting in the shadows while disappearing in the light. Until the moment when I am truly needed to stand out. When will that moment be? Chang'er gazed out the window. The autumn sky was high and clear, but at the edge of his sight it seemed that dark clouds were gathering. When the war begins, he said. Chang'er's thoughts were pulled back to reality by the sound of footsteps. As he descended the last step of the watchtower, he saw Uchiha Jing standing below. The young Uchiha prodigy wore a Jonin uniform, and the clan's fan emblem on his back was clearly visible in the sunlight. Lord Chang'er. Jing nodded politely. Lord Feijian requests your presence at the Hokage's office. Although Chang'er held no official position in Mai as the younger brother of the second fire shadow, his status still surpassed that of most. He wielded no real power, but basic courtesy was extended by all. Urgent. Jing's expression grew grave. Border reports indicate that Cloud Hidden's vanguard has crossed the line. Chang'er's steps faltered. He looked up, gazing toward the fire shadow rock. The statue of the first shadow stood silently beside the second on the cliff, its face unusually serene in the morning light. What was destined to come had finally arrived. He adjusted his collar, and the genin forehead protector caught the sunlight, reflecting a faint gleam. Although after mastering ninjutsu, the system's evaluation had finally moved beyond genin and even now reached the level of elite jonin, Chang'er, who had always kept a low profile in the village, maintained his status as a genin. Let's go, Chang'er said. The two walked through the academy, one behind the other. In the training ground, students were still practicing shuriken throwing, the crisp clatter ringing out with vitality. The library doors had just opened, and early arriving students walked in and out with scrolls in hand. Everything was so ordinary, so peaceful. But Chang'er knew that from today such daily life would become a luxury. The door of the Hokage's office was ajar. When he pushed it open, several people had already gathered inside. Feijian and the clan leader stood before a map, while the elite of the younger generation, Yuan Fei, Risen Jitsuin, Tuanzeng, Chiodao Tsufeng, and others, stood on either side. Everyone's faces were taut. On the map, a glaring red kunai was stuck at the northeastern border of the fire country. At 4 in the morning, 2 cloud-hidden squadrons crossed the border of hot water country, advancing 5 kilometers into fire country. Fijian's voice was low. Their route leads straight to the northeastern border fortress. According to speed estimates, contact will occur by evening at the latest. What about Sand Hidden? Jitsuin Tuanzeng asked. No movement for now, but observation posts on the southwestern border report that Sand Hidden's forces completed their assembly last night. Fijian's finger traced across the map. Rock Hidden. Their movements are unclear, but large-scale earth release techniques have been detected in the grass country. The room fell into dead silence. So, Yuan Fei Risen said slowly. Is it total war? It's the first Shinobi World War. Feijian corrected. His gaze swept across everyone present. Cloud Hidden takes the lead, Sand Hidden watches for an opportunity, and Rock Hidden waits to see. If we show any weakness, they will swarm like wolves and tear Mai apart. He turned, placing both hands on the table. From now on, Mai enters a state of total war. All missions are cancelled, all ninjas are to be recalled. Issue preliminary mobilization orders to the clans. A war council will be held in 15 minutes. Orders were issued one after another. The people in the office moved swiftly. Scrolls unfurled and rolled up, and messenger ninjas flashed in and out of the doorway. Chang'er stood in the corner watching quietly. When the last order was given and only he and Feijian remained in the office, the second fire shadow slowly sank back into his chair, rubbing his brow. You saw this coming, didn't you? Feijian said without looking up. I foresaw war, but not so soon. Chang'er walked to the map, gazing at the red kunai. Cloud Hidden is in such a hurry to act. It means they have internal pressure too. A change in regime requires a victory to consolidate power, Feijian said. The new Kazekage of Sand Hidden is the same. As for Mu, that young man has never been content to just watch. Chang'er lightly tapped his finger on Mui's position on the map. How much time do we have? At most 3 days. Feijian raised his eyes. If we can't stop Cloud Hidden's first wave in 3 days, Sand Hidden and Rock Hidden will strike simultaneously. If that happens, we'll be fighting on 3 fronts, and even Mai can't hold out. Who is leading the border defense at the northeast? The father of Chimu, Shuomao Chimu Zuyun. He has 2 battalions, 120 men. But Cloud Hidden's vanguard alone has 200, with at least 3 more battalions following behind. The disparity in forces was stark. But Chang'er knew this wasn't the worst of it. The worst was the hearts of men, the cracks hidden beneath the peaceful surface, the clans that had remained silent at the council table, the trust that could shatter under the weight of war. What do you need me to do? Chang'er asked. Feijian was silent for a long time. The sunlight outside the window grew brighter, flooding the office with light, yet both their faces were shrouded in shadow. Finally, the second fire shadow spoke slowly. I have no requests. Go do what you want. Chang'er looked up. I know you've been hiding something. Fijian's gaze was sharp as a blade. And I know why you've hidden it. But now whether to continue hiding is your own decision. He stood up and walked to Chang'er. Two men of similar height faced each other. One wore the fire shadow's robe, the other a mere genin forehead protector. Yet in their eyes there was a shared understanding. On the night before my brother's death, he said to me. Fijian's voice was very soft. Chang'er will step forward when he is most needed. I asked him why he was so certain. He said, because he saw the burning flame in Chang'er's eyes. Chang'er remained silent. Now is the time of need, Fijian said. Not as the fire shadow's deputy, not as my brother, but as yourself. Show everyone that Mui's foundation is deeper than they imagine. The office door was knocked. An ANBU ninja knelt outside. Second Lord, the clan leaders have all arrived. The war council can begin at any time. They'll be right there, Fijian replied. The ANBU withdrew. Fijian gave Chang'er one last look, then turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold he paused without looking back. Don't let my brother down. The door closed softly. Chang'er was alone in the office. Sunlight slanted in through the window, cutting bright patches on the floor. In the distance the shouts of academy students during morning training echoed, youthful and full of energy. He walked to the window, looking down at the bustling Mai below. On the streets ninjas were rapidly assembling from the hospital direction. Medical teams carried supply crates across the square. This was a village fighting for survival. And also a village fighting for an ideal. Chang'er closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, a faint golden light flickered in his gaze, the faint radiance of immense chakra surging through his body. He raised his hand, palm upward. A wisp of chakra gathered at his fingertips, shifting forms, first flames, then water, then lightning, wind, rock. Finally settling into a delicate wooden cherry blossom. The simplified version of would release flower tree world descend. One of Zujian's most iconic techniques. The cherry blossom spun slowly in his palm, then dissolved into specks of light. System. Chang'er murmured in his mind. Daily check-in. Ding. Detected current location, Fire Shadow World, my hidden village, Fire Shadow office. Detected current event before the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War. Special environmental bonus activated. Check-in successful. Received lottery attempts 30. Detected host cumulative draws reached 10000 times. Lottery attempt reward limit has been reset. Intermediate prize pool upgraded to advanced prize pool. Upgrade reward being distributed. Random-tailed beast summoning ticket. 1 can summon a random-tailed beast to descend. Note from another shinobi world. The light screen slowly faded before his eyes. He turned and walked toward the office door. His hand paused on the handle for a second. Then he pushed it open and stepped into the corridor. The windows on both sides were open, and the autumn wind rushed in, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and distant mountains. In the square below, Feijian was already making his final address. The elites of the Rishiang, Niliang, Shanzhong, Qiudao, and Yuni clans all bore solemn expressions, but their eyes were resolute. This was the power of Mai. Scattered it was countless streams, when truly gathered it was a tidal wave. After Feijian entered the war council room, Chang'er descended the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. When he stepped into the square, several ninjas who recognized him cast surprised glances. Why was the reclusive, younger brother of Lord Feijian appearing in such a place? He ignored the stairs and walked straight toward the war council room. At the entrance he met Gangsho, who was hurrying over. The teenage girl was beside Chehu, her face still bearing an innocent look. Seeing Chang'er, her eyes lit up. Third grandpa. Chang'er lowered his head, ruffling Gang's hair. Are you afraid? A little, Gang's Ho admitted honestly. But grandma says that dad and grandpa will protect us. We will, Chang'er said softly. Everyone will. He straightened up and nodded to Shuehu. Shuehu gave him a deep look but said nothing, simply leading Gang's Ho toward the only remaining Qianzhou estate. Chang'er watched their figures disappear around the street corner, then turned and pushed open the door to the war council room. Inside, all eyes instantly focused on him. Feijian stood at the head of the table, a barely perceptible hint of amusement flickering in his crimson eyes. Uchiha Jing's eyes widened slightly. Yuanfei risen, frowned, and the other clan leaders exchanged confused glances. Chang'er walked to the center of the room. Under the gaze of everyone, he removed the genin forehead protector from his waist and formally tied it around his forehead. Then from his ninja tool pouch he produced a special mask. The mask's design was modeled after the death god of the Xuanhua clan's legend, but with the forehead area exposed to show the protector. Chang'er Sandao, he announced, his voice clear and calm, reaching every corner of the room. I request to join the Northeastern Border Defense Force and form a special support unit. A brief silence. Then Feijian spoke. Reason. Because I am proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, Chang'er said. It allows me to reach any battlefield, instantly create chaos in enemy ranks, rescue trapped comrades, and... He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Show our enemies that Mui's foundation is deeper than they imagine. At first some who were less informed wanted to speak until Chang'er unleashed a mere fraction of his current chakra's power. It lasted only 2 breaths, then he reined in his aura and stood there. The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone understood the subtext of his words and truly felt that this was no empty talk. This was not a genuine plea for battle, it was a declaration from a long-hidden powerhouse. Uchiha Jing was the first to react. He stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Uchiha Jing requests to accompany Lord Chang'er. Yuan Fei Risen requests to accompany. Jitsu and Tuanzang requests to accompany. One by one the young elites rose. They didn't ask why Chang'er could use the Flying Thunder God technique, they didn't question his strength. They simply expressed their most direct trust through action. Fei Jian watched this scene, his emotions complex and unreadable. There was relief, awe, and a hint of release. Approved, the second Fire Shadow finally said. Chang'er Sandao appointed as captain of the Northeastern Front Special Operations Unit. Uchiha Jing Yuan Fei's Washujitsuan Tuanzang Chiodao Tsufeng Nara Lujian Shanzhong Tsuju. You 6 will be assigned to this unit. Depart immediately. Yes, sir. 7 voices replied in unison. Chang'er turned and walked toward the meeting room door. Before crossing the threshold he looked back at the map on the wall. The red kunai was still stuck in the northeastern border like a bleeding wound. But soon someone would come to heal it. He pushed open the door, and the autumn sunlight surged in, stretching his shadow long. Behind him the young ninjas filed out, their forehead protectors gleaming in the sun. On the streets the villagers of Mai spontaneously made way. They watched as this special unit crossed the square and headed toward the village gate. No one cheered, no one shouted. Only a silent, solemn gaze. At the checkpoint before the village gate Chang'er stopped. He looked up one last time at the Fire Shadow Rock. The statue of Qianshou Zhujian stood silently in the sunlight, its face gentle, its gaze seeming to transcend time, falling upon them at this moment. Brother Zhujian, Chang'er murmured in his heart. The future you saw. I will bring it to life in my own way. Then he turned to look at the young companions behind him. 6 pairs of eyes watched him, with trust, hope, and the unique tension and excitement of youth facing an impending battle. Half an hour for final preparations. Then we gather at the Mai main gate. We will head directly to the border to join the operation. Half an hour later. 7 figures vanished into the distance along the road to the northeastern border. Behind them Mui's lanterns lit up one by one in the autumn morning light like a sea of stars that never went out. War had begun, and the guardians were already on their way. The northeastern border unfolded in the autumn wilderness, a land redefined by war. When Chang'er and his 6 companions arrived at the frontline camp, the setting sun was dyeing the distant mountains blood red. The air was thick with the smell of scorched earth, rust, and the lingering scent of blood. The camp was built on a gentle slope backed by a rock face with crude tents stretching like gray mushrooms. The groans of the wounded came intermittently from the medical tent. However, Mui's medical technology had developed early, so the overall casualty rate was not too high. Shimu Zuyin greeted them in front of the command tent. The white-haired elite ninja had his left arm bandaged with blood seeping through the gauze, but his posture remained as straight as a blade. You arrived half a day earlier than expected. Zuyin's gaze swept over the 7, lingering for a moment on Chang'er's face. He noticed the special forehead protector with golden patterns but asked nothing. The situation is worse than the intelligence suggested. Yunyin's vanguard force is not 200 but 300. And they brought powerful ninja tools. And... has the Laying mobilized? Yuan Fei Risen asked in a low voice. Yes. Shimu Zuyin turned and lifted the tent flap. Yesterday afternoon the first generation Laying, relying on the lightning release chakra mode, directly broke through the defensive emplacements. Of the 23 men stationed there, only 7 returned and 6 of them can no longer serve as shinobi. Inside the tent it was dim. The central sand table was filled with markers representing the enemy and our positions. To the northeast the black flags representing Yunin were deeply wedged into the territory of the fire country like a festering wound. Their tactics are clear. Zuyin's finger traced across the sand table. A feint from the front flank infiltration and using elite units to surgically eliminate our defensive nodes. In one day we lost 4 observation posts and 2 supply lines were cut off. Is the Yunin commander the Laying? Jitsuin Tuanzang asked. The first generation Laying Yuai. Zuyun confirmed, and the air in the tent seemed to grow colder. The first generation Laying. His lightning release chakra mode has been cultivated to the point where it can withstand a rank ninjutsu. Yesterday he personally led the charge and our defense line was torn open with a huge gap by him alone. The young shinobi exchanged glances. Even the proudest Yuzhibo Jing now wore a solemn expression. "What is our mission?" Chang'er spoke. His voice was calm, forming a subtle contrast with the oppressive atmosphere inside the tent. Chimu Zuiyan looked at him, paused for a few seconds, then said, "Lord Fijian's order is that you as a special action team have autonomous combat authority. But I hope you do one thing." His finger pointed to a red marker surrounded by black flags on the sand table. "Retake observation point 3. That area controls 1/3 of the entire northeastern battlefield's vision. Losing it is like losing one eye. When do we move?" "As soon as possible," Zuiyan said. "Yunin just occupied it, and their defense system is not yet complete. Moreover, according to the shinobi who escaped, they detected an abnormal energy reaction in the observation posts." "Abnormal? Hard to say. It seems like some kind of large ceiling formula, or perhaps..." Zuiyan paused. "The chakra of a tailed beast." The tent fell into dead silence. At midnight, 7 figures swept across the wilderness like ghosts. There was no moonlight, clouds hung low, and only sporadic campfires from the distant camp flickered in the darkness. Chang'er rushed at the front, his perception fully open, a powerful sense inherited from the Xuanhua clan. Every fluctuation of chakra was clearly discernible. 800 meters ahead, 2 Yunin sentries," he said in a low voice, making a gesture with his right hand behind his back. Neilong Lijian's shadow silently merged into the ground, spreading forward like a black stream. 30 seconds later, 2 barely audible thuds came from the distant darkness. "Cleared," Lijian's voice came through Shanzhong Kuzi's mental link. The 7 continued forward. This was their first real combat cooperation, but they worked together, as if they had fought side by side for years. Fijian's policy of clan-crossing cooperation applied to the new generation trained in the ninja academy was beginning to show results. Yuzhibo Jing's Sharingan glowed faintly in the dark, perceiving all chakra flow. Qiu Dao Qufeng's massive body moved with cat-like lightness. Jitsuan Tuanzang's wind release was ready to tear apart any sudden obstacle. Observation point 3 was built on top of a hill. The original Mai watchtower had been half destroyed, its ruins in the night like the skeleton of a giant beast. Around the tower, new temporary fortifications of Yunin had been erected. 6 shinobi were on duty by the bonfire, and inside the tower there were at least 20 chakra signatures. "More than estimated," Yuanfei Risen said in a low voice. "Split into 2 groups," Chang'er said. "Jing Risen Tuanzang, you launch a feint from the front. Chu Feng Lu Jian Chu Zhu, follow me to infiltrate from the west side. Remember, the primary target is the abnormal energy source inside the tower. Retaking the observation point is secondary." "Understood." Yuzhibo Jing's Sharingan spun. He formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and then, fire, release, great fire dragon technique. 3 fire dragons roared out of the darkness, charging straight at the main entrance of the observation point. Almost simultaneously, Yuanfei Risen's fire release fire dragon flame bomb struck the fortifications from another side, and Jitsuan Tuanzang's wind release vacuum wave amplified the fire's power several times. The explosion of fire instantly tore through the night sky, and Yunyin's alarm wailed shrilly. "Enemy attack!" Chang'er and his 3 companions slipped through the western breach amid the chaos. Qiu Dao Qufeng expanded into a 3-meter giant, shattering the rock-built barricade with one punch. Neilong Lijian's shadow snaked like a living thing, entangling 3 charging Yunin. Shanzhong Zizhu closed his eyes and concentrated his mind-body switch technique, instantly taking control of the sentry on the top floor of the tower. And Chang'er. He vanished. When he reappeared, he was already atop the watchtower. 2 Yunin elite ninjas had just reacted when they saw a black shadow flash before their eyes. Before they could even form hand seals, their throats were slit by kunai. No screams, no struggle. Only the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. Chang'er did not pause. He ascended the stairs, his perception locked onto the abnormal energy source at the top. The higher he went, the thicker the chakra in the air became, carrying a certain unsettling agitation. The door at the top floor was sealed with a heavy sealing formula. Chang'er pressed his hand against the door, and a faint green light glowed from his palm, would release seal breaking. The sealing formula melted away like snow, and the door slid open silently. This was a technique Chang'er had developed himself after mastering wood release based on the sealing arts of the Xuanhua clan. There was no light in the room, but in the center stood an orange-yellow container resembling a jar. Perhaps others would not recognize it, but as a person who had seen the script, Gibi naturally knew it was one of the 6 paths tools, the amber purifying vessel. Even worse, the amber purifying vessel contained a dark red chakra sealed inside. In Chang'er's perception, the violent, hateful aura was unmistakable. He had felt it before at the Valley of the End. Tailed beast chakra. Footsteps came from outside the door. Chang'er turned and saw 5 Yunin shinobi rushing into the room. The leader was a one-eyed giant with a scar running from his forehead to his jaw. My rat," the one-eyed shinobi sneered. "Didn't think you'd have the guts to sneak here." Chang'er did not answer. His gaze swept over the 2 elite ninjas, 3 special elite ninjas, a standard elite squad configuration. Kill him! The one-eyed shinobi waved. Lightning release Earth Run. Lightning release Lightning Ball. Lightning release False Darkness. 3 lightning release techniques sealed off all escape routes from different angles. But Ching-Er did not retreat at all. He raised his hand and formed the simplest seal, wood release wood wall. A wooden wall shot up from the floor, blocking all the lightning release techniques. Under the astonished gazes of the Yunin, the wall split open and Ching-Er walked out, now holding a mask in his hand. Pure white with narrow eye slits, and the forehead piece was not covered. The forehead protector worn was that of Mai. He slowly put the mask on his face, his movements as calm as if attending a tea party. Playing tricks. The one-eyed shinobi roared, drawing a large blade from his back. Lightning release chakra coiled around the blade, emitting a piercing hum. He charged the blade, falling like a thunderbolt. Then he saw the masked man raise his right hand, gently pointing a finger. No hand seals, no fluctuation of ninjutsu. But the blade stopped 3 inches from the masked man's forehead, as if cutting into an invisible swamp. The one-eyed shinobi's eyes widened as he saw tiny wooden sprouts growing on his blade. The sprouts grew wildly, instantly wrapping around the entire blade, then spreading along his arm. He tried to let go, but his fingers were already fixed by the wooden vines. He wanted to scream, but wood also grew from his throat. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, a Yunin elite shinobi turned into a lifelike wooden statue. Would release seal wooden bone sculpture. The remaining 4 Yunin stood frozen. Fear poured into their bones like ice water. The masked man turned to them. The white mask gleamed with an eerie luster in the dim blue light, and behind the eye slits a faint golden light seemed to flow. Monster! One of them broke down and turned to flee. But as soon as his foot took a step, he found the ground had turned into wood. Countless wooden spikes burst from the floor, impaling him in midair. No blood, no pain. The wooden spikes fused with his flesh the moment they pierced, turning him into another wooden statue. The second man tried to form hand seals for a ninjutsu. Halfway through the seals, his fingers suddenly refused to obey. Looking down, he saw his fingertips were turning woody, and the change was spreading toward his wrist at a visible speed. No! He desperately tried to cut off his own hand with a kunai, but as soon as the kunai was raised, his entire arm had completely turned into wood. The lignification did not stop, it continued to spread to his torso. 10 seconds later, a third wooden statue appeared in the room. The remaining 2 stood back to back, trembling all over. They were veterans who had experienced countless life and death battles, but what was happening before them defied all reason. No battle, no confrontation, only one-sided transformation. What are you? One asked hoarsely. Ching-Er did not answer. He simply raised his hand palm up. The ground beneath the 4th man suddenly softened, turning into a wooden swamp. He tried to leap, but countless wooden vines reached out from the swamp, wrapping around his ankles, waist, and arms. Struggle was futile. The vines gently but firmly dragged him into the depths of the wood, leaving only a terrified face frozen on the surface, an eternal work of art. The last man knelt down. Please! He cried, tears and snot streaming. I was just following orders. I have a family. His words stopped abruptly. A wooden spike shot up from the ground, piercing his heart precisely. No pain, because the moment it entered, the wood fused with his heart, and life quietly extinguished in the transformation. 5 wooden statues stood in the room, each in a different pose, their expressions forever frozen in the terror of their final moments. Ching-Er walked among them and approached the amber purifying vessel. He reached out and pressed his hand on the amber purifying vessel. Tailed Beast Sealing Technique. A sealing technique unique to the Xuanhua clan, which Ching-Er now executed with fluidity without any lag. The tailed beast chakra inside the amber purifying vessel let out a silent shriek, but the massive chains materialized by the sealing technique extracted, transformed, and absorbed those violent energies. 3 minutes later, the amber purifying vessel sat quietly, seemingly without any threat. Ching-Er withdrew his hand. Beneath the mask, his breathing was slightly rapid. Absorbing tailed beast chakra was more draining than expected, but the enhancement was also obvious. He could feel that his chakra had increased a bit more. After years of settling, the opportunity to clearly sense chakra growth had almost disappeared. Explosions came from downstairs. Yuan Fei risen and the others were still carrying out their feint. Ching-Er walked to the window and saw that the battle outside the observation point had reached a fever pitch. Yuzibo Jing's eyes seemed to be bleeding. Each ninjutsu released precisely, hitting several Yunin. Xiudao Qufeng's expanded fists slammed into the ground, sending tremors through the entire hill. Neong Lijian's shadow controlled a large area, while Jitsuan Tuanzang's wind release reaped like a scythe. Meanwhile, Yunin reinforcements were pouring in from all directions. The figure of Yeyue Ai appeared in the distance, his body wrapped in violent lightning released chakra, scorching and cracking the ground wherever he passed. Ching-Er closed his eyes. His perception spread, covering the entire battlefield. 327 Yunin chakra signatures. 47 My signatures including the relief force brought by Chimuzuyan. The enemitous ratio exceeded 7 to 1. He opened his eyes and took out 12 specially made kunai from his tool pouch. The blades were engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique formula and the handles had small might talismans. He raised his hand and threw the kunai one by one. The kunai cut through the night sky landing at 12 key positions on the battlefield. Then he formed hand seals. Flying Thunder God 12 consecutive flashes. Yayoi AI who was charging seemed to sense something. Lightning release chakra exploded on his fist as he swung but he did not feel the usual sensation of hitting a human body. He hit air. No, not air. His fist passed through something wooden. AI looked closely and saw that he had struck a suddenly appearing wooden statue. The wooden statue was shaped like a Yunin shinobi forming hand seals, its expression lifelike, even the terror, and its eyes vividly detailed. What the? Before he finished speaking a scream came from his left. AI turned and saw one of his subordinates turning into wood. Not attacked by wood release but lignifying from within. The skin cracked revealing the wooden texture, underneath the eyes turned into wood grain, the mouth opened but no sound came out, only wood chips drifted from the throat. 3 seconds a living shinobi turned into a wooden statue. Another scream came from the right. Another subordinate was impaled by wooden spikes that suddenly burst from the ground. The spikes grew and branched inside his body, emerging from his 7 orifices, pinning him into a grotesque work of art. A shinobi wearing a strange mask emerged from the space near Yayoi AI like a water ripple, and from beneath the mask came a cold, prolonged, sharp laugh that sounded like a death-dealing demon. Who are you? Yayoi AI looked at the masked shinobi and the golden glowing my forehead protector on his forehead. Mui's death god. Yayoi AI's gaze was locked onto the white mask. Death god of Konoha. The Raikid's voice grated like sand and stone, lightning release chakra crackling around him, vaporizing the moisture in the air into white mist. Playing tricks. Before his words faded he had already vanished from his spot. Lightning body flicker. Breaking the sound barrier, his figure became a blue electric streak in the eyes of ordinary people. His fist wrapped in violent lightning release hurtled toward Ching-Er's face, a blow powerful enough to melt steel. But the fist passed through air. No, it passed through a wooden statue. The wooden statue bore the terrified expression of the last moment. It was the face of one of his Jonin subordinates. When? Ace pupils contracted sharply. While you were speaking. The voice came from behind. AI didn't even have time to turn. The ground suddenly turned to wood and countless wooden vines like venomous snakes coiled toward his legs. Lightning release chakra erupted, instantly pulverizing the vines into dust the moment they touched his body, but more vines surged from all directions. Lightning release, lightning cruel level. AI spread his arms and a violent ring of lightning release expanded outward from him. The wooden vines turned to charcoal in the lightning and the ground within a 30-meter radius was blasted into a charred crater. But Ching-Er had vanished. No, not vanished. Ace lightning release perception caught a subtle fluctuation in space, space-time ninjutsu. And it was a space-time ninjutsu even more bizarre and unpredictable than Tobirama's Flying Thunder God. Scatter. Everyone scatter. AI roared. Don't gather. This guy's jutsu has a range limit. The cloud ninjas scattered like startled birds, but it was too late. 12 kunai. The special kunai that Ching-Er had thrown earlier all glowed faintly. Each kunai became a coordinate and anchor of death. Ching-Er's figure appeared in 12 places simultaneously. Not clones, not afterimages. Real entities appearing at the same time in 12 locations. 12 white figures raised their hands simultaneously and 12 voices merged into an eerie chorus. Would release tree binding eternal burial. The ground cracked open. Countless wooden roots burst from the depths of the earth, coiling, strangling, and devouring like living things. The cloud ninjas tried to resist with lightning release, but the wooden roots regenerated the moment they were shattered, and from the charred parts grew even tougher new shoots. This was the power of life yet used to execute death. Save me. No. Don't come. My hand is turning to wood. Screams of agony rose and fell in the night sky. AI watched helplessly as his subordinates were dragged underground by the wooden roots, their bodies gradually turning to wood in their struggles, and those once lively faces froze into eternal terror. He wanted to rush to rescue them, but the ground beneath his feet also began to turn to wood. Wooden vines coiled from all directions, each imbued with powerful chakra, the kind of power that could suppress tailed beasts once belonging solely to Hashirama Senju. Lightning release, lightning armor. The lightning release chakra around AI condensed into a tangible armor, shattering all the vines that wrapped around him. He kicked off the ground, launching himself like a cannonball into the air, then turning mid-flight to dive straight at the nearest Ching-Er figure. His fist struck and the wooden statue shattered. Another fake. Damn it! AI gritted his teeth, unleashing his lightning release perception fully. In his perception, the battlefield was filled with ripples of space-time fluctuations like a lake with stones thrown and overlapping and indistinguishable, making it impossible to tell which was the real body. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, Uchiha Kagami and his 5 comrades were fighting in a different manner. Hiruzen. 3 o'clock 3 Jonin. Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan spun rapidly, perceiving every move of the enemy. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals. Fire release fire dragon flame bullet. 3 fire dragons lunged at the target from different angles. Almost simultaneously, Shimura Danzo's wind release struck from the side, amplifying the fire dragon's power threefold. 3 Cloud Jonin tried to defend with lightning release, but the combination of fire and wind triggered a nature change upon contact with the lightning. Lightning fed the fire, wind fueled the blaze. Boom. A violent explosion engulfed the 3. Before the smoke cleared, Nara Lujian's shadow had already extended and precisely bound one of them. Yamanaka Tsuju closed his eyes and concentrated his mind-body switch technique, instantly invading that person's consciousness. There are more ambushes on the southwest side, 30 men circling around. Tsuju opened his eyes, his voice urgent. Chiefing. Kagami shouted. Leave it to me. Akimichi Kaifeng's body multiplied into a 5-meter giant, and he punched the ground. The shockwave expanded from him, shaking all the circling ambushes out of their hiding spots. Shadow imitation technique, multiple binding. Lujian's shadow split into dozens of strands, precisely grabbing every enemy shaken out. Fire release Phoenix Sage fire technique. Hiruzen's flames rained down like hail. Wind release vacuum serial waves. Danzo's wind blades followed closely. The 6 of them moved in seamless coordination. The insight of the Sharingan, the classic Ino Shikacho formation, Hiruzen's versatility, Danzo's sharpness. These 6 young men represented the pinnacle of Konoha's new generation, and their teamwork was rapidly maturing in actual combat. More importantly, they knew that another admirable figure was sowing terror on the other side of the battlefield. That bone-deep fear of an unknown power was crumbling the clouds' morale. Meanwhile, the battle at the center had entered another dimension. AI finally gave up trying to discern which was Cheng Er's real. He pressed his palms together, lightning release chakra surging wildly within him, and blue arc patterns emerged on his skin. Lightning release, lightning prison, heaven's punishment. A spherical lightning field with a 100-meter radius instantly expanded around him. The air within the field ionized into plasma, the ground melted, rocks vaporized, and all organic matter carbonized in the intense heat. This was an indiscriminate area attack capable of destroying all concealment and disguise. In the lightning light, 12 figures of Cheng Er simultaneously twisted and shattered. But Ace's face grew even darker because those shattered figures had all turned into wood chips. Wood clones. All 12 were wood clones. His lightning release perception caught something, and he snapped his head up. In the sky, a 13th figure descended slowly. Cheng Er hovered 10 meters in the air, his robe flapping in the lightning-driven wind. He looked down at AI below. Behind the eye slits of his mask, a pale golden light flowed like molten gold. Reikajidono. Cheng Er's voice, distorted by chakra, became ethereal and eerie. How many of your subordinates are left? AI looked around. Of the 320-man vanguard, fewer than 100 were still standing. The battlefield was littered with wooden statues in various poses. Some held hand seals, some were turning to flee, some tried to use ninjutsu to defend. Their stances differed, but they were all frozen forever in the moment of death. And on each statue's chest was carved a clear mark, the Konoha whirlpool symbol. You. Ace's voice trembled with rage. What kind of monster are you? Monster. Cheng Er laughed softly, the laugh sharp and cold. No, I am merely the death god of Konoha. He raised his right hand palm upward. The 12 kunai on the ground lit up simultaneously and flew back to his hand. Then he gently clenched his fist. Those wooden statues, all of them, began to grow. Not growing, multiplying. From the chest of each statue, new wooden roots burst forth, extending, splitting, and coiling like tentacles. Roots connected to roots, statues linked to statues. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a bizarre wooden forest. Every tree in the forest was a frozen cloud ninja. Impure world reincarnation. Cheng Er's voice echoed through the forest. Each tree began to gradually animate, but their faces were no longer their own. They were the images of the previously shattered wooden statues. Cheng Er had used the wooden statues as substitutes. After the substitutes were shattered and died, he used the remaining statues as living sacrifices to reincarnate the earlier dead. The reincarnated cloud ninjas formed an eerie chorus. Tell cloud, tell sand, tell rock. The death god of Konoha is in position. Those who set foot on this land. His figure began to fade as if melting into the air. Shall all become wood. As the last word fell, Cheng Er's figure vanished completely. After the impure world reincarnation was undone, the ninjas reverted to wooden statues standing silently in the dawn light. And in the center of the forest the first wreckage surrounded by crackling lightning with no outlet. And in the eyes of the survivors a fear that could never be erased. When the sky was fully bright, Hatake Tsukumo arrived at the battlefield with a relief force. The sight before him made even this veteran jonin stop in his tracks. A forest. A forest made of human-shaped trees. Every tree was a wooden statue, and every wooden statue was a cloud ninja. They were forever frozen in the moment of death, their expressions terrified, their postures twisted as if they had seen something incomprehensible in their final moments. On one side of the forest Uchiha Kagami and his 5 comrades stood back to back, exhausted but unharmed. They looked at Hatake Tsukumo, then at each other, their eyes filled with the complex emotions of survivors. That death god, Tsukumo spoke slowly. Gone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse. He said, the death god of Konoha is in position. Hatake Tsukumo was silent for a long time. His gaze swept across the wooden forest, over the frozen terrified faces, over the whirlpool mark on each statue's chest. Then he looked up toward the direction of Konoha. Second Hokage. He murmured to himself. What kind of existence have you sent us? 3 days later at the Cloud Frontline headquarters. Yayua AI punched through the solid wooden desk. As wood chips flew, his voice was like a wounded beast. Another squad. 40 men. Annihilated. Only wooden statues in this. He grabbed a kunai, its blade etched with a seal similar to the flying thunder god, and hurled it viciously at the wall. The kunai embedded deeply into the stone wall, its handle quivering. The command room was dead silent. The faces of the cloud higher-ups grew darker and darker. In just 5 days we have lost over 400 elites. An elder's voice was dry. And all in the same manner, entire squads vanished, leaving only wooden statues and these kunai. The death god of Konoha. Another elder murmured. That name has spread across the front lines. Soldiers are starting to refuse night patrols, refuse to act alone, and some even have nightmares. Nightmares. AI spun around. Yes, the elder said bitterly. They dream of turning into wood. Of the white mask of that phrase shall all become. 3 squadron leaders have been sent back due to mental breakdown. AI closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Where is the black-robed man? He asked. Waiting for you. The guard replied in a low voice. AI strode toward the deep chamber of the command post. Pushing open the door, the black-robed man was standing before a map, toying with a scroll that looked utterly ordinary. Do you have a plan? Ace's voice was cold and hard as iron. I have a lead. The black-robed man turned around in the shadows, his eyes glowed with an eerie red light. That death god space-time ninjutsu requires markers. Those kunai are the markers. And then, the markers can be interfered with. The black-robed man placed the scroll on the table. This is a specially made chakra interference seal I created. Once activated, it can disrupt all space-time seal fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius, including the flying thunder god. AI stared at the ordinary-looking scroll. The cost. It requires the continuous chakra supply of 3 Jonin-level ninjas. The black-robed man said. And it can only last 30 minutes. 30 minutes. AI pondered. That's enough. As long as we can trap that guy in one place for 30 minutes, then we can kill him. The black-robed man finished. But only if we can find his real body. How do we find him? The black-robed man walked to the map, his finger tracing the northeastern theater. In the past 5 days the death god has appeared 7 times. Every time it was just when we were about to capture a key stronghold. What does that suggest? He's guarding strategic locations. Correct. The black-robed man's finger stopped at a canyon. And his movements have a pattern. Every time he appears it's no more than 20 kilometers from the main Konoha forces encampment. This suggests his space-time movement has a range limit. Ace's eyes lit up. So if we attack a stronghold far enough from the main Konoha force, he will be forced to reveal his real body. The black-robed man chuckled lowly. And I have already chosen that place. His finger pointed at a spot on the map. Duanhuan Valley. The nearest Konoha garrison is 35 kilometers away. The terrain is strategic, easy to defend, and hard to attack. Most importantly, there is a secret supply route leading to the rear of Konoha. If we take that place, we can cut off 1/3 of the northeastern theater's supplies. Will he come? AI asked. Definitely. The black-robed man's voice carried a certain morbid excitement. Because there is something stored there. Something he absolutely cannot ignore. What is it? The black-robed man took out a scroll from his bosom and slowly unrolled it. The scroll depicted a complex sealing seal, and at its center was sealed a wisp of pale green chakra. That chakra radiated a powerful yet gentle life force like a forest in early spring. This is... Ace's pupils contracted sharply. A cell sample of Hashirama Senju. The black-robed man gently stroked the scroll. I bought it from some black market merchant. Although its vitality is very low, one can still feel that power. The power of wood release. He raised his head, his eyes in the shadows gleaming with fanatical light. Do you think if that death god knows we have this, will he come to retrieve it personally? In the northeast frontline command post of the air was as heavy as iron. Chimu Zuiyan slowly set down the war report scroll, his gaze sweeping over every person in the tent. Yuzibo Jing Yuanfei Risen Jitsuin Tuanzeng Neilong Lujian Shanzhong Tsujiqiu Dao Tsufeng, and the one who had already removed his mask standing quietly in the corner, Qing'er. 5 days. Zuiyan's voice echoed in the tent. Cloud Hidden has suffered over 400 elite casualties, including 7 Jonin and 23 special Jonin. And our casualties? 0. He paused, his gaze finally settling on Qing'er. The legend of the Reaper of Mai has spread throughout the entire northeastern theater. The soldiers of Cloud Hidden have begun to fear the night, fear the forest, and even fear the sound of the wind. The tent was dead silent. Only the distant sound of drills from the training ground filtered through the canvas. But that may not be a good thing. Neilong Lujian suddenly spoke. This genius of the Neilong clan, who always wore a lazy expression, now had a sharp glint in his eyes. Excessive fear breeds 2 reactions: collapse or insane retaliation. What do you mean? Yuanfei Risen frowned. Cloud Hidden won't sit idly. Lujian tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Yuai is the first rakeage. He is not the type to be scared out of his wits. On the contrary, a loss of this scale will only infuriate him, driving him to resort to more extreme measures. Jitsuin Tuanzang snorted coldly. Then let him come. As many as we kill. That's the problem. Lujian looked at Qing'er. Lord Qing'er's tactics rely on surprise and absolute power suppression. But if Cloud Hidden finds a countermeasure, such as countermeasures against space-time ninjutsu or a trap that he cannot refuse to spring. Everyone's gaze turned to Qing'er. Qing'er was silent for a moment. He raised his hand and a special kunai appeared in his palm, its blade engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique seal. The weakness of the Flying Thunder God does exist. His voice was calm. The technique requires coordinate markers and spatial movement produces a subtle chakra fluctuation. If there are sufficiently precise sensory-type ninja or large-scale chakra interference devices, it can indeed restrict the Flying Thunder God. Then what if? Shanzhong Tsuju said softly. They use a bait you cannot refuse to lure you into a prearranged battlefield. The air in the tent seemed to grow colder. Just then the tent flap was lifted. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee holding an encrypted scroll. Lord Chimu, urgent dispatch from my headquarters. Zuiyun took the scroll and quickly unsealed it. His gaze ran over the scroll, his expression gradually turning grave. After reading, he was silent for a few seconds, then handed the scroll to Qing'er. Duanhuan Valley, Zuiyun said. Cloud Hidden is gathering troops there. Numbers. Over 800. 800. Qiu Dao Qufeng's eyes widened. That's all the elite forces they can deploy in the northeastern theater. What are they trying to do? A frontal assault? No. Qing'er looked at the intelligence on the scroll, his eyes narrowing slightly. They are building fortifications, setting up barriers. It looks more like constructing a fortress. Duanhuan Valley has treacherous terrain, easy to defend but hard to attack. Lujian quickly recalled the map information in his mind. But if they only wanted to build a fortress, why choose a place 35 kilometers away from our main force? Their supply line is too long, it's not suitable for long-term garrison. Unless. Yuzibo Jing's Sharingan slowly rotated. That fortress is not meant for garrisoning. It's meant for hunting. Qing'er finished his sentence. The tent fell into silence. Everyone understood the meaning. Duanhuan Valley was a trap. A carefully laid death trap prepared specifically for the Reaper of Mai. Will you go? Yuanfei Risen asked. Qing'er did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes and his perception spread out like invisible ripples passing through the tent over the camp extending northeastward. 35 kilometers away in the direction of Duanhuan Valley, a large amount of chakra was indeed gathering. But among those chakras he sensed a certain familiar aura. A pale green life-filled aura like the breath of an early spring forest. Brother cells. Qing'er opened his eyes, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He recalled Hashirama's gentle smile before his death, and the days he had spent hidden in the shadows of Mai over the past year. Power requires restraint, but some things are worth the risk. We go, Qing'er said. As the Reaper of Mai, let them feel true fear. He looked at the 6 members in the tent. This time we need to change our tactics. 3 days later, in the forest outside Duanhuan Valley, a Cloud-Hidden reconnaissance team was on patrol. The team consisted of 5 Chunin led by a middle-aged ninja with a scar on his face named Leia. They had been patrolling this forest for 2 full days, finding nothing but a few startled beasts. Captain, is headquarters too nervous? A young ninja muttered. Will that Reaper really come? It's so far from Yui's main force. Why would he come? Shut up, Leia snapped. Just follow orders. Don't forget how many brothers have turned into wood in the past week. The young ninja shuddered and dared not speak again. The team continued forward. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled spots. The forest was eerily quiet, not even a bird's chirp. Leia's brow furrowed tighter. Too quiet, unnaturally quiet. Halt! He raised his right hand. The team immediately stopped, forming a defensive back-to-back formation. Leia's perception expanded fully, but aside from the normal environmental chakra he sensed nothing. Just then the shadow at his feet moved. It was not an illusion caused by changing light, the shadow was truly moving. It slithered like a living creature wrapping around his ankles. Leia tried to struggle, but the shadow spread upward along his legs, and wherever it passed his body completely lost control. Enim. His warning never left his mouth. The other 4 members were also entangled by shadows. 5 people stood frozen in place like 5 suddenly solidified statues. From the depths of the forest, Neilong Lujian slowly emerged. His hands remained in a hand-seal posture, fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Controlling 5 Chunin simultaneously was a huge burden even for a genius like him. Control complete, Lujian said softly. Yuzhibo Jing Yuanfei risen and Jitsuin Tuanzang appeared from 3 directions. Jing's Sharingan swept over the 5 controlled ninja, quickly reading their surface memories. Inside Duanhuan Valley, Cloud Hidden has set up 3 layers of defense, Jing said rapidly. The outer layer is regular patrols, the middle layer is barrier and sensory squads, and the inner layer is Yuai himself leading an elite force of about 800. What about the bait? Risen asked. In a cave at the deepest part of the inner layer. Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Guarded by 5 Jonin, surrounded by complex ceiling barriers. But what exactly it is, these Chunin's clearance is not high enough to know, Tuanzang said coldly. Just attack directly and snatch the thing out. No, Lujian shook his head. My shadow imitation technique can last at most 3 more minutes. Once we are exposed, Cloud Hidden will immediately activate their contingency plan. Lord Qing'er said they must have countermeasures against space-time ninjutsu. Then we follow the plan. Risen looked at Jing. Read the patrol routes and hand over code. We will infiltrate in disguise. 3 minutes later, 5 figures emerged from the forest and walked toward the entrance of Duanhuan Valley. They wore Cloud-Hidden uniforms with the same walking posture and chakra fluctuations as the original patrol team. The entrance of Duanhuan Valley was a narrow crack wide enough for only 3 people to walk side by side. The cliffs on both sides towered into the clouds, and sunlight could only penetrate through the gap of the sky, casting a dim and gloomy light inside. Halt! The guard at the entrance stopped them. Password. Thunder. Jing imitated Leia's voice. Counter password. Eternal night. The guard nodded and let them pass. The 5 successfully passed the first checkpoint and entered the interior of Duanhuan Valley. The scene inside made their hearts tighten. Dense caves had been carved into the cliff walls, with Cloud-Hidden ninjas active in each cave. In the central open area of the valley, a complex technique array was laid out, a barrier they had never seen before. The pattern of the array flickered with an eerie purple-black light. What disturbed them even more was that from deep within those caves they could faintly sense powerful chakra fluctuations. Not just 1 or 2, but at least a dozen Jonin-level chakras, and among them several particularly strong ones, likely elite Jonin, or even higher. This is going to encircle us. Shanjung Tsuju, disguised as a young ninja, transmitted through mental connection. Keep moving. Jing's voice sounded in everyone's mind. Don't show any abnormality. Lord Qing'er will handle those ambushes. They walked along the path inside the valley. Cloud-Hidden ninjas they passed would glance at them, but no one suspected. Through Genjutsu, Yuzhibo Jing had not only extracted memories and intelligence, but also perfectly replicated each person's habits and mannerisms. But just as they were about to approach the inner defense line, an accident occurred. A figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in the middle of the path. The black-robed figure was completely shrouded in a loose black robe, wearing a pure white mask with no patterns. He stood there quietly, as if he had been waiting for them from the very beginning. Members of the patrol team. The black-robed figure's voice was hoarse and eerie. Today's handover time is 17 minutes later than usual. Can you tell me why? Jing's heart tightened. The memories he had read contained no specific information about the handover time. These Chunin only remembered a rough time range. Precise minute-level data was not accessible to their level. We encountered a few beasts on the way which delayed us, Jing replied calmly. Oh. The black-robed figure slowly approached. What kind of beast could delay a cloud-hidden elite ninja for 17 minutes? His gaze through the mask swept over the 5 of them. At that moment Jing felt an icy mental force sweep through his consciousness. It was not the gentle probing of the Shanzhong clan but a malevolent peering that seemed to tear apart all disguises. The Sharingan activated automatically blocking this mental intrusion. But that momentary chakra fluctuation exposed them. Sharingan. The black-robed figure chuckled. Yuzhibo Jing, good disguise. But unfortunately you are still too young. He raised his hand and made a simple gesture. The next second dozens of figures simultaneously appeared from the caves on the cliff walls. Every one of them was Jonin level and every one locked onto the 5 of them. Even more terrifying, the purple-black barrier in the center of the valley began to slowly activate, emitting a chilling energy fluctuation. Welcome to Duanhuan Valley. The black-robed figure's voice carried a sick pleasure. Geniuses of my... Battle erupted in an instant. Yuzhibo Jing unleashed fire style first, forcing back 3 rushing cloud-hidden Jonin. Yuan Fei risen formed hand seals and fire style fire dragon flame bullet roared out, combining with Shitsuan Tuanzang's wind style to create a combined ninjutsu, exploding a sea of fire among the enemy ranks. Neilong Lujian's shadows spread like a tide, trying to control more enemies. But the cloud-hidden Jonin were clearly prepared. They moved quickly, constantly changing positions, making it hard for the shadows to lock on. Shanzhong Tsuju closed his eyes and concentrated, activating the mind transfer technique. But just as he invaded a Jonin's consciousness, he felt a powerful mental backlash. They have measures specifically against the Shanzhong clan. Tsuju let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chiodao Tsufeng multiplied into a giant, punching the ground. Shockwaves spread, staggering the surrounding cloud-hidden ninjas. But more enemies poured in from all directions and ninjutsu rained down like hail. Retreat! Jing roared. Break out toward the entrance. But at the entrance the figure of Yeyue AI had already appeared. The first Reikage was surrounded by wild lightning, released chakra each step, leaving a scorched footprint on the ground. You came but you won't leave. Ace's voice boomed like thunder. Today none of you will leave Duanhuan Valley. Their hearts sank to the bottom. They were surrounded and the enemy seemed to know everything about their abilities, each tactic countered specifically. Worse still, the purple-black barrier was gradually closing. Once it fully formed, even Ching-Er's flying thunder god might not be able to break through. Just then a sudden change occurred. 12 kunai appeared out of thin air above the valley. Not flying in from outside but directly appearing in the air. The blades of the kunai were engraved with the flying thunder god technique seal, faintly glowing in the dim valley. Finally here. The black-robed figure looked up, his voice filled with anticipation. Yeyue's lightning release chakra erupted violently. Activate the interference barrier. The central purple-black barrier's operation speed abruptly increased. An eerie energy wave spread, the chakra in the air became chaotic and the spatial structure became unstable. The flying thunder god seals on the 12 kunai flickered erratically as if about to extinguish. But the kunai did not fall. They stopped in midair and then began to rotate. The 12 kunai rotated in a specific trajectory, forming a ring. The space at the center of the ring began to warp and fold, rippling like water disturbed by a stone. The black-robed figure's expression changed for the first time. This is not flying thunder god. This is spatial folding. A voice came from the distorted space. A tall, straight figure slowly walked out of the void. Not a flash, not a teleportation, but as naturally as stepping out of a painting appearing in the real world. Ching-Er wore that white mask. In his hand was a new kunai, not the previous type, but a special one, completely black with a more complex technique seal engraved on the blade. Your interference barrier is targeting the flying thunder god. Ching-Er's voice, distorted by the mask, became ethereal and eerie. But unfortunately I am not using the flying thunder god. He raised his hand and gently swiped the black kunai. Space. Cracked. Not a metaphor, it truly cracked. A pitch-black fissure appeared above the valley, its edges shimmering with silvery white light. The void revealed after tearing the spatial structure. The black-robed figure retreated sharply, fear appearing in his voice for the first time. Space tearing. This is impossible. How can an ordinary ninja do this? Nothing is impossible, Ching-Er said. Just like you used Brother Hashirama's cells as bait to lure me here. His gaze through the mask locked onto the black-robed figure. Now tell me, who are you? Or rather, who is the person behind you? The black-robed figure was silent for a few seconds, then let out a low laugh. The laughter gradually turned from hoarse to manic, finally becoming a hysterical roar. Who am I? I am just a witness. He suddenly tore off the pure white mask from his face, revealing an old twisted face. His face was covered with scars, but what was most chilling were his eyes. Not normal eyes, but 2 pitch-black voids with eerie red light flickering deep within. As for the person behind me, he spread his arms, his black robe fluttering in the wild wind of the valley. You will meet him soon. Because today in Duanhuan Valley it's not just you my brats who are going to die. His voice suddenly rose like some ancient incantation. But also you. This fake reaper. The moment the words fell from the cave deep in the valley that stored Hashirama's cells, a skyward green light burst forth. In the light a massive figure slowly stood up. It was a humanoid figure made entirely of wood, but its face was identical to Hashirama Senju. A wood-style clone and one infused with Hashirama's cells possessing part of the original's power. Yayuai laughed wildly. See. Reaper of Mai. The power of your first Hokage is now ours. Today you will die by the hands of the one you most admire. Ching'er silently watched the wood-style clone, his expression unknown beneath the mask. After a long while he said softly, Brother Hashirama's power is not meant to be used like this. He clasped his hands together. Deep green chakra erupted from his body like a tsunami. It was not ordinary chakra, it was the power of wood-style containing ultimate life force. In the valley all the trees began to grow wildly. On the cliff walls below the ground, even in the air, wooden vines burst forth like furious dragons. It was not an attack, it was a celebration of life. Wood-style drew several thousand hands. Though only a prototype, the giant wooden Buddha that slowly emerged behind Ching'er made everyone present, including Yayuai the black-robed figure, and even the wood-style clone with Hashirama's cells, freeze in place for a moment. Now, Ching'er opened his eyes, a pale golden light flowing within them. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Sandao Ching'er, a ninja of Mai. And the phantom giant wooden Buddha behind him slowly raised its 1,000 arms. The true inheritor of wood style. The wind in Duanhuan Valley stopped. Instead, a more majestic, more ancient aura was slowly awakening in this valley of death. In the Duanhuan Valley, time seemed to have frozen. The wood-release clone of Qianshou Zhujian stood silently in the depths of the valley, emitting a pale green chakra like a tide, gentle and powerful yet carrying an unsettling strangeness. It was Zhujian's power, but driven by a twisted will. The lightning-release chakra around Yayuai crackled, his eyes blazing with fervent battle intent. The Woodleaf Shinigami. No, Sandao Ching'er. Today I will make Woodleaf lose 2 legends at once. Before his words faded, he moved first. Lightning release chakra mode fully activated. Ace figure turned into a blue bolt of lightning tearing through the air straight toward Ching'er. This strike was far faster than before, where his fist past the space rippled faintly. But Ching'er did not move. Behind him, one of the 1,000 arms of the wooden giant slowly rose. The movement was slow, so slow that everyone could see every detail of the arm rising. But when that wooden arm collided with Ace's fist, boom! A deafening explosion swept through the entire valley. The shockwave spread from the point of impact, tearing up the ground and sending the surrounding cloud ninjas flying. Ace's figure was sent flying backwards, somersaulting dozens of meters in the air before barely stabilizing. When he landed, the rock beneath his feet shattered into powder. His right hand trembled slightly. The lightning release armor covering his fist had developed fine cracks. This is impossible. AI stared at the slowly retracting wooden arm. How can there be such a level of physical defense? Because this is not ordinary wood release. Ching'er's voice calmly rang out. This is the true 1,000 hands, the ultimate technique that Brother Zhujian used in the final battle against Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Though what I show now is only a prototype to deal with you. He paused. It is enough. As his words fell, the 1,000 arms of the wooden giant moved simultaneously. Not one by one, but all at once, like a peacock spreading its tail. In the palm of each arm a hand seal appeared. 1,000 hand seals formed at once, and the immense chakra illuminated the entire Duanhuan Valley in green. Would release forest of eternal sealing. 1,000 beams of light shot from the palms. Those were not ordinary beams, but would release chakra condensed to the extreme. Each beam, upon hitting its target, did not explode but rapidly grew, spread, and transformed, turning anything it touched into wood. The screams of cloud ninjas instantly echoed through the valley. Some tried to resist with lightning release, but upon contact with the beams the lightning turned to wood, freezing into wooden lightning bolts in midair. Some tried to dodge with the body flicker technique, but the number of beams was too great, covering every angle and every possible space to evade. Only elite jonin could barely weave through the gaps between beams. Yet even so, a dozen jonin were grazed by the beams, their arms, legs, or even half their bodies beginning to turn to wood. Scatter! Everyone scatter! Yayuai roared, his body erupting with lightning, forming a spherical lightning release field that repelled all beams aimed at him. But the black-robed man, the one with hollow eyes glowing red, laughed. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. His voice was hoarse and fervent. Is this the true power of wood release? Is this the power that Qianshou Zhujian once wielded? He raised his hand, pointing at the wood release clone deep in the valley. But unfortunately you are not facing only cloud. The wood release clone moved. Its movements were stiff at first, as if unaccustomed to the body. but with each step it grew smoother. When it reached the center of the valley, all stiffness had vanished. Its posture and aura bore a striking resemblance, semblance like the real Qianshou Zhujian. It clasped its hands together. Deep green chakra burst forth from its body, much weaker than Cheng'er's, yet pure, unadorned, the most primal Zhujian chakra. Would release world of trees. In the valley, the trees that had been spawned by Cheng'er's would release began to grow wildly. But unlike the trees Cheng'er had created, these were thicker, more ancient, with patterns resembling human faces emerging on the trunks. Two forces of wood release clashed, intertwined, and opposed in the valley. Cheng'er's wooden giant and the ancient forest summoned by Zhejian's clone formed a bizarre standoff. Pale green chakra and deep green chakra wove together in the air, producing a grating sound. Do you see? The black-robed man spread his arms, his voice filled with morbid excitement. This is the power of Lord Zhujian. Even the residual power in his cells is enough to oppose you, a counterfeit. Cheng'er silently watched the wood release clone, observing the face-like patterns in the ancient forest. His perception delved into those trees, into the clone, and then he understood. This is not Brother Zhujian's power, Cheng'er said softly. The black-robed man's laughter stopped abruptly. What? Brother Zhujian's wood release is the power that creates life and nurtures vitality. Cheng'er continued slowly. In his world of trees, the trees are alive, sentient. But your trees, he raised his hand palm facing the ancient forest, are dead. As his words fell, the 1,000 arms of the wooden giant behind Cheng'er clasped together simultaneously. Would release life resonance. An invisible wave spread out. It was not an attack nor a defense, but a call to the essence of life. The ancient forest summoned by the black-robed man began to change. The face-like patterns on the trunks gradually became vivid. The closed eyes slowly opened, the wooden lips slightly curled upward. Then these trees began to move. Not attacking Cheng'er, but turning to face the black-robed man and Yayuai. This is impossible. The black-robed man stumbled back. I have completely controlled these cells. You control the cells, not life. Cheng'er interrupted. And the essence of wood release is the power of life. You use the cells of the dead to create puppets, yet you vainly try to wield the power of the living. He shook his head. A fool's dream. The trees in the ancient forest were now fully alive. They extended their branches like arms, grasping at the surrounding cloud ninjas. The trees that the black-robed man had considered weapons now became Cheng'er's allies. Yayuai's face finally changed. Retreat. He made a decisive call. All retreat. This battlefield is out of control. But it was too late. The 1,000 arms of the wooden giant behind Cheng'er slowly spread open. In the palm of each arm a Taiji Bagua pattern appeared. Would release 8 trigram ceiling array. 1,000 Taiji Bagua patterns lit up simultaneously, weaving together into a massive 3-dimensional array in the sky. The array slowly rotated, enveloping the entire Duanhuan Valley. At the valley entrance, space began to warp and fold, forming an invisible barrier. Space ceiling. Yayuai gritted his teeth. You never intended to let anyone leave from the start. Yes, Cheng'er admitted. You used Brother Zhujian's cells as bait to set this trap. Now you must bear the corresponding price. He looked at the black-robed man. Especially you. Tell me, where did you obtain these cells? The black-robed man was silent. The red light in his hollow eyes flickered violently, as if struggling, hesitating. Then he laughed. You want to know? His voice suddenly became calm, terrifyingly calm. Fine, I'll tell you. These cells were dug from Qianshou Zhujian's grave. In the tent, Chimuzuyan and the others watching through the mental connection of Yamazaka's Shiko all gasped. What did you say? Cheng'er's tone wavered for the first time. I said. The black-robed man enunciated each word. 3 months after Qianshou Zhujian was buried, someone exhumed his grave and took part of his remains. Then through the black market these cells were sold to the major ninja villages. He spread his arms. Cloud bought a portion, Sand bought a portion, Rock bought a portion. As for other villages, I wouldn't know. Who did it? Cheng'er's voice turned cold. An organization calling themselves the Grave Diggers, the black-robed man said. They lurk in the shadows of the ninja world, specializing in stealing the remains of the strong, extracting cells, organs, even memories. Qianshou Zhujian was just one of their targets. They also searched for Uchiha Madaro's corpse. A deathly silence fell over the Duanhuan Valley. Even Yayuai was now staring at the black-robed man in shock. Clearly he had not known the source of these cells. Cloud's higher-ups had only told him they were precious materials from the black market. You know this, Cheng'er said slowly. Which means you have ties to the Grave Diggers. Or are you one of them? The black-robed man did not answer. But the red light in his hollow eyes flickered even more violently. No, Cheng'er suddenly said. If you were merely a member of the Grave Diggers, you wouldn't have such a deep obsession with wood release. Your goal is not to sell cells but... He stared at the man's hollow eyes, a terrifying conjecture forming in his mind. You want to resurrect Qianshou Zhujian? The black-robed man shuddered. No. Not resurrection. His voice began to tremble. It's revival. To revive Lord Zhujian's power in this world. You don't understand. None of you understand. A being like Lord Zhujian should not die like this. His power, his ideals, everything about him should be inherited. Perpetuated. His voice grew louder, finally becoming a roar. So I found these cells. So I studied wood release. So I want to create the perfect Zhujian clone. I want Lord Zhujian's power to shine upon this ninja world again. With this method, Chinger's voice was cold as ice. Digging up his grave, desecrating his remains, using his cells to create weapons of war. This is what you call inheritance and perpetuation. What do you know? The black-robed man shrieked. You a counterfeit who suddenly appeared and learned would release from who knows where. How could you possibly understand my reverence for Lord Zhujian? I am for... He stopped mid-sentence. Because Chung removed his mask. The white mask slowly fell, revealing the young calm face beneath. The wood-leaf forehead protector on his brow glowed with a warm luster under the light of wood-release chakra. But that was not the point. The point was Chenga's eyes. In those eyes a nebula-like pattern appeared, and deep within the nebula a complex design slowly rotated. That design the black-robed man recognized. It resembled the clan crest of the Uzumaki clan. You. The black-robed man's voice trembled. You are. Of the Uzumaki clan. Sanao Chinga. Chinga said slowly. The younger brother of Uzumaki Mito, the younger brother of Qianshou Zhujian. And... He raised his hand palm up. A drop of crimson blood seeped from his fingertips, suspending in midair. That drop of blood exuded a life force that was both homologous to and purer than Zhujian's cells. Another inheritor of wood release, Chinga said. Now do you understand? I am no counterfeit. I have the qualification for wood release, not by theft, not by transplantation, but... He clenched his fist, and the blood dissipated into the air. Inheritance. The black-robed man stood frozen. He stared blankly at Chinga, at those eyes swirling with pale golden nebula, at the ancient spiral pattern formed by the nebula. Then, as if all strength had been drained from him, he slowly knelt to the ground. So that's it. So that's it, he murmured. The true inheritor. Then what have all my years of effort been? His voice grew smaller, finally turning into sobs. Yayua AI watched this scene, his face ashen. He knew today's plan had failed completely. Not only had it failed, but it had also exposed Cloud's dealings with the grave diggers, and worse, they had provoked a true inheritor of wood release. Retreat. He ordered again, his voice hoarse. At all costs break through the space seal. The Cloud ninjas began frantically attacking the space barrier. Lightning release, fire release, wind release. Various ninjutsu poured down like a storm on the barrier, but the space seal formed by 1,000 Taiji Bagua patterns remained unmoved. Chenga paid them no heed. He walked toward the kneeling black-robed man and stopped in front of him. Tell me, Chenga said, where is the headquarters of the grave diggers? Who is their leader? What other bodies of the strong have they stolen? The black-robed man raised his head. The red light in his hollow eyes had dimmed considerably. He was silent for a long time, then finally spoke slowly. The headquarters is in the underground black market of the Tang Kingdom. The leader. I don't know his real name, only that he calls himself the Collector. As for the stolen remains, he recited a series of names. Each name made Chenga's heart sink further. The first Tsuchikage, the first Kazakage, the first Mizukage. And even the names of several Uchiha clan members who possessed Sharingan. The Collector's collection was far richer and more terrifying than imagined. One last question, Chenga said. What is the red light in your eyes? The black-robed man shuddered. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes, but it was too late. Chenga's dojutsu was superior to the Sharingan already seen through the disguise. In the depths of those hollow eyes he noticed a small intricate jutsu formula. It was a variation of the caged bird curse seal, but more refined, more vicious. Not only did it seal vision, but it also continuously absorbed the host's chakra and life force, maintaining some remote connection. This is... Chenga's pupils abruptly contracted. It is the shackle. The black-robed man smiled bitterly. All members of the grave diggers are implanted with this jutsu. Once they betray or reveal too many secrets. He didn't finish. But his body began to disintegrate. Not turning to wood, not under attack, but a silent internal dissolution. The skin cracked, muscles dissolved, bones shattered. Everything in an instant turned into the most basic particles, dissipating into the 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds a living person had vanished completely, leaving not even a trace. Only the black robe remained empty and fallen to the ground. A deathly silence fell over the Duanhuan Valley. AI stopped attacking the space barrier. All the cloud ninjas stared blankly at the place where the black-robed man had disappeared, their eyes filled with fear. That kind of death was even more terrifying than becoming a wooden statue. Chinger silently looked at the black robe for a long time, then slowly bent down and picked it up. Inside the lining of the robe he felt a small metal piece. Engraved on the metal piece was a pattern, an eye. Not a Sharingan, not a Byakugan, but a Rinnegan. Chinger gripped the metal piece, sensing the residual chakra fluctuations on it. The fluctuation was very faint but very special, carrying a certain aura of space-time. He raised his head and looked at the moon above the valley. The space rift that had been torn open had not yet fully closed. In the depths of the rift, invisible eyes still silently watched him. Their eyes met. In that instant, Chinger understood many things. "So that's it," he said softly. "The grave diggers. The collector. Unknown characters and forces. And these eyes." He clenched the metal piece, turned and looked at AI. "Lord Raikage," Chinger said. "Today you may leave." AI was stunned. "But there are two conditions." Chinger raised two fingers. "First, Cloud immediately withdraws from the Northeastern Theater and signs at least a 3-year peace treaty with Woodleaf. Second." He paused. "Tell me, what else did Cloud buy from the grave diggers?" AI fell silent. He looked around at his trapped subordinates, at the impenetrable space seal, and finally at the metal piece in Chinger's hand. After a long moment he slowly nodded. "Agreed." The wind in the Duanhuan Valley began to blow again. But this time the wind carried not killing intent but something heavier, more complex. And above the valley the space rift slowly closed. In the last moment before closure, a barely perceptible gleam flashed in those eyes. The wind in Duanhuan Valley, while dispersing the stench of blood and gunpowder, also stirred up a storm that swept across the entire shinobi world. The news spread with astonishing speed. On the third day after Chinger and AI reached an agreement, the leaders of all major ninja villages in the 5 great nations almost simultaneously received the battle report that left them incredulous. Konoha Hidden Village, the Hokage's office. Qianshou Feijian stood before a massive map, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Before him lay 3 intelligence scrolls from the northeastern front, the southwestern border, and the Konoha Umbu infiltrated within Kumogakure. In the Battle of Duanhuan Valley, Kumogakure deployed 821 elite shinobi with fewer than 200 survivors. The first Raikage AI was severely wounded with permanent damage to his left arm, resulting in the degradation of his lightning release chakra mode. The special tactical advisor, the black-robed man, was confirmed dead, cause of death unknown. On Konoha's side, the special action team suffered no casualties. Lord Chinger publicly used the Wood Release through several thousand hands for the first time, confirming his identity as the inheritor of Wood Release. After the battle, Chinger and AI reached a secret agreement, the contents of which are unknown. Internal revolt in Kumogakure. The election for the second Raikage was initiated early. AI announced his withdrawal from the election and designated his disciple AI as his successor. The Council of Elders strongly opposed, plunging Kumogakure's political situation into turmoil. Feijian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had anticipated that Chinger would win, but he never imagined the victory would be so thorough, so awe-inspiring. True, several thousand hands. That was the ultimate technique his elder brother had used only in the decisive battle against Uchiha Madara. Chinger, only 16 years old, had already been able to unleash its embryonic form. What made matters worse was that the news had leaked. "Have you traced the source?" Feijian opened his eyes and looked at the Umbu captain kneeling before him. "Preliminary judgment indicates it was leaked from Kumogakure," the Umbu captain replied in a low voice. "After the Battle of Duanhuan Valley, some of the routed Kumogakure soldiers spread the details of the battle. Now the entire shinobi world is saying." "Saying what?" The Umbu captain hesitated. "They say Konoha has produced another god of shinobi, and that he is more dangerous than the first Hokage." Feijian's knuckles tightened abruptly. "More dangerous." Those words pierced his heart like needles. His elder brother had been called the god of shinobi because he used his power to forge peace. But the power Chinger displayed in the eyes of the world today seemed more like pure destruction. This would inevitably invite disaster. "What movements have Sunagakure and Iwagakure made?" The Kazakage of Sunagakure shaman urgently summoned the envoy from Iwagakure yesterday. The Umbu captain said. "The specific contents are unknown, but early this morning our covert sentry stationed at the border of the Wind Country discovered that Sunagakure and Iwagakure forces conducted a joint exercise on the border." Joint exercise. Feijian sneered. During wartime, 2 hostile ninja villages conduct a joint exercise. They don't even bother to hide it. "And the mist," the Umbu captain added. News from the water country. The second Mizukage Gaideng Huanyu publicly stated yesterday that the balance of power in the shinobi world has been shattered and all villages should reassess the situation. Reassess the situation. Feijian repeated those words, a cold glint in his eyes. Fine, let them assess. He turned and looked out the window. On Konoha streets, children were chasing and playing, vendors hawking their wares. Everything seemed peaceful and serene. But beneath this tranquility lay the impending tidal wave. Issue the order, Feijian said slowly. All ninja are to enter combat readiness, including newly promoted genin. And he paused. Called Shin'er back. Immediately. At the same time, in the lightning country Kumogakure. In the top floor conference room of the Reikage building, the atmosphere was so oppressive it could be wrung out like water. Yayuai sat in the main seat, his left arm wrapped in thick bandages, his face as pale as paper. Opposite him sat the 7 elders of Kumogakure's council, each with a face even more grim than his. 821. The great elder's voice rasped like sandpaper. Among them 47 jonin and 93 special jonin. This is the heaviest loss in a single battle since the founding of Kumogakure. I know. Ai said, his voice light, but each word drove into the table like a nail. You know. The second elder slammed the table and stood up. You know, yet you signed a ceasefire with that Konoha Reaper. You know, yet you agreed to withdraw from the northeastern front. Yayuai. You are the first Reikage. Your duty is to lead Kumogakure to prosperity, not to bow to Konoha. So what do you want? Ai raised his head, a trace of weariness in his eyes. Continue fighting. Send another 800 to Duanhuan Valley to become wooden statues. Or perhaps one of you elders would like to personally test the power of true several thousand hands. The room fell into dead silence. We are not here to blame you, Ai. The third elder spoke slowly, his tone relatively gentle. But someone must take responsibility for this failure. Kumogakure cannot have a defeated Reikage, especially at this time. So the council has unanimously decided, said the great elder, that you must step down due to injury. We will announce to the outside world that you suffered an incurable wound in the Battle of Duanhuan Valley and are unable to continue fulfilling the duties of the Reikage. As for the new Reikage, he glanced toward the corner of the room. In the corner, a tall figure slowly rose. He was a young ninja about 20 years old with a robust build and short hair standing up like steel needles. Most striking were his eyes. In them burned unconcealed ambition and fighting spirit. Ai, said the great elder, your disciple will inherit the name Ai and become the second Reikage. The young Ai walked to the center of the meeting room and knelt on one knee before Yayuai. Master, I will inherit your will and lead Kumogakure to new heights. Yayuai looked at the disciple he had personally trained, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. After a long moment, he slowly nodded. Good. He said only one word. But as the young Ai rose, Yayuai said in a voice only the two could hear. Remember, do not provoke that Reaper from Konoha. At least. Until you are ready. The young Ai's movements paused slightly, then he stood up nonchalantly and faced the council of elders. Well then, he said. From today I am the second Reikage Ai. And my first order, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, is to re-establish Kumogakure's connections with all ninja villages. The disgrace of Duanhuan Valley should not be borne by Kumogakure alone. Konoha has a new god of shinobi. This matter the entire shinobi world should know. Kumogakure completed its power transition, though the facts differed considerably from the intelligence held by the other villages. 7 days later, in the Earth country Iwagaki, Daima, the future third Tsuchikage, was still just a young ninja in his early 20s at this moment. But he had already stood at the center of power in Iwagakure because his teacher, the second Tsuchikage, was receiving several special guests. In Iwagakure's reception room, 4 people were seated. The Kazakage of Sunagakure shaman, a middle-aged man with a cold expression, had a tattoo of a blue dragon and black dragon claws on his forehead. The second Mizukage of Kirigakure, Gaideng Huanyo, wore the Mizukage's Haori and toyed with a water orb in his hand. The new second Reikage of Kumogakure Ai sat in the cornermost seat, his expression blank, but the flames burning in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. And a mysterious figure completely shrouded in a gray robe, wearing a white mask with no markings, sat quietly in the shadows as if he did not exist. Everyone is here. The second Tsuchikage Wu spoke slowly. His voice was peculiar, as if it were a resonance directly emitted from his chest. Then let us get straight to the point. Konoha's Sanao Shin'er, all of you have heard of him. Heard of him? Shaman sneered. According to the intelligence my spies sent back, that 16-year-old brat used Jianshou Zujian's true several thousand hands in Duanhuan Valley and annihilated 600 elite Kumogakure shinobi single-handedly. This isn't hearing of him, this is a nightmare. Nightmares will end. Guiding Huanyu said, playing with the water orb which changed shape in his hand. But the threat of Konoha will not disappear on its own. Qianzhou Zhujian is dead and we thought the opportunity had come. But what happened? In less than 2 years another would-release inheritor has emerged. He looked at the second AI. Lord Reikage, your village has seen that Qing'er with your own eyes. How do you think he compares to Qianzhou Zhujian? Everyone's gaze fell on AI. AI was silent for a long time. He recalled his master's description of the scene at Duanhuan Valley that day, 1,000-armed wooden giant Buddha, 1,000 beams of light covering the entire valley, and that terrifying power that could even seal space itself. Qianzhou Zhujian's would-release was creation, AI said slowly. His wood dragon would entwine and restrain but not directly kill. But Sandao Qing'er's would-release. He paused, his voice low. Is destruction. His would-release transforms life into wood, chakra into wood, turning everything it touches into an extension of his power. If Qianzhou Zhujian was the embodiment of life, then Sandao Qing'er is the manifestation of death. The temperature in the reception room seemed to drop by several degrees. So, Daimyo said softly, we are not facing a second Qianzhou Zhujian but something more terrifying. And he also possesses space-time ninjutsu. The gray-robed mysterious man suddenly spoke. His voice was specially modulated, concealing age and gender. According to intelligence, Sandao Qing'er does not use the ordinary flying thunder god but a more advanced space-folding technique. This means his mobility surpasses that of Qianzhou Feijian, and his attack range exceeds that of Qianzhou Zhujian. Who exactly are you? Shaman narrowed his eyes. Intelligence of this level is not something ordinary people can know. Who I am is not important, the gray-robed man said. What matters is that I know what you all need. You need to unite and formulate a plan that can completely eliminate the threat of Konoha. And I can provide intelligence support as well as some special resources. What resources? The gray-robed man raised his hand and a scroll appeared in his palm. Inside the scroll was sealed a wisp of pale green chakra. This is... Wisp pupils contracted sharply. Qianzhou Zhujian cell sample. Acquired from the grave digger, said the gray-robed man. Though its vitality is low, it's enough to research a countermeasure against would-release. How much do you have? Asked Shaman. Enough for each hidden village to get a share, said the gray-robed man. But I have a condition. Speak. When we launch a joint attack on Konoha, I want the bodies of Sandao Qing'er, said the gray-robed man, a hint of fervor in his voice. Intact bodies without any damage. In exchange, you'll provide more intelligence on Konoha's defense system and... He paused. Methods to break the flying thunder god and space-time fold techniques. The meeting room fell into silence. After a long while, the second Tsuchikage Mu spoke slowly. A joint attack on Konoha is no small matter. It means the outbreak of total war, the deaths of countless ninja. We need a more compelling reason, one that can convince all ninja. The reason already exists. The second Reikage AI stood up and walked to the center of the room. Konoha concealed the new would-release inheritor. They hid the fact that they possess a second god of shinobi. This means the peace treaty signed by the 5 great nations was made under Konoha's deliberate concealment of critical intelligence. His gaze swept across everyone present. Konoha broke the balance. Konoha violated the treaty first. So we are not aggressors, we are the righteous side restoring balance. Everyone knew how ridiculous this excuse was, but no one cared because it was after all just an excuse. Righteousness. Hozuki Genjutsu laughed. What a nice word. So what's the specific plan? 1 month, said the second Reikage AI. Within 1 month, the 4 great hidden villages, Cloud, Sandstone, and Mist, will simultaneously deploy forces to the borders of the Land of Fire. We will make Konoha face enemies on 3 sides, preventing them from concentrating their strength against any one front. Konoha won't sit idle, said Shaman. Senju Tobirama is no fool, he will surely prepare in advance. So he needs time to prepare, the gray-robed man interjected. And we will feed him false intelligence, making him concentrate his forces in the wrong direction. He took out a scroll from his chest and slowly unrolled it on the table. The scroll displayed a map of Konoha's defense deployment with every outpost's location, troop strength, and even the commander's name marked. This is Konoha's current defense system, the gray-robed man said. But in a month it will change. I will ensure that all intelligence reaching Konoha points to the same conclusion. Our main attack direction is the northeast, aiming to recapture the soul-breaking valley. And in reality, asked Inoki, the real main attack direction. The gray-robed man's finger moved across the map, finally stopping at a spot. Is here. All eyes fixed on where his finger pointed. It was the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers, a dense forest. 100 kilometers behind the forest lay Konoha, the gray-robed man said. We are not after border outposts or strategic locations. What we want is Konoha itself. Once we breach Konoha and kill Senju Tobirama and Sandao Chinga, the remaining Konoha ninja will be of no concern. This is too risky. Mu frowned. Konoha's perception barrier was jointly set up by the Uzumaki and Senju clans. The cost of a direct assault. So we need an inside agent. The gray-robed man interrupted. Within Konoha not everything is monolithic. The Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and even within the Senju clan there are voices dissatisfied with Senju Tobirama. With enough benefits, enough promises. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. What do you need? Asked the third Reikage. Authorization, said the gray-robed man. Joint authorization from all Kage, allowing me to negotiate with cooperative elements inside Konoha when necessary, and the authority to activate the backup plan. Backup plan. The gray-robed man took out a second scroll. This one was pitch black with 4 blood-red characters. Tailed beast weapon. In the meeting room, even the sound of breathing vanished. You're insane, Hozuki Genjutsu said for the first time, dropping his smile. If the power of a tailed beast goes out of control, the entire shinobi world will suffer. Hence it's a backup plan, said the gray-robed man. Only to be activated if the frontal assault fails and Konoha's counterattack exceeds expectations. And we only need the power of one-tailed beast. Which one? One-tailed Shikaku, the gray-robed man said, looking at Shaman. Lord Kazekage can Suna control Shikaku. Shaman was silent for a long time, then slowly nodded. It can be done. But sealing Shikaku requires time to prepare, at least 3 months. Then 3 months. The third Reikage decided. 3 months from today the allied forces of the 4 great hidden villages will assemble at the border of the land of rivers. Break through Konoha's defenses within a month, end the war within 2 months. He looked at everyone present. Agreed. No one spoke. But each person slowly raised a hand. The gray-robed man also raised his hand, a strange curve forming beneath his mask. And in the deep shadows of the meeting room a pair of eyes silently watched everything. But no one noticed. 3 days later, Konohagakure. Ching'er stood on the Hokage rock overlooking the village below. The autumn wind carried a chill, lifting his collar. In his hand he held the metal piece obtained from the black-robed man. The eye pattern on the metal piece glimmered in the sunlight. What troubles you? A voice came from behind. Ching'er didn't need to turn around to know who it was, Senju Tobirama. The second Hokage walked to his side and also looked down at Konoha. His eyes held the same worry as Ching'er's. The 4 great hidden villages are about to ally, Tobirama said. Intelligence from the Umbu confirmed that the high-ranking officials of Cloud, Sandstone, and Mist held a secret meeting 3 days ago in the Stone Village. Though the specifics are unknown, it's certain they reached some kind of agreement. An agreement targeting Konoha. Yep, Tobirama looked at Ching'er. And you are the fuse. The appearance of the true several thousand hands made them feel threatened. One Senju Hashirama already maintained the balance for 5 years. Now there's another you. They want to allow Konoha to have a second god of shinobi. Ching'er was silent. Are you blaming yourself? Asked Tobirama. No, Ching'er said softly. Everything is proceeding according to plan. I will carry out the agreement we made, but I hope second brother will also keep his promise. I will, Tobirama interrupted. Konoha is too strong, so strong that it makes everyone uneasy. That's a truth big brother understood, which is why he used his life to trade for peace. But peace is never maintained by unilateral concessions. He patted Ching'er's shoulder. But in reality Konoha isn't monolithic. I'm increasingly realizing you were right. However, I am now the Hokage of Konoha and I don't have much room for choice. We are about to face a siege from the entire shinobi world. How much time do we have? At most 3 months, Tobirama said. The 4 great villages need time to assemble forces, allocate supplies, and formulate tactics. And we must make all preparations within these 3 months. He paused, looking at Ching'er. Including you. Me. Your power hasn't fully awakened yet, Tobirama said. I can sense that your chakra is vast, but its utilization is still crude. True several thousand hands is only a prototype. You haven't mastered the true essence of wood release. He turned to face Ching'er. Starting tomorrow I will personally train you. Big brothers would release scrolls, Mito has a copy. You need to master all basic wood release techniques within a month, then. A flicker of determination flashed in Tobirama's eyes. I will teach you the advanced version of the Flying Thunder God. Not simple spatial movement, but a true battle-changing space-time tactic. Ching'er looked at Tobirama, then slowly nodded. Good. The two stood side by side on the Hokage rock, gazing at the peaceful Konoha below. On the streets children played ninja trained and vendors hawked their wares. All of this was what they would protect with their lives. But in the shadows of Konoha countless eyes watched everything. Deep within the Uchiha compound, the Uchiha clan head knelt before the ancestral shrine facing the spirit tablets of past generations. In his eyes, the three-demo Sharingan slowly rotated. Elder! A voice came from behind. The news of the 4 Great Villages Alliance has been confirmed. He didn't turn around. Then we. Sit tight, the clan head said slowly. The Uchiha's future does not lie in this war. It lies in a more distant place. His gaze fell on the deepest spirit tablet in the shrine. That tablet had no name, only an emblem, the war fan. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan's main mansion, the current Hyuga clan head was in secret talks with several elders. How is the improvement of the caged bird seal progressing? Asked Tianren. 80% complete, an elder replied. The new version of the curse seal can not only control the branch family but also when necessary. Tianren's eyes flickered with complexity. This is the final insurance. If war breaks out and Konoha is defeated, we must ensure the Hyuga bloodline can continue. And if Konoha wins? Asked another elder. Then destroy all documents on the improved curse seal, Tianren said. The Hyuga clan will forever be Konoha's Hyuga. The elders exchanged glances, then slowly nodded. In a place unseen by all, those eyes continued to silently watch everything. The owner of those eyes stood in the forest outside Konoha holding a crystal ball. In the crystal ball, the images of Ching'er and Tobirama on the Hokage rock were reflected. It has finally begun, he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and aged. Hashirama, Tobirama, the Konoha you protect. How long can it last? He raised his head and looked at the sky. Dark clouds were gathering in the sky. A storm that would sweep across the entire shinobi world was on the horizon. In the depths of the Qianshou clan compound within my hidden village, a secret chamber. Candlelight cast shifting shadows across 3 faces, Qianshou, Feijin, Xuanhua, Shuihu, and Qing'er. 4 intelligence scrolls from different sources lay spread on the table, their conclusions brutally unanimous. Nara Lujian pushed open the door, his face bearing an unusual solemnity. The last words from our mole before contact was lost were, they don't want war, they want extermination. He unfolded a resource allocation chart. The sealing talismans, barrier materials, and bloodline suppression devices mobilized by the 4 major hidden villages far exceed the scale of a conventional war. Among them, 37 are specifically targeted against wood style, along with a large quantity of soul imprisonment materials, things used to deal with tailed beasts or enemies that cannot be completely killed. Xuanhua Shui's hand trembled slightly. After the Battle of Duanhuan Valley, they became afraid. Lujian looked at Qing'er. Your wood style can transform life forms, touching the boundary between life and death. They fear that even if they kill your physical body, your consciousness might still resurrect through the remnants of wood style. So their goal is not to kill, it is to erase body, soul, and chakra as a trinity. The chamber fell into silence. After a long moment, Qing'er spoke. Then the first thing they need to deal with is my space-time ability. Correct. Lujian nodded. They will set a trap you cannot avoid. The bait must be absolutely genuine. For example, stealing the first Hokage's remains. Xuanhua Shui's head snapped up. My sensing barrier detected nothing unusual. No need to actually steal it, Qing'er said coldly. Just make me believe the remains were stolen. Forge memories, relics, and combine them with intelligence misdirection. Then on the path of my pursuit, set up barriers to seal space-time, seals to imprison the soul, and techniques to purify chakra. A slaughterhouse designed specifically for me. After all, they do possess my elder brother's cells. He stood up, the candlelight stretching his shadow long. Since they want a dead man, I'll give them a dead man. The next day, in a secret laboratory, a clone identical to Qing'er floated in a cultivation tank. Xuanhua Shuihu gently touched the glass wall. The clone's foundation comes from Zijian cell research, but we did more. Chakra imprint injection scar simulation, 27 locations in total, matching every real scar on your body. Not enough, Qing'er said. So we have this. Shuihu took out a test tube, dark red liquid swirling inside. Your blood sample mixed with a cell activity degradation agent. After injection, the clone's time of death will be fixed at 70 hours later. Any examination will show it as a corpse approximately 3 days dead. Feijian added. And space-time technique residue. I will engrave the Flying Thunder God technique on the clone and use lightning style to simulate the effect of the technique being forcibly destroyed. Hardly anyone understands space-time ninjutsu. Everyone will believe you tried to escape before death but failed. The biggest flaw is the soul. Shuihu stared directly at Qing'er. But the Xuanhua clan possesses the soul-binding false curse, a high-level sealed illusion that creates the illusion of a sealed soul on the target. It requires your complete cooperation without any resistance. Use it, Qing'er said without hesitation. I want this corpse to pass any inspection, body, chakra, soul, all matching the characteristics of complete erasure. Shui's eyes reddened. Are you sure you want to go this far? My faces a coalition of nearly 10,000 from the 4 major hidden villages. Our fighting force is less than 4,000. Chang'er's voice was terrifyingly calm. The odds of victory in a direct confrontation are below 20. But if I die, the foundation of the alliance will shake. Their only reason for uniting is to eliminate the threat of the My Grim Reaper. Once the threat is gone, they will fall into internal conflicts over spoils, let their guard down, and shift from fear to contempt. He paused. And I will move from the light into the shadows. A dead genius is easier to underestimate than a living one. When they think victory is in hand and the high-ranking emerge from their strongholds, that will be the true moment of the hunt. Feijian was silent for a long time, then slowly nodded. Then identity separation. He spread out a map. Sandao Chang'er must die publicly beyond any doubt. The Grim Reaper must die secretly, leaving room for suspense. The overt line, you are ambushed at the border, critically wounded and missing, confirmed dead. The covert line, the Grim Reaper falls into a trap and has sealed the corpse obtained by the Grey Robe organization. This corpse will be our bait to lure out that organization. And I, Chang'er interjected, will become another person. The new identity is Feiju, a descendant of a secret technique family that went into seclusion at the end of the Warring States period, skilled in plant-based secret techniques similar to Wood style yet fundamentally different. Feijian brought up a file. The Nara clan has already forged a family ruin near the border of the land of hot springs, complete with 50 years worth of living traces, a family tree, training scrolls, and even ancestral bones. Enough to pass the strictest inspection. Shuihu asked softly. Action plan. Phase 1, you are ambushed and missing at the northeastern border. Simultaneously release the news that the Grim Reaper has been sealed. Phase 2, hold a public funeral. Leak the news of a Grim Reaper corpse transaction through the black market. Phase 3, Jing disguises as a rogue ninja to escort the corpse for the transaction. You disguise as Feiju to infiltrate the black market and follow. Phase 4, you infiltrate the Grey Robe organization. Jing provides covert support. Phase 5, before the coalition launches a full-scale attack, you sabotage from within and my launches a counterattack. Feijian put down his pen. Every stage has a backup plan. But success depends on the most critical factor. The two looked at Chang'er. Acting, Chang'er said. I must truly disappear like a dead man, live like a stranger, and be as cautious as an infiltrator. But before that, there is one last thing. The authenticity of farewell, he said softly. If I am to die, my sister and brother Feijian must show genuine grief in public. But true grief cannot be acted out unless we truly experience a farewell. The candle flame crackled. Shuihu slowly rose and walked to Chang'er. She reached out, gently stroking his cheek, tears silently falling. Then let us truly say goodbye. My little brother. This mission may be the last time we see each other. Chang'er held her hand warm and firm. Feijian placed his hand on Chang'er's shoulder. This normally composed man's eyes were red. Big brother entrusted me to take care of you before he died. But if this is the only way to protect my Chang'er come back alive. This was not acting. All three knew that Chang'er was about to step into the darkest abyss of the ninja world. Men who robbed the dead, fanatics researching forbidden techniques, and enemies who might see through his identity at any moment. The survival rate less than 30%. Chang'er smiled a smile with the characteristic openness of the Xuanhua clan. I will return. When my needs me most, I will crawl back from hell. He turned and walked toward the exit, pausing before pushing the door without looking back. Tell Gangzhou that her third grandpa has gone on a long journey. It will be a long time before he returns. The door closed softly. In the chamber, Shui's tears finally broke free. Feijian turned away, his shoulders trembling slightly. In the corridor outside, Chang'er leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. I'm sorry. This plan is destined to fail. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with an icy clarity. At the end of the corridor, Nara Lujian was waiting for him. Seeing the look in the figure's eyes, Lujian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Ready. Ready. Lujian handed him a scroll. All the information on Feiju, catchphrases, habitual gestures, even sleeping posture. Memorize it within an hour. Chang'er unrolled the scroll, his eyes scanning rapidly. His photographic memory allowed him to memorize all the details in 10 minutes, one of the skills he obtained from a lottery 3 months ago. Feiju unconsciously rubbed his left thumb while speaking, liked to look up to the right when thinking, hated rainy days because the family's secret techniques were less effective in humid environments. Operation time. He handed the scroll back. Early tomorrow morning, you will depart with the Border Patrol Squad 7. Near Observation Point 7, a Union ambush unit will appear. Lujian's voice was low. According to the script, you will cover the retreat of your teammates, and finally disappear in the explosion of lightning-style lightning storm burial. Everything within the explosion's range will be ionized, leaving no corpse, which will perfectly explain why the body cannot be found. Does the ambush unit know the truth? Only 3 people know. They are moles hidden in Yunin willing to cooperate in this act. They will protect your evacuation at the critical moment, but the other Yunin ninjas are unaware, so the battle will be very real. Lu Jian paused. The casualties will also be very real. Cheng Er was silent. 3 moles, 9 patrol members, all volunteered. Lu Jian's voice grew even lower. Their families will receive the highest compensation and their names will be engraved on the hero's monument. But the truth of their deaths will never be known. This is war. This is war. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes carrying the same weight, and beneath that weight the same resolve. Then, Cheng Er gave his ninja tool pouch a final check. See you tomorrow? Or rather, farewell forever, Lu Jian. He put on his mask and turned into the shadows. Lu Jian stood there for a long time, murmuring to himself. You must come back alive. The next morning, at the northeastern border of Mai, morning mist shrouded the forest. Cheng Er was still casually dressed in his own clothes, the Grim Reaper mask hanging at his waist, walking among the patrol team. The team members chatted and laughed. After volunteering for the mission to ensure everything appeared normal, they had willingly accepted memory sealing, in a sense completely unaware of what was about to happen. Lord Cheng Er, I heard you single-handedly repelled a 30-man squad from Yunin last time. A young Chunin asked excitedly. Just lucky. Cheng Er smiled. Everyone stay alert. This area has been unstable lately. The team arrived at observation point 7, a cliff with a wide view. Suddenly birds took flight in alarm. Enemy attack. Dozens of figures burst from the forest, Yunin forehead protectors glinting in the morning light. The leader was a Jonin, lightning crackling in his hand. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The battle erupted instantly. The Mai patrol scrambled to fight back, the screech of lightning style, and the clash of kunai mixing into a cacophony. Cheng Er formed hand seals rapidly. Wood-style tree world barrier. Wooden walls rose from the ground, blocking the dense barrage of lightning spears. But the enemy was too numerous. My team members began to fall. Retreat. They'll hold them off. Cheng Er roared. But that's an order. Gritting their teeth, the team fell back. Cheng Er stood alone at the cliff's edge, facing the surging Yunin ninja. His chakra surged forth and a wooden dragon burst from the ground, sweeping across the area. But the enemy was prepared. 3 Yunin Jonin simultaneously formed seals. Lightning-style triangle sealing array. A triangular cage of intense lightning descended from above, using violent lightning-natured chakra to continuously churn space, trapping Cheng Er in the center. At the same time, 6 other ninjas began preparing a larger-scale technique. Lightning-style lightning storm barrier ready. Cheng Er looked into the distance. The Mai team members had retreated to a safe distance. He took a deep breath and pressed his palms together. Wood-style grew, wildly attempting to break through the cage. No! The leading Jonin roared. Blinding lightning engulfed everything. The cliff collapsed, rocks melted, and the ionized air emitted a piercing shriek. When the light faded, only a scorched crater and a few burning wood fragments remained at the cliff's edge. Target. Confirmed eliminated. A ninja who had charged into the lightning dragged his mangled body out of the smoke, muttered, then collapsed to the ground silent. In the distance, the Mai team members stared blankly at the scorched earth. Lord Cheng Er. Cries of sorrow filled the morning mist. Facing the pursuing Yunin force, they could only retreat with all their might. Whether they would survive in the end depended on their individual fates. At the same time, in the Hokage's office in Mai, Feijian stood by the window gazing northeast. Shuehu stood beside him, clutching a shattered tracking talisman, the one she had secretly slipped into Cheng Er's pocket that morning. The signal is gone, she said softly. Feijian did not turn around, but his fist clenched tightly. Proceed with the plan. Issue the obituary, prepare the funeral. Notify all clans. The hero memorial service will be held in 3 days. What about the clone? Send it to the secret base tonight for the final processing of the soul-binding false curse. Feijian turned, his eyes filled with unfathomable exhaustion. Then through Jing's channels leak the news that the Grim Reaper's corpse is about to be traded. Be careful not too obvious. Shuehu nodded, tears streaming again. I really can't act grief. I know. Feijian gently embraced her. Me too. 3 days later, before the Mai memorial stone, a fine rain fell. All the village's ninjas dressed in black stood in silence. 12 new names were added to the memorial stone, and at the top was Sanao Cheng Er, born in the late Warring States period, died in the autumn of my year 17 at the age of 16. Yuan Fei Rizenjitsun Tanzang Yizibo Jing Chiodao Tsiufeng stood in the front row. Risen gritted his teeth, tears mingling with the rain. Tuanzang was expressionless, but his trembling hand betrayed his inner turmoil. Gangho was led by Shuihu holding back tears, feeling a tightness in her chest. Grandma, when will third grandpa come back? Shuihu turned and gently embraced Gansho, unable to speak. Feijian as the second Hokage delivered a speech. His voice amplified by a sound technique spread across the entire gathering. Sandao Qing'er, younger brother of Qianshou Shijian, my dear brother, protector of my. He upheld the will of fire with his life, protected his comrades in the direst of circumstances, and shed his last drop of blood for my. Today we not only mourn the passing of a hero but also remember the spirit he embodies. As long as the leaves of my dance, the fire will burn on. The speech was long, but everyone listened in silence. Grief fermented in the rain, transforming into something heavier, anger and resolve. At the back of the crowd, a grey-clad figure wearing a bamboo hat stood quietly. He looked up at the names on the memorial stone, then at the grieving crowd, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth before he turned and disappeared into the curtain of rain. No one noticed him. Nor did anyone notice in the shadows of the more distant woods another figure watching everything through the eye-holes of a wooden mask. The mask was carved with vine patterns. The figure wore grey clothes-fitting clothes. When the funeral ended and the crowd dispersed, he gently rubbed his left thumb, a small habit of Feiju when deep in thought. Then he turned and walked in the direction opposite to Mai. The rain fell harder, washing the new inscriptions on the memorial stone and every street of Mai. Sadness enveloped the village, but beneath that sadness something more resilient was growing. And in the world beyond Mai the news had already spread. My Grim Reaper was dead. In the coalition headquarters of the 4 major hidden villages, cheers of celebration erupted. In the secret base of the Grey Robe organization, someone caressed the newly arrived, experimental subject, container, greed flickering in their eyes. Everyone thought the threat had been eliminated. Everyone thought the scales of victory had tipped. No one knew that the true hunt had only just begun. The Grim Reaper had not died. He had merely donned another mask and stepped into deeper shadows, waiting for the moment to bare his fangs in the darkness. 7 days after the hero's funeral in Konoha, the village appeared calm on the surface, yet beneath it surged a restless undercurrent. The office of the Hokage was filled with the heavy sense of tea and smoke. Senju Tobirama had not left the room for 3 days. Reports of battles piled up on the table like mountains, each one telling the same truth: the pressure on the borders was increasing at an alarming rate. Union has reinforced its troops by 800 at the border of the land of hot water. The voice of Shimura Danzo was as cold and hard as iron. Sunigakure has cut off all trade routes with the land of fire. The fleet of Kirigakure has appeared 50 miles off the eastern coast, and Iwagakure's demolition team has advanced to the border of the land of grass. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the arrows approaching from 4 directions on the map. They are still testing us, but in 10 days at most the probing will turn into a full-scale attack. And he paused, his voice low. Our morale is at an all-time low. This was the truth. The death of Nara Shikaku had impacted Konoha far beyond expectations. Though this god of death of Konoha had only appeared for less than half a month at the moment of his demise, many people's pillars of support crumbled. In the tavern, drunken complaints began to surface. The eyes of young ninjas in the training grounds had lost their brilliance, and even during meetings the heads of various clans were enveloped in a sense of oppressive despair. We must do something, Uzumaki Konohamaru said. At least let people see hope. Hope? Danzo sneered. Hope cannot repel the enemy forces. What we need is actual combat power. Tobirama Sensei, can that plan really not be expedited? He was asking about Konoha last trump card, a large-scale technique secretly developed by Tobirama. But only Tobirama knew that the so-called trump card didn't actually exist, at least not at the moment. The false death plan had drained too many resources and energies. The real counterattack force was now lurking in the shadows, advancing slowly. We still need time, Tobirama said briefly, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, his students, the middle and upper echelons of Konoha. They were all unaware of the truth. Everyone's grief and anxiety were genuine. This was good. It had to be real. Then let's buy some time. Hiruzen clenched his fist. Still take people to the northeastern border for a counterattack. We don't need to win, we just need to create momentum. And then die. Danzo interrupted. You are now one of the most important combat forces in Konoha. If you die too, morale will collapse even faster. The argument erupted once more. Tobirama did not participate. He walked to the window, watching the sparse pedestrians on the street below. The rain had stopped, but the sky remained gloomy. He knew that Mito was currently deep in the clan's territory, staring blankly at a few old items left by Shikaku. He knew that Kagami had defected according to plan, and should be approaching a contact point with a certain grey-cloaked figure with the god of death's corpse. And Shikaku. Tobirama looked north. According to the plan, Shikaku should have already entered the black market of the land of hot water under the identity of Feiju. I hope everything goes smoothly. I hope he is still alive. At the same time, at the border of the land of hot water in the black market stronghold called Snake's Den. This so-called stronghold is actually a modified natural cave. 3 layers of platforms were carved out of the rock wall, each layer crowded with stalls, gambling tables, and makeshift tents. The air was mixed with the smell of blood, low-quality tobacco, and the lingering scent of scorched lightning release. A gang conflict had just occurred here yesterday. The bodies had been cleared away, but traces remained. Feiju, or rather the current Shikaku, was crouched in front of a stall selling herbs, his fingers pinching a dried nightlight mushroom. His movements were natural, and his left thumb habitually rubbed the mushroom stem. "The quality is average," he said in a hoarse voice. A part of his disguise, his vocal cords had been subtly adjusted by chakra, making his voice sound completely different. "The drying process was overcooked and the spore activity has lost 30%. The stall owner was a one-eyed old man who looked up and sized him up, an expert. "My family has been collecting herbs for generations," Shikaku replied, pointing to a few inconspicuous brown tubers in the corner of the stall. "How much for the ghost face root?" "That's the treasure of the stall, not for sale." The old man squinted his one eye. "Unless you can tell me its true use." This was a test. Everyone in the black market wore masks. Anyone could be a spy, a rogue ninja, or a bounty hunter. Trust here was a luxury, and verifying identity relied on specialized knowledge and secret codes. Shikaku crouched down, his fingers lightly touching the surface of the tuber. Ghost face root grows in places where resentment gathers, usually appearing on ancient battlefields or large-scale graveyards. The surface is brown, and when cut open it reveals a blood-red interior. The juice is highly toxic, but when combined with specific sealing techniques it can be refined into soul stabilizer, a forbidden medicine used to stabilize damaged souls. "Am I right?" The old man's expression changed. He glanced around and lowered his voice. "The formula for soul stabilizer is a secret of the Uzumaki clan." "How do you know?" "My ancestors had dealings with the Uzumaki," Shikaku replied. "According to the script, 60 years ago an elder of the Uzumaki clan sought refuge due to injuries and stayed at my house for 3 years. As a reward he taught me a few things." This story was half true, half false. Indeed, an elder of the Uzumaki clan went missing for 3 years at the end of the Warring States period. Naruto Shikaku cleverly wove this real event into the fabricated history of Feiju. Even if someone were to investigate, they would only find that it did happen, but the details had long since faded into time. The old man stared at him for a full 10 seconds before finally nodding. "What do you need the ghost face root for?" "To save someone," Shikaku said. "Someone in my family was ambushed and suffered injuries to their soul. I need this as medicine." "Who are you saving?" "My sister." A hint of pain surfaced in Shikaku's voice, which was also part of the script. Feiju had a sister attacked by enemies as part of his backstory, which could explain why he needed rare herbs and provide motivation for certain future actions. The old man was silent for a moment, then pulled out a small cloth bag from under the stall and pushed it over 300 ryo. "Also, if you really understand sealing techniques, someone is hiring." Shikaku took the cloth bag and carefully counted the coins. "Hiring? In the northern third layer, that tent with the gray flag." The old man's voice dropped even lower. "They are hiring ninjas skilled in sealing techniques with high rewards, but the tasks are very dangerous. I think if you're short on money you could give it a try." Shikaku nodded to indicate he understood, stowed the cloth bag away, and got up to leave. At the moment he turned around, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The gray flag tent. The gray cloaked organization. The bait had been cast and the fish began to probe. The northern third layer was the most chaotic area of the entire Snake's Den. There were no fixed stalls here, only makeshift tents doing various illicit trades, human organs, forbidden techniques, scrolls, the heads of wanted criminals, and even secret commissions from minor feudal lords. The gray flag tent was very conspicuous, not because it was large but because it was too quiet. While the surrounding tents were bustling with noise, this one was eerily silent, with 2 masked guards standing at the entrance, their presence concealed very well. Unless one made a conscious effort to sense it, they would almost overlook their existence. Shikaku stopped 5 steps in front of the tent. The guard on the left raised his hand and his voice came through the mask. "What do you want?" "I heard you were hiring," Shikaku said. "Ninja skilled in sealing techniques?" The guard scrutinized him. "Proof." Shikaku raised his right hand, forming seals. A small rudimentary sealing technique was unleashed, something that basic sealing technique specialists would have encountered. It wasn't surprising to demonstrate it now, and the speed of the seals could clearly showcase his sealing skills. The guards exchanged glances and the guard on the right lifted the tent flap. "Go in." Inside the tent was dim, illuminated only by an oil lamp. 3 gray-cloaked individuals sat around a low table, a map spread out before them. Upon seeing Shikaku enter, the person in the middle raised his head, wearing a birdbeak mask with eyes that glinted sharp as blades. "Name: Feiju. Lineage: descendant of the hidden clan Fuji." The birdbeak masked figure was silent for a moment. "Fuji. I've heard of them. They did exist 60 years ago, skilled in plant secret arts, but went into hiding due to involvement in a certain war. How can you prove it? Shikaka took out a wooden token from his pocket. It was a carefully forged family token by the Nara clan made from specially treated wood showing signs of nearly 100 years of natural aging with the family crest engraved on it matching the Fuji records and ancient texts. The bird-beak masked figure took the token, traced the patterns with his fingers and examined it closely under the light. After a long while he returned it. Your family should only have you left right. This was a test as well as a confirmation. If Feiju refuted it, it would indicate misinformation. If he admitted it, it would confirm the accuracy of the information they held. I still have my sister. Shikaka's voice carried just the right amount of bitterness. But she has been in a coma for 3 years. The bird-beak masked figure nodded, seemingly satisfied with this answer. We need you to complete a task. Upon completion, the reward is 5 million Ryo-en. An opportunity to use Soul Stabilizer. Shikaku's pupils constricted. This was not a disguise. He was genuinely surprised. Did the Grey-Cloaked organization know even this? How deep had their investigation gone? What task? He asked. The bird-beak masked figure pointed at the map on the table. It was a detailed topographic map of the border between the land of hot water and the land of fire, with a certain valley marked in red. There is an ancient ruin here that has recently surfaced. We need you to enter the deepest part of the ruin and retrieve an item. What item? A coffin. The bird-beak masked figure's voice was flat. Legend has it that the coffin contains the remains of a certain powerful being. The interior of the ruins was filled with plant traps and natural seals. Ordinary ninjas would meet death upon entry. But if it were someone skilled in plant secret arts and sealing techniques, there would be a chance. Shikaka stared at the map. Why choose me? You shouldn't be lacking in manpower. Because 3 of our people have gone in and all 3 have died. The grey-cloaked individual on the right spoke, her voice feminine. The first was strangled by vines, the second poisoned by pollen, and the third triggered a seal, leaving no body behind. We need professionals. And, the bird-beak masked figure added, this task has a time limit. The entrance to the ruins opens every 7 days and can only admit 1 person at a time. The next opening is at midnight the day after tomorrow. You have 2 days to decide. Shikaka fell silent. He needed to get close to the Grey-Cloaked organization, but this task sounded like a death sentence. More importantly, the coffin of a powerful being. This reminded him of the title Grave Digger. Could the Grey-Cloaked organization be not only robbing the remains of powerful beings but also not letting go of the rumored information? I can give it a try, he finally said. But I want to see the deposit first and a sample of Soul Stabilizer. The bird-beak masked figure seemed to have anticipated this request. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his robe and pushed it over. This is the sample. The deposit is 1 million Ryo, the remaining payment, and the complete potion will be settled upon task completion. Shikaka picked up the porcelain bottle, uncorked it, and took a sniff. It indeed smelled like Soul Stabilizer, and the purity was very high. The Uzumaki clan's secret medicine, and they actually managed to obtain it. Deal. A wise choice. The bird-beak masked figure pushed over another scroll. This contains part of the intelligence brought back by the first 3 deceased as well as our conjectures about the internal structure of the ruins. You have 2 days to study it. At midnight the day after tomorrow we will escort you to the entrance. Shikaka took the scroll and turned to leave the tent. By the time he exited the snake's den, dusk was approaching. He found a secluded cave, set up a rudimentary barrier, and then unfurled the scroll. The contents of the scroll made his brow furrow. The ruins were located in the corrupted Bone Valley at the border of the land of hot water and the land of fire, a place shrouded in poisonous miasma year-round where even beasts were unwilling to approach. According to the intelligence, the ruins had 3 layers. The first layer was the vine maze filled with carnivorous plants that would attack actively. The second layer was pollen. The illusion realm. The air is filled with hallucinogenic pollen. Those who inhale it will fall into an endless nightmare. The third layer is the seal chamber, where the coffin is stored. The specifics are unknown as no one has ever reached it alive. The deaths of the 3 were described in detail. The first was pierced through the heart by vines, his corpse dangling in midair, blood drained dry. The second wore a creepy smile, and an autopsy revealed lungs filled with colorful spores. The third left no corpse, only clothes and ninja tools, as if he had evaporated. Ching'er closed the scroll and shut his eyes. Dangerous, but also an opportunity. If he could complete a mission that even the gray robes couldn't accomplish, his status within the organization would rise rapidly. Moreover, that ancient powerhouse's coffin. He had to see it with his own eyes. More importantly, Mira should have news by now. He took out another small scroll from his chest, an encrypted communication tool for contacting Mira, activated only by a specific chakra frequency. He channeled chakra into it, and several lines of text appeared on the scroll. Contacted the seller. Corpse confirmed received. Preliminary research at Bones City in 3 days. Buyer's identity codename Raven, suspected to be mid-level in the organization. 4 guards, all of Jonin level strength. He'll continue to follow. Stay safe. Mirror. Ching'er burned the scroll. Mirror had successfully delivered the Death God's corpse to the Grey Robe organization and obtained permission to follow them into the research base. The plan was progressing smoothly. Next it was up to him. 2 days later, midnight at the Decay Bone Canyon. Moonlight filtered through the thick toxic miasma into a sickly green, casting ghostly shadows on the jagged canyon walls. Chengren stood before the entrance to the ruins, a stone door embedded in the rock face with a damp, decayed odor seeping through the cracks. The beaked mask and the female grey robe stood 10 meters behind him. "Remember," said the beaked mask, "you have only 6 hours. At dawn the entrance will close and won't open again for 7 days. If you don't come out, you'll be trapped and die in there." "What does the coffin look like?" Fei Zhu confirmed one last time. "A stone coffin, its surface covered in sealing runes. Size enough to hold an adult," said the female grey robe. "Bring it out and the mission is complete. Don't try to open it, the seals on it are beyond your ability to undo." Fei Zhu nodded and walked toward the stone door. When he was 3 steps away, the door slid open silently, revealing an endless darkness within. A wind mixed with the scent of earth-decaying plants, and some ancient aura blew out from within. He stepped inside. The door closed behind him, cutting off the last trace of moonlight. Darkness. Absolute darkness. Ching'er did not light a torch. Instead, he closed his eyes and let his chakra spread slowly. Wood release granted him a natural affinity for plants. Even without sight, he could sense the presence of vegetation around him. Then he saw thousands of vines coiled like venomous snakes in every inch of the passage. They were dormant, but any disturbance from an intruder would trigger an immediate attack. Fei Zhu took a deep breath and formed hand seals. Not wood release, but the secret technique of the Fuji clan, at least that's how it appeared. Chakra transformed into soft green particles drifting like fireflies. The particles touched the vines, which trembled slightly, and then slowly parted to form a path. This was the technique he had learned from the scroll. Divine maze on the first level bore no hostility toward pure plant-based chakra. As long as one didn't show aggression, they wouldn't attack. He advanced slowly, every step cautious. The passage wound downward, steeply sloping. The deeper he went, the more humid the air became, and glowing moss began to appear on the rock walls, providing faint illumination. An hour later he passed the first layer. The entrance to the second layer was an archway beyond which drifted a pale pink mist, the pollen illusion. Ching'er took out a mask from his chest and put it on, a filter device he had hastily made from ghost face root and other herbs capable of blocking most of the pollen. But the scroll said the terror of the second layer was that the pollen could invade not only through breath but also penetrate the skin. He formed seals again, this time covering his body with an extremely thin layer of chakra film. This was a technique of the Uzumaki clan that Mito had taught him originally for toxin defense, but now it came in handy. He stepped through the archway. The world changed. A pink mist filled the entire space, visibility less than 3 meters. The ground was soft humus, feeling like stepping on corpses. Faint sounds of crying, laughter, and whispers came from all around, all illusions but eerily real. Ching'er closed his eyes, relying entirely on chakra perception to move forward. After less than 20 steps, the hallucinations began. He saw Mito fall before him, a kunai embedded in her chest. He saw Tobirama pierced by lightning release. He saw Tsunade crying, asking why he hadn't come back. He saw Konoha burning the memorial stone covered with names he knew. Every image tore at his heart. But he kept walking. He knew it was fake. He knew they were all waiting for him to return. The pollen was eroding the chakra film. He felt his skin growing numb, his consciousness fading. The whispers grew louder, almost drilling into his mind. "Stay. It would be better if you were dead. You can't save anyone." Ching'er bit his tongue. The sharp pain cleared his mind for an instant. He quickened his pace, almost running. He didn't know how long he ran, but the pink mist finally began to thin. Ahead appeared a staircase leading downward. He rushed down the stairs and collapsed at the entrance to the third layer. The chakra film had shattered completely, the pollen burning his skin, but he had passed. The third layer, the sealed chamber. This was a circular stone room about 30 meters in diameter. In the center of the room, as expected, lay a stone coffin, its surface covered in glowing sealing runes. But what made Fei Zhu's breath catch was not the coffin but the other things in the room. Embedded in the walls were 12 skeletons. Each skeleton was preserved in its living posture, some forming hand seals, some gripping swords, some kneeling in prayer. They were sealed in a crystal-like substance, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. Above the coffin floated a fist-sized black crystal. It rotated slowly, exuding an oppressive force that made the heart tremble. Fei Zhu slowly stood up and walked toward the coffin. When he was 5 meters away, the black crystal suddenly stopped rotating. A voice sounded directly in his mind. "Another. One who delivers himself to death." Chang'er froze. You've come for the coffin. The voice was old and weary. The three before you did too. They all died. You will die too. Who are you? Chang'er asked in his mind. He felt the other could read his thoughts. Me. The voice seemed to laugh. I am the Tomb Guardian. Guarding this coffin. For how long? 300 years. 500. I can't remember. Who is in the coffin? Someone who should not be awakened. The Tomb Guardian's voice turned serious. Those people outside, they want to resurrect him. Use his power to do terrible things. I cannot let the coffin leave here. Chang'er was silent. He thought quickly. The Grey Robe organization wanted this coffin obviously for the remains of the powerful being inside. Combined with the codename Gravedigger, their goal was likely to collect the corpses of powerful individuals, conduct research, and even attempt resurrection or exploitation of their power. And the Tomb Guardian was stopping them. If I don't take the coffin, they'll send someone stronger, Chang'er said. One day you won't be able to hold out. I know. The Tomb Guardian's voice revealed despair. My power is waning. This soul crystal is my core, but it has cracked. At most 3 more invasions and I will disperse. Then. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Fei Zhu looked at the black crystal and indeed saw several fine cracks on its surface. Is there another way? He asked. The Tomb Guardian was silent for a long time. Yes, he finally said. But it requires you to make a choice. What choice? I can temporarily enter your body, the Tomb Guardian said. The soul crystal will remain here as a decoy. You can take the coffin, but I will follow you. This way we can deceive those outside, and I can continue to monitor the coffin to prevent it from being misused. Fei Zhu's heart pounded. Enter my body. Will you control me? No. I will merely reside. You can expel me at any time, but that would cause me to completely dissipate. I have no ill intentions. The Tomb Guardian's voice was sincere. I just don't want my master's remains to be defiled. He was a great man in life and should not become a tool for others after death. Fei Zhu weighed the pros and cons. Allowing an unknown entity into his body was extremely risky. But if he refused, he might not leave alive. The Tomb Guardian clearly had the power to kill him. After all, as he delved deeper, Chang'er had felt his own chakra growing increasingly sluggish, as if an unknown barrier had been inscribed around the area. Moreover, if the Tomb Guardian truly only wanted to protect the coffin, this might be an opportunity he could gain the knowledge and help of an ancient being while also completing the Grey Robe's mission and raising his status. If you deceive me, Chang'er said in his mind, I will make you disperse immediately. I understand. Also, you cannot pry into my memories or interfere with my actions. Agreed. I will only offer advice when necessary. Chang'er took a deep breath. Come. The black crystal blazed with light, turning into a stream of radiance that shot into Fei Zhu's chest. He felt a surge of cold energy spread through his body, finally settling near his heart. The Tomb Guardian's voice became clearer. All right. Now lift the coffin, we should go. Fei Zhu walked toward the stone coffin. The moment his hand touched the surface, the glow of the ceiling runes dimmed. The coffin was lighter than he expected, as if made not of stone but of some special wood. He hoisted it onto his shoulder and walked back the way he came. When passing through the second layer, the pollen seemed to actively avoid him. When passing through the first layer, the vines respectfully cleared a path. Clearly the Tomb Guardian was helping him. In the last moment before dawn, Chang'er emerged from the entrance of the ruins carrying the stone coffin. The beaked mask and the female grey robe stood outside seeing him and the coffin. Their eyes beneath the mask showed surprise. You succeeded. The female grey robe was incredulous. Chang'er set down the coffin, his voice weary. Almost died in there. But I managed to fulfill the mission. The beaked mask hurried forward to inspect the coffin. After confirming that the seals were intact, he nodded. Good. Very good. His gaze toward Chang'er shifted from scrutiny to a certain degree of recognition. Fei Zhu, you have proven your worth. From today you are an outer member of the organization. Here is the remaining payment and the soul stabilizing agent. He handed over a money pouch and a larger porcelain bottle. Chang'er took them, his fingers trembling slightly, half pretense, half genuine exhaustion. What's the next arrangement? He asked. Rest for 3 days first, said the beaked mask. After 3 days, report to Bone City. The organization has a more important mission for you. Bone City. Mirror was there too. Chang'er nodded. Understood. The 2 grey robes lifted the coffin and used the body flicker technique to vanish into the valley. Chang'er stood alone in the darkness before dawn. From his chest came the faint voice of the Tomb Guardian. They are dangerous. You must be careful. I know, Qingren said softly. But you must also remember our agreement. I will. The eastern sky began to lighten with a pale glow. A new day began. Qing'er turned and walked toward the black market. The first phase of the plan was complete. He had successfully infiltrated the outer circle of the Grey Robe organization. And the countdown to the war in Konoha had 7 days left. The real Shadow War was only beginning. Bone City was not a city, at least not in the traditional sense. It lay hidden deep within the snow-capped mountains of northern Tang country, a labyrinth of countless natural caves and man-made tunnels interwoven like a colossal beast coiled within the skeletal framework of the mountain range. When the first ray of morning light pierced through the snow mist, Qing'er stood on a ridge 3 kilometers from the entrance, gazing at the lifeless gray-white mountain wall in the distance. They are 300 meters underground. The Gravekeeper's voice echoed in his mind clearer than before, as if the entity dwelling within him was gradually recovering. I can sense a great deal of malevolent chakra and the stench of death. The bones here are piled like mountains, truly a bone city. Qing'er did not respond, merely tightening his gray form-fitting outfit. The mountain wind was biting, carrying the sharpness of ice and snow, but the chakra circulating gently within his body maintained his warmth. For 3 days he had studied the organization regulations, obtained from the beak mask during the day, and at night engaged in perilous exchanges with the Gravekeeper, extracting information, while guarding his own true memories from intrusion. The Gravekeeper kept his promise, not attempting to invade his mind. Yet Qing'er could sense that the entity harbored a vague suspicion about his identity. After all, the mental resilience and adaptability displayed by a descendant of a hidden clan seemed somewhat extraordinary. What do you know about the Grey Robes? Qing'er asked in his mind. This was his 3rd time posing the question. The previous 2 had been evaded. This time the Gravekeeper paused before finally speaking. They call themselves the Grave Diggers Association, but outsiders refer to them as corpse thieves or desecrators. They have existed for at least 2 centuries, roaming between nations, plundering the remains of the powerful and researching forbidden arts. Initially they were minor players, but in recent decades their actions have grown bolder and their organization more structured. Their goal: immortality. The Gravekeeper's voice carried undisguised disgust. They believe that the remains of the powerful retain the strength and wisdom from their lives. By extracting, transplanting, or even fusing them through special means, one can obtain abilities that transcend the limits of lifespan. That death corpse of yours is their ultimate dream material. Qing'er's heart tightened. Though he knew it was a clone, the thought of his own body being studied and dissected by those madmen sent a chill down his spine. Have they succeeded? Both succeeded and failed, said the Gravekeeper. Successful cases produced a few terrifying monsters, but most failed, becoming things neither human nor ghost. I once saw one. They transplanted the heart of a cage-level powerhouse into a youth. The youth went mad, slaughtered the entire laboratory, and was finally torn apart by his own chakra. Qing'er remained silent. The mountain wind howled. It's almost time, said the Gravekeeper. Remember, once inside, trust no one. Everyone here is driven by profit and may betray you at any moment. Also, if you encounter someone wearing a golden mask, avoid them. They are high-ranking grave diggers, at least of cage-level strength. Qing'er nodded and leaped off the ridge. He left shallow footprints in the snow, changing his footwork every 100 meters, a technique to prevent tracking. As he approached the mountain wall, he found an inconspicuous crevice as instructed by the beak mask. The crevice was just wide enough for one person, pitch black inside. After walking about 50 meters, a stone door appeared ahead. 2 guards stood beside it, not in gray robes, but wearing black ninja outfits and pure white masks. Their chakra fluctuations were peculiar, cold, mechanical, as if controlled by something. Identity. The left guard's voice was flat. Fei Shu, peripheral member, reporting as ordered. Qing'er presented the token given by the beak mask, a metal plate engraved with a skull and vines. The guard took the plate and pressed it into a groove on the stone door. The door slid open silently, revealing a descending staircase. The walls on both sides were embedded with glowing or providing dim illumination. Go straight to the end, someone will receive you. Qing'er stepped through the door, which immediately closed behind him, cutting off his retreat. The staircase was long and spiraled downward. The air grew colder, carrying a strange Swedish stench, a mix of preservatives and blood. Murals began to appear on the walls depicting grotesque scenes: human bodies disassembled and reassembled, chakra extracted from corpses, souls sealed into vessels. The deeper he went, the heavier Qing'er's heart became. This was not a simple criminal organization, it was a cult with a complete ideology and strict system. The staircase finally ended. Ahead lay a vast hall at least 20 meters high, with dozens of pale white lanterns hanging from the ceiling. The hall was bustling with people, most in gray robes or black, a few in various colors, likely peripheral members like himself. At the center of the hall stood a colossal statue of a humanoid figure with arms outstretched, but on closer inspection it was assembled from countless bones. The eye sockets of the bone statue were set with 2 red gemstones emitting an ominous red glow. "Newcomer!" a voice came from the side. Ching'er turned to see a man around 30 wearing a deep blue form-fitting outfit with 3 short swords at his waist. A scar ran from his forehead diagonally across his chin, making his otherwise handsome face look fierce. "Fei Zhu," Chang'er replied briefly. "Scarface." The man pointed at his own face by way of introduction. "The beak mask sent me to pick you up. Follow me first, get your ID badge and room key, then meet your future teammates." Scarface turned and walked quickly. Chang'er followed, observing his surroundings. The hall had 8 passageways, each guarded. People spoke in low voices like whispers in a church, but the content was chilling. Subject 3 went berserk again yesterday, devoured 2 researchers. A batch of new materials from Cloud hidden, prisoners captured on the battlefield. The body brought back by Lord Raven is said to be perfectly preserved with alarmingly high residual chakra concentration. Scarface noticed his gaze and grinned. "Everyone feels that way the first time. You'll get used to it. Here corpses aren't corpses, they're resources. Living people aren't people, they're convertible resources." Got it, said Ching'er. They crossed the hall and entered the second passage on the left. Iron doors lined both sides, each marked with a number. Scarface stopped at door. "Out 107. Took a key ring from his waist and unlocked it. The room was tiny with only a bed, a table, and a cabinet. A package lay on the table. "Your stuff," Scarface said, pointing at the package. "ID badge, organization regulations manual, basic access card. The access card opens doors to public areas and labs on levels 1 to 3. Higher levels require upgraded clearance or an escort by a senior." Chang'er opened the package. Inside, besides the items Scarface mentioned, there was a gray uniform similar to the gray robe style, but without a hood, embroidered with a Vinian skull pattern on the chest. "Change you to the uniform. In 5 minutes I'll take you to meet your teammates." Scarface leaned against the doorframe. "A word of advice, your teammates are not easy to get along with. But it's the rule. Newcomers must join a team and complete 3 missions before operating independently." Chang'er quickly changed. The uniform fit perfectly, as if tailored for him. He stored his gray outfit in the cabinet and hung the ID badge around his neck, a black metal plate engraved with Fei Zhu and the number Out 742 on the front, with intricate anti-counterfeit patterns on the back. "Ready." Scarface gave him a once-over and nodded. "Let's go." They returned to the hall and entered the third passage on the right. This passage was wider than the previous one, with spaces resembling training grounds on both sides where people practiced ninjutsu, taijutsu, or even sparred. But Chang'er noticed that most of the ninjutsu were sinister and peculiar, many being forbidden techniques using corpses or blood as mediums. "Your team number is Bone 7, Scarface said. "The captain is a man and named Blood Crow. The team has 3 members: the puppet master Stitch Corpse, the medical ninja Plague Doctor, and the perception-type blind girl. Remember their code names, real names don't matter here." He paused, lowering his voice. "Blood Crow likes to test newcomers. Hell use various methods to probe your limits. If you cower, hell treat you like trash. If you resist too much, hell cripple you. Find the right balance." "What kind of test?" "No idea, it changes every time." Scarface shrugged. "Last time he made a newcomer soak in a pool of corpses all night. The guy went insane. The time before that he made a newcomer dissect a still living prisoner with bare hands. Anyway, good luck." At the end of the passage was a heavy iron door. Scarface knocked, 3 long, 2 short. The door opened. Behind the door was a room that resembled both a laboratory and a torture chamber. The walls were hung with various tools: scalpels, bones, saws, hooks, forceps, and organ specimens preserved in formalin. In the center of the room stood a long metal table around which sat 4 people. Seated at the head was a red-haired man who looked about 40, wearing a half-mask shaped like a crow's head, revealing a hard jawline beneath. He was dressed in a dark red robe, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. That was Blood Crow. To his left sat a tall, thin man in a white coat stained with dark brown blotches, idly twirling a scalpel between his fingers, Stitch Corpse. To his right was a woman wearing a birdbeak mask, her eyes cold behind the eye holes. She was arranging a row of test tubes, Plague Doctor. In the corner, a girl with a black blindfold over her eyes stood silently. She looked only 15 or 16, with skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, clutching a white cane. Blind girl. "Newcomer." Blood Crow's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping. "Fei Zhu, specializing in plant type and sealing techniques." Scarface finished speaking and immediately retreated outside, closing the door. The room was now left with only 5 people. Blood Crow sized up Ching'er, remaining silent for a full minute. Stitch Corpse continued playing with his knife. Plague Doctor went on arranging test tubes and Blind Girl looked in Ching'er's direction. Though her eyes were covered, he could feel a certain chakra scanning him. A descendant of the Vine clan. Blood Crow finally spoke. A nearly extinct family. Do you know why the Vine clan went extinct? Ching'er answered according to the script. They were drawn into war and annihilated. No. Blood Crow stood up and walked over to Ching'er. He was half a head taller, exuding an oppressive aura. It's because they were too weak. Clinging to those ancient rules, refusing to contend with the outside world. What happened? They were crushed by those stronger and greedier. Over here. He reached out, grabbing Ching'er's chin with considerable force. In this place, weakness means death. If you want to live, you have to prove your worth. How do I prove it? Ching'er didn't struggle, his voice calm. Blood Crow released his hand and walked to the corner of the room where a cage covered with black cloth sat. He pulled off the cloth. Inside the cage was a thing. It had once been a person, but now it was hard to tell. Its body had been modified, its limbs replaced with beastly claws, skin covered in sutures, eyes a murky yellow. It paced restlessly inside the cage, letting out low growls. This is a beast slave, one of our failed experiments, Blood Crow said. It retains some human intelligence but is dominated by bestial instincts. Your test is simple, go in and stay with it for 10 minutes. If you come out alive, you pass. Stitch Corpse let out a low chuckle. Plague Doctor glanced up, then looked down again. Blind Girl frowned slightly but said nothing. Ching'er looked at the cage. The beast slave's chakra was chaotic and violent, roughly equivalent to a special jonin. In the cramped cage it would be hard to use ninjutsu, only close-quarters combat was possible. Fine, he said. Blood Crow raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his decisiveness. He opened the cage door and made a "please" gesture. Ching'er stepped inside. The door closed behind him. The beast slave lunged instantly, incredibly fast claws tearing through the air. Ching'er sidestepped the claws, grazing his shoulder and leaving a bloody gash. He didn't use wood release, nor did he expend much chakra. He merely circled with taijutsu, observing the beast slave's attack patterns. The Gravekeeper's voice echoed in his mind. Its weakness is at the third vertebra of the spine. There's a neural implant controlling it. Ching'er dodged another lunge, and as the beast slave turned, he concentrated chakra in his finger and struck precisely at the third vertebra. The beast slave let out a piercing screech, its movements freezing, then it collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The 10 minutes weren't up yet. Ching'er crouched down to examine the beast slave. The implant was damaged, the beast slave was losing its vital signs. A flicker of relief passed through its eyes, then they went completely dark. The cage door opened. Interesting. Blood Crow clapped, but the applause held no praise, only scrutiny. What method did you use? A family secret technique, a meridian sealing strike targeting the chakra pathways. Ching'er stepped out of the cage, the wound on his shoulder still bleeding. Plague Doctor walked over and tossed him a roll of bandages. Patch yourself up. Blood Crow returned to his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk again. Barely passable. But remember, killing isn't a skill here, control is. Next time you encounter an experiment subject, try to keep it alive. They're expensive. Understood. Now for the real business. Blood Crow picked up a document from the table. The organization has a mission for us. In 3 days, the allied forces of Cloudstone, Sand, and Mist will launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. Our task is to infiltrate Konoha during the chaos after the war begins and steal 3 things. Ching'er's heart nearly stopped, but his face betrayed no emotion. First, the remains of Hashirama Senju, if they can still be found. Second, the Uchiha clan's stockpile of Sharingan. Third. Blood Crow paused, glancing at Ching'er. The complete legacy of Konoha's sealing techniques, especially the Uzumaki clan's secret arts. Stitch Corpse licked his lips. Finally going after Konoha. I hear they have plenty of good stuff. But Konoha's defenses are tight, Plague Doctor said coolly. Even with the 4 major villages attacking Hiden, the internal defenses won't be completely empty. That's why we need an inside agent. Blood Crow looked at Ching'er. You're new, but you're also an unfamiliar face. The organization needs you to disguise yourself as a wandering shinobi, sneak into Konoha before the battle, and open a path for us. Ching'er was silent for a moment. Konoha is on high alert. It's hard for strangers to get in. We have a way. Blood Crow handed over a small vial filled with a transparent liquid. This is a chakra disguising agent. After taking it, it will simulate a specific chakra signature for 24 hours. We'll give you the identity of a confirmed dead Konoha Chunin. You'll disguise yourself as him and return under the guise of a wounded soldier reporting back. What if him discovered? Then you die. Blood Crow said it casually. Or you can try to complete the mission and come back alive. If you succeed, you'll be promoted directly to core member, gaining access to the organization's higher secrets. Ching-er took the vial. It was a dilemma. Accepting the mission meant returning to Konoha facing familiar people with extremely high risk. Refusing would arouse suspicion and possibly expose his identity. I accept, he said. Blood Crow smiled a chilling expression. Excellent. Over the next 3 days, Stitch Corps will teach you all the habits and relationships of that Konoha Chunin. Plague Doctor will help adjust your physical condition to make the disguise perfect. Blind Girl will brief you on Konoha's current defensive details. And I. He walked over to Ching-er and patted his shoulder. They'll be watching you. If you show any sign of abnormality, I'll deal with you personally. Understand? Understood. Meeting adjourned. Phase, you stay. Stitch Corpse, Plague Doctor, and Blind Girl left one by one. Only Blood Crow and Ching-er remained in the room. Blood Crow sat back in his chair and suddenly asked, Are you really just a descendant of the Fuji clan? Ching-er's heart tightened, but his expression remained unchanged. What do you mean? Your fighting style is too clean. Blood Crow stared at him. Even when you only use taijutsu and basic ninjutsu, there's a flavor of rigorous training. A fallen clan member shouldn't have such standard shinobi discipline. Though the clan declined, the legacy was not broken. The training has never slackened. Is that so? Blood Crow's fingers tapped the desk slowly. Then your sealing techniques. Who did you learn them from? The Uzumaki clan's secret arts aren't something just any clan can access. Ching-er had long prepared an answer. The Uzumaki elder who taught my family left behind some scrolls. Blood Crow stared at him for a long time, so long that Ching-er almost thought he was exposed. But finally Blood Crow waved his hand. Go. Remember, we depart in 3 days. Succeed on the mission and you'll have a future. Fail and you'll have no future. Ching-er nodded and turned to leave. Blood Crow's oppressive presence was overwhelming. His eyes seemed capable of seeing through any disguise. However, fortunately, mastery of acting gave Ching-er considerable confidence. That man is dangerous, the Gravekeeper said. His chakra is mixed with at least 10 different signatures. He has transplanted organs from others many times. Ching-er didn't respond, walking quickly to his own room. He needed to think to plan. The Grey Robe organization intended to steal Konoha's most important legacy during the war, and he himself had been assigned as the inside agent. This was a hellish challenge. But perhaps it was also an opportunity. If he could use this identity to reverse infiltrate and obtain the Grey Robe organization's full plan, then pass it to Konoha. What are you going to do? The Gravekeeper asked. Ching-er closed the door and set up a simple soundproof barrier. Then he took out the encrypted scroll for contacting Kagami from his pocket. He infused chakra and a new message appeared on the scroll. I've entered the mid-level of Bone City. The Death God's corpse has been sent to the core laboratory guarded by Crow himself. Laboratory location: underground, floor 5, sector 7. Defenses: 24 personnel including 8 Jonin level. In trying to contact an insider. Stay safe, remain silent. Kagami. Ching-er burned the scroll. Kagami had infiltrated deeper. And he himself was about to act with a dual identity: the Grey Robe's inside agent and Konoha's sleeper agent. In 3 days he would return to Konoha facing those who thought he was dead: family, friends, subordinates. He had to play this role perfectly without revealing a single flaw. Because once exposed, not only would he die, but the entire fake death plan would collapse and Konoha would lose its last chance. Outside the window, the perpetually dim lights of Bone City cast twisted shadows on the walls. Ching-er sat on the edge of the bed, closing his eyes. He began to recall everything about that Konoha Chunin. Name, appearance, habits, relationships. The intelligence from Stitch Corps was detailed, disturbingly so. This indicated that the Grey Robe organization's infiltration of Konoha might be deeper than he had imagined. Meanwhile, deeper beneath Bone City, the clone body belonging to the Death God lay on a cold experimental table. The Crow-masked Crow stood beside the table, a surgical scalpel gleaming coldly in his hand. What a perfect body, he murmured to himself. The density of chakra pathways is 3 times that of a normal person. Cell activity remains at an astonishing level even after death. And these scars, each one tells a story of battle. He raised the scalpel and gently sliced open the clone's chest. No blood flowed out. The blood had already been deliberately decayed. But the muscle tissue remained elastic, as if sleeping, not dead. Begin recording, Crow said to his assistant. Experiment subject number: Death God 01. Preliminary dissection shows that the target possessed at least 3 or more bloodline limits during life: physical strength reaching strength and chakra reserves incalculable. The dissipated portion alone still far exceeds cage level standards. The assistant quickly recorded. Crow continued the dissection, removing the heart, liver, and kidneys, weighing, measuring, and slicing each one. His movements were skilled and reverent, as if performing a religious ritual. "Notify the professor," he said. "This corpse may be the perfect vessel we've been searching for. If we can extract the complete cell memory, we might be able to recreate his power. And more." The assistant nodded and left. Crow looked down at the hollowed-out shell on the dissection table, the eyes behind his mask gleaming with fanatical light. "Death God, oh death God. In life you protected Konoha. In death you will become the weapon to destroy it. How ironic." He reached out, gently stroking the clone's cold cheek. "Rest easy. Soon you will be reborn. In another form." Outside the laboratory, in the shadows of the corridor, Uchiha Kagami held his breath, his Sharingan faintly glowing in the darkness. He had witnessed the entire dissection and heard Crow's words. His hand rested on his sword hilt, veins bulging. But he could not move. Not yet. He had to wait for Cheng Er's signal for that moment of counterattack. And in distant Konoha, deep in the night, inside the Hokage's office, Tobirama Senju stood by the window holding a tracking talisman that had already shattered. It was the one Mito had secretly slipped to Cheng Er before his death. "4 more days," Tobirama murmured. "Cheng Er, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, make it in time." Outside the window, Konoha's lights flickered in the night like candles in the wind. The storm was coming. And the ones who would decide the outcome were not the thousands of troops on the surface, but the few solitary figures in the darkness. 3 days of preparation had rendered the Bone City impenetrable. Cheng Er's current identity was Deshur, a Konoha Chunin originally assigned to the Border Patrol 3rd Squad, standing in the shadows of the Bone City's exit. He wore the standard Konoha green vest, his left arm wrapped in a bandage soaked with bloodstains, and his face smeared with dust and dried blood. Through the transformation technique, the face in the mirror belonged entirely to a 28-year-old man named Deshur, a square jaw, thick eyebrows, and a shallow scar left from childhood on his left cheek. "Remember," Stitch Corpse checked his disguise one last time. "Deshur is introverted, not good at socializing, but very loyal. His best friend was Kojima from the same class, who died 3 months ago in a Cloud Ninja ambush. His supervising Jonin was Moonlight Gale, yes, the survivor of the Moonlight Clan. Your severe injury occurred during a patrol when you encountered a rock reconnaissance team, fought desperately to break through, collapsed in a cave, and remained unconscious for 5 days before barely managing to return today. Plague Doctor handed him a packet of medicinal powder. Sprinkle it near the wound to simulate chakra disturbance from infection. Konoha's medical ninja will check, but not too thoroughly. On the eve of war, they're short-handed." The blind girl, her face covered in black cloth, turned toward him. "There are 3 gaps in Konoha's eastern defense line. The safest is 300 meters south of Watchtower No. 7, where the barrier has a 27-second fluctuation window every 2 hours. You must arrive before dawn tomorrow. I will guide you remotely." Blood Crow leaned against the wall, his crow mask's eye holes gleaming with a scrutinizing light. "One final reminder, Feiju, or rather Deshur. Your mission: first, confirm the exact location and guard status of the Senju Hashirama burial ground. Second, map the internal layout of the Uchiha clan compound. Third, obtain the access logs for Konoha's sealing techniques library. When the Allied forces launch a general attack in 7 days, we will give you the signal. At that time you must destroy the 3 core nodes of the eastern barrier to open a passage." He stepped closer, lowering his voice further. "Don't think of betraying us. You've already been implanted with the bone-eroding goo by Plague Doctor. Without the antidote, when the larvae hatch in 7 days, they will devour you from the inside out. Complete the mission, return alive, and you'll receive the antidote and core member status." Cheng Er felt a faint peculiar sensation in his chest, very subtle but undeniably present. He nodded. "Understood. Move out." Cheng Er turned and stepped into the wind and snow outside the Bone City. The Konoha forest before dawn was eerily silent. Cheng Er lay on the slopes south of Watchtower No. 7, covered in snow and dead leaves. He suppressed his chakra to the minimum and breathed slowly. In his mind, the Great Keeper's voice echoed. "Ahead 200 meters, the barrier does have periodic fluctuations. That blindfolded girl's perception ability is very special. It seems she can directly see the trajectory of chakra flow." "She doesn't see with her eyes," Cheng Er replied mentally. "It's some kind of mutated perception. The Grey Robe organization has gathered many such special talents." "Careful, someone's coming." Cheng Er held his breath. A patrol of ninja passed below, a foreman squad led by a young jonin whose face showed fatigue. They spoke in low voices. "I heard the Cloud is reinforcing the border again. Not just the Cloud, the Sand's puppet forces have already advanced into the land of rivers. The Hokagesama didn't sleep again last night. The office light was on until dawn. Enough focus on the patrol." The team moved away. The blind girl's voice rang directly in his ear through some kind of communication jutsu. Now. Barrier fluctuation begins, 30 29 28. Ching-er rose, and at the moment the countdown reached 0 he transformed into a blur and passed through the barrier. A faint ripple spread outward but was quickly masked by the barrier's natural fluctuations. He entered Konoha's territory. Familiar forest, familiar road. In the distance Konoha's silhouette emerged faintly in the morning mist. The colossal Hokage rock revealed its outlines in the dawn light. A powerful surge of emotion struck him, home yet unable to be recognized. Focus! The gravekeeper reminded him. Your current identity is Dashura Konoha Chunin, returning from severe injury. Your home is at No. 17 3rd Street East District. Your mother is still alive. Your father died in battle against Uchiha Madaro's invasion. Ching-er took a deep breath, adjusted his pace, and made himself appear truly unhealed. He dragged his left leg, supported himself against a tree trunk, and limped toward Konoha's main gate. When he was still 500 meters from the gate, the ninja on the watchtower spotted him. Halt! Who goes there? Konoha Chunin. Dashur. Ching-er shouted in a hoarse voice. Border Patrol 3rd Squad. Severely injured. Returning to duty. Several figures leaped down from the watchtower and landed in front of him. They were Konoha's defense ninja led by a Hyuga clansman whose Byakugan was already active. Chakra signature. Confirmed. It's Dashur. The Hyuga ninja said, but his eyes remained wary. Your squad reported all members dead 5 days ago. How did you survive? Cave. Hid for 5 days. Wound infection. Ching-er coughed violently. The medicinal powder from Plague Doctor began to take effect, making his chakra fluctuations chaotic and unstable. The Hyuga ninja frowned and said to his companion, Take him to the medical unit for examination. Notify intelligence to verify his account. 2 ninjas supported Ching-er, and they walked through Konoha's main gate. Familiar streets, familiar buildings, familiar villagers. The aroma of breakfast stalls drifted over. Children ran past laughing. A few elderly sat under the eaves drinking tea. This was Konoha's everyday scene, yet it made Ching-er's eyes burn. But he had to endure. He was now Dashur, an ordinary severely injured Chunin. The medical unit was located on the west side of the hospital. With war approaching, it was overflowing. Lightly wounded patients lay on the floor in the corridors and medical ninja rushed about. Ching-er was led into an examination room. The medic attending him was a young female ninja seemingly under 20. Shizenpai. She glanced at his ID tag. I heard you. Please lie down. I need to check your wounds. Ching-er lay on the bed. The kunoichi unwrapped the bandage on his left arm and frowned. Deep infection already suppurating. How did you manage to hold on until now? Had to. Come back. Ching-er replied with his eyes closed. The kunoichi began treatment. A green glow of the mystical palm technique illuminated the room. Ching-er could feel her probing carefully, not just the wound but also his chakra pathways. The medicinal powder from Plague Doctor was effective. His pathways showed multiple damages and blockages, consistent with a near-death severe injury. You need at least a week of hospitalization, the kunoichi said. You'll get your medicine. Rest for a while. After she left, the examination room was empty except for Ching-er. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. This place was rarely visited by him. After all, the recovery ability of the first stage of the death god's undying body was truly absurdly powerful. The door opened. It wasn't the kunoichi. It was Uzumaki Mito. Ching-er's heart nearly stopped. He forced himself to keep his breathing steady to maintain the reaction Dashur should have, the awe and tension of an ordinary Chunin meeting a high-ranking figure. Mito walked to the bedside and gazed at him silently. Her eyes were swollen, evidently having just cried. The gravekeeper whispered in Ching-er's mind. Her perception is very strong. She's probing you, but not with malice. It's sorrow. Dashur-kun, Mito said softly. I heard about your situation. Your entire squad sacrificed and you alone returned alive. Can you tell me what happened? Her voice was gentle, but Ching-er could sense the deeper meaning behind it. She was confirming testing. Mito knew of the fake death plan. She knew Ching-er would return in some form, but she didn't know the exact time or method. She was suspecting that this severely injured returning Chunin might be the person she was waiting for. We were patrolling at observation point 7. Encountered a rock squad. 15 men. Ching-er narrated the fabricated experience, prepared by the gray robes in a broken voice. The captain ordered us to retreat. He covered the rear. I was hit by an earth release. Fell into a cave. Passed out. When I woke up, 5 days had passed. Mito listened quietly. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the tracking talisman hanging around her neck, the one she had given Ching-er before his death. It had shattered, but she still wore it. Do you know Ching'er? She suddenly asked. Ching'er's heart tightened, but he kept a confused expression. Ching'er. Sama. The Konoha death god. Of course I know him. No, I mean I know of him, but a small fry like me. He never noticed me. He's dead. Mito said, her voice trembling. 7 days ago at the northeastern border. To protect his teammates, he was blasted to ash by lightning release. Tears slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the edge of the bed. He was my little brother. She looked at Ching'er, her gaze as if trying to pierce through the disguise. If you see him, if you ever get the chance to see him, tell him that his sister is waiting for him to come home. Ching'er clenched his teeth, forcing himself to suppress his instinctive emotions. Acting proficiency saved the day again. Using the tone Deshire would have, sympathetic and odd, he said. Maida-sama. Please accept my condolences. Ching'er-sama is a hero. Konoha will not forget him. Mito stared at him for a long time, then gently nodded. Rest well. Konoha needs every able fighter. She turned and left, pausing at the door but not looking back. After the door closed, Ching'er finally allowed himself to take a deep breath. In that moment he almost thought he had been exposed. Mito's perception was too sharp. Even with Plague Doctor's medicine and the transformation technique from the system lottery, the disguise was as precarious as walking on thin ice in front of the one closest to him. She suspects you, the Gravekeeper said. But not because she found a flaw. It's because she hopes it's you. The obsession of humans. What a terrifying power. The kunoichi returned with medicine and injected Ching'er with antibiotics and painkillers. Half an hour later, a ninja from intelligence arrived, a middle-aged man wearing glasses with a stern expression. Deshirku Im Yamanaka from intelligence. Per procedure, I need to verify your memory to ensure you are not an enemy in disguise. Please cooperate. Yamanaka Inoichi. Ching'er's heart sank. The Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique could directly probe memories. This was his most dangerous checkpoint. Stitch Corpse and Plague Doctor had prepared countermeasures for this. They had implanted a fabricated memory in Deshire's mind, but it could only withstand superficial probing. If Inoichi delved deeply, anomalies might be discovered. I understand, Ching'er said. Inoichi formed hand seals and pressed his fingers to Ching'er's temples. Relax. Don't resist. An external chakra entered Ching'er's mental space. The Gravekeeper immediately warned. He's probing the surface memories. Those fabricated. The memory is being read. But if he delves deeper, he will come into contact with my existence and your true consciousness. Ching'er kept his mind relaxed, allowing Hai to read the memories of that. Deshire. Border Patrol ambush captain covering the rear, falling into a cave, struggling to survive, struggling to return. Hai's brow gradually relaxed. After a few minutes he withdrew his hand. The memories match. There are no traces of mind control. Welcome back, Deshire. Take good care of your injuries. Mine needs you. He stood up and left. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned around. By the way, Lord Chang'er's funeral. Did you go to see it? The question was abrupt. Ching'er reacted quickly, speaking in a sorrowful tone. I was unconscious in the cave. I missed it. When I recover, I will definitely go to the memorial stone to pay my respects. Hai nodded and this time truly left. The crisis was temporarily resolved. At the same time, in the Mai Hokage's office, Fei Jian stood by the window. Behind him stood Yuan Fei, Ri Zhan, Ji Siyuan, Tuan Zhang, Zhuan Qin, Xiao Chun, and Shui Hu Men Yen. On the table was spread a new war report. The allied forces of Cloud Rock, Sand, and Mist Hidden Villages had completed their assembly at the border of the Grass Country with a total force of 12,000 men. Mai could only mobilize 4,300 ninjas plus the reserves from various clans, at most 5,000. They will launch a general attack within 3 days. Ri Zhan's voice was heavy. According to intelligence, the first wave will be a coordinated attack by the Rock Hidden's explosive unit, and the Cloud Hidden's lightning release unit, aiming to break through our northeastern front line. The Sand Hidden's puppet unit will pin us from the west. Tuan Zhang added. And the Mist Hidden's fleet is already on standby off the east coast. Once we shift our main force, they will land. Fei Jian did not speak. His gaze fell on the desk, where a newly delivered report lay. Chunin Deshire ID 0127 returned to duty with severe injuries. Memory verification passed. Confirmed to be the person himself. Now hospitalized in the medical unit. Deshire. The sole survivor of the 3rd Border Patrol Squad. Coincidence? Teacher. Ri Zhan asked. Our defense plan. Carry out the original plan. Fei Jian turned around. Ri Zhan, you are in charge of the front line. Tuan Zhang, you lead the route to monitor the west. Xiao Chun and Men Yen, logistics and medical care are in your hands. Shui Hu. He looked at Shui Hu, who had been sitting silently in the corner. You have full command of the barrier squad. Also, that is sure when he recovers a bit transfer him to the barrier squad for auxiliary work. We need everyone who understands barrier techniques. Shui, who looked up, a glint flashing in her eyes. I understand. After the meeting ended, Shui, who did not leave immediately. She walked to the window and stood shoulder to shoulder with Fei Jian. Do you suspect? She asked softly. Anything is possible, Fei Jian said in a low voice. But if it really is him, we cannot acknowledge him. The Grey Robe organization is everywhere. There must be their spies inside my high-ease memory probe found no issues. The Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique is not infallible either. If the other side has more advanced mental disguise techniques. Shui, who gripped the amulet on her chest. I will transfer him to my side. If he really is Ching'er, he will find a chance to give us a signal. If not, at least I can keep an eye on him. Fei Jian nodded. Be careful. Bone City Underground Level 5 Core Laboratory. Uchiha Jing, disguised as an ordinary grey-robed researcher, pushed a cart loaded with experimental equipment past the metal gate of Sector 7. The guard at the door checked his access card, which he had stolen and forged 3 days ago from a drunken researcher. Go in. Lord Duya is conducting an important experiment. Don't disturb him. Jing lowered his head and pushed the cart inside. The laboratory was larger than imagined, a circular space with a 10-meter ceiling. In the center was a huge cylindrical cultivation tank in which the Death God clone was immersed. But the clone was now unrecognizable. Its chest cavity was opened, its internal organs removed, replaced by complex chakra conduits and glowing rune arrays. Duya stood before the console, his fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Dense data scrolled on the screen: cell activity, chakra residue, gene sequences. Inject serum no. 3. Duya commanded. An assistant pressed a button. In the tank, a dark red liquid was injected into the clone's blood vessels through a tube. The clone's fingers suddenly twitched. Neural response recovered. Another assistant exclaimed. The corner of Duya's mouth beneath his mask curled up. Excellent. Continue injecting until the critical point. I want this body to come alive, even if it's just a walking corpse. Jing pushed the cart, pretending to organize equipment, but his eyes observed everything through the gaps in the shells. His Sharingan glowed faintly in the shadows, recording every detail. Lord Duya, a researcher asked. Even if we revive this body, it has no soul and cannot use its former ninjutsu. Soul. Duya sneered. We don't need a soul. We only need the flesh and the muscle memory and chakra instinct remaining in the flesh. Have you heard of the impure world reincarnation? That uses living sacrifices to summon the souls of the dead. But our technology is more advanced. We don't summon souls, we directly control the flesh. He pointed at the data on the screen. The cells of this body are engraved with the chakra circulation patterns of countless ninjutsu. As long as we can activate these patterns, we can make it automatically perform ninjutsu. No consciousness, no emotion, just a perfect killing machine. Jing's fingers dug into his palms. These madmen. They wanted to turn Ching'er's body into a puppet weapon. What about wood release? Another researcher asked. Wood release requires immense vitality and chakra control. Without a conscious mind can it be performed. So we still need the final step. Duya walked to a corner of the lab where a refrigerated cabinet stood. He opened the door and took out a transparent container in which a still faintly beating heart was immersed. This was obtained from the battlefield in the grass country 3 days ago. Duya's voice was filled with fervor. It comes from a collateral descendant of the Senju clan. Although the bloodline is diluted, it does possess the potential genes for wood release. Transplant this heart combined with our developed chakra induction program, and we can make this body perform basic wood release. But my lord, organ transplantation from different individuals will cause severe rejection. We'll solve it with sealing techniques, Duya said. I have already designed the symbiotic seal which can forcibly fuse 2 body parts from different sources. Of course the success rate is only 30, but if it succeeds. He didn't finish, but Jing already understood. If successful, the Grey Robe organization would obtain a fully controlled puppet weapon with wood release and space-time ninjutsu instincts. And they would use this weapon to destroy Mai in the war. Must stop it. But how? The security here was tight and Duya himself was a cage-level powerhouse. Forcing his way in would be suicide. He must wait for an opportunity or... Jing's gaze fell on a certain button on the console, the emergency drain switch for the cultivation tank. If pressed, all the liquid in the tank would drain within 10 seconds, exposing the clone to air, and the transplant surgery would have to be interrupted. The risk was enormous, but it was worth a try. He pushed the cart, slowly approaching the console. My medical unit late at night. Ching'er lay on the hospital bed pretending to be asleep. In reality, his consciousness was communicating with the Gravekeeper. Your sister came again this afternoon, the Gravekeeper said. She sat on the bench outside the door for an hour saying nothing, just staring at your door. Ching'er felt a stab in his heart. She is confirming. She hopes it's me but also fears that it really is me because that means how dangerous the mission I have to carry out is. Human emotions are truly complex. The Grey Keeper was silent for a moment. However, I sensed deep beneath a certain huge source of chakra. Very ancient, very vast, like a sleeping giant beast. That is Mui's ultimate defense system. Chang'er explained. One of the trump cards left by the first Hokage. It will not be activated unless the village faces extinction. It seems your world is more dangerous than I imagined. Suddenly the war door was gently pushed open. Ching'er immediately entered a sleeping state, breathing steadily. A small figure slipped in. It was Gangsho. She tiptoed to the bedside holding a small package. Ching'er could sense her chakra much stronger than 3 months ago, but still very unstable. Clearly she was growing rapidly. Uncle Dashur, Gangsho whispered. Grandma said you were injured badly. This is for you. She placed the package on the bedside table. It's red bean cake made by Grandma. She said injured people will recover faster if they eat it. Although Grandma has been crying a lot lately, the red bean cake might be a bit salty. Her voice choked. Third Grandpa died. Grandma is very sad. Dad and uncles are also very sad. Uncle Dashur, do you know my third grandpa? I mean Grandpa Ching'er. Ching'er's heart felt as if it were being squeezed. I heard from Dad that third grandpa is a hero. He protected many people. Gangsho continued. But why didn't he protect himself? If he were alive, Grandma wouldn't cry and I wouldn't be so scared. She sniffled. Sorry, I shouldn't say these things. You take good care of your injuries, Uncle Dashur. When you get better, could you teach me some ninjutsu? I want to become strong enough to protect Grandma and so that no one else has to be like third grandpa. She couldn't continue, turned around and ran out of the ward. The door closed softly. In the darkness, Ching'er opened his eyes, tears silently streaming down. He reached out and picked up the package. Opening it, inside were 4 slightly deformed red bean cakes, indeed a bit burnt. He picked up one and put it into his mouth. Very sweet to the point of bitterness. Now do you understand why I have to protect my master's remains? The Gravekeeper's voice sounded. Death is not the end, being forgotten is. As long as someone still remembers, someone still grieves, the dead have never truly left. Ching'er wiped away his tears and lay back on the bed. He must complete the plan. He must win this war. For Shui Hu, for Gangsho, for all those still waiting for him to come home. Outside the window the lights of Mai flickered in the night. In the eastern sky dawn was about to break. 2 days remained until the Allied forces' general attack. In the early morning the Mai hospital was filled with a mixture of the scent of disinfectant and the weight of anxiety. Ching'er leaned against the hospital bed, the mission scroll in his hand burning like a branding iron. Barrier squad assistant responsible for inspecting the eastern barrier nodes. He murmured, reading the order personally signed by Feijian, his gaze settling on the additional clause at the end. From today you are under the direct command of Xuanhua Shuihu. This was no coincidence. Shuihu was confirming, or rather creating an opportunity for him to make contact. But it also meant tighter surveillance. If Dashi showed any abnormality, Shuihu would be the first to notice. Your wounds are healing faster than expected, said the medical kunoichi as she unwrapped the bandages. However, your chakra pathways are still somewhat blocked. It will take at least 3 days before you can undertake combat missions. Auxiliary work should be fine. Ching'er moved his left arm. The fake wound from Fengshi's stitching had healed to a degree that would not arouse suspicion. The plague doctor's bone-eating dew ached faintly in his chest like a ticking pendulum counting down. There were still 6 days until the goo worm would hatch. The kunoichi finished recording the medical records and hesitated. Senior Dashi, rumors are spreading that war could break out at any moment. You've just narrowly escaped death. You could actually apply to stay in the rear. Mai needs everyone. Ching'er interrupted her, his voice deliberately adjusted to Dashi's dull tone. And I have a reason I must fight. The kunoichi said nothing more, handing him a brand new uniform. As he stepped out of the hospital, the morning light was blinding. The streets were sparsely populated, most shops were closed, and only a long line stretched in front of the ninja tools shop. A mother hurried past pulling her child along. The child clutched a small ninja tool pouch freshly issued by the Ninja Academy, signaling that even the youngest students were now required to undergo basic combat training. Dashikan! A voice came from the side. Ching'er turned, his heart skipping a beat. Yuan Fei risen. The future third Hokage was still young, but his brow already bore the calm of a leader. He wore a combat vest, clearly just returning from the command center. Lord Risen. Ching'er bowed. I heard you've been transferred to the barrier squad. Risen studied him. Healed. Barely able to work. Risen was silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the distant Hokage rock. Lord Ching'er used to say that the most painful thing in war is not those who die in battle but those who survive. They must move forward carrying the weight of memories. He turned back, his eyes sharp. You are the last surviving member of Master Ching'er's final escort squad. What happened that day? I want to hear every detail. This was an unexpected interrogation. Risen was not from the intelligence department, but his sharpness and close relationship with Ching'er made him harder to deceive than anyone else. Ching'er took a deep breath and began to recount the memories implanted by Fingxue: the morning mist at the 7th observation post, the sudden ambush by the Yunin forces, the flash of lightning released, the captain's roar, his own fall off the cliff after being hit. He spoke slowly, pausing from time to time as if recalling painful scenes. Risen listened quietly until he finished. Before falling off the cliff, did Master Ching'er say anything? Or do anything particular? This question was dangerous. Ching'er shook his head. It was too fast. I only saw the lightning engulf him, then I fell. Is that so? A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment passed through Risen's eyes. All right, go to work. Lady Shehu is waiting for you. He turned to leave, but after a few steps he stopped. Oh, if you find any anomaly, any clue about Lord Ching'er's whereabouts, no matter how absurd, report it immediately. That is an order. Ching'er watched his retreating figure, his face showing no ripples. Risen was suspicious, not of Dashi's identity, but of the possibility that Ching'er might still be alive. The barrier squad was located in the underground facility of the Qianshou clan's compound. Ching'er passed through 3 checkpoints and finally stopped before a stone door engraved with sealing runes. After the guard verified his identity, the stone door slid open silently. Inside was a massive circular space with hundreds of crystal screens embedded in the walls displaying the real-time status of each node of the My Barrier. A dozen barrier ninjas were busy at the consoles. In the central control chair sat Xuanhua Shuihu. This was the monitoring system that Ching'er had originally proposed and established. Dashi, come here. Shuihu did not turn around. Ching'er walked to her side. Shuihu pointed to a screen showing the energy flow diagram of the eastern barrier. Nodes 7, 9, and 11. The chakra output at these 3 points has shown abnormal fluctuations in the past 24 hours. I need you to conduct an on-site inspection to confirm whether it is human interference. She handed him a scroll. This is the inspection procedure and report template. Submit it directly to me after completion, not through any intermediary. Understood. Also, Shuihu finally turned to look at him, the bloodshot veins in her eyes clearly visible. These 3 nodes are exactly the barrier extension zone of the location where Ching'er was attacked. If you find any trace related to him, even a tiny chakra residue, seal and preserve it immediately and bring it back. Her voice was calm, but her fingers trembled slightly. Ching'er took the scroll, nodded, and left. As he stepped out of the clan compound, the Grey Keeper whispered in his mind. She is using the mission to gather clues and also testing you. If you were truly her brother, you would leave a signal only she could understand during the inspection. I know, Ching'er replied in his mind. But I can't. The Grey Robe organization must be monitoring Yui's barrier squad. Any anomaly could expose us. And that Yuan Fei Risen too. His questioning just now was too specific. He might have sensed something. Ching'er's heart tightened. Shan Zhonghai had not found any issues, but Risen had spent more time with Ching'er and knew his combat habits better. If the memories implanted by Fengshe had any detail errors. First, complete the mission. He headed toward the eastern district. The eastern barrier node was located in a stone tower deep in the forest. Ching'er checked node 7. It was functioning normally, the fluctuation caused by equipment aging. Node 9 was also normal. Node 11 was located halfway up a small hill. When he pushed open the door of the stone tower, he froze. Someone was already inside. Yuzhibo Jing. No, not Jing himself. It was a clone left by Jing, or rather a remnant illusion created with the Sharingan. In the illusion, Jing was wearing the Grey Robe organization's uniform, carving something on the inner wall of the stone tower. The image was blurry and intermittent, clearly left in a hurry. Ching'er approached and saw the carvings clearly. They were not words, but a set of coordinates combined with several specific sealing runes. Guqing. Laboratory. Tonight. Midnight. The illusory Jing silently mouthed the words. Clone. Transplant surgery. Stop. The image flickered and vanished. This was a message Jing had sent at great risk. He had used some method to leave this illusion within the My Barrier, knowing that the barrier squad would inevitably come to inspect this node. And Shuihu had specifically assigned Dashi to come. Perhaps a coincidence, perhaps some intuition. The coordinates pointed to the exact location of the Guqing laboratory. The time was tonight at midnight. The message was clear: Jing wanted to sabotage the clone's transplant surgery and needed support. But Ching-er was now Dashi, an ordinary chunin, and could not possibly leave Mai. Moreover, tonight at midnight, according to plan, he should be gathering intelligence on the Yzibo clan's compound. This is a trap, the Gravekeeper warned. Or it could be a genuine cry for help. But you cannot go. Your identity is more important. Ching-er clenched his fists. Jing was the only informant he had planted within the Grey Robe organization. If Jing was exposed or killed, the entire second half of the feigned death plan would collapse. But on the other hand, if this was the Grey Robe organization's test using Jing as bait to see if Dashi would act abnormally, then once he responded he would be immediately exposed. A dilemma. He completed the inspection, sealed the illusion remnant using standard procedures without any additional handling. Then he returned to the Qianshou clan compound and handed the report to Shuihu. Shuihu quickly scanned the report and paused at the line. Abnormal chakra residue found at Node 11, sealed and preserved. She looked up at Ching-er. What kind of residue? It looks like illusion residue, very faint, almost dissipated. Ching-er handed over the sealed scroll. Shuihu took the scroll but did not open it immediately. Instead she stared into Ching-er's eyes. Dashi, do you believe that the dead can return? The question was abrupt and direct. I don't know, Ching-er answered cautiously. But I believe that some people even after death continue to protect those important to them. Shuihu's eyes reddened. She lowered her head, her fingers stroking the scroll. Go. Starting tomorrow you need to collect defense information on the Yzibo clan's compound. This is a direct order from the Hokage to prepare for possible internal strife. The Yzibo. Internal strife. On the eve of war anything can happen, Shuihu said softly. Remember, all the intelligence you collect must be delivered only to me or the Hokage himself. If anyone else asks, you must say no comment. It was dusk when he left the clan compound. Ching-er did not return to his dormitory but headed toward the Nanhe River, the marker at the edge of the Yzibo clan's territory. According to the plan, he needed to record the entrances and exits, patrol patterns, and weak points in the defense of the Yzibo clan compound under the pretext of inspecting the barrier perimeter. But his true focus was elsewhere. The message Jing had sent stuck in his heart like a thorn. Midnight was only 3 hours away. Guqing was over 200 kilometers from Mai. Even at full speed it would take at least 2 hours. And once he left he could never return. Dashi would become a deserter, triggering a full-scale search. You are considering going to save him, said the Gravekeeper. I cannot watch him die. But your mission is more important. If the clone is truly transformed into a weapon, Mai will pay a greater price in the war. This is a trade-off. I know. Ching-er stood by the Nanhe River watching the sunset dye the water blood red. But Jing is also a ninja of Mai and my subordinate. I sent him into hell, I cannot abandon him. He closed his eyes and began to calculate the risks. If he didn't go, Jing might die, the clone would be successfully modified and the Grey Robe organization would obtain a super weapon. If he went, he might be exposed, the famed death plan would collapse, Mai would lose its only eyes inside the enemy, and subsequently Mai would likely face the ninja forces of the 4 great nations directly. Both outcomes could cause Mai to lose the war. Unless there is one way. Ching-er opened his eyes. I will not go as Dashi nor as Feizhu. What do you mean? I will go as the Death God. The Gravekeeper was silent. After a moment he said, You are insane. The Death God is dead, his corpse is in the Grey Robe laboratory. If you appear as the Death God they will immediately realize it was a feigned death, the entire plan. But what if the Death God was only near death, not dead? Ching-er's thoughts became clearer. If the Death God used some life-saving forbidden technique at the last moment, barely escaping, and now returns for revenge, that explains why he is still alive and why he is attacking Guqing. And how do you explain the clone? The clone could be his body substitute or doppelganger. Ching-er said. The Death God mastered wood release, which can create wood clones. So creating a clone that closely resembles a physical body is not impossible. The clone the Grey Robe organization obtained had no soul, so their modification failed. This actually makes it more reasonable. The Gravekeeper thought for a long time. This logic barely holds water. But the risk is still enormous. You will be in the Grey Robe organization's core base, facing at least 1 cage level and dozens of jonin. You need to rescue one person, sabotage the experiment, and then escape unscathed. I don't need to escape unscathed, Ching-er said. The Death God can once again escape from the brink of death, leaving enough blood and chakra traces to make the Grey Robe organization believe he is truly dying. It will make them pursue more frantically, thus diverting attention from Konoha. You're using yourself as bait. War is inherently a gamble. Ching-er turned and walked toward the outskirts of Konoha. Besides, I have your help, Kagami's support, and knowledge of the Bone Castle's terrain. The odds? About 30%. 30% and you still go. 30% is enough. Deep in the forest on the outskirts of Konoha, Ching'er found the equipment pack he had hidden in advance. It was prepared by Kagami before his defection, and contained a white death god robe, a white mask, and several special ninja tools. He took off the Daisho uniform and changed into the death god robe. His fingers brushed over the mask's surface. The cold touch reminded him that from this moment Sandow Ching'er would briefly resurrect. But the time of resurrection was only one night. I need you to help me with two things, Ching'er said to the graveyard keeper in his mind. First, simulate a critically wounded and dying chakra state inside my body. Not a fake, but genuinely disrupt the chakra and damage the meridians, yet control it so it doesn't affect combat ability. This is very dangerous, it might leave permanent damage. Do it. The graveyard keeper was silent for a moment, then a cold energy spread from Ching'er's chest, beginning to disrupt his chakra circulation. Intense pain came like countless needles piercing through his meridians. Ching'er gritted his teeth and endured cold sweat beating on his forehead. Second, he panted. Once we enter the Bone Castle, you need to temporarily leave my body and enter that clone. What? The gray robe wants to activate the clone. It requires a soul or something similar to guide it. If you enter the clone, you can pretend to be activated by their technique, then create chaos, giving me and Kagami an opportunity. The graveyard keeper was silent for a longer time this time. If I enter the clone, I might not be able to return. Their sealing technique will trap me. I will leave a reverse summoning technique inside you before you enter, Ching'er said. When the time comes, I will release the seal on the clone and activate the technique at the same time, pulling you back to me. You even know reverse summoning. I learned a bit. Ching'er put on the white mask. Let's begin. Time is running out. The graveyard keeper no longer objected. That cold energy began to separate. Most remained inside Ching'er to create the illusion of severe injury, while a small part condensed into a core waiting to be transferred. Ching'er formed hand seals and performed the Flying Thunder God technique. Not the full version, but a weakened variant that allowed only short-distance consecutive teleportation. This consumed more chakra but was faster. In the night, a white silhouette flickered continuously through the forest, each flicker covering hundreds of meters, racing northward. Bone Castle Underground Level 5 Laboratory. Time high hour 10:45 p.m. The transplant surgery had entered its final stage. The clone lay on the operating table, its chest cavity open with the heart of a Senju clan member implanted inside, connected to the main body through a dense network of chakra conduit. Raven stood before the console, fingers flying over the keyboard. Symbiotic seal injection begins. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Outside the lab, Kagami, disguised as a researcher, tightened his grip on the kunai hidden in his sleeve. He observed the positions of the guards. 4 at the door, 2 patrolling the corridor, and 2 in the surveillance room. He had to destroy the console in an instant, then rush to the emergency drain switch of the cultivation tank. 3, 2, 1, inject. Raven pressed the button. At that moment, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the Bone Castle. Enemy attack. Eastern entrance breached. Identification signal: White Death God. Everyone in the lab froze. Raven looked up sharply. Death God. He's not dead. The surveillance screen switched, showing footage of the eastern entrance, a white figure charging at high speed through the corridor, guards falling in its wake. The figure wore a white mask clad in a white robe, and as his hands formed seals would release, vines tore through the walls. Impossible, a researcher murmured. That corpse was clearly... It's a clone. Or a substitute. Raven realized, fury flashing in his eyes. Everyone engage. Notify Blood Crow to take his squad and intercept. Laboratory under level 1 lockdown. The guards rushed toward the door. Kagami seized the moment. Instead of heading for the console, he dashed toward the main power switch in the corner of the lab. He threw a kunai, precisely severing the main power cable. The lights went out instantly, leaving only emergency lights casting a dim red glow. The cultivation tank's life support system lost power, and the liquid began to slowly drain. Who? Raven spun around, his crow mask grotesque in the red light. Kagami had already torn off his disguise, his Sharingan glowing a sinister crimson in the darkness. 3 Tomo spinning. Uchiha Kagami acting on Konoha's orders to destroy this place. Uchiha. Kagami. Raven laughed. So you're a spy. Excellent, then your Sharingan will be the next material for my experiment. He formed hand seals and a massive sealing array appeared on the laboratory floor, a trap laid in advance. Kagami felt his chakra suppressed, his body growing heavy. But instead of retreating, he advanced, locking his Sharingan on Raven. Genjutsu Sharingan. Raven's body jolted, his movements freezing. Kagami seized the chance and rushed toward the operating table, stabbing his kunai at the clone's chest. He aimed to destroy the transplanted heart. Too naive. Raven's voice came suddenly from the side. Kageme's kunai struck only an afterimage. The real Raven had appeared behind him holding a black scalpel formed of chakra. Your genjutsu is useless against me. Raven sneered. My eyes have been transplanted. The scalpel stabbed down. Kagami barely sidestepped the blade, grazing his shoulder, drawing a trail of blood. Amid the sharp pain, he saw the eyes faintly visible beneath Raven's mask. They were Sharingan, but the pupils were an eerie grayish-white like rotting fruit. You transplanted a Sharingan. Not just the Sharingan. Raven attacked again. I also have the Hyuga's Byakugan. I am the perfect vessel carrying the future of all bloodline limits. His attacks were a storm, each strike precisely aimed at vital points. Kagami defended with difficulty. His Sharingan could read the movements, but his body couldn't keep up. In just a few seconds, 3 more wounds appeared on his body. Give up. Raven's voice carried pleasure. Join us and you can gain greater power, see a broader world. Why sacrifice yourself for those villages that will be destroyed sooner or later? Kagami spat out a mouthful of blood. Because I am an Uchiha of Konoha. He pressed his palms together, ignoring the chakra consumption, and forcibly performed a technique. Fire, release Great Fire Dragon. A flaming dragon surged toward Raven. Raven formed a single-handed seal. Water, release Water Formation Wall. Fire and water collided, filling the room with steam. Kagami seized the chance and rushed toward the operating table, this time not at the heart but at the console. He intended to delete all experimental data. But just as he reached the console, he felt a chill at his back. Looking down, he saw the tip of the black scalpel protruding from his chest. Game over. Raven whispered in his ear. Kagami coughed blood, his vision blurring. But he smiled. Not over yet. With his last strength, he pressed the button on the console, not for data deletion but the acceleration drain switch for the cultivation tank. Liquid gushed out, exposing the clone to the air. The life support system failed and the transplanted heart stopped beating. You! Raven erupted in fury and twisted the scalpel. Just as the blade was about to tear through Kagami's heart, the laboratory wall collapsed with a crash. A white figure stood at the breach, eyes beneath the mask cold as frost. Let him go, said Death God Ching'er. Raven turned his grayish-white Sharingan, spinning wildly. You really are not dead. Excellent, excellent. A living specimen is 10,000 times more valuable than a dead one. He abandoned Kagami and charged at Ching'er. The black scalpel turned into countless afterimages, each strike tearing through the air. Ching'er did not dodge. He raised his hand and would release burst from his palm, a thick trunk of wood crashing toward Raven. At the same time, he formed a seal with his other hand. Lightning release. Lightning blade. The scalpel struck the trunk, but it seemed to pierce into emptiness. The blade was teleported to a wall 10 meters away. Raven was startled and Ching'er had already appeared beside him, his palm pressing against Raven's chest. Sealing technique 5 elements seal. Phi-colored light exploded, sending Raven flying into the wall. But he immediately scrambled up with only a slight burn on his chest. Useless. He laughed wildly. My body has been modified, it can resist most sealing techniques. Death God, what other tricks do you have? Ching'er didn't answer. His gaze swept across the laboratory, taking in Kagami lying in a pool of blood, the clone on the operating table gradually losing vitality, and the researchers trembling in the corners. Then he looked at Raven. One move is enough. He pressed his palms together, chakra surging wildly. The graveyard keeper's voice echoed in his mind. No. No. The cold core left Ching'er's body, turning into a streak of light that shot into the clone. The next second the clone opened its eyes. Those eyes were hollow, devoid of spirit, but the body sat up. Its hands formed seals. The simplest would release hand seals that the graveyard keeper had learned through Ching'er's memories. Would release deep forest emergence. Countless trees grew from the clone's body, instantly filling half the laboratory. The researcher screamed and fled. Raven was entangled by vines, struggling wildly. Ching'er seized the chance to rush to Kagami's side and hoist him onto his back. Hold on. Kagami's consciousness was already fading, but he still recognized the voice. Ching'er. Sir? Don't speak. Ching'er performed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting with Kagami out of the lab. He set Kagami down, quickly stanched the bleeding and infused medical chakra. Then he turned and looked at Raven, who was trapped by the trees. The clone controlled by the graveyard keeper was continuously unleashing wood release, but one could sense its energy rapidly depleting. After all, it was a soulless shell driven solely by the graveyard keeper's force. Enough, Ching'er said in his mind. Come back. He formed hand seals, activating the reverse summoning technique left within the graveyard keeper. The stream of light flew out of the clone and returned to Ching'er's chest. The clone lost its support and collapsed back onto the operating table. The trees stopped growing. Raven broke free from his restraints covered in blood, but his eyes were even more crazed. You all must die. He formed hand seals, preparing to unleash some forbidden technique. But at that moment the entire bone castle shook violently. The alarm grew even more piercing. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Repeat, self-destruct sequence initiated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Countdown 5 minutes. Chang'er was taken aback. He hadn't initiated the self-destruct. It was me, Kagami said weakly. The button I pressed just now was the emergency start for the self-destruct. The Grey Robes rule when a critical lab is breached. It automatically destroys. Chang'er looked at Raven. The latter clearly hadn't expected this development either. He roared and rushed to the console trying to cancel it, but once the self-destruct program was activated it couldn't be stopped. Go! Chang'er hoisted Kagami onto his back and used the Flying Thunder God technique at full power, teleporting continuously through the corridors. Behind them came explosions, flames consumed the laboratory, consumed Raven's roar, consumed the clone and countless experimental data. When they burst out of the bone castle and dove into the snow outside, the entire mountain began to collapse. Chang'er glanced back. The city of Sin, hidden deep in the snowy mountains, was reduced to rubble and flames and explosions. Then he turned and, carrying the dying Kagami on his back, raced toward Konoha through the night. In his arms, Kagami's breathing grew weaker and weaker. Hold on, Chang'er said. I'm taking you home. Kagami did not respond. Only the wind and snow howled as if playing a dirge for all the lives lost tonight. And on the distant horizon the first ray of dawn pierced the darkness. There was only 1 day left until the Allied forces' general assault. The morning of November 7th, the 17th year of Konoha, was drenched in blood. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the eastern clouds, the explosion core of Iwagakure crashed against the northeastern defenses of Konoha like a tidal wave. Amid the deafening explosions, the puppet brigade of Sunagakure tore a rift in the western line, while the lightning release units of Kumogakure struck the northern front like silver bolts. The combined assault of the 4 allied nations erupted without warning. 7 breaches in the defensive line. Uzumaki Mito's voice trembled with disbelief in the Hokage's command center. This isn't a gap in natural strength. It's a precise internal sabotage. Senju Tobirama stared at the blinking red dots on the monitoring crystal, each representing a collapsed front. Can you determine the exact timing of the destruction? Almost simultaneous. The intelligence ninja reported urgently. The margin of error is less than 3 seconds. This requires at least 7 groups to coordinate precisely, and they need the exact layout of all defensive lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected with a grim face. Konoha's defense deployment has been leaked. Shimura Danzo's fingers pressed against the table, veins bulging. The Grey Robes. Only they are capable of such infiltration, and we still haven't found a single trace of them. At that moment a massive explosion echoed from within Konoha. Smoke rose simultaneously from 7 locations: the hospital's east wing, the weapon depot, the communication tower, the granary, the ninja academy training ground, the commercial district center, and the Hokage building's side wing. They want to create total chaos. Koharu Yuditane gritted her teeth. No. Tobirama stood up, his gaze fixed eastward. They want to create chaos in a specific area. Send orders, all defensive units hold their positions according to the plan. The ANBU seal off the explosion zones. Hiruzen Danzo head to the front lines. Mito maintain the core of the perception barrier. His eyes sharpened. They'll deal with the real threat. Downstream of the Naka River the morning mist was tinged with pale red. Sandow Chinger stood by the riverbank, his white death god robe fluttering gently in the morning breeze. His face was unmasked, the countenance of the Konoha death god, appearing for the first time so openly in the light of dawn as Chinger. 30 paces ahead of him stood the elite of the Grey Robe organization. Blood Crow was at the front, flanked by Stitch Corpse and Plague Doctor. Behind them were over 20 Grey Robe members wearing different masks, each exuding chakra fluctuations no weaker than a jonin. Finally showing your true face, Sandow Chinger. Blood Crow's voice rasped like a broken gong. What should I call you? Tobite. Chinger's gaze swept over them calmly. How did you find out? Guess. Plague Doctor said coldly. Stitch Corpse toyed with a scalpel and let out a low chuckle. With so much time, why not have some fun? Maybe another infiltrated spy slipped up. Chinger's emotions remained unruffled. Since last night when he decided to save Kagami, he knew exposure was only a matter of time. He just hadn't expected it to be this soon. So what now? Kill me. Kill you. Blood Crow shook his head. No. We want to complete you. Your body, your bloodline, limit, your chakra nature. They are the organization's most important research samples. We'll take you away and announce that you died in the coalition's chaos. After all, a death god killed by a spy plot sounds more credible than one killed in a sudden attack. As he spoke, he raised his hand and formed seals. A dark purple light glowed from the ground, a sealing array that had been prepared long ago. Not an attack-type barrier but a confinement-type, 7 layers of ring seals nested within each other primarily to prevent Chinger's elusive space-time abilities. We've been preparing this array for a year. Blood Crow stepped into the formation, and the other gray robes followed, taking their positions at the seal nodes. Today you have nowhere to run. Chinger watched the closing seal array and suddenly smiled. That smile sent a chill through Blood Crow. Do you think, Chinger spoke slowly, that I would stand here without any preparation? He clasped his hands together. Not an attack seal but a release seal. At his center another barrier emerged from the ground, a profound sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan's core executable by a single person. Impossible! Plague Doctor exclaimed. This is the Uzumaki clan's heaven-covering formation. Before she finished she understood. It was Mito. Only Uzumaki Mito, the supreme master of Konoha's barriers and sealing arts, had the ability and opportunity to teach such a technique to Sandao Chinger. Since the day his identity was exposed, the sibling relationship between him and Uzumaki Mito had been uncovered, and it was never a secret in Konoha. This meant that the home ground was no longer theirs. The heaven-covering formation's purpose was not to break the original seal but to create a new space to deceive the original sealing barrier. In other words, to place another cage within the cage. However, the original barrier not only prevented Chinger from escaping but also restricted space-time abilities within the area. Now, although Sandao Chinger still couldn't leave the barrier's range, at least within this barrier he could use space-time abilities, making him practically invincible. It also meant that the one who had truly fallen into the trap was not Sandao Chinger. Retreat. Blood Crow made a decisive call. But it was too late. 4 figures descended from 4 directions, cutting off all escape routes. Senju, Tobirama, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Shimura, Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami. Kagami's face was still pale but his Sharingan glowed with a crimson light. Members of the Grey Robe Organization. Tobirama's voice was as cold as ice. Your activities in Konoha end here. The battle erupted in an instant. Hiruzen's fire release and Danzo's wind release combined into a combined ninjutsu, forming a fiery dragon whirlwind that swept toward the Grey Robes on the right. Kagami's Sharingan Genjutsu controlled the 3 on the left. Tobirama went straight for Blood Crow, the cold gleam of the flying thunder god flashing in the morning mist. Chinger did not move. He was waiting. Because he felt that thing inside him. Awakening. Finally. The voice of the Gravekeeper sounded in his mind, but its tone had completely changed. No longer old and weary but cold and greedy. Finally, the moment when all conditions are met. Chinger felt a surge of icy chakra explode from his chest, spreading throughout his body in an instant. His meridians were forcibly taken over and control of his body was being seized by some entity. You are not the Gravekeeper after all, he gritted out. Gravekeeper. That was merely an identity I fabricated to get close to you. The voice laughed. You can call me Black Setsu. And I have been waiting for this moment for a year. Black Setsu. Chinger was slightly startled. He hadn't expected that the old silver coin who had schemed in the shadows for a millennium, besides manipulating Uchiha Madara in this era, had also secretly developed such a force in the shadows. So the so-called grave diggers and collectors might not simply be searching for the corpses of the strong from each era but might also be seeking the original root. 6 paths. Chinger's heart trembled but he didn't show it. Black Setsu. As an ordinary ninja, this name was unheard of in this era. Even if Black Setsu had revealed its name under the effect of acting mastery, Chinger covered it well. Moreover, Chinger was confident that even if Black Setsu temporarily controlled his body, it could not read his core memories. That's right. Black Setsu had fully taken over Chinger's body. It moved its limbs, feeling the young, powerful full of life vessel. Posing as the Gravekeeper, guiding the Grey Robe Organization to collect the bodies of the strong and study bloodline secrets, all to select the perfect host. And you. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, the inheritor of, would release, mastering multiple chakra nature transformations. This is the most perfect choice. Chinger's consciousness was pushed into a corner. He resisted with all his might, but Black Setsu's power was like an abyss, bottomless. During this time I waited patiently, watching you execute your fake death plan, watching you infiltrate the organization, watching you cooperate with Kagami. Black Setsu manipulated Chinger's body, its hands beginning to form ancient seals. All of this was for this moment. When I completely understand this body, when you have exhausted your energy, I will fully take over this body, this perfect vessel. The dark purple sealing array suddenly blazed with light. It was not the original array of the Grey Robes, but a barrier that Black Setsu had secretly modified and laid down at some unknown time. Over a dozen Grey Robes lay like corpses scattered at the nodes of the barrier, continuously outputting chakra. The array began to reverse its operation. It no longer confined Chinger, but frenziedly absorbed all surrounding chakra. The combatants in the midst of battle simultaneously felt their chakra being drained. What's happening? Hiruzen's fire release suddenly weakened. The array is absorbing our chakra. Danzo retreated but found that the escape route had been sealed by a new barrier. Blood Crow also noticed the anomaly. He looked at Chinger, and saw the unfamiliar light flickering in those eyes. Suddenly he understood. Master, you've been using us all along. The Grey Robe organization was always a tool I created. Black Zetsu answered with Chinger's voice. Now it's time for the tool to fulfill its purpose. It raised its hand. The dark purple light in the array turned into tendrils wrapping around all the Grey Robes, including Blood Crow's Stitch Corpse and Plague Doctor. The tendrils pierced into their bodies, madly draining their chakra and life force. No! Stitch Corpse's scream abruptly ended. His body shriveled rapidly and turned to dust. Plague Doctor tried to resist with medical ninjutsu, but the tendrils tore through her defenses. Blood Crow desperately formed seals, but his chakra was drained in an instant. He let out a final unwilling roar and dissipated into the morning light. In a matter of seconds the entire Grey Robe organization was annihilated. Black Zetsu controlling Chinger's body absorbed all their chakra. Its aura soared and a black tangible malice emerged around it. Next, it looked at the Konoha group. It's time to deal with the witnesses. Tobirama was the first to react. You are not Chinger. What are you? I am the will that is about to take over this era. Black Zetsu raised its hand. Wood release erupted from the ground. It surged forth but no longer vibrant, and green, rather it twisted into a blackened trunk. And you shall become the first batch of sacrifices for the new era. The black wood surged towards the crowd like a tide. Nikizane and Danzo joined forces to execute a combined ninjutsu weaving wind and fire into a barrier, yet the black wood easily tore through their defenses. The Sharingan of Kyo attempted to cast an illusion only to find the opponent's consciousness was as deep as an abyss, utterly impenetrable. It's futile. The voice of Kurozu expressed delight. The original owner of this body, their soul is being digested by me. Once I completely merge, I will possess all of his abilities combined with the knowledge and power I've amassed over a millennium. In this age no one can rival me. The consciousness of Noboru struggled in the darkness. He heard his sister's voice. Mizuho was calling his name from afar. He heard the furious roars of Nikizane and Danzo. He heard Kaya's hurried breaths. And further away the sounds of explosions from Konoha, the clash of battle, and the cries of civilians. I cannot let this monster use my body. To harm them. To harm those I cherish. A name of a forbidden technique surfaced deep within his soul. The most taboo technique of the Uzumaki clan, soul burning. Using one's own soul as fuel, it erupts in flames that purify all evils. The price is a complete dissolution of the soul with no chance of reincarnation. When Mizuho taught him this technique, she once said, "Unless you reach a dead end, unless it's to protect something more important than life, never use it." Now is the time to gamble. After all, I am not like an ordinary ninja, I am a wall hanger. Noboru surrendered his resistance. He actively relaxed his consciousness, allowing Kurozu to merge deeper with him. Only by doing so could he completely lock this millennium-old evil within his soul structure. Oh, you've given up. Kurozu felt the resistance fade and greedily accelerated the fusion. Now is the moment. Deep within his soul, Noboru ignited that flame. It was not the flame of chakra but the burning essence of the soul. A pure white light erupted from the depths of his consciousness, instantly spreading to every corner. You! Kurozu screamed in terror. Have you lost your mind? This way you will, I know. Noboru's voice was calm and resolute. But so will you. The white flames erupted from Noboru's body. The radiance was so pure, so dazzling that those who gazed directly at it felt their eyes sting. Within the glow, Noboru's body gradually became transparent, faintly revealing two entwined soul phantoms, one as white as snow, the other as black as ink. No! My millennium of planning! Kurozu's wailing mingled with an ancient rhythmic language. The white light expanded to its limit before collapsing inward. There was no explosion, no deafening noise, only a slight tremor in the space. When the light dissipated, only a shallow pit remained by the Southie River. In the pit there was nothing. Noboru and the ancient evil that had parasitized his body vanished simultaneously. No corpse, no remains, not even a trace of chakra was left. A complete, thorough disappearance. The wind swept through the battlefield, lifting a few fallen leaves. A deathly silence, until a heart-wrenching cry broke the silence. Mizuho knelt on the ground, reaching towards the empty pit, but grasped nothing. Tobirama stood rigidly and placed the kunai in his hand, clattering to the ground. Nikizane and Danzo's faces turned pale. Tears silently fell from Kaya's Sharingan, and in the next moment 3 tomos slowly merged together. Further away, the high-ranking officials of various ninja villages who had stealthily detached from the main force witnessed everything. Though they did not understand exactly what had happened, they witnessed the disappearance of Konoha's death god and the grief of Konoha's high-ranking officials. That person really died. The second Raikage of Kumogakure murmured. It seems to have perished together with something else. His aide replied uncertainly. The elite captain of the Wagakure frowned. Regardless, Konoha's strongest combat power is gone. This is an opportunity. Before he could finish, a messenger ninja rushed in. Report. The Sunigakure forces have begun to retreat. Kirigakure is also pulling back. What? Kazekage shaman said. This war feels off. Kiri claims they were simply invited to the war, but now the inviter seems to have a problem. Suspicion spread like a plague among the allied forces. If Konoha's death god really perished with something, what is that something? Who is manipulating from behind the scenes? Is this war truly to eradicate Konoha, or is there another purpose? At Wagakure retreat. The Tsuchikage ordered decisively through gritted teeth. But Lord I said retreat. The Tsuchikage growled. I don't want Iwagakure's ninjas to die in a senseless war. The alliance of the four great ninja villages began to crumble from within after losing their common goal and breeding suspicion and distrust. Only Kumogakure remained standing, gazing in the direction of Konoha at that empty pit, remaining silent for a long time. The grand finale of a hero briefly diluted the barriers among the various clans of Konoha. He did not die in an ambush, but chose to perish with the hidden hand at Konoha's doorstep. With Konoha no longer fearing any ninja village, especially after Q awakened the Mangekyo and mastered Susanoo, few ninjas could withstand the onslaught of Gundam. Thus Sunigakure was the first to announce a direct withdrawal from the First Ninja World War, while Iwagakure and Kirigakure clashed due to the names Little White Beard and Bandage Man ultimately perishing together in a battle, and both villages exited the stage of the war. Facing Kumogakure, Konoha could be said to have achieved a great victory, with the flames of war among the various villages continuing for nearly a year. Until the autumn of the 18th year of Konoha. The reconstruction of Konoha was nearing completion. New buildings rose from the ruins with fresh flowers eternally placed before the memorial tablet. The latest stone tablet read: Noboru, Konoha's death god, born at the end of the Warring States period, perished on November 7th of the 17th year of Konoha, aged 18. Fought to protect Konoha and ultimately perished with the enemy, leaving no remains. This time no one doubted. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama was signing documents. On the desk lay two treaties: the non-aggression pact with Iwagakure, and the official ceasefire declaration with Sunigakure and Kirigakure. The treaty with Kumogakure and subsequent mutual assistance plan would invite the Hokage to Kumogakure for detailed discussions. The First Ninja World War ended after 1 year and 3 months, with Konoha emerging victorious. Konoha suffered heavy losses but preserved the village and core interests. Kumogakure gained partial trade privileges, while Iwagakure and Kirigakure lost their second Kage and could only retreat to their homeland to lick their wounds. The conclusion seemed no different from what it had been before the war. The door opened and Mizuho walked in. She appeared much calmer, but there was always a trace of lingering sorrow in her eyes. Kaya's final report. She handed over the document. In the past year we have completely wiped out all remnants of the Grey Robe organization. But according to the seized documents, the leader of that organization, the Great Keeper, seems to have died over a year ago. Died at Noboru's hands. Tobirama inquired. Uncertain. Mizuho shook her head. The documents indicated that the Great Keeper's last appearance was on the day of the South River battle. Afterwards, all Grey Robe members lost contact with him. Q speculated that the entity Noboru perished with was very likely the Great Keeper. Tobirama remained silent for a moment. What exactly was that thing? Their exchange was too quiet, the surrounding enemies could not overhear their conversation. I don't know, Mizuho said softly. Q found some vague records in the documents mentioning that the Great Keeper referred to himself as the 1,000-year observer, but no specific information. Perhaps with Noboru's sacrifice this secret has vanished forever. Perhaps it is for the best. Tobirama closed the report. Some truths are better left unknown than known. The two fell into silence. Outside the window, the streets of Konoha were bustling with people. Children played in the newly built park, sounds of training could be heard from the Ninja Academy, and smoke wafted from restaurants, and ordinary daily life a luxurious peace. And this peace came at the cost of countless lives. Among them was the red-haired youth who always hid within the Senju clan's territory yet stood at the forefront at critical moments. Tobirama still remembered what he had once said. The way to unite Konoha, aside from time and education, could also be ignited by a heroic sacrifice to stir everyone's anger. Tsunade will officially become a medical ninja next month, Mizuho suddenly said. So soon? She said she wants to get stronger quickly, strong enough to protect those important to her. A faint smile appeared on Mizuho's lips. Just like her great-grandfather. Tobirama looked out the window and after a long time softly said, he would be proud of her. At the same time, in a certain place within the ninja world, Deep underground in the shadows of the rock crevices, a barely perceptible black substance was slowly writhing. It had no form, no consciousness, only the most primal sense of existence. This was the most primitive essence that Kurozu had stripped away at the last moment, having forsaken all power, retaining only the obsession for survival, allowing it to escape calamity in the flames of Noboru's soul burning. Now it was so weak that it could not possess even the weakest of animals. But it still exists. A millennium of obsession prevented it from completely perishing. It will come again. A vague thought drifted in the void. Next time, it will be more cautious, more patient. Then it fell into silence. The war that engulfed the entire ninja world continued intermittently for a year, with battles between the major villages gradually drawing to a close. Only the friction between Cloud and Leaf remained faint, and it could be said that the entire conflict began with Cloud's invasion. In an unnamed forest within a shallow pit of modest size, the soil began to churn without any warning. An arm broke through the earth, followed by a second. The fingers were long and powerful, the skin smooth and flawless, untouched by any soil. A figure slowly rose from the pit, his movements as fluid as if he were merely awakening from slumber. Sandao Ching'er shook off the non-existent dust from his shoulders, his crimson hair cascading like flames in the night. He looked down at his body. The white death god robe was as pristine as ever, and his exposed skin bore no wounds or scars. Chakra surged through his meridians like solid matter, and his vitality was so brimming it threatened to overflow. Izanagi effect confirmed. Detected. Host undergoing true death reversal process. Physique Shinigami undying body has advanced to the second stage. New ability increased chakra activity and cell regeneration rate proportional to injury severity. Check-in lottery system upgraded to version 2.0. New faction management module added. New item synthesis added. Lottery pool categories activated. Ninjutsu taijutsu and ninja tools. Other continuous check-in terminated. Count restarted. The mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ching'er closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. The vitality of would release the fluctuations of space-time. The runes of Uzumaki sealing techniques swirled in his consciousness. Everything had returned even stronger than a year ago. He raised his hand and loosely clenched his fingers. The air emitted a faint crack, a natural phenomenon caused by excessive chakra density. The feeling of death, Chang'er murmured to himself, is quite peculiar. He turned his gaze toward the direction of Konoha. He did not know exactly where this place was. The activation condition for Izanagi was that the system was about to trigger a release, a mechanism arising from the fact that the system was not a scroll. Throughout the year as his soul burned, the first to vanish was not the spirit but the flesh. When the soul belonging to Black Zetsu was consumed to ashes, the power of the Shinigami undying body began to stir. The first stage undying body could not achieve true immortality within a year, and in the end it failed to retain the last thread of soul power. But just as that final wisp of soul was about to dissipate, and the system unbinding triggered its return, the conditional task that Ching'er had left imprinted was activated. Ching'er had gambled correctly. Izanagi was successfully activated, and the system upon redetecting Sandao Ching'er remained. Everything was much the same as a year ago. Should he go back? Ching'er pondered for 3 seconds, then shook his head. Returning now meant explaining why he hadn't died, exposing the feigned death plan, and potentially alerting the mastermind behind the Grey Robe organization to anomalies. Although the Black Zetsu that had been on him was surely eliminated, that did not mean Black Zetsu had no other means of survival. For a being who had endured 1,000 years for the sake of resurrecting his mother, Ching'er would never believe he would simply retreat so easily. Moreover, Konoha had already adapted to his death, and that adaptation itself was a valuable resource. A formidable warrior known to be dead is more intimidating than a living one, and more capable of lulling enemies into complacency. Besides, Ching'er looked toward the northeast, the direction of the Land of Lightning. If I go back now, some plays won't be able to unfold. He sensed something intriguing. During the year of his death, although his body was still, his perception at the soul level had become sharper. He saw the shifts in the underworld structure of the ninja world. After the Grey Robe organization fell, the balance among the black market bounty offices and intelligence brokers was shattered, and various forces were reshuffling. The 3 major bounty offices, Bones City, Blood Pool and Dark Fang, had already clashed 3 times on a large scale over the vacuum left by the Grey Robes. Chaos meant opportunity. Ching'er took out a brand new mask from his robe, not the white death god mask but a dark silver metallic one with no patterns, only narrow slits for the eyes. This was a spare identity he had prepared long ago. From today, he said as he put on the metallic mask, his voice turning low and cold through it, I am Duobao, founder of the Shadow Bounty Office. The moment the words fell, the system panel appeared. Faction name Shadow Bounty Office. Initial level small. Initial members 1. Available functions: mission release, reception system, intelligence, trading, market, resource exchange, shop. Please select initial stronghold location. The map of the ninja world surfaced in Ching'er's mind. He needed a location that was concealed yet convenient for transportation, ideally at the intersection of several major nations for easy access to intelligence and missions from all sides. His consciousness landed on a spot on the map, the border between the land of grass and the land of rain, where a ruined underground exchange site lay. Stronghold confirmed ruins of the underground exchange, mouth of the underworld. Initial resources deploying. Obtain Stronghold basic construction 1 intelligence network access permission 1 initial funds 500000 Rio Shadow Bounty office officially established. Beneath the mask a slight smile curled at the corner of Ching Er's mouth. Step 1 complete. 3 days later, at the border of the land of grass, the third underground level of the mouth of the underworld. The underground exchange, abandoned for 20 years, now gleamed anew. The dome was embedded with luminous or providing soft illumination. In the center of the hall stood a massive mission board displaying the latest bounties and commissions, a technology that seemed somewhat out of place for the era. Surrounding it were 20 enclosed reception booths, ensuring the privacy of both clients and contractors. In just 3 days, the name Shadow Bounty Office had spread throughout the black market. The reason was simple: its efficiency was astonishing. No matter how obscure the intelligence, a reply was guaranteed within 3 days. No matter how daunting the mission, a suitable contractor could always be found. Furthermore, its confidentiality measures were impeccable. All transactions were conducted via encrypted scrolls, with the client contractor and intermediary never meeting face-to-face, all supervised personally by Duobao. At that moment, Ching Er sat in the deepest control room. Before him were 10 water mirror technique surveillance screens displaying real-time images of every corner of the hall. He held a freshly delivered intelligence scroll containing internal information from Kumogakure. With the shadow clone technique, in just 3 days he had not only established the bounty office's reputation but also recruited no small number of partners. At least it was no longer a hollow shell of one person. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, as expected, they can't hold back anymore, Ching Er said softly. The scroll detailed the recent abnormal movements within Kumogakure. 37 jonin from Jinjiao's faction had been transferred from their posts under various pretexts in the past week. Yin Jiao had been frequenting the Land of Lightning's daimyo's mansion, likely seeking political support. The second Reikijai had suddenly accelerated peace talks with Konoha, even taking the initiative to invite Senju Tobirama to travel to Kumogakure in person to sign the treaty. Internal divisions within the Cloud Elder Council had emerged. 7 elders supported Jinjiao, 5 supported the Reikage, and 3 remained neutral. To any keen observer, trouble was brewing in Kumogakure. Interesting. Ching Er set the scroll aside and called up another piece of intelligence. Konoha's Hokage Senju Tobirama departed this morning with a team heading for Kumogakure. Escort Sarutobi Hiruzen Shimura Danzo and 4 other elite shinobi totaling 6. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Under normal procedure, a Hokage's visit to another nation would require 3 months of diplomatic preparation, advanced positioning of guards along the route, and a formal welcome ceremony upon arrival. But this time Cloud's invitation had come abruptly, and Tobirama's acceptance was equally sudden. The entire itinerary was so rushed it seemed like a hasty appointment. Or rather, a rush to meet death. Second brother. Chang Er muttered to himself. Still so fond of taking risks. He knew Tobirama too well. That silver-haired man appeared calm and rational, but deep down he carried the Senju clan's inherent gambler's nature, daring to bet in desperate situations, willing to risk his life for a chance. This trip to Kumogakure, Tobirama must have sensed the danger. Yet he still went because he wanted to personally confirm Cloud's internal situation, to see Reikiji's sincerity with his own eyes, and to secure the best outcome for Konoha before Jinjiao and Injiao made their move. System. Cheng Er thought silently. Issue a bounty mission. Please select mission type. Intelligence gathering type. Mission content: real-time tracking of Senju Tobirama's group's movements in the Land of Lightning, reporting every 6 hours. Mission rank. Bounty 300000 Rio. Mission posted to Shadow Bounty Office. Mission board contractor, code name Kakuzu, trust rating A, excellent. Ching Er leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Now it was a matter of waiting. Waiting for a rebellion that was sure to happen. Waiting for a Hokage's choice. 7 days later, in the Land of Lightning, 50 li outside Kumogakure at the Thundercloud Gorge. Senju Tobirama stood on a boulder at the edge of the gorge with Sarutobi Hiruzen Shimura Danzo and the others behind him. Sensei, we can't go any further, Hiruzen said, his face grave. The guide Cloud sent disappeared yesterday. The patrols we've encountered along the way have been acting increasingly suspicious. They're deliberately leading us in this direction. Danzo gripped his kunai tightly. It's a trap. Jinjiao and Injiao never intended the peace talks to succeed. Tobirama said nothing. He gazed into the mist-shrouded depths of the gorge ahead, the last stretch of road leading to Kumogakure. According to the original plan, they should have arrived at Cloud by noon and received the Reikige's formal reception. But the Raikage's envoy had yet to appear. Instead, 2 hours ago they had sensed a large amount of chakra converging from 3 directions, at least 50 Jonin-level shinobi each with a violent aura. That was the hallmark of Jinjiao and Yinjio's direct forces. Hiruzen, Tobirama suddenly spoke. Yes. If I don't make it back to Konoha, you will be the 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen's head snapped up, shock in his eyes. Sensei. This is an order. Tobirama turned his gaze, sweeping over each disciple. Danzo, you will assist Hiruzen, but remember your duty is to protect Konoha, not to pursue power. All of you must return to the village alive. What are you going to do? Danzo asked urgently. Tobirama did not answer. He removed his Hokage robe, folded it, and handed it to Hiruzen. Wear it. From now on you are the acting Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen's hands trembled, but he took the robe. Sensei, let's break out together. Danzo gritted his teeth. With our strength. Jinjiao and Injio have within them the chakra of the 9 tails, Tobirama interrupted. In their semi-tailed beast transformation, their strength approaches the pinnacle of cage level. Moreover, they have brought at least 50 elite ninjas. If we break through Hiden, not a single one of you will survive. He looked toward the other side of the canyon where a hidden path led to the coastline of the Land of Lightning. Take that road, go south along the coast and circle back to the Land of Fire through the Land of Hot Water. I will stay here to divert their attention. But, no buts. Tobirama's tone was resolute. I am the Hokage. This is my duty. And you are Konoha's future. He raised his hands and began forming hand seals. One intricate seal after another, and chakra coalesced around him into a blue radiance. Flying Thunder God Guidance Modified. A massive space-time marker was engraved at the canyon entrance, emanating a faint blue glow. This was a variant of the Flying Thunder God technique, not for instantaneous movement but to create large-scale spatial distortion. Anyone entering the marker's range would be randomly teleported to any location within 10 kilometers. This technique was developed together with Chang'er back then. Go. Tobirama barked. Hiruzen bit his lip until blood seeped out, but he finally turned and ordered Danzo and the others retreat. 6 figures vanished swiftly along the path. Tobirama stood alone at the canyon entrance, watching the dust cloud approaching in the distance. He could sense the raging chakra, hear the unmistakable laughter of Kinkaku, and feel the earth tremble under Ginkaku's earth release. He drew his ninja sword from behind. The blade reflected his calm face. Come, he said softly. Let me see how much weight the traders of Kumogakure carry. At the same time, in the shadow of a rock wall 300 meters above the canyon, Chang'er crouched behind a protruding boulder, his dark silver mask hiding his eyes as he stared at the situation below. He had been lying in ambush here for 6 hours, using real-time intelligence from Kakuzu to precisely predict the encirclement route of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. He really did stay alone. Chang'er muttered to himself. As expected of the Tobirama, he knew, always putting his students' safety first, always choosing to take on the most dangerous missions himself. Below, the battle had erupted. Kinkaku swung his enormous banana palm fan wine mixed with lightning hurtling toward Tobirama. Ginkaku simultaneously formed seals, summoning magma from the ground. Wind, lightning, fire, and earth, a combination of 4 elemental techniques, formed a terrifying compound attack, turning the entire canyon entrance into a hell's cape. But Tobirama did not retreat. He formed seals with ease. Water release, great waterfall wave. Every technique Tobirama used seemed to carry the power of a forbidden jutsu, brimming with ultimate force and spectacle. A massive deluge surged out of nowhere, colliding Hiden with the magma and lightning. The resulting steam explosion shattered the surrounding rocks into powder. In the midst of the spreading mist, Tobirama's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Kinkaku in the next instant. Flying Thunder God Slash. The blade flashed like lightning. But Kinkaku's reaction was incredibly fast. He completed his semi-tailed beast transformation just as the blade touched his skin turning dark red, 3 chakra tails extending from behind, barely blocking the fatal strike. TCH. Chang'er frowned. Semi-tailed beast Kinkaku had already surpassed ordinary cage-level strength. And Ginkaku also completed his transformation. The brothers attacked Tobirama from left and right, coordinating with uncanny synchronicity. Tobirama began to fall into a disadvantage. His Flying Thunder God was indeed fast, but Kinkaku and Ginkaku's sensory abilities were equally astonishing under the boost of tailed beast chakra. Several times the moment he teleported, attacks were already coming at him. Worse, the 50 elite ninjas had completed their encirclement and set up a sealing barrier on the periphery. Well prepared. Chang'er sneered. He took out 3 specially made kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The blades of the kunai were engraved with the Flying Thunder God formula. Not the one he had famously developed, but the genuine formula from the scroll of seals that belonged to Tobirama. Chang'er infused chakra into the kunai, then raised his hand. Shh. 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 3 kunai flew in a triangular pattern toward the periphery of the battlefield. They did not hit anyone but precisely struck 3 nodes of the ceiling barrier. Below, Tobirama, locked in fierce combat, froze for a moment. He sensed an abnormal fluctuation in the spacetime around him. The space originally trapped by the barrier suddenly developed several cracks. Though the cracks were small, they were enough for him to do something. An opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Tobirama's eyes. He deliberately left an opening, allowing Ginkaku's technique to graze his left shoulder while using the force to leap backward, completing hand seals as he flew. Flying Thunder God Guidance, second stage. The spacetime marker at the canyon entrance suddenly blazed with light. The originally stable spatial distortion began to expand wildly like a calm lake struck by a boulder, ripples turning into a vortex. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's faces changed drastically. No. He's going to detonate the space. But it was already too late. A blue glow swallowed everything. Space was torn, time was distorted. Every object within the marker's range, rocks, trees, ninjas' techniques, was swept into the violent space-time turbulence. Ching'er watched from the cliff wall, his expression grim behind the mask. He knew the cost of this technique. The second stage detonation of Flying Thunder God Guidance required the caster to use his own chakra as a guide and his own body as an anchor. In other words, Tobirama himself had to remain within the explosion range. This was a suicidal technique. Tough enough, Chang'er murmured. The blue light lasted for a full 10 seconds, then abruptly contracted and dissipated. The canyon entrance was utterly transformed. The ground was gouged into a 10-meter-deep crater, most of the surrounding rock walls had collapsed, and the air reeked of scorched flesh and blood. Kinkaku and Ginkaku lay at the bottom of the pit, their semi-tailed beast forms forcibly dispelled. Both were covered in blood, clearly grievously wounded, but still alive. As for Tobirama, he stood in the center of the crater, leaning on his ninja sword, kneeling on one knee. His layered armor was shattered, his body covered with wounds so deep that bone was visible, and his left arm twisted at an unnatural angle, broken. But his hand still held the sword firmly, and his eyes remained bright. Cough. He coughed up blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. He had absorbed 70% of the blast's impact. It was a miracle he was still standing. Kinkaku struggled to his feet, his eyes wild with madness. Tobirama, you're finished. Maybe, Tobirama said, even smiling. But you won't make it to Konoha either. He looked toward the distant sky. Hiruzen and the others should have reached the coastline by now. It was enough. The mission was complete. Tobirama closed his eyes, beginning to gather the last of his chakra. He intended to take a few more with him before death. But at that moment a dark silver figure descended from the sky, landing silently at the edge of the crater like a soft, unobtrusive light. Who? Kinkaku turned alertly. The newcomer wore a dark silver metal mask and black combat gear with no identifying marks. He didn't even glance at Kinkaku and Ginkaku, his gaze fell directly on Tobirama. Can you still move? A low voice came from under the mask. Tobirama opened his eyes, staring at the sudden stranger. You are a bounty hunter codenamed Dwabao, Ching'er said briefly. I accepted a commission to save you. Commission? From whom? I can't say. Ching'er walked to Tobirama's side, crouched, and quickly tapped several acupoints on his body to temporarily stop the bleeding. Can you still use Flying Thunder God? Tobirama sensed his nearly depleted chakra and shook his head. Then use mine. Ching'er placed one hand on Tobirama's shoulder, and with the other hand, without any visible movement, he activated a version not taught by Tobirama but a more efficient variant optimized by the system. Kinkaku roared and charged, but it was too late. Space rippled outward. The two figures vanished. Only Kinkaku and Ginkaku remained in the pit, howling in impotent rage, while the approaching cloud reinforcements, the direct troops of Reikage, finally arrived, but too late. 30 kilometers away, in a hidden cave along the coastline of the Land of Lightning, the space-time fluctuation subsided and Ching'er released his hold, letting Tobirama sit against the rock wall. He took out a medical scroll and began treating Tobirama's wounds. You also know Flying Thunder God? Tobirama stared at the masked man. And it's not my version. All techniques lead to the same end, Ching'er said while bandaging. Your injuries are severe. You'll need at least a month of rest. Moreover, the nerves in your left arm are damaged. Even if healed, it will be difficult to regain your former level. I know, Tobirama said calmly. Hiruzen and the others. They are safe. My people confirmed they boarded a ship bound for the Land of Hot Water. Tobirama was silent for a moment. Who exactly are you? Ching'er paused in his work. He looked at this man he regarded as a second brother, at his body covered in wounds, at the unwavering determination in his eyes even on the brink of death. He almost wanted to remove the mask. But in the end he didn't. A businessman, Ching'er said. The owner of the Shadow Bounty Office. I saved you because someone offered a price so high that I couldn't refuse. Who? Still can't say. Chang'er finished bandaging and stood up. But I can tell you one thing: Reikage knew about Kinkaku and Ginkaku's rebellion in advance. He deliberately invited you here to use your strength to weaken those two, and even to eliminate you through their hands. Tobirama's pupils contracted. Politics. Chang'er shook his head. It's always been dirty. Heal well, Lord Hokage. But you won't be able to return to Konoha anytime soon. He turned to leave. Wait, Tobirama called out. What is your goal? Chang'er stopped but did not turn around. My goal is simple, he said. To maintain the balance of the ninja world, to prevent war from breaking out easily. Too many people have already died. And for that you established a bounty office. Information is the best weapon. Chang'er finally turned, his eyes visible through the slit in the mask. If I know everything I don't know, I'll never be a pawn. Farewell, Lord Tobirama. I hope the next time we meet it will be at a peace negotiation table, not on a battlefield. He stepped into the shadows and vanished. Only Tobirama remained alone in the cave. He sat against the rock wall, gazing at the moonlight spilling through the entrance. After a long moment, he let out a low laugh. Duo Bao. Shadow Bounty Office. Interesting. In the distance came the sound of waves crashing against the shore. The night was still long, but dawn would always come. And on the other side of the sea, the lights of Konoha still shone brightly. Those who were protected were still sleeping soundly. That was enough. In the inn at the border of the grass country, Tobirama Senju's wounds had healed by 7/10. The nerve damage in his left arm was irreversible, but at least it no longer hindered daily activities, though precise chakra control and high-speed hand signs had become a luxury. He stood by the window gazing at the iron gray sky unique to the Iron Country, holding a just-delivered intelligence scroll. From the intelligence network of the Shadow Bounty Office, the masked man named Duobao had left behind contact channels and a regular intelligence service, though he himself had departed. The price was steep but worth every real. The scroll recorded the major shifts in the shinobi world over the past half-month, and Konoha Hiruzen Sarutobi officially succeeded as the third Hokage at the end of December. The inauguration ceremony was low-key, with all clan heads in attendance. Fugaku Uchiha, representing the Uchiha clan, presented a congratulatory gift with a respectful demeanor. But privately, the Uchiha police force's request for expansion was postponed by Hiruzen under the pretext of wartime financial strain, and the clans that could have been placed into the police force were separated from it entirely. In Cloud, Kinkaku and Ginkaku had staged a coup a week ago. While the Reikage was in the Iron Country for peace talks with Konoha, the brothers led their remaining forces to raid Cloud Village, defeating the garrison and temporarily seizing control. But upon hearing the news, the Reikage rushed back and a fierce battle erupted outside Cloud Village. In other villages, Inoki officially assumed the title of Third Tsuchikage and handled the affairs of the Stone. The Wind Shadow of Sand Shaman remained unusually low-key, with the entire Sand Village eerily quiet. The mist suddenly resumed its bloody mist policy, but the newly appointed Third Mizukage had not transmitted any information, nearly cutting off contact with the outside world. Kinkaku and Ginkaku. They actually made their move. Tobirama muttered to himself. Hiruzen. He walked to the table, spread out a map, and pointed his finger at the location of Cloud Village. The Reikage should have returned by now. Given that Reikage's character and strength, even if Kinkaku and Ginkaku had temporarily succeeded, they wouldn't last long. But the question was, how long would this rebellion last? How much destruction would it cause? Most importantly, what impact would it have on Konoha? If Kinkaku and Ginkaku were swiftly suppressed and Cloud stabilized, then the peace talks could continue. But if the rebellion turned into a prolonged civil war, Cloud would be too preoccupied to handle border skirmishes, which might escalate and even give other villages an opportunity. My lord. The innkeeper, a scar-faced samurai of the Iron Country in his 50s, knocked and entered carrying a lunch tray. Lord Duobao instructed that if you wish to leave after recovering, we can arrange a safe route. The innkeeper set down the meal. Anywhere except Konoha, anywhere else is fine. Has Duobao not returned yet? Tobirama asked. No. His movements are unpredictable, sometimes he disappears for months at a time. The innkeeper paused. But yesterday word came that he took a big commission at the bounty office, possibly heading to the Rain Country. The Rain Country. That small, perpetually rainy, chaotic nation had become even more turbulent recently due to the activities of the Akatsuki. Duobao going there likely wasn't just for an ordinary job. Pass on a message for me, Tobirama said. Tell Duobao I wish to meet him again. The innkeeper hesitated. His whereabouts are uncertain, the message may not reach him in time. Just do your best. Tobirama sat down to eat. Also book the room for 10 more days. I'm not leaving yet. Understood. After the innkeeper left, Tobirama ate while thinking. He couldn't return to Konoha, at least not yet. On one hand, his injuries were not fully healed. Returning would only make him a burden. On the other hand, Hiruzen had just taken office and needed a stable environment to establish his authority. If he went back now in any condition, it would invite unnecessary attention and speculation. But staying in the Iron Country was not a long-term solution. He needed intelligence to understand the true situation in Konoha to decide his next move. Dobeo's bounty office was a good channel, but that man was too enigmatic, his motives unclear. Though he had been reliable so far, Tobirama didn't believe in gratuitous kindness in this world. I need to prepare for both possibilities. He put down his chopsticks and began attempting to form hand signs with one hand and simpler seals to activate ninjutsu. At the same time, 20 miles outside Cloud Village. The battle had lasted an entire day and night. Kinkaku stood atop the highest watchtower of Cloud Village overlooking the burning village below. Half his face was burned, his left arm hung unnaturally, but his eyes still blazed with insane fire. Brother, the Raikage's forces have broken through the third line of defense. Kinkaku rushed up the stairs covered in blood. We can't hold out much longer, let's retreat. Retreat? Where to? Kinkaku laughed hoarsely. The entire shinobi world has no place for us. Konoha wants our lives, the village wants our lives. Let's all die together. He pulled out a scroll from his chest. The scroll's surface bore dark red sealing formulas exuding an ominous aura. This is... Kinkaku's face changed dramatically. Something I got from the gray-robed man. Kinkaku grinned. Tailed Beast Rampage Acceleration Technique. I originally planned to use it on Konoha, but now, letting Cloud taste it won't be bad either. Are you insane? Using this will destroy the entire village. So what? Kinkaku interrupted. Since the village chose Konoha over us, this village has no reason to exist. Better to destroy it than leave it to that coward. He bit his finger and smeared blood on the scroll. The sealing formulas lit up with a dark red glow, and a terrifying chakra began to seep out. It was the Nine Tails chakra specially processed to be extremely aggressive and destructive. Kinkaku stepped back, fear flashing in his eyes. But soon that fear was replaced by the same mad light. Then let's die together. He grinned, bit his finger, and smeared blood on the scroll. The brothers' chakra merged with the tailed beast chakra from the scroll, forming a pillar of dark red light that shot into the sky. Within the pillar, the silhouette of the Nine Tails flickered, letting out a silent roar. Below, the Raikage, who was directing his troops in the assault, looked up sharply. What is that? His guard's face turned pale. It's... Tailed Beast Chakra. Lord Kinkaku and... Retreat. A ordered without hesitation. All units evacuate the village immediately. Hurry. But it was too late. The dark red chakra surged from the watchtower like a tidal wave, collapsing buildings, shattering the screams of shinobi, and withering all life swiftly under its brutal force. Kinkaku stood at the center of the chakra, his body beginning to swell and deformed, skin cracking to reveal dark red flesh beneath. His eyes became pure beast pupils and his tails increased from 3 to 6. Incomplete tailed beast transformation. Yet even so, its power was enough to destroy half of Cloud Village. Kill! Kinkaku roared to the sky, his voice no longer human. Watch me. See how those who bled for the village are betrayed by the village and how they destroy it. He opened his mouth, a dark red-tailed beast ball condensing within. Just then, a golden lightning bolt struck from the sky, precisely hitting Kinkaku's head. It was no ordinary lightning release. It was the instantaneous body thunder strike achieved by pushing the lightning release chakra mode to its extreme and accelerating physical speed to the limit. Only one person in all of Cloud could do it. The second Raikage. Kinkaku. A appeared atop the watchtower, his body wreathed in golden lightning. Wake up. You'll destroy Cloud. Destroying it is good. Kinkaku roared, turning the tailed beast ball toward her. This village that betrayed us, this clan that betrayed us, they all deserve to die. The tailed beast ball fired. A did not dodge. He activated his chakra mode with both hands, forming a massive shield of blue lightning before him. Lightning release, Thunder God's shield. The tailed beast ball collided with the shield, erupting in blinding light. The shockwave shook the entire watchtower, sending Kinkaku flying into the ruins below. The light faded. A knelt on one knee, his shield shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But he had blocked it. Not enough. Kinkaku snarled, beginning to condense a second tailed beast ball. But this time it gave him no chance. Golden lightning gathered in his hand, forming a spear. He poured all his chakra into it, and the spear emitted a piercing thunderclap. Lightning released, Thunder God's spear. The spear left his hand, turning into a golden bolt of lightning that pierced Kinkaku's chest. Time seemed to stand still. Kinkaku looked down at the hole in his chest, then up at her. The mad light in his eyes gradually faded. Brother, he said softly, his voice returning to its original tone. Then his massive body crashed to the ground. The dark red-tailed beast chakra began to dissipate, and the pillar of light on the watchtower weakened, Below, the surviving Cloud Shinobi stared blankly as if unable to believe the rebellion had ended. A walk to Kinkaku's corpse, knelt down, and reached out to close his eyes. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "But I must protect the village." In the distance, Ginkaku's howl echoed. A stood up, looked in that direction, a complex expression flickering across his face. "Guards!" Several guards immediately stepped forward. "Take Ginkaku alive," A ordered. "Lock him in the maximum security prison for life. And Lord Kinkaku's body. Give him a proper burial," A said, turning to descend the watchtower. "As a Jonin of Cloud. He once shed blood for this village." "Yes." A descended the watchtower, looking at the devastated village, and took a deep breath. Just then Ginkaku, who had seemed incapacitated and only able to roar, suddenly appeared behind A with a body flicker. A claw covered in Nine-Tails chakra pierced through his chest, crushing his heart. As the lifeless body hung limp on the arm, the tailed beast chakra on Ginkaku receded. Blood streamed from the 7 orifices. Having endured the savage Nine-Tails chakra, Ginkaku had long forfeited the right to live. The rebellion was over, but the suffering of Kumogakure had only just begun. Rebuilding the village, soothing the populace, handling the aftermath of the rebellion, electing a new raikage, and continuing the peace talks with Konohagakure. The road was still long. A week later, at the border of Kusa no Kuni, the headquarters of the Shadow Bounty Office, Ching-er sat in the control room, the water mirror technique before him displaying the latest images of Kumogakure. The reconstruction had begun, but progress was slow. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's funeral had been held 3 days ago with few attendees. "Kumogakure is crippled," Huing, standing nearby, analyzed. "This rebellion has cost Kumogakure at least a third of its jonin, destroyed over half its buildings, and pushed its finances to the brink of collapse. It won't recover to pre-war levels for 5 years. Chang-er nodded. "And what about Konohagakure?" Hiruzen Sarutobi seized the opportunity. Huing brought up another intelligence report. After news of Kumogakure's rebellion reached Konohagakure, Hiruzen immediately issued a statement as the third Hokage, expressing understanding of Kumogakure's internal difficulties, willingness to appropriately extend the peace negotiation period, and for humanitarian reasons offering limited assistance. "Decent political maneuvering," Chang-er commented. On the surface it was a gesture of goodwill, in reality it was an exertion of pressure. Extending the negotiation period meant Kumogakure had to maintain border stability for a longer time. Offering assistance meant Konohagakure could use it to intervene in Kumogakure's internal affairs. And most importantly, this statement allowed Hiruzen to make his debut on the international stage as the Hokage, showcasing his decisiveness and leadership. "How are the major clans reacting?" "For now they're all staying in line," Huing said. "With such external pressure, causing internal trouble would be suicide. Fugaku Uchiha has been very docile lately, and the Hyuga even publicly expressed support for the Hokage's decision. The Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara clans remain steadfastly on the Hokage's side." Ching-er leaned back in his chair. It seemed Hiruzen was doing well. Young though he was, he had sharp political instincts, and acted decisively, reminiscent of his teacher in his prime. As long as he didn't lose his wits with age, all would be fine. Konohagakure was stable for now. "Boss!" Tai Mian knocked and entered. "Lord Kakuzu has returned, and he's brought several people. Let him in." A few minutes later, Kakuzu walked into the control room leaning on a cane. Compared to a month ago, he seemed more spirited, followed by 3 masked figures. "Lord Dwebao." Kakuzu gave a slight bow. "Mission complete. These are the recruits I gathered from Aim no Kuni, all promising talents." He pointed to the first person. "Shuei Zhong, skilled in water release and genjutsu, former member of the Kirigakure ANBU, defected due to opposing the blood mist policy." The second person. "Yen Quan, earth release expert, former member of the Awagakure Explosion Corps, forced to flee after being scapegoated by his superiors for a failed mission." The third person. Feng Yu, sensor type shinobi, former member of the Sunagakure Intelligence Department, hunted for knowing too many secrets. All 3 knelt on one knee simultaneously. "We pay respects to Lord Duobao." Ching-er's gaze swept over them. Their chakra fluctuations were not weak, at least at the special jonin level. Moreover, from their eyes and postures, they were veterans who had survived life-and-death situations. "Rise," he said. "Since Kakuzu recommended you, I trust his judgment. You all know the rules of the bounty office." "Yes," the 3 answered in unison. "Good." Ching-er turned to Kakuzu. "How is the situation in Aim no Kuni?" "Very bad." Kakuzu's expression turned grave. "Hanzo of the Salamander's grip on Aim no Kuni is far beyond imagination. And Hanzo of the Salamander seems intent on elevating Aim no Kuni to the rank of the great nation, secretly recruiting a considerable number of rogue shinobi," Kakuzu said. "Continue surveillance, but don't startle the prey," Ching-er said. "Our current strength is insufficient to provoke any organization hidden." "Understood." Kakuzu nodded. Kakuza take the newcomers to familiarize themselves with the environment and arrange their lodgings. Ching'er stood up. Time me on prepare, he'll be away for a few days. Where are you headed, boss? Tetsuno Kuni, Ching'er said. To visit an old friend. 3 days later at a hot spring inn in Tetsuno Kuni. Tobirama Senju was in his room studying a post-war assessment report on Kumogakure just delivered by Duebeo's bounty office. It provided a detailed analysis of Kumogakure's losses, reconstruction plans, and development projections for the coming years. The report's final conclusion was Kumogakure would not pose a substantial threat to Konohagakure within the next 5 years, but precautions should be taken against its potential use of extreme measures to divert internal conflicts. A knock at the door. Come in. Duebao wearing a dark silver mask pushed the door open carrying a bottle of sake. Lord Tobirama, you seem to be recovering well. Ching'er sat down across from him and poured 2 cups of sake. Thanks to you. Tobirama put away the report. You know about what happened in Kumogakure? Just learned of it. Ching'er took a sip of sake. Kinkaku is dead, Ginkaku is dead, the second Reikage is dead, Kumogakure is half crippled. For you and Konohagakure that's good news. Not necessarily. Tobirama shook his head. A weakened neighbor is more dangerous than a strong one. Weakness drives people to desperate measures to seek extreme solutions. So you're worried Kumogakure might start another war? Not in the short term, but the long term is uncertain. Tobirama looked at Duebao. You didn't come just for a drink, did you? Indeed, I have a matter to discuss. Ching'er set down his cup. I'd like to invite you to join the Shadow Bounty Office. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. I thought I was already your client. Being a client and being a member are 2 different things, Ching'er said. As a client you pay and we provide services. As a member you take part in decision-making, share in the profits and bear responsibility. What do you want me to do? Take charge. Ching'er was blunt. I need someone with strategic vision, familiarity with the major shinobi villages, and an understanding of the ninja world's landscape to guide the bounty office's direction. Moreover, to stand on the visible stage under a different identity, you are the most suitable person. Tobirama was silent for a moment. Why me? Because you have nowhere else to go. Ching'er said. Return to Konohagakure. Your injuries haven't healed, you'd be a burden. Besides, Hiruzen has just found his footing, your appearance would only disrupt his rhythm. Go to another country. With your identity you'd invite suspicion and trouble wherever you went. He paused. But in the bounty office you can operate under a new identity, do what you want to do, and continue to influence the ninja world's direction, from the shadows, not the light. It was a compelling argument. Tobirama had to admit Duebeo's analysis was precise. He was indeed in an awkward position, alive but unable to return, influential but unable to act directly. The role of the bounty office's public figurehead might be a decent transition. What do I need to do? He asked. I need you to establish a new power on the surface, a small shinobi group perhaps. The bounty office will provide covert funding and support, but there must be no visible connection between you. And he looked out the window. You can continue to observe Konohagakure and at critical moments help it in your own way. That last sentence struck a chord with Tobirama. He did need to watch over Konohagakure. Hiruzen was doing well, but he was young and inexperienced. The major clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga wouldn't stay docile forever. The threats on the borders had eased for now, but were far from eliminated. If he could gather intelligence through the bounty office and secretly safeguard Konohagakure. I accept, Tobirama finally said. But I have a few conditions. Please speak. First, I will not participate in any action against Konohagakure. Second, my true identity must remain absolutely confidential. No more than 3 people within the bounty office may know it. Third, I reserve the right to refuse any commission I deem unethical or harmful to the stability of the ninja world. Agreed. Ching'er nodded. Welcome aboard, Lord Tobirama. He took out a specially crafted mask from his robe, pure white without any patterns, with only slits for the eyes. This is your identity token. From today onward your code name within the bounty office will be White Crow. Tobirama took the mask and examined it closely. White Crow. A white crow, symbolizing both wisdom and ill omen. A fitting code name. By the way, Ching'er said as he stood to leave, suddenly remembering something. Don't worry about Konohagakure. Hiruzen is more capable than you think. Kagami Uchiha's eyes are receiving special treatment, and his condition is improving. That girl Tsunade has been very active in the medical unit lately, reportedly developing new healing techniques. He spoke casually, but Tobirama caught the deeper implication. Duebeo's knowledge of Konohagakure was disturbingly detailed, not just Hiruzen's situation but also Kagami's eyes and even Tsunade's activities. How many informants had this man planted in Konohagakure? Or rather, Who was he really? Duobao. Tobirama called after him. Have we met before? Ching'er paused, the corner of his mouth lifting beneath the mask. Perhaps we have, perhaps we haven't, he said. In this world of shinobi, everyone wears a mask. What matters is what the person beneath the mask wants to do, not who they are. He pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor. Rest well, Mr. White Crow. In 3 days someone will come to take you to the bounty office headquarters. We'll discuss the next steps in detail then. The door closed softly. Tobirama sat in the room staring at the white mask in his hand, and after a long silence let out a sigh. The shinobi world was indeed like that. Everyone wore a mask playing different roles. Some wore their masks for so long that they forgot their original faces. He walked to the window and looked toward the direction of Konohagakure, Hiruzen Kagami Tsunade, and all the people he knew. Please give me a little more until I find a new path, until I prepare a new identity. I will return. In another form. The snow began to melt. On a mountain path at the border of the grass country, an unremarkable carriage moved slowly forward in the dawn light. The driver was a samurai from the Iron Country with a scar on his face, precisely the owner of that hot spring inn. Inside the carriage, Senju Tobirama lifted a corner of the cloth curtain, gazing at the gradually familiar scenery. They were leaving the grass country, heading toward the border zone between the grass country and the rain country. The headquarters of the Shadow Bounty Office that Duobao had mentioned was located there. Mr. White Crow, the border checkpoint is ahead, the samurai owner whispered back. According to Lord Duobao's arrangements, you need to change your attire. Tobirama lowered the curtain and looked at the clothing placed on the seat, a set of deep gray traveler's garments, plain in texture, bearing no markings of any clan or ninja village. There was also a wide-brimmed bamboo hat that could cover most of his face when worn. He quickly changed clothes, carefully tucking his iconic silver hair under the hat. Finally he put on the pure White Crow mask. The carriage stopped at the checkpoint. 2 Iron Country samurai approached, inspected the travel permit, and waved them through. Clearly Duobao had already arranged everything. Passing through the checkpoint, the scenery changed abruptly. The cold, hard, rocky terrain of the Iron Country was gradually replaced by the dense forests of the grass country. The air grew moist, carrying the scent of earth and vegetation. We should arrive by evening, the samurai owner said. Lord Duobao awaits you at the mouth of the underworld. The mouth of the underworld. Tobirama had heard of this place. 20 years ago it was the largest black market exchange in the grass country, later abandoned after a siege. He never expected it to become the headquarters of the Shadow Bounty Office. The carriage jolted along the forest path. Tobirama leaned against the interior, practicing hand seals with one hand. Though the nerve damage in his left arm prevented him from executing complex high-speed seals, he could still barely perform simplified basic ones. Water release, water severing wave. A small stream of water gathered in his palm, then quickly dissipated. That was enough, Tobirama thought. For now he couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique, or advanced ninjutsu requiring more than 44 seals, but basic water release and sealing techniques were still at his disposal. Combined with his years of combat experience, an understanding of ninjutsu self-defense should be manageable. Besides, what kind of inferior shinobi would need more than 40 seals just to release a water technique? 4 or 5 at most was already pushing it. More importantly, he was no longer Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage. He was White Crow, a new member of a mysterious organization. His identity had changed, and so must his combat style. The carriage arrived at the destination in the evening. It was a valley hidden deep in the dense forest, its entrance extremely concealed, covered by vines and illusion barriers. The samurai owner stopped the carriage at the valley entrance. I can only take you this far. Someone will receive you inside. Tobirama disembarked and stepped into the valley. The moment he passed through the barrier, the sight before him made him pause slightly. Contrary to the gloomy underground stronghold he had imagined, the interior of the valley presented a scene of orderly activity. Wooden buildings nestled against the mountain in a well-arranged manner, and a spacious training ground occupied the center where a dozen masked ninjas were practicing. In the distance he could see warehouses, dormitories, and even a small medicinal herb garden. Welcome to the mouth of the underworld. A voice came from the side. Duobao, wearing a dark silver mask, stepped out from the shadows, followed by 3 people: a woman with a fox mask, a burly man with an iron mask, and an old man leaning on a cane and wearing a bamboo hat. Duobao. Tobirama nodded in greeting. Allow me to introduce them, Duobao said, gesturing behind him. Fox Shadow, head of intelligence; Iron Face, head of security; Kakuzu. Consider him a member. Kakuzu's presence had been felt in the Shadow Bounty Office since its inception. There were many underground organizations, and in the beginning more than one bounty office existed. Kakuzu's figure could be seen at every place where bounties could be posted. When Chang'er noticed Kakuzu's name, he sought him out. After a friendly negotiation, Kakuzu eventually joined the Shadow Bounty Office, becoming the only member who knew Ching Air's true identity. After all, during the friendly negotiation phase, Kakuzu had exerted every ounce of his skill and relied on his rich experience to survive against the wood release. Kakuzu raised his head, his shrewd eyes under the bamboo hat scanning Tobirama, and nodded slightly. Mr. White Crow, I've heard much about you. His tone was casual, but Tobirama could sense that the man was observing him, assessing his strength, speculating his identity, and weighing his value. It was the instinct of a seasoned veteran. Fox Shadow will show you around and arrange your accommodations, Ching Air said. Tomorrow morning we will discuss the next plans in the council hall. All right. Fox Shadow stepped forward and made a please gesture. Mr. White Crow, this way. She led Tobirama across the training ground toward the buildings on the eastern side of the valley. The bounty office members they encountered along the way all wore masks. No one spoke, they simply bowed silently or continued their work. Discipline was strict, efficiency high. How many people are here? Tobirama asked. 47 permanent members and about 200 external collaborators, Fox Shadow replied. The core members are only 7: Lord Dwebao, Lord Kakuzu, Lord Iron Face, and the 4 department heads including myself. Now including you, that makes 8. She stopped in front of a 2-story building. This is your residence. The first floor has a living room and study, the second floor is the bedroom. Daily necessities have been prepared. If you need anything, feel free to find me. The house was small but clean and tidy. Some books and scrolls had even been placed in the study, mostly intelligence materials on the geography, history, and clan lineages of various countries. Lord Duobao instructed that you might need these, Fox Shadow said. Dinner will be delivered. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning I will await you in the council hall. She bowed and left. Tobirama removed his hat and mask, sitting down in the study. On the desk lay a latest intelligence summary dated this morning. He casually flipped it open. From my Sarutobi, Hiruzen had begun reforming the Ninja Academy curriculum, planning to add 2 new courses, tactical analysis and team cooperation. The treatment for Uchiha Kagami's eyes was progressing well, with partial vision restored. The new healing technique, mystical palm technique, developed by Tsunade, had entered the clinical testing phase. From Cloud Hidden, the Reikage election was scheduled for early next month. There were currently 3 candidates: a disciple of the Reikage lineage, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, and a female Jounin recommended by the Council of Elders. The 3 factions were evenly matched, making the outcome unpredictable. From Rock Hidden, Inoki had officially assumed the position of the 3rd Tsuchikage, with his first order being to strengthen border defenses, especially along the border with the Grass Country. From Sand Hidden, the Kazekage shaman remained low profile, but the Sand Hidden Anbu had been unusually active recently, apparently investigating something. From Mist Hidden, there was still no definitive news about the 3rd Mizukage, and the Blood Mist policy continued. An extensive intelligence network, Tobirama murmured, closing the scroll. Being able to simultaneously monitor the movements of the 5 great ninja villages, this intelligence capability far exceeded that of a medium-sized village's intelligence department, possibly even surpassing that of my. This Duobao was indeed no simple man. He walked to the window, gazing at the valley darkening outside. The ninjas on the training ground had dispersed and lights were gradually lit throughout the area. This was indeed a good place. Secluded, orderly, with ample resources. As a temporary refuge it was more than suitable. But only temporary. Tobirama looked at his left hand, slowly clenching his fingers. He must quickly adapt to his new identity and build new strength. Then, at the appropriate time, in the appropriate manner, continue to protect what he wanted to protect. At the same time, in the Hokage's office in Mai, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk. The Uchiha clan's recently submitted police force reform plan spread before him. The plan was well written, but its core demands were simple: more power, more money, more personnel. What do you think? He asked, looking at Shimura Danzo sitting across from him. Danzo's expression was impassive. We can't grant everything, nor can we refuse everything. The Uchiha are docile now because of external pressure from Cloud Hidden. Once that pressure is relieved, they will revert to their old ways. So, approve in stages, Danzo said. First, agree to increase their squad size by 10 members and allocate a limited budget. But set a probation period. Within 3 months, if the crime rate under the police force's management decreases and the case resolution rate increases, then consider further steps. A very prudent approach. It appeased the Uchiha while imposing restrictions. Hiruzen nodded. Proceed as you suggest. Also, regarding Kagami's eyes, the latest report from the medical unit, Danzo said, handing over a document. The special treatment was effective, but at a great cost. Kagami's vision has recovered to 70%, but his Sharingan's ocular power has permanently diminished. He can now only use the 3 Tomo, at most his Mangekyo ability is essentially lost. Hiruzen fell silent. Kagami was one of the most outstanding among his peers, a rare Uchiha who genuinely supported Mai. Such a loss dealt a blow to Kagami himself, to Mai, and to the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Transfer him to a different post, Hiruzen finally said. From the ANBU to the Intelligence Department as Deputy Director. With his intellect and experience, he is better suited for behind-the-scenes work. Kagami won't like this arrangement, but it's the best choice. Hiruzen stood and walked to the window. I can't send him to the battlefield again. A half-crippled Uchiha genius is more valuable than a dead Uchiha hero. The words were harsh but true. Danzo did not refute. Both he and Hiruzen knew that the Hokage's decisions could not be based solely on personal feelings. They had to weigh pros and cons, calculate gains and losses. One more thing, Danzo said. Border patrols report that over the past 2 weeks unidentified ninja activity has been detected in the direction of the Grass Country. Few in number but highly elite with well-organized movements. They do not seem to be rogue ninjas. Which faction? Unknown. But according to descriptions, they wear masked uniform clothing and are well-trained, resembling a professional force cultivated by some organization. Hiruzen frowned. In the direction of the Grass Country, capable organizations were few. Hanzo of the Rain Country. The Samurai of the Iron Country. Or some emerging power. Continue observation but do not alert them, he said. The priority now is the peace talks with Cloud Hidden. Once the talks succeed and the border stabilizes, other issues can be resolved gradually. Understood. After Danzo left, Hiruzen stood alone by the window looking down at the brightly lit Mai. It had been 2 months since he became Hokage, and he still felt a profound loneliness in the depths of the night. Every decision affected the lives of thousands, every trade-off could influence the village's future. Teacher, what would you do if you were here? He recalled Tobirama's eyes at the Thunder Cloud Gorge, calm, resolute, ready to face death. Perhaps being a Hokage meant this. Making necessary sacrifices when necessary, including sacrificing oneself and others. Hiruzen took a deep breath, sat back at his desk and continued reviewing documents. The road was still long, but he would walk it. 3 days later, at the mouth of the underworld on the border of the Grass Country, in the council hall, 8 people sat around a rectangular wooden table. At the head was Ching-Er, to his left were Kakuzu, Fox, Shadow, Iron Face, and the other 3 department heads: storekeeper, in charge of supplies; medicine hand, in charge of medical care; and instructor, in charge of training. On the right, the first seat was occupied by White Crow Tobirama, with the rest empty. Everyone is here, Ching-Er began, his voice passing through the mask. There are 3 matters to discuss today. He looked at Tobirama. First, regarding the formation of the new force that Mr. White Crow will lead. Fox Shadow, brief us. Fox Shadow stood up and unrolled a scroll. Based on Lord Duabeo's instructions and Mr. White Crow's requirements, we have drafted an initial plan. The new force will be named Dawn, nominally an independent small-scale ninja group, but secretly supported by the Bounty Office. The initial scale will be limited to under 20 members selected from the Bounty Office's external collaborators. Requirement: strength at least Chunin, clean background, no major misconduct. She pointed to a map on the scroll. The area of operation will mainly be in the Grass Country, Rain Country, and River Country, undertaking escort, reconnaissance, and bandit suppression missions from small nations. The goal is to accumulate reputation, establish connections, and provide a public cover and intelligence source for the Bounty Office. Want the name be too conspicuous? Kakuzu interjected. As long as we don't stir up too much commotion at the start, a simple name won't cause any waves. Personnel selection will be handled personally by Mr. White Crow, Duobao said, looking at Tobirama. Training and command are also entirely up to you. The Bounty Office will provide funding, equipment, and intelligence support, but will not directly intervene in daily operations. Is this arrangement acceptable? Tobirama nodded. Yes. Then it's settled. Duobao turned to the next item. Second matter, the Reikage election in Cloud Hidden. Kakuzu, you speak. Kakuzu rose, leaning on his cane, his voice hoarse. According to the latest intelligence, among the 3 candidates, the Reikage disciple has the greatest advantage. He is young, strong, highly respected among the younger generation, and legitimate. The 8-Tails Jinchuriki has a gentle personality and lacks political ambition. The female ninja, though supported by the Council of Elders, faces the disadvantage of her gender in Cloud Hidden, so the Reikage disciple will be elected. Iron Face asked. High probability, Kakuzu said. But the problem lies in his stance toward Mai after taking off. His master died at the hands of Ginkaku, and Ginkaku's rebellion was indirectly related to Mai, since the Gold and Silver Brothers' original goal was to sabotage the peace talks and kill Senju Tobirama. He won't take it out on Mai, Tobirama said calmly. He is a rational man and knows who the real enemy is. Moreover, Cloud Hidden needs to recuperate now, not continue war. But the peace talks might be hindered. Fox Shadow said. A new Reikage to establish authority might adopt a tougher stance in negotiations. Then we adjust the strategy, Chang'er said. One of the bounty office's next priorities is to facilitate the peace talks between Mai and Cloud Hidden. If necessary we can provide some assistance. What kind of assistance? Medicine Hand asked. For instance, eliminating certain extremists who obstruct the peace talks. Or providing compromise solutions that satisfy both sides. Or creating some incidents that force them to cooperate. The implication was clear. The bounty office was about to meddle in great power politics. The risk is enormous, Kakuzu stated bluntly. The 5 great ninja villages are not small nations, their intelligence networks and counterattack capabilities are strong. Once exposed we could be eliminated by a joint effort. So we must be careful, Chang'er said. All actions must go through multiple layers of cover, leaving no direct evidence. Besides, we are not trying to dominate the peace talks, just give a little push. He looked at Tobirama. What do you think, Mr. White Crow? Feasible but requires delicate operation, Tobirama said after a moment of thought. I suggest 3 steps. First, gather detailed intelligence on the 3 candidates, especially their weaknesses and demands. Second, during the election period, send goodwill to the Reikage disciple through appropriate channels. If he is willing to advance peace talks, we can provide the help he needs. Third, after the election, adjust the strategy based on the results. A very sound plan. Chang'er nodded. Proceed as Mr. White Crow suggests. Fox Shadow, intelligence gathering is yours. Kakuzu, you handle contact with the channels and Cloud Hidden. Yes. The meeting ended and everyone left one by one. Chang'er called Tobirama back. Mr. White Crow, please stay. After the others had gone, Duobao took out a small scroll from his chest. This is what you asked for. Tobirama took the scroll and opened it. Inside was the latest detailed intelligence on Mai, including some internal reports that only the Hokage could see. Hiruzen's reform plans, the movements of major clans, border troop deployments. How did you get this? Tobirama frowned. I have my channels, Chang'er said. But you can rest assured this intelligence is only for you. I will not use it to harm Mai. Why help me? Because we need each other. Chang'er walked to the window, looking at the bounty office members training outside. You need to protect Mai from the shadows, and I need to leverage your wisdom and experience to develop the bounty office. It's mutual benefit. A very frank statement. Tobirama put away the scroll. Then cooperation is a pleasure. Cooperation is a pleasure. Chang'er turned around. Oh, by the way, when you form Dawn, you can keep an eye out for a few people. I have a list here, all talented individuals currently at a low point in their lives, easy to recruit. He handed over another list. Tobirama glanced at it. There were about 7 or 8 names, each with a brief description: rogue ninjas, wandering ninjas, impoverished nobles from small countries, and even a former ANBU member from some ninja village. You had this prepared long ago. A businessman always keeps some stock. Duobao chuckled. Work hard, Mr. White Crow. I believe you can build an elite force no less than Yui's ANBU. He left the council hall, leaving Tobirama alone. Tobirama looked at the list in his hand, then out the window. A new identity, a new team, a new beginning. Perhaps this path could really work. He put the list away, adjusted his mask, and walked out of the council hall. On the training ground, a dozen newcomers were undergoing basic training. Seeing him emerge, everyone stopped their movements and bowed respectfully. Lord White Crow. He still needed time to get used to that title. But it didn't matter. He was not lacking in time now. And in the shadows of the valley, Chang'er, watching Tobirama's back as he walked toward the training ground, smiled slightly beneath his mask. The plan was progressing steadily. Tobirama and I would build a force in the open while the bounty office provided support from the shadows. Hiruzen held the fort, and my Cloud Hidden was about to elect a new Reikage, and the major ninja villages were entering a relatively stable period. This was a rare golden period for development. He would use this time to develop the Shadow Bounty Office into a force capable of truly influencing the landscape of the ninja world. Then, when Black Setsu appeared again, when those lurking crises erupted, he would have enough power to counter them. The wind passed through the valley, carrying the scent of distant lands. Chang'er raised his head, looking in the direction of my sister Tsunade Kagami. Hiruzen, please wait for me a little longer. Wait until I have prepared everything, until I have built enough strength. I will return. In a way you would never expect. The spring sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting a golden glow upon Konoha's training grounds, where the echoing shouts of young ninjas drenched in sweat rose and fell in relentless rhythm. Yet within the Hokage's office the atmosphere hung heavy with tension. Hiruzen Sarutobi set down the documents in his hand, his gaze settling on the 3 figures seated across from him: Koharu Yudatane, Hamura Mitokado, and the just returned Shimura Danzo from the border. Danzo, elaborate on the border situation. Danzo spread a rough-drawn map, his finger pointing at the junction of the grass and rain countries. The organization known as Pixiao is expanding. According to the latest intelligence, they now boast over 30 members, all highly trained and disciplined. Last week they completed a protection commission for the daimyo of the river country with outstanding performance, earning formal mission eligibility. Have you verified their background? Hamura adjusted his glasses. The apparent leader, codenamed Baya, remains unidentified. However, the organization clearly has backing from a much larger force. Danzo began, but before he could finish, the office door was urgently knocked upon. An Umbu knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, urgent intelligence. Uchiha Kagami, a jonin, was ambushed at the downstream of the Naka River 5 kilometers from the village. The scene shows signs of intense combat, but Kagami is missing. Missing. Hiruzen shot to his feet. What is the situation at the scene? Who is the enemy? The Umbu handed over a report. The scene contains a large amount of blood belonging to Kagami. Also, this. He unfolded an evidence bag containing a blood-stained headband fragment and several strands of black hair evidently torn off during the struggle. Danzo's right hand clenched imperceptibly, then slowly relaxed. The wound beneath his bandaged right arm throbbed, a souvenir from the battle with Uchiha Kagami in the darkness half an hour ago. That crimson Sharingan, the source of power he had long coveted, was now sealed in a special container within a secret laboratory. Unfortunately, he only obtained one. Kagami in his final moments had destroyed the nerve socket of his left eye, preventing the Sharingan from being fully extracted, but it didn't matter. One was enough. Combined with the research data on Hashirama's cells secretly stolen from the Umbu archives. Danzo. Hiruzen's voice pulled him back to the present. What are you thinking? I was thinking, Danzo said slowly, his voice unnervingly steady, that an enemy capable of ambushing a jonin near Konoha and making him disappear is no ordinary foe. Hiruzen, this is likely connected to Pixiao. They have been very active on the border recently, and he paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. According to my informant in the Bounty Hunter Guild, a mysterious figure codenamed Duobao has been secretly gathering intelligence on the bloodline limits of various ninja villages. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is one of his targets. These words were half true. Duobao was indeed collecting bloodline intelligence, but Danzo concealed the most crucial part he had struck first. The wound on his right arm required the power of the Sharingan to balance the erosion from Hashirama's cells, and his envy of the Uchiha's power had long been rooted in his heart. Organize a search team immediately. Hiruzen ordered. Koharu, you are in charge of the medical support unit, ready for treatment at any time. Hamura, coordinate the sensor squad. Danzo. He looked at his old friend. Take the Umbu elites and track them. Find Kagami, alive or dead. Understood. As Danzo turned to leave, a faint unnoticed smile curled at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, 7 kilometers from Konoha, inside a concealed cave, Uchiha Kagami lay on a hastily spread blanket, a grotesque blood hole where his left eye had been, the blood already coagulated. His breathing was weak and rapid, his chakra as turbulent as a storm-tossed sea. 5 more minutes and he would have been dead. Chang'er was stabilizing Kagami's injuries with a complex sealing technique. His fingers traced graceful blue trajectories in the air as cursed seals embedded themselves into Kagami's body. At the cave entrance, Tobirama stood silently still, wearing the Baya mask. His perception had extended to its maximum range, ensuring no pursuer drew near. Danzo's methods are professional, Chang'er said grimly. He used a modified version of the curse binding technique, which can extract the Sharingan while causing maximum damage to the host. Kagami's left optic nerve is completely destroyed, and the right eye's power has diminished by nearly 40% due to backlash. Can he survive? Tobirama's voice, muffled by the mask, carried suppressed fury. Yes, but it will take time. Chang'er completed the final seal and let out a long breath. I used Soul Pull Seal to temporarily lock his chakra flow, preventing the Sharingan's backlash from further eroding his body. But true treatment requires returning to the base with more advanced equipment. He turned to Tobirama. Are you sure about this? Saving Kagami means directly opposing Danzo and even the entire Konoha Umbu. Kagami is my disciple. Tobirama's voice held no hesitation. When I taught him years ago, I promised to protect him and his clan. Now Danzo, for the sake of power, does not hesitate to harm a comrade. This shows that the root of Konoha has rotted. He walked to Kagami's side, looking at the pale face marked by blood loss. This once idealistic young man now had only a hollow wound where his left eye had been. Moreover, Tobirama continued, if Danzo dares to strike at Kagami, he will dare to strike at others. Hiruzen is too soft, Koharu and Hamura lack decisiveness. Konoha needs a force that can counterbalance Danzo in the shadows. Chang'er was silent for a moment. He recalled the moment on the way to the scene when he had revealed his true identity to Tobirama. Second brother, there is something I must tell you. Chang'er had spoken while racing through the forest. My true identity. For now only a few of us can know. Tobirama's pace did not falter, he only replied calmly, I guessed as much. From the moment you rushed to get the news about Kagami I had my suspicions. I just never expected you to survive that situation. You are not surprised. Not surprised. Ever since you made a bet with me and stepped down from Konoha's management, I had a vague feeling that this day would come. Tobirama's voice was surprisingly calm. And no matter who you are, Ching-er, as long as it's you, that's enough. At that moment Ching-er finally understood why Tobirama had so readily accepted Pixiao, this organization operating in the gray zone. Because Tobirama had never looked at identities, he saw only essence. The tracking team will be here soon, Tobirama suddenly said. 3 squads, 12 men led by Danzo's trusted root ninja. They will arrive in 10 minutes. Ching-er immediately hoisted Kagami onto his back. Which route? East through the swamp area of the Forest of Death. The poisonous miasma there can disrupt sensory jutsu. Tobirama quickly formulated a plan. You take Kagami first. I will stay behind to set up some gifts. Be careful. Ching-er disappeared into the cave entrance with Kagami on his back. Tobirama, with hands forming seals, rapidly created dozens of shadow clones inside and outside the cave. They began setting traps, not lethal ones but deceptive false footprints, blood trails leading in wrong directions, and disturbed chakra residues. When the last Ambu squad tracked the cave, they found only an empty cavern and dozens of traces pointing in all directions. Captain, the traces are too chaotic, we cannot determine the direction. The root ninja captain crouched down, inspecting the ground carefully. Beneath his mask his brows furrowed. This technique, this thorough disruption of tracking, was far beyond the capability of an ordinary rogue ninja. Split into 3 groups, each tracking one direction. Signal upon sighting the target. Do not engage alone. Yes, sir. The Ambu scattered. High above, hidden in a canopy 100 meters up, Tobirama lay in wait until all pursuers had left his sight, then vanished without a trace. At the Hokage's office in Konoha. Still no news. Hiruzen stood by the window, his voice weary. Kohara shook her head. The sensor squad lost all traces at the edge of the Forest of Death. Kagami's chakra signal is completely gone. Hamura adjusted his glasses. 2 possibilities: either Kagami is, or someone used a high-level sealing technique to mask his chakra. Given the amount of blood at the scene, the latter is unlikely. The office door opened and Danzo entered. His expression was grim, his right arm bandaged more tightly than usual. My tracking team also lost the trail. Danzo's voice carried a hint of frustration. The enemy laid numerous deceptive traps in the Forest of Death with at least 5 Jonin-level clones active simultaneously. This was not a spontaneous attack but a premeditated rescue or kidnapping. You believe Kagami is still alive? Hiruzen turned. Uncertain. Danzo walked to the map, pointing at the Forest of Death. But if he is alive, then the one who took him must be connected to Pixiao. Only an organization of that caliber could pull off such an operation right under Konoha's nose. He paused, looking at Hiruzen. Moreover, I suspect that behind Pixiao there is someone we know. What do you mean? Their tactical style, their operational patterns. Remind me of someone. Danzo's voice dropped. Someone who should have already died. Hiruzen's pupils contracted slightly. You mean? Just a speculation, Danzo cut off, but the implication was clear. The office fell silent. Outside the sun was setting and the lights of Konoha began to flicker on one by one. But this night no one would sleep peacefully. 3 days later, deep within the Yuming Mouth Valley at the border of the grass country. In the medical room, Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes. His right eye's vision was blurred and distorted while his left was swallowed by eternal darkness. He tried to lift his hand but found himself utterly weak. Don't move. Your body has not recovered yet. A voice came from beside him. Kagami turned his head with difficulty, seeing a figure wearing a dark silver mask sitting by the bed holding a medical report. Who are you? Kagami's voice was hoarse. Where am I? You can call me Duobao. This is the base of Pixiao. Ching-er put down the report. You have been unconscious for 3 days. Your left eye was forcibly removed, the optic nerve completely destroyed, irreparable. The right eye's Sharingan lost 37 of its power due to backlash, but after treatment it should retain basic insight and copying abilities. Kagami's breathing quickened as memories flooded back. The mission handover point, Danzo's sudden appearance, the unfair battle, the Sharingan opening in Danzo's right arm, and the searing pain at the last moment. Danzo. Kagami's right hand clenched. He stole my eye. I know. Ching-er said calmly. We also know that he is secretly researching Hashirama cells. Your Sharingan is his tool to balance the cell erosion. Why? Kagami's voice was filled with anguish. We were comrades. He was a Konoha elder. Because people's hearts can change. Another voice sounded. Tobirama, wearing the Baya mask, entered the medical room. He looked at Kagami, pain flickering in his eyes. Danzo's thirst for power has surpassed his loyalty to comrades. And Hiruzen's indulgence, Kohara and Hamura's hesitation allowed this distortion to fester. Kagami stared at the masked figure, suddenly feeling a strange sense of familiarity. That chakra sensation, that tone of voice. Who are you? Tobirama did not answer. Instead he removed his mask. When Kagami saw that face, his breath stopped. His right eye, the damaged Sharingan, opened involuntarily, its 3 tomos spinning painfully, trying to confirm that this was not an illusion. As Senju. Tobirama-sama. Kagami's voice trembled. But you are already dead. Yes, in the eyes of the world, Senju Tobirama is dead. Tobirama walked to the bedside, his voice low. But the one standing before you now is also Senju Tobirama. The reason is complicated. You only need to know that I have returned and I have seen the darkness of Konoha. He paused. Kagami, you now have 2 choices. First, we send you back to Konoha, but Danzo will surely strike again and Hiruzen cannot protect you. Second, stay here, join Puxiao. We will heal your wounds, train you to fight with one eye, and then give you the chance to exact justice from Danzo with your own hands. Kagami closed his eyes. The hollow of his left eye throbbed with pain, the pain of betrayal, the pain of having a part of himself stolen. He thought of his Uchiha clan, of the fellow tribesmen coveted for their Sharingan. If Danzo dared to do this to him, then the other Uchiha's eyes. I choose to stay. Kagami opened his right eye, the crimson Sharingan's 3 tomos slowly rotating. But I have one condition: when I seek revenge on Danzo, you will not stop me. We will not stop you. Tobirama put the mask back on. Because we share a common enemy. Danzo has not only betrayed you but also all the ideals I taught him. Ching'er stood up. Rest well. Rehabilitation training begins in a week. Kagami, welcome to Puxiao. The 2 left the medical room, leaving Kagami alone on the bed. His right hand slowly lifted, touching the bandage over his left eye. The pain still existed, but something new was sprouting in his heart, not despair but determination. In the corridor, Ching'er and Tobirama walked side by side. Are you really sure? Ching'er asked. Letting Kagami join means officially opposing Danzo and even Konoha. The presence of the Sharingan cannot be hidden. Konoha is no longer the ideal village my brother and I created. Tobirama's voice was heavy with exhaustion. When the leadership begins to plunder the power of comrades, the village is already sick. And curing an illness sometimes requires strong medicine. He looked at Ching'er. As for you, after telling me the truth, aren't you afraid I might react? You are Senju Tobirama. Ching'er said calmly. You always view things with rationality and realism. I am Duobao, the founder of Puxiao. That is more important to you than who I am otherwise. Tobirama showed a rare hint of a smile. You truly understand me well. The 2 arrived at the base's control center. The water mirror technique displayed multiple scenes: Konoha strengthening its border patrols, Danzo conducting forbidden experiments in a secret laboratory, a secret meeting in the Iron Country, several cloud ninja preparing for the final stage of elections. What is the next move? Ching'er asked. Continue developing Puxiao. Tobirama gazed at the world in the water mirror. Cultivate strength, gather intelligence, and wait for the right moment. Danzo's ambition will not stop here. When he moves again, we must have enough strength to respond. And Kagami. He will become Paxio's sharpest blade. Tobirama's eyes were deep. Hatred for Danzo, guilt for the Uchiha, thirst for power. All these will drive him to become stronger. We only need to channel that force toward the right direction. Outside, the night was deep. In the Yuming Mouth Valley, members of Puxiao trained under the moonlight, their masks gleaming coldly. This was an organization growing in the shadows, an alliance of traitors, exiles, and idealists. Their goal was to change the increasingly twisted world of shinobi. In distant Konoha, Danzo stood in the laboratory, staring at the crimson Sharingan in the culture tank. His right arm throbbed with pain, the reaction of Hashirama's cells rejecting his body. More experiments are needed. He muttered to himself. More data, more samples. The Uchiha's Sharingan the Senjus would release. When these powers are united in one body, I can truly protect Konoha. The lab light reflected his distorted silhouette. The shadow on the wall stretched long like a monstrous creature with bared fangs. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen stayed awake all night. He stared at the night view of Konoha outside the window, his heart filled with unease. The disappearance of Kagami, Danzo's anomaly, the Puxiao on the border, and that vague suspicion. Teacher. If you really are still alive. Hiruzen whispered to himself, why not return? Why operate in the shadows? No one answered him. Only the night wind blew through the window, carrying the scent of distant lands. The undercurrents of the shinobi world were flowing silently. And all those caught in its currents would face a choice: light or darkness, ideals or reality, protection or plunder. The answers would slowly reveal themselves in time. Uchiha Jing stood at the edge of the training ground at Yumingzhiko, his right eye covered by a newly crafted black eye patch. 2 weeks had passed since he lost his left eye, yet every time he blinked his brain still tried to receive non-existent visual signals from a void of darkness. It's normal to feel unaccustomed. A voice came from behind. Jing turned to see Chang'er standing with arms crossed wearing a dark silver mask. The brain needs 3 to 6 months to rebuild its spatial perception model. Chang'er walked over to Jing and handed him a specially crafted shuriken. Until then all your ninjutsu precision will drop by 30 to 40%. More critically, you've lost the wide-angle vision of the Sharingan, and your blind spots have increased. Jing took the shuriken. It was lighter than the ones he used before, slightly different in shape with the center of gravity shifted forward, better suited for single-eye aiming. This is one of the standard equipment of Pashio, Chang'er said. The edges have a miniature wind release technique formula. After throwing you can adjust its trajectory. It will help you in your current situation. Jing gripped the shuriken, feeling the texture on the metal surface. Over these 2 weeks he gradually came to understand this organization, 37 members all wearing masks addressing each other by code names. The training ground, medical room, intelligence center, living quarters. The base hidden deep in the valley was surprisingly well equipped. What surprised him even more was the organization's operational model. There was no strict hierarchy, all decisions were made jointly by the code-named White Crow and many treasures, while other members could offer suggestions. Mission rewards were distributed according to contributions, and no one was forced to accept a mission. This was completely different from the ninja organizations he knew. Lord White Crow wishes to see you, Chang'er said, in the third training room. The third training room was a completely dark space. When Jing pushed the door open, the walls around him suddenly emitted a soft blue glow, not from lights but from some technique formula embedded in the walls. Tobirama, wearing the White Crow mask, stood in the center of the training room. Dozens of tiny luminous points floated around him, each moving slowly. After losing one eye, your greatest weakness is not impaired vision but the reconstruction of your sense of balance and distance. Tobirama's voice echoed in the empty training room. Conventional ninja training has no targeted methods for this. But I have studied the sealing technique texts of the Uzumaki clan, which record a skill that uses chakra perception to compensate for the loss of sight. He raised his hand and a luminous point flew toward Jing. Jing instinctively sidestepped to dodge, but the point still grazed his shoulder. Too slow, Tobirama said. Your body is still relying on the reflexes of binocular vision. From now on you need to completely forget that fighting style. More luminous points began to move, gradually accelerating. Jing struggled to evade them. His right eye's limited field of vision forced him to turn his head frequently to compensate for the blind spots. Don't turn your head. Tobirama's command was concise and stern. Rotating your head takes 0.3 seconds, enough time for an enemy to kill you 3 times. Use chakra to perceive. Your skin, your hair, the air around you. All of these are your eyes. Jing closed his eyes. In the first few seconds he completely lost his sense of direction, and 3 luminous points struck his chest, shoulder, and lower abdomen in succession. But gradually a vague perception began to form in his mind, not vision but something like outlines. The flow of air, subtle changes in temperature, fluctuations in chakra. He stepped to the left, and a luminous point passed by him. He rolled to the right, dodging 2 points that came from both sides. As he rose he reached out and caught another that attacked from behind. The training room fell silent. All the floating luminous points stopped. Not bad. There was a hint of approval in Tobirama's voice. It took you 11 minutes to establish basic perception. The Uchiha bloodline indeed has its exceptional qualities. Jing opened his eyes, finding himself drenched in sweat. The brief moment of fighting with his eyes closed had consumed as much mental energy as a real life-or-death struggle. What technique is this? It's not a technique, it's a skill. Tobirama waved his hand and all the luminous points vanished. Every ninja has the ability to perceive chakra, but most rely too heavily on the 5 senses and neglect this instinct. Being forced to develop it now is both a curse and a blessing. He walked up to Jing. From today train perception for 6 hours each day. After 2 weeks I will teach you how to combine this perception with your Sharingan. Although a single-eye Sharingan has limited field of vision, its dynamic vision and insight remain. If you can integrate it with 360-degree chakra perception. Tobirama didn't finish, but Jing understood his meaning. A completely new way of fighting. A way that no longer relies on the eyes but uses the entire body to see. Why are you helping me? Jing suddenly asked. I've only been in Pashio for 2 weeks, San. I was once a ninja of Konoha. Don't they suspect me? The eyes behind the White Crow mask gazed at him steadily. For a moment Jing felt that gaze was unsettling. They did suspect you, Tobirama admitted frankly. So for the first week all your actions were under surveillance. When you slept, when you ate, even when you went to the medical room to change dressing, someone was watching in the shadows. And now they have temporarily trusted you. Tobirama turned and walked toward the door. Because every time you woke up from a nightmare you shouted Danzo's name. Hatred is sometimes more reliable than loyalty, especially when facing a common enemy. The door opened and closed. Jing stood alone in the training room, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist. Yes. Hatred. Hatred for Danzo, hatred for the pain of having his eye taken, hatred for betrayal. These emotions would drive him to become stronger, strong enough to reclaim everything he had lost with his own hands. Outside the training room, in a small meeting room at the end of the corridor, Chang'er was already waiting. When Tobirama pushed the door open, Chang'er was organizing an intelligence scroll. How is Jing's training progress? Chang'er asked without looking up. Faster than expected. Tobirama took off his mask and placed it on the table. The talent of the Uchiha ninja is indeed remarkable. Losing one eye was a severe blow to him, but it also forced him to tap into new potential. The potential of hatred. Chang'er put down the scroll, his dark silver mask turning toward Tobirama. But have you considered that Jing's experience is actually a microcosm of the Uchiha clan's situation in Konoha? Tobirama sat down on a chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. What are you trying to say, Chang'er? I'm saying that Jing having his eye taken by Danzo is not an accident. Chang'er's voice turned serious. It is an inevitable result of the long-standing vigilance and suppression of the Uchiha by Konoha's high command. And the root of all this, second brother, can be partly traced back to your policies and attitudes. A brief silence fell over the meeting room. Continue. Tobirama's voice was calm, but his tapping fingers stopped. When Konoha was founded, the Uchiha were the second largest clan, second only to the Senju. Chang'er stood up and paced slowly in the room. But in the village's power structure, the Uchiha were always marginalized. During the first Hokage's time, Uchiha Madara left. During your reign, you established the Konoha military police force, nominally to entrust the village's security to the Uchiha, but in reality it was to confine them to a fixed range of duties for easier surveillance. Tobirama finished the sentence, a note of weariness in his voice. I know. The establishment of the military police was indeed a double-edged sword. It gave the Uchiha honor and responsibility, but also isolated them from ordinary villagers. The villagers saw the Uchiha as strict enforcers, not as comrades protecting the village. Chang'er stopped by the window, his back to Tobirama. Not only that. The duties of the military police forced the Uchiha to bear all the resentment from law enforcement, while the real political decision-making power always remained in the hands of the Hokage and his advisory council. The Uchiha were excluded from the core decision-making circle generation after generation. My original intention in establishing the military police was to hope that the Uchiha would earn trust by serving the village. Tobirama closed his eyes. I wanted them to prove their loyalty, to give them a path to integrate into the village. But the result was the opposite. Chang'er turned around. Trust is not built through isolation and surveillance. When you placed the Uchiha in a special position, you had already implicitly labeled them as special, not special in a noble sense, but special in needing vigilance. He walked to the table and spread out an intelligence report. Look at this. After Jing's incident, I had Jiao Du collect Konoha's public and covert policies toward the Uchiha. Over the past 5 years, the Uchiha compound was relocated to the farthest edge of the village. Uchiha ninja mission records were subjected to extra scrutiny. The approval rate for Uchiha applying to join the Umbu was only 1/3 of that of other clans. Even Uchiha children in the ninja academy were given special attention by their teachers. Tobirama picked up the intelligence report and flipped through it page by page. His frown deepened. Some of these policies were made by me, others were continuations from Hiruzen's era. He put down the document, his voice low. But I didn't expect it to have developed to this extent. Because discrimination and vigilance breed themselves. Chang'er sat back in his chair. Once it starts, it creates inertia. The high command is wary of the Uchiha feel the wariness and become more insular. The Uchiha's insularity makes the high command even more wary. It's a vicious cycle. He paused, his eyes behind the mask fixed on Tobirama. And Jing's ordeal is the first spark to erupt in this vicious cycle. Danzo dared to attack an Uchiha Jonin not because of personal audacity, but because the overall atmosphere of Konoha gave him confidence. The Uchiha were objects to be monitored, so in Danzo's twisted logic, taking their Sharingan became acquiring strategic resources for the village. Absurd. Tobirama slammed his hand on the table. The Uchiha are one of the founders of Konoha. Jing is my disciple. How dare Danzo? No matter how you think he dared, the fact is he has already done it. Precisely because the Uchiha. His status in Konoha is already nominal. Chang'er's voice was eerily calm. Second brother, think about it. If the Hyuga clan's main house had been attacked, would Danzo have dared? If the Byakugan had been stolen, would Hiruzen have merely dispatched a few search squads? Tobirama fell silent. He recalled Hiruzen's reaction after Kagami's disappearance, concerned but lacking the fury and decisiveness that should have been there. The search dwindled after a few days, and now few within Konoha spoke of it as if Uchiha Kagami were merely a missing nin. According to my analysis, Chang'er continued tracing arrows on the map with his finger. If Konoha's policy of vigilance against the Uchiha continues, and if hawkish factions like Danzo's continue to grow, then within at most 20 years the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha will erupt completely. And by then... He paused. What then? Tobirama asked. Chang'er was silent for a long moment before finally speaking. By then the Uchiha may be annihilated. What? Tobirama shot to his feet. Impossible. The Uchiha are one of Konoha's most powerful clans. Even if conflict arises, it would be political strife. How could they be? How could they be annihilated? Chang'er interrupted. Because when suspicion reaches its peak, when both sides lose trust, when someone like Danzo believes the Uchiha are a threat that must be eliminated, bloodshed will occur. And once it begins, it will spiral to the most extreme outcome. He looked at Tobirama's shocked face and continued. I have studied history, Tobirama. When a group is marginalized, kept under surveillance, and excluded from the core of power for a long time, they have only two paths: either submit completely and lose their identity, or rebel and establish a new order, or be crushed. And the Uchiha's pride and spirit ensure they will never choose the first path. The conference room fell silent, filled only with the sound of their breathing. After a long while, Tobirama sat back down, covering his face with his hands. It's my fault. His voice seeped through his fingers, laden with pain and self-reproach. I established the police force. I drafted those policies. I thought I was protecting the village, giving the Uchiha a chance. But I was actually pushing them into the abyss. It's not entirely your fault. Chang'er's voice softened slightly. The limitations of the era, the limitations of perception. Besides, you did try to balance things. You took Kagami as your disciple. You fought for the Uchiha's interests in high-level meetings, including my suggestion to involve other clans to share the spotlight. But goodwill was insufficient, the force too weak to counter the system's inertia. And after Hiruzen took over, he completely replaced members of other clans. On the surface it was empowerment, but in reality it was the final stone that sealed their fate. Tobirama lowered his hands, a light rekindling in his eyes. But now I know. Since I know, I cannot stand by and do nothing. The Uchiha cannot be annihilated. Kagami's tragedy must not be repeated on more Uchiha. What do you intend to do? Chang'er asked. Rush back to Konoha now and abolish all restrictions on the Uchiha. That would only expose your identity, and Hiruzen may not listen. Danzo would use it to make a big issue. Of course I won't do that. Tobirama stood and walked to the map. Change requires time, strategy, and power. Right now Dawn is our means to accumulate strength. His finger pointed to several locations on the map. First, we must continue to develop the organization and cultivate sufficient influence. Second, we need to gather more evidence of Danzo's persecution of the Uchiha and his forbidden research. Finally, he turned around, his gaze resolute. We must intervene at the critical moment. When the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha is about to erupt, we must have enough power to prevent the tragedy, or at least save the innocent. You want to save the entire Uchiha clan? Chang'er's voice carried a hint of astonishment. That's nearly impossible. The Uchiha's internal issues, Konoha's external pressure, and ambitious schemers like Danzo. Difficult but not impossible. Tobirama said. We need allies, intelligence, and a detailed plan. And we have one advantage. He looked toward the training room. We have Kagami. He is a genius of the Uchiha, a former Konoha Jonin, and an avenger who hates Danzo. He will become our bridge to the Uchiha. Chang'er pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Since you've decided, I will support you. But Tobirama, understand this path will be long and arduous, and we may face the hardest moral choices. For instance, protect Konoha or protect the Uchiha. When the two conflict, how will you choose? Tobirama fell silent. He had contemplated this question many years ago, but had never found a perfect answer. I will find a third path, he finally said. A path that allows the Uchiha to truly integrate into Konoha while protecting the village's safety. It may be naive, but it is what I owe the Uchiha, what I owe Kagami, and what I owe those Uchiha clansmen who trusted me. Chang'er did not refute him. He knew that it was precisely the seemingly naive persistence that made the logical Senju Tobirama into the true Senju Tobirama, not merely a character constructed by some narrative. Then let's start with the immediate tasks. Chang'er stood. Kagami's training must be accelerated. Also, I have intelligence that Kumogaku is secretly purchasing Hashirama cell samples, and the transport route passes through the Iron Country border. I've already sent Katsu's squad to intercept it. Hashirama cells? Tobirama's gaze sharpened. More forbidden research. Danzo is researching them, and Kumogaku wants to get their hands on them. Ching'er after interception destroy all samples. Leave none. Understood. They walked out of the conference room. At the end of the corridor the training room door opened and Kagami emerged. Beneath his black eye patch the gaze of his right eye was far more resolute than 2 weeks ago. He looked at the two approaching figures, Tobirama in his white crow mask and Ching'er in his dark silver mask. Kagami, Tobirama began. Starting tomorrow double your training time. You must regain Jonin level combat power within 3 months and reach elite Jonin level within 6. Can you do it? Kagami knelt on one knee. Yes, White Crow-sama. I will use all my time and life to grow stronger. Not to grow stronger for revenge. Tobirama corrected. To grow stronger for protection. Protect yourself, protect your future comrades, protect your clan. Kagami looked up, a flicker of confusion in his right eye, but it quickly turned into determination. I understand. Tobirama nodded and left with Ching'er. The corridor was left with only Kagami. He stood and touched the eye patch over his left eye. The pain still lingered, but beneath it something new was sprouting. Not just hatred but a more complex, heavier sense of responsibility. Konoha Village Root's secret laboratory. Danzo stood before a cultivation tank, the bandages on his right arm already unwrapped. On his pale arm 3 crimson Sharingan were neatly arranged, all closed tightly. The skin of the arm showed an unnatural grayish blue covered with fine woodgrain-like textures. The erosion rate of Hashirama's cells is 23 faster than anticipated. A masked researcher reported in a low voice. The Yin chakra of the Sharingan can slow the erosion, but cannot stop it completely. At the current rate, within 3 months at most your right arm will be fully lignified. Danzo stared at his arm expressionlessly. And the experimental subject's data. Subject 17 survived 6 days after Sharingan implantation, died from chakra berserk. Subject 22 overcame the rejection reaction but could not activate the Sharingan. The most successful so far is Subject 31, who successfully awakened a single Tomo Sharingan and maintained it for 12 hours, after which he showed symptoms of mental breakdown. Cause: the Sharingan's spiritual bond with its host is too deep. The researcher pulled up data. Forcible transplantation causes memory fragments to erode the host's consciousness. Unless the host possesses strong mental fortitude or has a blood relation or emotional bond with the eye's original owner. Danzo fell silent. He stroked the eye on his right arm that belonged to Uchiha Kagami, the only one successfully transplanted and stabilized. Was it because Kagami was his fellow village ninja? Or because when he seized it Kagami was still alive and the eye still retained the chakra signature of its original owner? The Uchiha bloodline, Danzo murmured. If I could have more Uchiha experimental subjects. No, if I could obtain the voluntary cooperation of Uchiha clansmen. But he quickly suppressed the thought. Not yet. Though Hiruzen was weak, he would not allow Danzo to target ordinary Uchiha clan members. Unless the Uchiha first did something outrageous to give him an excuse. Continue the experiments, Danzo finally said. Also intensify surveillance on the Uchiha district. I want to know every detail of their high-level meetings and every anomalous action. Yes. After the researcher withdrew, Danzo stood alone in the lab. He raised his right arm and all 3 Sharingan opened simultaneously, their crimson pupils eerily vivid in the dim light. Power. This was the feeling of power. But it was not enough. Far from enough. A sudden knock on the lab door. Danzo-sama, the Hokage requests your presence in the office. Emergency meeting. Danzo quickly wrapped the bandages around his right arm. Understood. When he stepped out of the lab he had already resumed the calm, stern demeanor of Shimura Danzo. No one could see the eyes stirring beneath the bandages, nor could anyone perceive the darkness growing in his heart, the craving for more Sharingan, the pursuit of more complete power. And he did not know that far away in the Nethermouth Valley 2 people who had once founded Konoha were silently gathering strength to thwart his darkest designs. Time slipped away like a white steed passing through a crevice, and before long it was the summer of the 21st year of Mai. The rain beat incessantly against the dense steel pipes of the rain country, producing a continuous muffled echo. Beneath the gloomy sky the hidden rain village revealed its unique and oppressive silhouette. The towers, varying in height, were not built from the common timber of Mai but from dark steel and stone traversed by countless pipes of different thicknesses, forming a vast and complex drainage system. There was no spring sunshine here, only an eternal curtain of rain that washed all colors into a gray and cold monotony. Inside the tallest tower at the center of the hidden rain village, Salamander Banzang stood before the lookout window, his breathing mask emitting a steady, slightly dull respiration. He was over 40, and the scar that stretched diagonally from his forehead to his jaw looked like a deep furrow in the dim light filtering through the window. He looked down upon his village, his gaze sweeping over the steel buildings standing silently in the rain, and the silent, harsh shinobi training taking place on the training grounds. How is the expansion project progressing? Banzang's voice came through the mask carrying a metallic cold hardness. A Jonin of the Hidden Rain knelt on one knee and reported 3 new watchtowers in the eastern district have been completed, all with double-layer steel wall structures, and the internal bunkers can accommodate poison gas release devices. The western defensive wall has been reinforced, and the new drainage gates can seal off passages when necessary. Banzang nodded slightly. Over the past 3 years he had not, as some outside speculated, undertaken grand construction of flashy new type military factories. Instead, he had poured all limited resources into strengthening the defense system and improving the quality of shinobi. The architectural style of the Hidden Rain village was inherently unique and practical. Those exposed enormous pipes were not only for drainage, but could also become part of a complex 3-dimensional battlefield and traps when necessary. The training camp. Banzang was succinct. The 7th batch of trainees completed their graduation trial yesterday with a pass rate of 76. 3 orphans showed exceptional performance, and have been placed in the special observation team as per your instructions. The Jonin paused before adding. The corner of Banzang's mouth hidden behind the mask twitched barely perceptibly. 3 years ago he had discovered these 3 war orphans among the ruins of the border. He took them and subjected them to the harshest training, both in investment and a surveillance. Increase the difficulty of their missions but control the risk of casualties. Banzang ordered. I want to see their true value in real combat. Yes. After the Jonin withdrew, Banzang remained alone in the tall tower. He walked slowly to the other side of the room where a massive map of the shinobi world hung. The Rain country was like a squeezed wedge deeply embedded in the junction of the Fire, Wind, and Earth countries. This geographical location gave the Hidden Rain village unique strategic value, yet also made it the ideal battlefield for conflicts between the great nations, or more precisely the most likely sacrificial victim. The horrors of the last great shinobi war were still vivid. The Hidden Rain village as one of the main battlefields had suffered unimaginable destruction, with countless civilians and shinobi losing their lives, giving rise to war orphans who had lost everything. Banzang's finger pressed heavily on the position of the Rain country on the map. Weakness leads to annihilation. This was the immutable iron rule of the shinobi world. The Rain country could no longer be content to merely survive in the cracks. He needed power. Power that would make the 3 great nations fear to easily bring the flames of war here. Expansion did not necessarily have to rely on military conquest. By strengthening border control, absorbing wandering shinobi, developing unique assassination and poison techniques, and cautiously exploiting the contradictions among the great nations, the Hidden Rain village could quietly grow stronger. Banzang's gaze sharpened. He knew that the shadow of the Second Great Shinobi War had never truly dissipated beneath the surface. Peace of the great nations' undercurrents surged. He must, before the next storm descended, equip the Hidden Rain village with enough capital to defend itself, and even influence the situation. The rain outside fell more heavily, beating against the steel pipes, playing a prelude of suppressed yet unyielding resolve. At the same time, the training ground of the Hidden Leaf village was bathed in bright sunlight, a stark contrast to the gloom of the Hidden Rain. Under the blazing sun, 3 young figures were locked in fierce combat, chakra clashing and stirring up bursts of air. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. Zilai's bold roar accompanied a massive fireball erupting forth. At 18, his white hair streamed in the wind. Despite the playful paint on his face, the focus and fervor in his eyes were unmistakable. 3 years of growth had shed much of his immaturity. His physique was more robust, and his control over ninjutsu had become increasingly refined. The trajectory of the fireball was precisely captured by a pair of golden snake eyes. Dashyuan sidestepped like a phantom, evading the flames by a hair's breadth, his pale face devoid of any expression. His movements were concise and efficient, as if every step had been meticulously calculated. In the instant he dodged, his hands completed a complex sequence of hand seals, wind-style great breakthrough. The wind surged back, colliding heat-in with the flames erupting into a scorching air wave. At the center of the explosion, Gang's Ho let out a sharp cry and punched the ground. Monstrous strength. With a thunderous roar, the solid ground of the training field shattered like a spiderweb, and massive rocks were flung up by the monstrous force shooting towards Zilai and Dashyuan. At 18, Gang's Ho was already elegant and graceful. Her golden twin tails swayed in the chakra turbulence, and her brows carried the heroic spirit and confidence inherited from the Senju clan. On the observation platform, Yuanfei Risen nodded slightly, his eyes revealing relief and pride. Among these 3 disciples, Zilai's tenacity and passion, Dashuan's calm genius, and Gangsho's strength and courage had already become the most dazzling lights of Mai's new generation, complementing each other's growth perfectly. They are more than a match stronger than they were this time last year, Chuanqin Xiaochun remarked with emotion. Especially Dashyuan. That report last month on the improvement of forbidden technique sealing earned high praise even from the head of the sealing squad. Shuahum and Yen adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying a hint of worry. It's good that they are growing fast, but other villages haven't been idle either. According to Border Intelligence, Granny Qian Dai of the Hidden Sand seems to have cultivated a few young people with great talent in puppet art. The AB combination of the Hidden Cloud has become more coordinated in their cooperation with a high mission completion rate. Huang Tu of the Hidden Rock, though young, has shown considerable skill in earth release and tactical acumen in several border skirmishes. And the Hidden Rain. Tuanzang's voice came from behind Somber. He had appeared on the observation platform unnoticed, his right arm still wrapped in tight bandages. Salamander Banzang's actions over the past 3 years have hardly been about developing the people's livelihood. The border patrol frequency of the Hidden Rain has tripled. The shinobi selection standards have become more stringent, and mission records show a significant increase in assassinations and reconnaissance assignments. He is sharpening his blade. Risen did not turn around his gaze, still following the figures of his disciples on the field. I know. But Mai's current priority is to consolidate peace, restore vitality, and give these children more time to grow. Peace never arrives by waiting. Tuanzang walked to the railing, his bandaged arm seemingly brushing against it unconsciously. It is won by sufficient strength. If we only focus on nurturing seedlings while neglecting to sharpen the swords that guard the garden, when the next storm comes, everything may be uprooted. The battle on the field reached a fever pitch. Zilai summoned the massive toad when Tai Dashuan unleashed the sinister hidden shadow snake hands, and Gangsho's monstrous strength turned half the training ground into her weapon. The roar, the whistling, and the dazzling light of ninjutsu collisions intertwined, symbolizing the vibrant and powerful new force of Mai. Risen watched this scene, his heart filled with both relief and the weight of responsibility. The stronger his disciples became, the closer they were to the true cruelty of the battlefield. And as Hokage, he had to hold up a sky for them and for all of Mai that was safe enough for them to grow. Wind Country, Hidden Sand Village. The relentless sun scorched the golden sea of sand. At the edge of a shaded training ground, Granny Qian Dai watched the duel within with a complex expression. On one side was her younger brother Hai Laozong, already a top-tier puppet master of the Hidden Sand, controlling 2 puppets with fierce attacks. On the other side was her grandson, the 16-year-old Xia of the Red Sand. Xia stood in the center, his expression calm to the point of indifference. He did not even move his feet, with only slight tremors of his fingers. 3 intricately crafted puppets danced as if alive. It was not the traditional chakra thread control, but a finer, more directly connected chakra thread. Each puppet could independently execute complex tactical commands, cooperating seamlessly. Wuya faint on the left. Shanjie spread poison mist over the right flank. Phileas circle around for a surprise attack. With concise commands, the 3 puppets burst into action instantly. Hai Laozong experienced this. He was found himself hard-pressed against this puppet art that surpassed convention, moving as nimbly as living creatures. Within 5 minutes, the joints of one puppet he controlled were precisely dismantled, and another was corroded by the poison mist, its movements sluggish. The battle ended. Xia withdrew his puppets expressionlessly and walked toward Qian Dai. Uncle Hai Laozong's tactical thinking is constrained by the paradigm of traditional puppet art. The young man's voice was calm and flat. Puppets are tools, but the mind that controls them should not be bound by the tools themselves. Striking where the enemy is unprepared, that is the key to defeating a stronger foe. Hai Laozong walked over with a wry smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead. This kid is simply a monster. Sister, I think in terms of pure puppet control, precision, and creativity, he has already surpassed me. Qian Dai looked at her grandson's overly calm eyes, feeling not pride but a deepening unease. Xia's talent was unprecedented in the Hidden Sands century, but his obsession with puppet art was sliding in a terrifying direction. Last week she had happened to find some draft notes in Xia's laboratory which involved the forbidden concept of combining biological tissue with puppet parts. Xia Qian Dai spoke in a deep voice. Starting tomorrow you will study the ancient texts on soul and contract from the sealing technique scrolls with me. Xia tilted his head, seeming puzzled. Why? Those theories have no direct benefit to improving a puppet's combat effectiveness, because the end of puppet art is not merely manipulating lifeless objects. Qian Dai's gaze grew profound. Understanding life, respecting the soul, only then can you comprehend the boundaries of power. Tools created purely for destruction will ultimately bring only deeper ruin. Xia was silent for a moment, offering no rebuttal, but a flicker of disagreement seemed to pass through the depths of his eyes. He looked up toward the north to the long border where the Wind Country and the Rain Country met. Grandma, if the enemy comes to our doorstep with weapons created only for destruction. Should we use philosophy to persuade them? Shio was momentarily speechless. Indeed, in this desert country with scarce resources and harsh environment, lacking power meant extinction. Xiayin shares the longest border with the Rain Country. Any move by Hanzo would make Xiayin the first to bear the brunt. She looked at her younger brother, her tone turning decisive. Ebizo, in the name of the Elder Council, requests the Kazukagesama to raise the alert level of the northwestern border. At the same time, the adaptation training of the Shikaku Jinchuriki must be accelerated. If conflict is unavoidable, we need to make good use of every ounce of strength. The Land of Lightning, Kumogakyu village, deep underground in the Reikage building. There was no sunlight here, only the blinding white light from the flashing of violent lightning-style chakra and the deafening roar. The third Raikage Night Moon AI was bare-chested, his brown skin crisscrossed with old and new scars like medals of power. At 25 he was at his peak. In the 3 years since succeeding as Raikage, he had pushed Kumogakure's martial spirit and military power to new heights with his forceful methods. At this moment he was sparring with a youth. No, it was more like a one-sided tempering. Too slow. Your power is too scattered. Where is your will? Ace roar accompanied his fist, striking out like real lightning. The youth, by Ace's sworn brother the eight-tailed Jinchuriki, at only 15 barely raised his arms to block but was still sent flying by the terrifying force, sliding backward for over 10 meters before crashing heavily into the specially reinforced wall. Cough. Big brother I struggled to stand, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Would the enemy listen to your excuses on the battlefield? AI was instantly in front of Bai, looking down at him. Bai, you are the eight-tailed Jinchuriki, Kumogakure's most important strategic weapon and also the most unstable danger factor. If you can't control that power, you are a disaster. If you can control it but can't use it, you are a waste. Tell me, which one do you want to be? Bai gritted his teeth, veins pulsing beneath his dark skin, a flame of defiance burning in his eyes. He let out a low growl, no longer trying to argue but instead fully mobilizing the violent chakra inside him. Crimson ominous-tailed beast chakra surged out from his body like boiling magma, forming a flickering cloak. His pupils became sharp and his aura sharply rose. Good. Now that's more like it. AI was not alarmed but pleased, laughing heartily. Let Big Brother see what these 3 months of blood and sweat have brought. The next second, 2 equally violent streams of chakra, one golden, one crimson, collided fiercely. The entire underground training ground shook violently, specially reinforced floors and walls cracked as lightning and dark red-tailed beast chakra wildly tangled, eroded, and exploded. In the shadows of the observation stand, several Kumogakure elders calmly recorded data. Tailed beast chakra output stability rating be improved by 1 level from the last assessment. Estimated risk threshold for rampage increased by 15. Lord Ace lightning release armor is approaching perfection, and the penetrating power of Hell Stab ranks among the best of all previous Raikages. But it's not enough. An elder with white hair and beard said hoarsely. Konoha has the 9 tails, Shaoyin has the 1 tail, Iwagakure has the 4 tails and 5 tails. We have the 8 tails, but the complete control of the Jinchuriki is still unknown. If a full-scale war breaks out, the tailed beasts are the key weights that tip the balance. Another elder nodded. The popularization training of lightning release chakra mode must be accelerated. In addition, the secret channel with Iwagakure's Inoki must be kept open. That old fox is cunning, but in the need to balance Konoha we have common interests with Iwagakure. What about Amigakure's Hanzo? He rejected our alliance proposal. He wants to be a player, not a pawn. It doesn't matter as long as he doesn't side with Konoha or Iwagakure. Staying neutral is beneficial to us. In the arena, AI ended Biz-tailed Beast's state with a heavy yet perfectly timed straight punch, pulling his panting sworn brother up. Progress. But still far from enough. AI patted Biz's shoulder, his tone rarely softening. Starting tomorrow, double the tailed beast chakra control training. They'll give you 3 years by. Within 3 years you must fully gain the approval of the 8 tails Gyuki and achieve heart-to-heart communication. Kumogakure's future needs your power. Bai wiped away the blood, nodded heavily, his eyes filled with undisguised trust and admiration. Yes, big brother. Ace gaze turned outside the training ground as if piercing through the thick rock walls, seeing the sight of Kumogakure standing proudly amid thunderclouds. His father died in a rebellion. He would never allow Kumogakure to experience such turmoil and shame again. Power, absolute power, was the only foundation for survival and rise in turbulent times. The shadow of the Second Shinobi World War. No, that would be Kumogakure's lightning, the best stage to illuminate the shinobi world and establish hegemony. The land of Earth, the Iwagakure village. The short figure of Inoki of the 2 scales floated in midair, his white beard and hair gently fluttering in the breeze. He looked down at the Iwagakure ninja conducting explosive training below, his golden eyes filled with weathered wisdom and vigilance. Kitsuchi, adjust the embedding angle of the explosive tags by 3 degrees inward. His voice was calm but carried an unquestionable authority. Below, a tall, sturdy young man with an honest face, Inoki's son Kitsuchi, immediately bent down to adjust. At 20, Kitsuchi had already shown a calmness beyond his years and an exceptional talent for earth release. Father, does this angle ensure that the shockwave spreads mainly upward and diagonally forward, maximizing the power of the mountain collapse? In theory, yes. Practice will test it. Kitsuchi formed hand seals and shouted. Explode. Boom. The half-height of a distant cliff face burst open in response. Countless boulders did not fall chaotically but along pre-calculated trajectories, stacking and colliding, eventually forming a messy yet extremely effective natural barrier at the valley entrance, perfectly blocking the passage. Passable. Inoki slowly descended beside his son. Remember this explosive array. In border defense battles, site-specific earthwork modifications are sometimes more effective than 1,000 ninja. Father. Kitsuchi looked at the distant layered mountain ranges of the border. Is this large-scale reinforcement of the border and stockpiling of supplies mean that peaceful days are not long? Inoki snorted lightly, hands behind his back, looking up at the sky unique to the land of earth cut into pieces by high mountains. Peace. It's just a respite between two wars. Look at our neighbors. Amigekyo under Hanzo is like a hedgehog with raised spikes. Kumogekyo's Reikage can't wait to train muscles into his brain. Shine guards the desert, licking its wounds, but its eyes never leave the water source. Konoha seems gentle, but look at their younger generation, the three Sannin. Their growth speed is alarming. He turned and walked into the village. Iwagakure is surrounded by mountains, easy to defend and hard to attack. This is a heavenly barrier, but also a cage that traps us. Once blockaded, food, ores, and supplies will be strained. Therefore we must prepare for a rainy day, store grain and troops, and turn every pass into an enemy's nightmare. Back in the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki gazed at the giant sand table on the wall. The 5 great nations and many small nations dotted like stars. The wounds of the Second Shinobi World War had not truly healed, and new conflicts of interest and power imbalances were brewing quietly. In the last war, Iwagakure suffered considerable losses. This time he would never allow Iwagakure to suffer the same setback. Order the Explosion Corps to maintain first-level combat readiness, able to move to designated border areas at any time. He instructed his secretary behind him. Also in my name, send friendly visit invitation letters to the daimyo of the Grass Country and the Waterfall Country. Time. Set it for next month. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. A visit. No, it was a display of muscle, a demarcation of boundaries to ensure that these fence-sitting small nations understood which side to lean toward before the war clouds gathered. This was the basic law of survival for great powers in turbulent times. On the border of the Grass Country, deep in the Nethermouth Valley, the Pishio base. Inside the control room, several water mirrors floated in the air, silently reflecting scenes from across the shinobi world. Amigekure's rain-soaked training ground, Konoha's fierce battles under sunlight, Shein's puppet performances under the scorching sun, Kumogekure's underground thunder clashes, Iwagakure's explosive roars in the mountains. Chang'er stood before the water mirror, his dark silver mask gleaming with a metallic luster under the cold light of the jutsu arrays. He silently watched all this, his brow furrowed beneath the mask. The sword is drawn, the bow is fully drawn. He muttered to himself, his voice particularly clear in the silent control room. So-called peace is merely a brief suffocation before the storm. Tobirama walked to his side and removed the mask symbolizing the White Crow. 3 years had left no trace on his face, but the pondering and vicissitude settled in his eyes had grown heavier. Hanzo's choice is understandable. Tobirama spoke slowly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the gloomy sky of the Rain Country in the water mirror. Small nations surviving in the cracks between great powers must either completely rely on them or strive to strengthen themselves. He chose the latter. Strengthening defenses, cultivating elites, developing a unique system of assassination and poison arts. This was the most pragmatic choice under limited conditions. But this also means that when the next conflict erupts, Amigekyo will no longer be passively beaten as before, but will become a more troublesome hedgehog, one that might even actively seek opportunities to fight. Then the chain reaction will begin. Chang'er interjected, analyzing the situation calmly. Amigekyo's toughness will stimulate the sensitive nerves of the surrounding great powers. To suppress or exploit Amigekyo, the great powers will inevitably project more power into this region. Small nations will be forced to choose sides, local friction will escalate, and eventually a single spark will start a prairie fire. The Second Shinobi World War. Its brutality will likely far exceed the first. He switched the water mirror display, showing the interlaced border lines of the Rain Country with small nations like Grass, Bird, and River. Although calm on the surface, intelligence from the reconnaissance talismans deployed by Pixiao showed that the frequency of Amigekyo's patrol squads appearing in these areas was secretly and steadily increasing. Should we intervene in this coming torrent? Chang'er asked, turning his gaze to Tobirama. Tobirama was silent for a long time. In his mind flashed the vision of peace in his elder brother Hashirama Senju's eyes when he founded Konoha, the countless innocent lives that withered in successive wars, the hollow eye socket, and deep-seated hatred of Uchiha Kagami after losing his left eye. Our current strength is not enough to change the direction of the torrent. Tobirama finally admitted, his voice tinged with heaviness. The 52 members of Pixiao are all elites, but on a battlefield of great power clashes and tens of thousands of ninja fighting, they are but a pebble thrown into the sea. But we can try to catch some of those swept away by the torrent. Ching'er turned his gaze behind the dark silver mask seeming to pierce through the walls into the depths of the base. When the flames of war ignite the civilians whose homes are destroyed, the children who lose their parents, the ninjas who are unwilling to kill yet are dragged into the conflict, we can establish secret refuges providing medicine, food, and temporary shelter. Tobirama looked at Ching'er, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. This was not the Ching'er he knew, who always coldly calculated gains and losses. People change, second brother. Ching'er seemed to read his thoughts. And besides, this is not purely out of mercy. Rescuing the innocent can earn us precious reputation and a foundation of popular support. In this chaotic era, sometimes the shift of public sentiment holds more long-term value than sheer military force. He paused, his voice dropping to a deeper tone. More importantly, we need to pave the way for a more distant future. If Konoha really moves against the Uchiha one day in the future, we need a place far from the great nation's conflicts, secure and hidden enough to accept and shelter the survivors. Tobirama understood. Ching'er's thoughts were far deeper than the impending war. He was laying the groundwork, preparing a retreat, and hope for the darkest possible future. Then let's start preparations. Tobirama made his decision. In the secluded borderlands of the grass, rain, and river countries, find and build multiple refuges. Secretly stockpile supplies, train medical and logistical personnel. Already in progress. Ching'er summoned another water mirror showing a deep valley surrounded by towering mountains and dense forests. Here we call it Sanctuary Valley. Initial construction has been going on for 4 months with a current capacity of 300 expandable. 2 other sites are under survey. Funding and supplies. The mission fees accumulated by Dawn over 3 years plus some surplus from the Shadow Bounty Hall are enough to support the initial phase. Kakuzu has started purchasing non-perishable food and basic medicines through multiple underground channels. Tobirama gazed at the hidden valley in the water mirror, a complex mix of emotions surging within him. Once as Hokage, he had thought only about how to win wars and protect Konoha. Now he thought about how to save as many innocent lives as possible under the grinding wheels of war and to prepare an arc of redemption for an even greater tragedy that might come. Perhaps this too was a form of growth, a transcendence. What about Kagami? Tobirama changed the subject. How is his condition? His combat strength has stabilized at elite Jonin level. Ching'er answered affirmatively. The combination of his single Sharingan and full-body chakra perception has allowed him to develop a highly unique fighting style, giving him a huge advantage in darkness or complex environments. More importantly, he has established a stable one-way intelligence link with Uchiha Shin in Konoha. Tobirama's eyes sharpened. When did this happen? Is it safe? Through encrypted communication scrolls of the highest level, they have been in secret contact for several months. Ching'er did not hide it. Shin is now one of the powerful figures in the Uchiha police force, secretly investigating the abnormal activities of Danzo and his route. Kagami has provided him with some key directional hints and external evidence, but never revealed his own location or the existence of Dawn. So far it seems Shin has not aroused Danzo's suspicion. It was a risky move, but a necessary one. Uchiha Shin had become an eye of Dawn deep within Konoha's core, monitoring Danzo's movements, and Uchiha Kagami was the most important bridge connecting Dawn to the future fate of the Uchiha clan. Have Kagami come see me. Tobirama put his mask back on, his voice regaining the calm and authority of White Crow. There are some choices about the future, about responsibility, about how to protect what is important in the torrent. It's time for him to understand them more deeply. On the training ground, Uchiha Kagami's figure turned into a series of elusive afterimages in the last rays of the setting sun. His right eye was closed, the edge of the black eye patch soaked with sweat, yet his movements were terrifyingly precise. 23 shuriken shot out simultaneously, tracing 23 completely different arcs in the air, bypassing all obstacles and finally clinking against 23 moving targets at the same time. The moment the last shuriken struck the target, his body spun rapidly on his left foot, his right short sword drawing a fierce cold gleam, precisely deflecting a kunai that had silently struck from behind his blind spot. Beautiful. The member, codenamed Wind, removed his mask, revealing a look of approval. Both the arc control of the shuriken and the preemptive deflection of the sneak attack from behind are flawless. Your non-visual perception has become a true instinct. Kagami sheathed his blade, adjusting his slightly rapid breathing. 3 months of brutal training had forged him from the weakness of recovering from a severe injury back into the ranks of elite ninjas, even surpassing his former self in certain aspects like combat and darkness perception in complex terrain, and dealing with sudden ambushes. Not fast enough yet, Kagami said in a low voice, his right eye Sharingan having already opened silently, 3 tomos slowly rotating. Against a truly strong enemy like Danzo, I'm still far from enough. As he finished speaking, a messenger ninja hurried over. Lord Kagami, Lord White Crow requests your immediate presence in the strategy room. In the strategy room, the atmosphere was heavier than usual. The water mirror technique no longer projected a specific location but a complex map of power distribution and intelligence summaries. Tobirama White Crow and Ching-Er Duo Bao were already waiting there. As Kagami entered, he immediately sensed the solemn air. "What happened?" he asked. "Sit down, Kagami." Tobirama gestured for him to look at the largest central water mirror, which was scrolling through various intelligence summaries from the 5 great nations and Yuin. "There are things about the coming storm over the ninja world, about the Uchiha's position in that storm, about Dawn, and the role each of us should play, that you need to know." In the following moments, Kagami heard a suffocating vision of the future outlined based on vast intelligence and rational the escalation of the great nations' arms race, Yuin's silent armament, the fate of smaller nations forced to pick sides, and in the more distant future the intensified internal conflicts within Konoha leading to suspicion and oppression of the Uchiha, and even that chilling word liquidation. This. Impossible. Kagami's voice trembled with shock and anger, his right eye's Sharingan spinning uncontrollably faster. "The Uchiha are the founders of Konoha. We have shed blood and sacrificed countless clan members for Konoha. How could Lord Hiruzen? How could the higher-ups allow such a thing? Hiruzen might hesitate, might suffer." Ching-Er's voice was cold and brutal, tearing through all illusions. "But when he sits in the Hokage seat, pressured from all sides, when he faces the ultimate choice between Konoha's overall stability and the Uchiha clan's survival, history has proven countless times that rulers often choose to sacrifice the minority to preserve the majority. Especially when someone like Danzo constantly whispers in his ear, portraying the Uchiha as unstable elements and potential rebels." Kagami stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Scenes uncontrollably flashed through his mind, his stolen left eye, the more scarlet Sharingan that might be hidden under Danzo's right arm bandages, the Uchiha clan's nearly isolated position on the edge of Konoha, and the growing resentment and alienation among the clan elders. Countless fragmented details were now linked together by Ching-Er's words, pointing to a dark future he had never dared to think about but seemed all too plausible. "So you saved me, trained me, gave me strength." Kagami's voice was hoarse, his eyes fixed on the eyes behind Tobirama's mask. "Not just to avenge myself against Danzo, but to respond to that more terrible moment that might come. It is to create the possibility of changing that future." Tobirama met his gaze, his eyes frank and resolute. "But that requires your strength, Kagami. Not as a revenge-driven avenger, but as a bridge for the Uchiha, a guardian of the flame in the darkness, a key piece in changing the tragic fate." What should I do?" Kagami felt an immense weight instantly pressed down on his shoulders, even heavier than the hatred of having his eye stolen. "Keep getting stronger than you are now, strong enough to protect those you want to protect at the critical moment," Tobirama said word by word. "Continue to maintain cautious contact with Uchiha Shin. He is our crucial eye and ear inside Konoha. At the same time, within Dawn you need to start consciously cultivating trustworthy comrades and building your own team. If that worst if really comes, we need to have an elite, reliable force that is familiar with Konoha and willing to act to save the Uchiha." Kagami lowered his head, looking at his clenched hands, the knuckles white. The phantom pain in his empty left eye socket seemed to ache again. Revenge was a clear and direct goal, but protection was a far more complex, heavy, and lengthy path. After a long while he raised his head. In his right eye the 3 tomo of the Sharingan had stopped their frantic spinning, settling into a deep, unwavering determination. "I understand." Uchiha Kagami knelt on one knee, his voice calm but filled with an iron will. "I accept this mission, not for revenge but for protection. To protect my clan, to protect the innocent who should not be caught in the vortex of hatred." Tobirama nodded, a faint glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. He turned his gaze back to the central water mirror, where the image paused on the steel forest shrouded in rain over the land of rain. "Before that," he said in a low voice, as if to Kagami, to Ching-Er, and to himself, "all of us must first face the second storm that is about to sweep across the entire ninja world. It is coming soon." Outside the window, night had fully fallen over the valley. The mouth of the underworld was swallowed by darkness, with only the scattered lights of the base glowing like watchful eyes in the dark. And across the ninja world, whether it was Yuin honing their blades in the rain, the Sannin basking in the sunlight, the puppet master genius in the desert, the brothers forging their strength in thunder, or the father and son calculating explosions in the mountains, countless forces were accelerating along their own tracks, brewing, waiting. The sprouts of a new era had already emerged from the cracks of the old, but whether they would be nourished by the light of hope or by blood and war no one could predict. All anyone could do was grip the power in their hands and then face the inevitable, inexorable wave that was coming. At the nameless valley on the border between the grass country and the rain country, the autumn rain drizzled down, soaking the withered yellow leaves into a deep brown. 3 figures in straw raincoats moved swiftly through the rain, their movements as light as cats, leaving no obvious footprints even on the muddy mountain path. Leading them was Uchiha Jing. His right eye was still covered by a black eye patch, but his steps were steady and the chakra perception he emitted spread like invisible ripples scanning every inch of land, every tree and every rock within 100 meters ahead. 3 months of training had expanded his perception range to 70 meters with precision capable of discerning the activities of underground insects. Chakra reaction detected 300 meters ahead. Jing suddenly stopped raising his hand in a signal. The two members of Dawn behind him, the wind-released ninja codenamed Leaf, and the assassination expert codenamed Thorn, immediately crouched low. Like shadows blending into the environment, the three of them moved silently to a high slope. In the valley below, a scene that made Jing's pupil's contract came into his perception. About 20 rain ninja were escorting 3 heavily covered carts, their wheels sinking deep into the muddy ground, clearly carrying heavy loads. And blocking their path were over a dozen ninja wearing Konoha forehead protectors led by a familiar face, Naruto, a current Chunin and one of the most outstanding young members of the Nara clan. "Friends from the rain, please hold." Lugia's voice was calm and resolute in the rain. At only 17 he already displayed a composure beyond his years. "According to the treaty between Konoha and the Grass Country, we need to inspect the goods in transit. Please cooperate." A tall ninja stepped out from the rain squad wearing a breathing mask, the mark of Hanzo's direct unit. He replied coldly, "This is an internal rain delivery, no need to report to Konoha. Step aside or it will be seen as provocation." The atmosphere instantly tensed. Jing's Sharingan grew warm under the eye patch. He could sense both sides silently gripping their weapons, chakra beginning to flow. "Something's off," Leaf whispered. "Among the rain guards, 3 have exceptionally strong chakra, at least special jonin. Would escorting ordinary supplies require such a setup? And the weight distribution of those 3 carts is strange." Thorn added, skilled in infiltration and reconnaissance. "The middle cart is noticeably lighter than the 2 sides, yet the guards are concentrated around it, as if protecting something or hiding something." Jing frowned deeply. He knew Naruto, an extremely intelligent and cautious man who wouldn't lightly lead a team to intercept another nation's convoy. Unless Konoha had obtained solid intelligence suspecting the goods were problematic. "Should we intervene?" Leaf asked. "Wait a bit longer," Jing said in a low voice. "Our mission is to scout border anomalies and record intelligence, not to engage in conflict. Unless..." Before he could finish, chaos erupted below. The tall rain ninja suddenly raised his hand and a signal flare shot into the sky, exploding into a crimson light against the gloomy rain. Almost simultaneously, more rain ninjas surged from the trees on both sides of the valley, at least 30 encircling the Konoha trap. Lucio realized instantly. Retreat. But it was too late. The rain ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals and countless water-release jutsu came from all directions. The storm amplified their technique's power. Though the Konoha squad reacted quickly, forming a defensive formation, they were immediately plunged into a bitter struggle under the dual disadvantage of numbers and terrain. Jing's right hand rested on his sword hilt. He could see Lucio directing his clansmen to barely control a few enemies with the shadow imitation technique, but the rain's poison mist had already begun spreading across the battlefield. A young Konoha ninja inhaled the mist, his movements slowing, and was struck in the shoulder by a rain kunai. "Lord Jing," Leaf urged. Jing closed his right eye, fully extending his perception. Every detail within 70 meters flooded into his mind. 3 chakra signatures in the Konoha squad were rapidly weakening, the rain's encirclement was tightening, and the 3 carts were being escorted to the edge of the battlefield, guarded by the 3 special jonin. And from under the canvas of one cart came a faint human chakra fluctuation. "That's not supplies." Jing's voice was cold as ice. "They're living people. The rain is transporting live humans." Thorn drew a sharp breath. "Human trafficking. Or experimental subjects." Jing recalled intelligence provided by Ching-Er earlier, that when Danzo researched Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan, he had purchased experimental materials through the black market. If the rain was also involved in such business or was delivering cargo for some faction. Below, the Konoha squad was on the verge of collapse. Naruto's shadow imitation technique was broken by 2 rain jonin working together, and a water dragon bullet shot straight for his face. At the critical moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Jing. He didn't use his signature fire release, nor did he activate his Sharingan. He simply cut into the battlefield with a short blade and a ghostly movement technique. The blade gleamed like liquid mercury, precisely severing the water dragon while kicking away 2 rain ninja trying to flank him. His movements were clean, efficient, relying entirely on chakra perception to anticipate every enemy attack, moving through the storm and chaos of the battlefield as if it were empty. "You!" Lucio was stunned when he saw the newcomer. A one-eyed man with a black eye patch and unfamiliar face, yet his fighting style held a faint sense of familiarity. "Take your people east. There's a cave 300 meters away that can be defended," Jing said without turning his head, his voice deliberately altered. "It'll hold them off." "Who are you?" "Just a passerby." Jing slashed, forcing back 3 rain ninja and quickly formed seals with his left hand. Not Uchiha hand seals but the composite techniques he had learned in Dawn over the past 3 months. Wind released turbulent air current. A violent air current erupted from him, whipping up rainwater, fallen leaves, and gravel, creating a temporary visual barrier. The Konoha squad seized the opportunity, and under Lugia's command they quickly broke through eastward. Trying to leave? The tall rain ninja sneered, forming seals. Water release, water prison technique. A massive water sphere appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Jing and a few slower Konoha ninja. But Jing's figure vanished a moment before the sphere closed. Not a body flicker but a visual illusion created by using air currents and the rain curtain combined with ultra-high-speed movement to achieve a near flicker effect. He appeared behind the tall ninja, his short blade thrusting for the back. Clang. The blade was blocked by another kunai. The one who intervened was one of the 3 special jonin, eyes sharp as an eagle under the mask. Good taijutsu, the rain jonin commented. But not enough. The 3 attacked simultaneously. Jing was immediately thrown into a tough fight. Their coordination was flawless. One primarily attacked, one restrained, and one waited for opportunities to release poison mist and jutsu. What made it worse was that they had apparently been trained to counter the Sharingan, attacking from extremely tricky angles, targeting Jing's blind spots. If this were Jing 3 months ago, he might have already lost. But now, Jing closed his only right eye. The world fell into darkness, but another sight unfolded with unparalleled clarity in his mind. The trajectory of falling raindrops, the air currents stirred by enemy movements, the ripples of chakra flowed, the sound of weapons cutting through the air. All information wove together into a 3-dimensional web. He moved. No flashy jutsu, no dazzling techniques, only the simplest, most direct slashes, thrusts, blocks, and parries. But every strike landed precisely on the weakest point of the enemy's assault. Every dodge perfectly avoided a lethal combined attack. He moved like a ghost that could see in the dark, weaving through the 3 jonin's encirclement with ease. What kind of technique is this? One rain jonin exclaimed in astonishment. Jing did not answer. His blade traced an eerie arc, piercing through one enemy's shoulder from an impossible angle. Not a fatal wound, but enough to temporarily incapacitate him. At the same time, his left hand formed a seal behind his back. This was a technique Jing had taught him, vibrating chakra at a specific frequency. 50 meters away, another squad of rain ninja escorting the carts suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly beneath their feet. The next moment, pre-planned explosive tags were detonated remotely, not laid by Dawn, but small gifts Jing had placed while infiltrating earlier. Boom. The explosion was not violent but enough to overturn one cart. The canvas was blown away, revealing what was inside, not goods but 3 specially made iron cages, each holding 2 or 3 people. They were ragged eyes, vacant, with shackles on their wrists and ankles that suppressed chakra. Experimental subjects. Jing's heart sank. He recognized the style of those shackles, the same type used in Danzo's laboratory. Damn it! The tall ninja roared. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The rain's assault turned even more frenzied. Jing knew he could no longer hold back. He took a deep breath, finally activating his right eye Sharingan, not to copy or discern but to enhance his dynamic vision and neural reaction speed. The 3 Tomo gleamed blood-red in the rain. Uchiha. The rain ninjas' faces changed drastically. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan was too famous in the ninja world, even one I was enough to make them wary. Jing seized this moment of hesitation, quickly forming seals. This time he used an Uchiha technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball materialized against the storm, its intense heat evaporating the rain and creating a vast steam mist. Jing's figure merged into the mist, and when he reappeared he was beside the overturned cart. His short blade severed the iron locks, and he shouted to the terrified faces in the cages. If you want to live, follow me. But those people had long been broken of any will to resist. Only a pair of youths who looked like siblings struggled to climb out of the cage. The elder brother was about 12, the younger sister less than 10, both with rare pale purple eyes. Jing had no time to think. He grabbed the 2 children, one under each arm, and retreated rapidly. The rain's jutsu and shuriken pursued like a rainstorm, but he evaded them by a hair's breadth. Leaf. Thorn. Cover. Understood. From the high slope, leaf and thorn acted simultaneously. Wind release jutsu whipped up stronger currents, disrupting the rain's pursuit route, while thorn threw dozens of specially made shuriken, each one changing direction in midair, forcing the rain ninja to dodge or block. Jing rushed into the eastern forest, with the 2 children joining the Konoha squad that had hunkered down in a rocky cave. You. Lugio looked at Jing, then at the 2 children in his arms, his expression complicated. Thank you? But who are you? My identity is not important. Jing interrupted, setting the children down. What matters is that the rain is transporting live experimental subjects. The final destination of this cargo is probably not the Rain country. He took out a small scroll, a specially encrypted intelligence scroll from Dawn, and tossed it to Lugio. This contains our records of abnormal Rain troop movements at the border as well as the coordinates and preliminary evidence of this incident. Take it back to Konoha and give it to someone you can trust. Lugio. Accepting the scroll, he paused for a moment. You know who I am, don't you? Mirror did not answer, turning to leave. Wait. The rescued brother suddenly spoke, his pale purple eyes fixed on Mirror. Are you the one-eyed guardian? I heard from people in the black market that there's a one-eyed ninja who rescues children from traffickers. Mirror's body stiffened slightly. I am no guardian. He turned his back to the children. Just a ninja who doesn't want to see innocents suffer anymore. With that, his figure vanished into the curtain of rain. Yi and Ci had already completed the battlefield cleanup, not by killing but by using genjutsu and drugs to incapacitate the pursuing Rain ninja while erasing all traces left by the Dawn members. Lord Mirror, those two children. Yi caught up, lowering his voice. Konoha will take care of them, Mirror said. Shikaku Nara is a clever man, he knows what to do. Our mission is complete. Withdraw. The three quickly retreated from the battlefield. The rain continued to fall, gradually washing away the blood and traces of battle. But some traces cannot be washed away by rain. 3 hours later, in the central tower of Amigakure, Hanzo stood by the window listening to his subordinates report, his face hidden behind the breathing mask, expression unreadable. So the mission failed. A third of the cargo was lost. Konoha obtained evidence and a mysterious Uchiha ninja intervened. Yai's Lord Hanzo. The kneeling ninja's voice trembled. That one-eyed ninja is strong. He could simultaneously fight 3 special jonin with his eyes closed, and the fire release technique he used at the end was indeed the Uchiha clan's great fireball. Uchiha. Hanzo tapped his fingers lightly on the windowsill. An Uchiha from Konoha, how did he appear on the grass rain border? And specifically targeting our transport convoy? I do not know, my lord. But based on the residual chakra analysis at the scene, the techniques he used were diverse, not entirely Uchiha in style. Moreover, he rescued 2 test subjects, a brother and sister with suspected Kekkei Genkai responses. Hanzo turned around. Have you investigated the origin of those siblings? Yes. They come from a small clan in the Frost Country distinguished by pale purple eyes, suspected of possessing a unique visual Kekkei Genkai. The clan was annihilated by an unknown force a month ago. Only these 2 children were taken and put up for sale on the black market. We acquired them through an intermediary. Who is the intermediary? Code name Undertaker, real identity unknown but connected to underground networks across nations. According to the intelligence he provided, the bloodline of these siblings might hold significant value for research on Dojutsu-related Kekkei Genkai. Hanzo fell silent. He had purchased test subjects to study the mysteries of Kekkei Genkai and find ways to strengthen the ninja of Amigakure. But if Konoha obtained solid evidence of this, it would be a diplomatic disaster. More importantly, who was that mysterious one-eyed Uchiha? Was he a secret weapon cultivated by Konoha, or a rogue member of the Uchiha clan, or a third party? Strengthen border security and reroute all transport lines, Hanzo finally ordered. Also send people to investigate the title One-Eyed Guardian. I want all information on him. Yes. After his subordinate withdrew, Hanzo walked to the map of the ninja world. His finger traced the border between the Rain country and the Fire country. The fuse of the Second Great Ninja War seemed to be burning faster than he had anticipated. And this border clash might well become the first spark. He needed to prepare for the worst. At the same time, in Konohagakure, the Hokage's office, Shikaku Nara stood before Hiruzen Sarutobi, reporting in detail everything that had happened at the border. The encrypted scroll had been deciphered by the Yamanaka clan's ninja, and the intelligence within was alarming. Amigakure has been secretly transporting live test subjects, destination unknown. According to additional intelligence attached to the scroll, there have been at least 5 similar disappearances along the borders of Grass, Rain, and Bird countries in the past 6 months, all suspected to be linked to Amigakure. Shikaku concluded. Hiruzen's expression grew somber. What is your opinion of the scroll's provider? That one-eyed ninja? Shikaku pondered for a moment. He is powerful with a very unique fighting style. He seems to rely heavily on some kind of perception ability rather than sight. He recognized Mino's Konoha but is unwilling to reveal his identity. And during the battle he briefly activated the Sharingan. Only one-eyed, but it was indeed an Uchiha's Sharingan. A one-eyed Uchiha ninja, Hiruzen murmured. He recalled Uchiha Kagami, who had disappeared 3 years ago, also having lost his left eye. But Kagami should be dead, and that man's age, build, and voice did not match Kagami's. Lord Hokage, Shikaku continued. I believe that regardless of who this person is, the intelligence he provided is credible. Amagakure's actions have crossed the line. We must respond. I know. Hiruzen said, rubbing his temples. But directly accusing Hanzo requires more solid evidence. Moreover, the relations between major nations are delicate right now. Acting rashly could trigger a chain reaction. The office door opened and Danzo walked in. He had obviously already learned of the border incident. Hiruzen, you can't hesitate any longer. Danzo's voice was firm. Hanzo is testing Konoha's limits. If we don't respond strongly, he will only escalate. I suggest immediately deploying 2 battalions to the Rain country border and issuing a formal diplomatic note demanding an explanation. That would be a direct provocation. Hiruzen shook his head. We need a more cautious approach. Cautious. Look what caution gets us. More Konoha ninja attacked like today. Danzo's voice rose rare for him. Shikaku's team nearly perished today. If not for that mysterious ninja, we would be preparing 11 funerals right now. Hiruzen fell silent. He looked at the intelligence scroll on the desk, then at Shikaku. This young genius who had just faced a life-or-death trial yet could still analyze the situation calmly. The next generation of Konoha was indeed growing up, but he could not let them be lost in pointless conflicts before their wings were fully grown. Shikaku, go to the medical unit for a checkup and rest. Hiruzen finally said. I will handle this. Shikaku bowed and withdrew. Only Hiruzen and Danzo remained in the office. What are you going to do? Danzo asked. First, apply pressure through diplomatic channels while having the Umbu continue gathering evidence, Hiruzen said. If Hanzo is indeed conducting human experiments, the other great nations will not stand idly by. We can apply joint pressure. Too slow. Danzo sneered. By the time you gather enough evidence, Hanzo will have wiped his tracks clean. Hiruzen, sometimes you must solve problems as a ninja, not as a politician. I am the Hokage Danzo. Hiruzen met his gaze. Every decision I make concerns the survival of the entire village. Impulsiveness only brings disaster. The two stared at each other, a silent struggle in the air. Finally Danzo turned and left. Suit yourself, but I will have Root ready for the consequences of your naive decisions. The door closed. Hiruzen stood alone in the office, looking out at the night view of Konoha. The days of peace were truly numbered. At the border of the grass country in the valley of the Nethermouth, Mirror removed his eye patch, the Sharingan in his right eye throbbing with pain from overuse. He sat in the medical room chair while Chang'er examined his eyes. Pupil power consumption exceeds the safety limit by 15. Chang'er put down the diagnostic device. You need rest, no using the Sharingan for at least 3 days. How are those 2 children? Mirror asked. Konoha has taken them and temporarily placed in an orphanage. Shikaku was clever. He didn't mention your specific features in his report, only saying a wandering ninja of unknown identity helped. Chang'er said. However, Hanzo has definitely noticed you by now. The title One-Eyed Guardian is already spreading in the black market. Mirror gave a bitter smile. I didn't expect that child to know about it. You've rescued 4 groups of war orphans trafficked in the past 2 months. People will remember. Chang'er patted his shoulder. That's not a bad thing. In chaotic times, kindness is a scarce commodity, and it's a force that unites hearts. Fei Jian entered the medical room holding a new intelligence report. Just received word. 2 demolition units from Iwagakure are secretly moving toward the grass country border. The AB combo from Kumogakure has finished their mission in the eastern lightning country, and their whereabouts are unknown. Chio of Sunagakure is personally leading a team to reinforce patrols on the northwestern border. He looked at Mirror. Your actions today may have inadvertently accelerated certain processes. Mirror lowered his head. Did I do wrong? No. Fei Jian shook his head. You saved Konoha ninja, rescued innocent children, and exposed Amagakure's dark dealings. None of that is wrong. But at this sensitive time, any spark could ignite the powder keg. He walked to the window looking at the dawn. Members training in the valley. The prelude to the second great ninja war may well be formally opened by this border clash. And we of Dawn need to redefine our role. You mean? Mirror looked up. No longer just observers and builders of sanctuaries. Fijian's eyes sharpened. When war truly breaks out, we must become a force capable of influencing the situation at key junctures. Saving people, but also saving the situation. Chang'er added. The 3 sanctuary valleys under construction will be operational next month. We need more hands, more resources, more ninjas like you, strong and with conviction. Mirror looked at his own hands. These hands had saved lives and taken lives today. He still hated Danzo and yearned for revenge, but the path that Chang'er and Fei Jian had shown him, the path of guardianship, seemed to give this power a greater meaning. What do I need to do? He asked. Keep growing stronger, Feijian said. At the same time start selecting and training your own squad. When war comes you will need trustworthy comrades. Mirror nodded. He thought of Yi and Ci who had fought alongside him on the battlefield today, and of the other, Dawn, members in the base, each with their own stories yet all equally yearning to change their fates. Perhaps he was not alone. Outside the window the night was deep. In the valley the lights of dawn still shone like scattered sparks in the darkness. And across the entire ninja world more sparks were igniting, some of war, some of hope. They intertwined, collided, and were about to illuminate a chaotic and cruel era. Mirror put on his eye patch again, covering that crimson Sharingan. But his other eye, that perception of the world, that trust in comrades, that persistence in the path of guardianship, at this moment saw more clearly than ever before. War was approaching, and he was ready to face it. In the 21st year of Mai, the last rain of late autumn ceased over a border valley, yet the taut string of the shinobi world showed no slack. 3 days later in Mai Insu, in the conference room of the Huang Tower, lay heavy and leaden. Yuan Fei Risen sat in the seat of authority, flanked by Xuanqing, Xiaochun, Shuijimin, Yanjitsu and Tuanzang, and several border commanders who had been urgently recalled. Across the center of the long table were spread intelligence scrolls and border maps marked in varied colors to trace the movements of the nation's forces. Latest intelligence. The Umbu intelligence squad leader reported from one knee, his voice unnaturally clear in the hush of the chamber. 2 Yanin demolition units have reached a point 10 kilometers from the northern border of Caoji country, and are constructing defensive works on site. They are led by Huang Tudaima's son. The AB combination from Yunin has been confirmed in Tengji country, meeting with Tangyin village's senior leaders under the pretext of a friendly visit, yet accompanied by 20 Yunin elites. On the Xian side, Xian Dai Popo herself is stationed at the northwest border fortress. The Jinchuriki of Shohufan Fuhashan has concluded a year-long seclusion. His whereabouts are currently unknown and suspected to have moved covertly with his unit. Yuyin. The Umbu captain paused. Shanjie Banzang personally inspected the eastern border defenses yesterday, accompanied by Yin's most elite Doi unit. At the same time, of 7 surveillance posts along the Chaoyu border, we have lost 4 in the past 48 hours. The final reports from the remaining 3 indicate Yin is conducting large-scale sweeps to purge suspicious individuals from the borderlands. Each piece of intelligence felt like a heavy stone upon every attendee's chest. Banzang is making a show of force. Tuanzang broke the silence first. Beneath the bandages on his right arm, the limb grafted with Xiaolunian Sharingan seemed to pulse with heat. Clearing our watchpoints is a clear message. Yin claims authority over that border. If we do not answer in kind next time, it will not be watchposts that are cleared but our patrols. Shuijimin Yen pushed his glasses up. But rashly increasing troops will trigger a chain reaction. If we reinforce the Chaoyu border, Yanyin will assume we intend to go to war with Yuyin, and may seize the moment to press south. Yanyan's actions in Tengji country are clearly meant to pin down our eastern line. Xiayin would be delighted if we and Yuyin fought someone at it. Xuanqing Xiaochun continued. They would seize advantage on the northwest border. Banzang dares to be so arrogant precisely because he knows we are constrained on multiple fronts, and will not act rashly. Risen tapped his fingertip lightly on Caoji country's position on the map. 3 years ago, the Second Shinobi World War erupted within the borders of Caoji country. Mai Yanyin and Yuyin turned it into the principal battlefield. Civilians perished in great numbers, and the land has yet to regain its strength. Now history seemed poised to repeat itself. That mysterious one-eyed shinobi Risen asked abruptly, any new intelligence? The Umbu captain shook his head. No viable leads. The sobriquet Guardian of the One-Eyed had spread rapidly through the black market and the vagabond shinobi circles over the past week, but the descriptions were wildly divergent. Some said he was a Yuzhibo exile, others claimed he was a weapon secretly cultivated by a minor ninja village, still others whispered that he was Yuzhibo Jing, the Yuzhibo who vanished 3 years ago. Impossible. Tuanzang's voice cut like a blade, though his right arm twitched ever so slightly. Yuzhibo Jing is dead. I personally confirmed the scene. Those wounds, that loss of blood, survival was impossible. Yet no corpse was found at the scene, Shujimin Yen pointed out. And that one-eyed shinobi knows Yuzhibo's great fireball technique, and can wield Xiaolunian Sharingan. Xiaolunian can be purchased on the black market, someone replied. Tuanzang interrupted with a barely noticeable sharpness. Moreover, Yuzhibo Jing's left eye was, he faltered, confirmed destroyed when I investigated the attackers. The one-eyed shinobi has his right eye active. Risen studied Tuanzang with a long searching look. The truth of Jing's disappearance 3 years ago had always been told by Tuanzang in fragments, only that Jing encountered unknown assailants, and was thereafter missing. Risen had harbored doubts but lacked evidence. Jing's disappearance had indeed quelled the Yuzhibo clan's grievances toward the leadership for a time. Jing was one of the few Yuzhibo who held an important post in the police force and enjoyed the Huiying's trust. In retrospect, everything appeared too coincidental. In any case, Risen gathered himself. This one-eyed shinobi's appearance has disrupted Banzang's scheme and bought us time. The human experimentation scandal in Yuying that he exposed is a powerful diplomatic weapon for us. But it is a double-edged sword, Zhuanqing Xiaochun said anxiously. If we publicly accuse Banzhang of human experimentation, we must present proof. And the most direct proof, the rescued brother and sister now in Mai, would amount to announcing to the entire shinobi world that the one-eyed shinobi is ours, or at least connected to us. Banzhang will not admit it, Tuanzang sneered. He will retaliate by accusing us of staging the whole affair. Such mutual finger-pointing is diplomatically meaningless, only strength matters. He rose and approached the map. My proposal: do not officially send reinforcements. Instead, under the pretext of eradicating border smuggling rings, dispatch 3 elite Umbu teams into Tsaoji country. Mission objective: gather incontrovertible evidence of Yuyin's human experimentation using extreme measures if necessary. At the same time, Zhenbu will support the operation with priority infiltration of Yuyin to find Banzhang's weaknesses. What do you mean by extreme measures? Risen asked in a low voice. Including but not limited to capturing key witnesses, intercepting experimental records, and Tuanzang lowered his voice. If it is confirmed that Yuyin conducts forbidden research targeting might destroy the relevant facilities. Silence fell. Everyone understood that this signified Mai would formally embark on a covert war against Yuyin. Should the action be exposed, the ramifications would be unthinkable. But what if they did nothing? Banzhang's ambitions were already plain. Yuyin's expansion would sooner or later threaten Yuyi's border security, and might even ignite a second shinobi world war. Risen closed his eyes and remembered his teacher Qianqiu Feijian saying, in life the Huiying's choices are rarely between right and wrong, they are a balance between bad and worse. Approved. He opened his eyes. But 3 restrictions: first, all operations must be strictly confidential and personnel must use false identities. Second, do not initiate attacks against Yuyin's regular forces unless provoked. Third, if we obtain conclusive evidence, prioritize diplomatic exposure and pressure rather than direct military confrontation. A faint curve touched Tuanzang's mouth. Understood. He knew that once action began, limitations could always be reasonably circumvented. Once a war slides into secrecy, its rules blur. After the meeting, Tuanzang did not return to his office but headed straight to Genbus underground base. There a more clandestine operation was already being plotted. That one-eyed shinobi, Tuanzang told his long-waiting confidant, must be found. If alive, bring him before me; if dead, bring the body. Above all, his eyes. Yes, Lord Tuanzang. The black market intelligence on the Guardian of the One-Eyed is chaotic. Our people have pursued 3 leads, each points in a different direction. Then widen the search. Tuanzang's gaze grew cold. Focus on those one-eyed wandering shinobi who have appeared suddenly and demonstrate formidable strength, and secretly investigate within the Yuzhibo clan. Who knows Jing's whereabouts or whether other clan members have disappeared? The confidant bowed and withdrew. Alone in the dim cellar, Tuanzang slowly unwrapped the bandages from his right arm. On the pale limb, 3 Xiaolunian Sharingan opened in the dark, their crimson pupils like a stare from hell. One of those eyes, the one that had belonged to Yuzhibo Jing, sent waves of searing sting. Jing, Tuanzang whispered. If you are truly still alive, this time I will make you disappear entirely. Your eyes, your power should belong to me, to Mai. The Xiaolunian on his arm seemed to sense his desire. The comma-shaped marks within the pupils began to turn slowly. At the same time, 1,000 li away on the border of Tieji country in the subterranean black market auction hall known as Zhangaiwu, a secret transaction was taking place. It was not a public auction but a closed-door sale for invitees only. Jiaodu sat hooded in a shadowed corner, green eyes peering through his masked slit as he surveyed. As the underworld's most seasoned bounty hunter and intelligence broker, he was a regular here. Today he came not to trade but to observe, following the orders of Lord Duo Bao. The auctioneer, a hoarse-voiced old man, lifted the black cloth from a tray to reveal a custom glass container. Suspended in a pale green fluid was a crimson eyeball, the Xiaolunian Shar. A suppressed murmur rippled through the hall. As you can see, this is an intact 3-Demos Xiaolunian. The old man's voice rasped like sand. Its origin is clean, no trace, spells no residual chakra from the original owner. Opening bid. 80 million liang. Bidding erupted at once. Xiaolunian are hard currency on the black market, especially specimens this clean. Buyers need not fear a Yuzhibo reprisal or hidden failsafes left by the former owner. The price soon climbed to 120 million liang. Jiaodu silently noted the most aggressive bidders, one wearing a beaked mask suspected. A rain shadow merchant, a middle-aged man in Kumogakure-style attire but with a deliberately concealed accent, and another figure that made Kakudo narrow his eyes. That person sat in the very front row, entirely shrouded in a voluminous black robe, his face indistinguishable. Yet when he raised his paddle, a faint mark was revealed on his wrist, the insignia of Shimura Danzo's root division. Though disguised, Kakudo still recognized it. Danzo's man buying a Sharingan from the black market. Kakuto's mind swiftly pieced together the intelligence chain. 3 years ago, Uchiha Kagami was ambushed and disappeared. One Sharingan stolen. Danzo's right arm was severely injured, afterward perpetually bandaged. Recently, Root had been secretly conducting some forbidden experiment, requiring a large amount of biological tissue with powerful chakra. His fingers stealthily formed a seal within his sleeve, an extremely covert reconnaissance technique locking onto the black-robed figure. Ultimately, the Sharingan was won by the black-robed figure at the astronomical price of 150 million ryo. After the transaction, the figure did not linger but swiftly departed the auction house. Kakuto silently followed. The black-robed figure possessed strong counter-surveillance skills, winding through the streets of the Land of Iron in 7 or 8 detours before finally entering an inconspicuous inn. Kakuto did not follow inside but lurked in the shadows of the building opposite, pressing his fingers to the ground, channeling chakra into the earth to form a sensory network covering the inn. Half an hour later, the black-robed figure left the inn in a different guise, but Kakuto's sensory network had already captured the chakra residue in his room. More than one person. There were 2 other chakra signatures, one of which was extremely faint, like that of a severe patient or a test subject. Kakuto infiltrated the room. It was empty, but a scroll left behind on the table. He quickly broke the simple seal on the scroll and unfurled its contents. It was a partial transcript of an experiment record documenting data from some kind of tissue compatibility test. Test subjects were numbered from 01 to 17, with 01 to 09 all marked as deceased, 10 to 15 as severe rejection reaction, and only 16 and 17 as preliminarily stable. Further observation required. The record mentioned a key parameter in released chakra supply source. In the remarks column for test subject No. 16, a line of small text read: provisional allocation of Uchiha Kagami's eye stabilization period extended by 47, but signs of mental erosion emerging. Kakuto's gaze sharpened. He thoroughly copied the scroll's contents, erased all traces of his infiltration, and departed silently. 2 hours later, this intelligence was transmitted via encrypted channels back to the Valley of the Sealed Mouth. So Danzo not only took Kagami's eye but is also using that eye to sustain his test subjects. Ching'er set down the intelligence. Kakuto had transmitted his voice cold behind the dark silver mask. And he's still acquiring more Sharingan on the black market, meaning one eye isn't enough, he needs more in-released chakra supply sources. Tobirama stood before the water mirror, which displayed a panoramic view of Konoha. His face was ashen, his fingers white from clenching his fists. Using the Uchiha's Sharingan as experimental tools. Danzo, you have truly lost all sense of decency. His voice was laden with suppressed fury. When our brother founded Konoha, it was so that children would no longer die on battlefields like tools. And now you turn living people into experimental materials. Anger won't solve the problem, second brother. Chang'er remained relatively calm. The value of this intelligence lies in confirming our speculation. Danzo's experiment is at a critical stage, and he urgently needs more Sharingan. And the Uchiha clan is his greatest target pool. We must accelerate our actions. Tobirama turned. How is Kagami's squad coming along? Preliminarily formed. Ching'er called up another image on the water mirror showing the training ground. Kagami selected 4 people himself. He's skilled in wind release and intelligence analysis, CI and assassination expert Gu, a former Iwagakure with rich experience, and a newly joined medical ninja codenamed Yu, a wandering doctor we rescued at the border. Clean background, decent medical skills. In the image, Kagami was instructing the squad in coordinated training. After losing his left eye, his command style had become more comprehensive. Because he could no longer rely on sight, he had to constantly perceive the entire battlefield with chakra, fully aware of every member's position, condition, and chakra flow. This unique command style gave his squad a natural advantage in cooperative combat. Have them come see me, Tobirama said. It's time to give them their first official mission. 10 minutes later, Kagami and his squad members stood in the strategy room. After 3 months of adjustment, this 5-man squad had begun to develop a preliminary synergy. Kagami stood at the front with ECI Gu and Yu behind him. There is a mission. Tobirama got straight to the point. Objective: infiltrate northern grass country, monitor the movements of Iwagakure's demolition corps, and assess the command capability of Katsuchi and the unit's combat effectiveness. Simultaneously gather intelligence on any secret contacts between Iwagakure and Amigakure and between Iwagakure and Konohagakure. Is this a reconnaissance mission? Kagami asked. On the surface, yes. Chang'er took over. But the real focus is this. He spread out a map pointing to a valley marked in red in northern grass country. Here, during the Second Shinobi World War 3 years ago, Iwagakure once set up a temporary laboratory to study the corpses of ninjas and the remains of Kekkai Genkai users recovered from the battlefield. After the war, the lab was abandoned, but according to recent intelligence we've obtained, Iwagakure personnel have returned there recently. Kagami's right eye pupil contracted slightly. They want to restart the lab. Or they've already restarted it, Ching'er said. Your secondary mission is to confirm the status of this lab. If possible, acquire the experimental data inside, especially any research records regarding the Sharingan or Uchiha bloodline. Gu asked in a deep voice. Lord Tazuna, do you suspect Iwagakure is conducting similar research? That old fox Inoki never misses any opportunity to strengthen Iwagakure's power, Ching'er sneered. During the war 3 years ago, Iwagakure captured some bodies of fallen Uchiha. Given his nature, it's impossible he wouldn't study them. Kagami's fist clenched. The remains of Uchiha being studied by enemy nations. This was an unforgivable desecration to any Uchiha clan member. When do we depart? His voice was calm, but those familiar with him could detect the fury beneath the calm. At dawn tomorrow, Tobirama said. This mission carries high risk. Iwagakure's demolition corps is no ordinary unit. Kitsuchi, though young, is no weaker in tactical command than his father. Remember, your primary task is reconnaissance, not combat. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your identities. Understood, the 5 responded in unison. Additionally, Ching'er added, Kakuta will rendezvous with you at the border to provide necessary intelligence support. If you encounter Danzo's men, avoid them if possible. But if you can't avoid them, he paused. Kagami, you know what to do. Kagami nodded. He understood Ching'er's meaning. If they encountered root members, especially those who might recognize him, they must ensure no information gets back to Konoha. After the squad left, only Tobirama and Ching'er remained in the strategy room. Sending Kagami to face a lab that might be desecrating Uchiha remains, Tobirama said quietly. Isn't that too cruel? Cruel but necessary. Ching'er looked out the window. He needs to understand more deeply that the malice toward the Uchiha in this world doesn't come solely from within Konoha but also from without. Only then can he truly grow from a mere avenger into a leader capable of protecting the clan. Leader. Tobirama smiled bitterly. Is Kagami's temperament really suited for that? No one is born suitable. Ching'er turned around. But circumstances shape people. The Uchiha need a new direction, one that can protect the clan without completely severing ties with Konoha. Kagami may not be the most ideal choice, but he is our only option now. He walked to the water mirror, and the image shifted to display the entire ninja world map. The armies of the great nations, like pieces on a chessboard, were slowly moving, adjusting, and confronting each other. The prologue of the Second Shinobi World War has already begun. Ching'er's voice was low. In this storm, dawn must find its place. We must save people, gather intelligence, develop power. But more importantly, we must carve out a path to survival among the great nations for groups like the Uchiha who are marginalized and coveted. Tobirama silently gazed at the map. Once he had been the Hokage of Konoha, thinking about how to make Konoha gain the upper hand in the struggles among nations. But now his perspective had shifted. He was thinking about how to let those struggling in the cracks between great powers survive and live like human beings. Kagami's squad will succeed, he finally said. I believe in them. I believe too, Ching'er nodded. Because the look in Kagami's eyes is completely different from 3 years ago. Outside the window, night descended over the valley of the sealed mouth. The lights in the base lit up one after another like guiding stars in the darkness. And across the vast ninja world, countless forces were surging, probing, and colliding in the darkness. The illusion of peace was as fragile as thin ice beneath the surface. The undercurrents of war were already raging. Kagami and his squad would depart at dawn, infiltrating the land that would soon become a battlefield. And their actions might become the first variable to change the course of this. No one knew what the future held. But at least on this night there were still those willing to hold their weapons tight for something worth protecting. That was enough. In the pre-dawn hours, the northern mountains of the Chao country were shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Morning dew soaked the withered grass and rocks, making the already rugged mountain path even more slippery and treacherous. Uchiha Kagami and his squad advanced with excruciating slowness toward the target valley. They had chosen a route that avoided all known patrol paths, winding along steep cliffs and the edges of dense forests. Kagami led the way, his right eye shut tight, the black eye patch blending almost seamlessly with the dim background. His chakra perception was fully extended, like invisible tendrils probing every subtle movement within 300 meters ahead. 2 stationary sentries 60 meters above on the left cliff face. Kagami said in a voice barely audible, while using hand signals to convey information to his teammates. Their breathing is slow, they're probably dozing off. Let's go around them. Yi nodded, tracing a miniature wind release technique in the air, not an offensive one but one designed to mask the faint sounds the squad might make while moving. A nearly imperceptible breeze swept by, carrying their footsteps, the rustle of their clothes, even their heartbeats, and blowing them toward the valley opposite their direction of advance. This was one of the tactics Kagami had developed over the past 3 months, the perfect fusion of perception and concealment. After losing his left eye, he had been forced to hone his chakra perception to the extreme, even able to discern how different terrain affected sound propagation, thereby directing Yi to use the most precise wind release for acoustic camouflage. The squad glided past the base of the cliff like phantoms. The two IWA sentries were indeed dozing. After 3 consecutive days of standing guard in this desolate wilderness, even the disciplined IWA ninja would let their guard down. After advancing another 2 kilometers, Kagami suddenly stopped and raised his hand in a fist. The squad froze instantly, each member finding the most concealed cover in a split second. 400 meters ahead at the valley entrance there's a chakra barrier, Kagami said in a low voice. It's not a standard alert barrier. It's a variant of a sealing technique. It can detect life force and chakra flow. Gu moved silently from behind to Kagami's side. As a former member of the IWA Umbu, he was most familiar with Iwa's tactics and barriers. He closed his eyes and sensed for a few seconds his expression turning grave. This is an improved version of the rock prison perception barrier, he said. Gus' voice carried a hint of disbelief. Originally it was a technique used to monitor prison inmates with a range of no more than 50 meters. But this barrier covers at least 300 meters and... He paused. There's more than one energy source, at least 3 nodes. That means there's indeed a significant facility inside with a high level of protection, Kagami judged. Can we go around it? Gu carefully studied the barrier's structure and shook his head. The 3 nodes form a triangular distribution covering the entire valley entrance. Unless we fly over, we'll have to pass through the barrier. Flying isn't safe either, he added. This kind of barrier usually has 3-dimensional defenses. There might be a perception layer in the air too. Kagami pondered for a moment, then turned to look at you. In your medical ninjutsu, is there a way to temporarily lower life force and chakra fluctuations? Yu was a woman in her early 20s wearing a medical mask that covered the lower half of her face, leaving only a pair of calm eyes visible. She nodded. I can use a simplified version of the false death technique to reduce metabolism and chakra flow to the minimum, maintaining it for about 15 minutes. But during that time I can't move or respond to emergencies. 15 minutes isn't enough to cross the entire barrier range. Kagami vetoed the plan. Just as the squad was deliberating, CI returned from the side. She had been scouting another route. There's an entrance to an underground river on the west side of the valley mouth. The water flows fast, but it's passable. The underground river should bypass the surface barrier. Is there a barrier in the underground river? Kagami asked. No perception at the entrance, but it's uncertain deeper in, CI replied. Also, the sound of the water will interfere with perception. Once we enter, our ability to probe outward will be greatly reduced. This was a dilemma. Charging through the barrier on the ground carried immense risk, but infiltrating via the underground river would render them blind. Kagami closed his right eye and fully extended his perception. His chakra, like delicate silk threads, stretched along the ground into the valley, trying to bypass the barrier and detect the situation inside. But the barrier clearly interfered with and repelled chakra. He could only get vague fragments. There were indeed buildings deep in the valley, more than one, about 30 to 40 chakra signatures, mostly concentrated in the central area, and a strange intermittent chakra fluctuation unlike that of a living person or a ninjutsu. Well, take the underground river, Kagami decided. But we'll split into 2 groups. Guyu lead you and CI to infiltrate through the underground river, responsible for reconnoitering the interior of the buildings and gathering intelligence. Yi and I will create a diversion from the surface to draw their attention and give you an opportunity. That's too dangerous, Gu immediately objected. Once you're discovered, you'll have to face the entire valley's garrison, which is why you need to move quickly, Kagami said in a tone that brooked no argument. 15 minutes. From the moment you enter the underground river, you have 15 minutes to gather whatever intelligence you can and then retreat to the pre-designated extraction point. Yi and I will create chaos before that and then disengage. Gu wanted to say something more, but seeing the taut profile of Kagami's face beneath his eye patch, he finally nodded. He knew that Kagami, as the squad leader, had made the most reasonable tactical arrangement, using the smallest unit of risk in exchange for the greatest possible chance of success. Move out. The 2 groups split. Yu and CI moved toward the western underground river entrance, while Kagami and Yi began setting up traps for the diversionary attack. Kagami took out 3 specially modified explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch, not the conventional gunpowder detonated ones, but delayed explosive tags, triggered by chakra resonance. He buried the tags at 3 different positions along the edge of the barrier, set to detonate sequentially after 12 minutes with a 3-second interval between each. After the explosions, the Iwa's first reaction will be to search outward for intruders, Kagami said to Yi. By then Gu and the others should have already infiltrated the buildings. Our task is to create enough commotion on the periphery to delay their search progress but avoid direct combat. Yi nodded in understanding. He was a ninja skilled in wind release and speed, most suited for guerrilla and harassment tactics. Time passed minute by minute. Kagami and Yi lay in ambush behind a pile of rubble outside the barrier, waiting silently. The morning mist began to dissipate, and the outline of the valley gradually became clear, A typical Iwa-style fortress with buildings mostly constructed from massive stone blocks easy to defend and difficult to assault. In the center of the fortress stood a 3-story main building with the IWA emblem on its roof. At the 11th minute, Kagami's perception caught an anomaly, not from inside the valley but from behind them. 5 people were approaching rapidly less than 500 meters away. The chakra signatures were very familiar. "Root agents," Kagami said coldly. He recognized the chakra of one of them. The man had been present the night of the attack 3 years ago. It was one of Danzo's trusted subordinates codenamed. Yeah. Yes' face also changed color. "How did they appear here? Has our whereabouts been exposed?" "Not necessarily." Kagami's mind raced. "Danzo is also investigating the IWA laboratory. It coincides with our mission. But whether they are friend or foe." Before he could finish, an alarm suddenly sounded from inside the valley. It wasn't from the explosive tags he had set off. Something else had happened. The fluctuation of battle came from the direction of the underground river. "Gu and the others have been discovered," Kagami judged immediately. "Change of plan. Ye go rendezvous with Gu and the others and evacuate via the backup route. It'll hold off the root agents." "But this is an order." Kagami's tone was unyielding. "Go now." Ye gritted his teeth, his form dissolving into a blur that vanished into the morning mist. Kagami turned around facing the direction from which the root squad was approaching and slowly drew his short sword. What was bound to come would come. The debt from 3 years ago. Today he might collect a little interest. 5 figures emerged from the mist led by a man in a black robe wearing a birdbeak mask. "Yeah." His gaze fell upon Kagami, lingering especially on the black eye patch for a moment. "The one-eyed guardian." Ya's voice was hoarse. "I never expected to meet you here. And even more unexpected, you're mingling with the Dawn people." Kagami's heart sank. The other party not only recognized his identity from the black market but also knew about Dawn. This meant Root's infiltration was deeper than they had anticipated. "What did Danzo send you for?" Kagami's voice was calm, but his right hand gripped the sword tighter. "Same as you investigating Iwa's little toys," he said as he walked closer, the other 4 Root ninjas spreading out in a fan formation blocking Kagami's escape routes. "But our goals might be different. You want to destroy the evidence, don't you? After all, the IWA laboratory might contain some things that make you very uncomfortable." Kagami's pupils contracted slightly. The other party knew he was an Uchiha. "I don't know what you're talking about," he replied calmly. "Then let me make it clear," he said, stopping in his tracks, the eyes behind the mask gleaming coldly. 3 years ago, IWA recovered 7 Uchiha corpses on the battlefield. That old fox Inoki handed them over to his research team. For the past 3 years they've been studying the secrets of the Sharingan, trying to replicate that power. He took out a scroll from his robe and unfurled it. On it was a hand-drawn sketch of an experimental device, an Uchiha strapped to a chair with complex tubes and technique formulas connected to the eyes. "They call it the Dojutsu Extraction Project." Ya's voice carried a morbid excitement. "Through a special technique they extract the Dojutsu of the Sharingan from the eyes of the dead and infuse it into the eyes of living subjects. The success rate is very low, but if it succeeds..." Kagami's breathing became rapid. Images of his clansmen's remains desecrated of the Sharingan being profaned flashed through his mind. Rage surged like molten lava in his chest, and his right eye's Sharingan involuntarily activated, its 3 tomos spinning wildly. "Angry," Ya laughed. "But do you know the most ironic part? The technical foundation of this project partly comes from Konoha, from Lord Danzo's laboratory. So in a sense we and IWA are partners." "Shut up," Kagami growled. He understood it all. Danzo was not only researching the Sharingan himself but also sharing technology and exchanging data with IWA. And all of this was at the cost of Uchiha corpses and eyes. "It seems you understand," Ya said, putting away the scroll. "So now you have 2 choices. First, cooperate with us and help us retrieve the IWA laboratories. The core data, and then we will deal with everything there. In exchange you can avenge your clan with your own hands. What's the second option?" "Second." Ya pressed his hand on the hilt of his blade. "We kill you here and take the data ourselves. After all, that Sharingan in your right eye interests Lord Danzo greatly." He said Kagami's left eye was quite useful. If he could also obtain the right eye, perhaps it could unleash a more complete power. The moment the words fell, battle erupted. Kagami vanished from his spot, reappearing to Ya's left the next second, his short blade thrusting toward Ya's ribs like a venomous serpent. But Ya reacted swiftly, parrying while flicking 3 poisoned kunai from his left hand. Clang. Kagami deflected all the kunai with his blade, but the other 4 Root ninjas had already encircled them. Their coordination was flawless, their attacks surging like relentless waves, targeting Kagami's blind spots and defensive gaps. Kagami closed his right eye, relying entirely on chakra perception. In the darkness, every enemy movement became a clear outline, every attack a predictable trajectory. His blade wove a silver radiance around him, neutralizing every attack. But Root's tactics were not limited to that. A ninja suddenly formed hand seals. Poison mist, suffocating curtain. Purple poisonous mist rose from the ground and spread rapidly. Kagami immediately held his breath, but the mist could penetrate not only through the respiratory tract but also through the skin. He felt a wave of dizziness, and his movements slowed by a beat. That instant of opening was seized by a shadow binding technique. Countless black shadows shot up from the ground, entangling Kagami's legs. At the same time, another Root ninja struck from behind, his short blade aimed at Kagami's back. Kagami spun around, parrying the attack with his blade, but the shadow binding distorted his movements, and the blade only grazed the opponent's weapon. And at that moment the third ninja's attack arrived, a specially crafted senbon aimed at Kagami's right eye. In the nick of time, Kagami made an unexpected move. He abandoned defense, allowing the shadows to bind him tighter, while leaning forward, taking the senbon with his left shoulder. Intense pain shot through him as the senbon pierced muscle, but it avoided a vital spot. And his blade, using the momentum of the forward lean, stabbed like lightning into the chest of the ninja charging from the front. Schlick. The sound of steel piercing flesh was especially clear in the silent morning mist. That Root ninja looked down incredulously at the blade in his chest, then slumped limply. Kagami pulled out the blade, blood dripping from its edge. He pulled the senbon from his shoulder with his left hand and tossed it aside. The effects of the poison mist combined with blood loss blurred his vision, but his perception remained sharp. One down, Kagami said, his voice eerily calm. For left. Yas' expression grew serious. He hadn't expected Kagami to kill one while poisoned and injured. This one-eyed Uchiha's growth rate exceeded his expectations. Switch to plan B, Ya ordered. If we can't capture him alive, kill him. But preserve the eyes. The remaining 3 Root ninjas changed tactics, no longer seeking close combat but instead using ninjutsu and projectiles to wear him down from a distance. The poison mist grew denser, Kagami's breathing became more difficult, and his movements slowed. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer. But Gu and the others hadn't evacuated yet, he had to buy more time. Just then an explosion sounded from within the valley. The explosive tags Kagami had laid earlier detonated. Though it was a few minutes later than planned, the effect was the same. The IWA garrison was alerted and massive chakra signatures began moving toward the valley entrance. Damn! You cursed. Iwa's been alerted. Finish this quickly. The attacks became even fiercer. Kagami fought with all his might, but the poison and blood loss were taking their toll and his consciousness began to blur. He was a split second too slow, dodging, and a kunai carved a deep gash under his ribs. Was this the end? The thought flashed through Kagami's mind. He hadn't yet taken revenge on Danzo, hadn't protected his clan, hadn't. Suddenly a wind blade shot in from the side, forcing back the Root ninja who was about to deliver the final blow. Lord Kagami. Yes, voice rang out. He emerged from the mist carrying the battered Gu and CI with you unconscious on Gus' back. You. Kagami panted. The lab is destroyed. Gu reported briefly. We obtained the core data but triggered the self-destruct device. You was poisoned while covering us. No time to talk now. Yi swung more wind blades, temporarily driving back the enemy. Retreat. But Root wouldn't let them leave easily. Yi sneered as he formed hand seals. Barrier 4 violet flames formation. Walls of purple flame rose from 4 directions, trapping everyone inside. This was Root's encirclement barrier. Once formed, it was extremely difficult to break. Kagami looked at the approaching IWA garrison, then at the barrier trapping them, and made a decision. Ye take them out underground, he said in a low voice. Use earth release, go deep enough, then move east. The underground part of the barrier is weakest. What about you? He asked urgently. I'll stay behind to hold them off. Kagami took a deep breath. The Sharingan in his right eye began to spin violently, the 3-demo pattern starting to distort and connect. And I have some accounts to settle with these people. But this is an order. Kagami roared. Go. Yi gritted his teeth, pressed his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth travel technique. The ground softened and he Gu's CI and Yu sank into the earth and vanished. Only Kagami and the 4 Root ninjas remained inside the barrier. Thinking you can take on all 4 of us alone? Ya mocked. Courageous but foolish. Kagami didn't reply. He closed his eyes and mobilized all his chakra, including the power deep within the Sharingan that he usually dared not use, to its fullest. The 3-demo pattern completely connected, forming a new shape, a pattern resembling a 3-bladed shuriken. This was not the Mangekyo Sharingan but a pseudo-Mangekyo, state forced by overdrawing life force and eye power in a single eye condition. Kagami knew the consequences. His eye power might be permanently damaged, even blindness. But now he had no choice. When he opened his eyes again, the pattern in his right eye sent a chill through all the root ninjas. This is... For the first time Yas' voice wavered. Kagami raised his hand and formed an extremely complex hand seal. This technique had been secretly developed over the past 3 months under Ching Er's guidance, and never used in actual combat. Forbidden Art Time Prison. Time seemed to freeze for an instant within the barrier. Not truly stopping time but using powerful genjutsu to disrupt everyone's perception of time. In that instant Kagami's figure split into 4, appearing before each of the 4 root ninjas simultaneously. Blade light flashed. When time perception returned to normal, Ya found himself still standing, but the other 3 companions had fallen, each with a hair-thin line of blood across their throats, precisely severing the trachea and arteries. Not even a scream escaped. Only Ya remained alive, but his right hand was severed at the wrist, and his blade lay on the ground. You! Ya clutched his stump, and for the first time fear showed on his face behind the mask. Kagami stood before him, the pseudo-mangekyo pattern in his right eye rapidly fading, reverting to 3 tomo, and then the 3 tomo began to dim. Blood trickled from the corner of his eye, mixing with the earlier blood and sweat, tracing a shocking line on his face. Go back and tell Danzo. Kagami's voice was hoarse, barely audible. The blood of the Uchiha is not a toy he can defile at will. One day I will come for him and take back what belongs to me. With that he turned and walked toward the edge of the barrier. The purple flame walls parted before him. The time prison technique had not only affected the people but also briefly disrupted the barrier's chakra flow. Kagami's figure disappeared into the morning mist. A few seconds later the IWA garrison arrived, finding only corpses and the shattered barrier. Ya knelt on the ground, staring at the direction where Kagami had vanished, his eyes filled with venom and a trace of barely perceptible fear. That one-eyed Uchiha was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. 30 kilometers away in a hidden cave, a temporary shelter Yi had carved out using earth release, Yi lay on a simple bed with Gu treating her wounds. Ci stood guard at the entrance while Yi anxiously watched the path. When Kagami's figure staggered into the cave mouth, he almost rushed to embrace him, but stopped short at the sight of his blood-soaked clothes and deathly pale face. Lord Kagami. You. I'm fine. Kagami leaned against the cave wall, breathing heavily. Did you get the data? Gu took out a sealed scroll from his robes. The core data from the lab, including their experiment records, technical principles, and the disposal records of Uchiha remains. Kagami took the scroll, his hands trembling slightly. He didn't open it immediately but asked, How is you? The poison is under control, but she needs rest. Gu replied. She took the brunt of the lab's self-destruct trap to buy us time. Kagami nodded and closed his eyes. The backlash from overusing his eye power began to set in, a tearing pain in his right eye and his vision blurred. He knew this time he might have truly damaged the foundation. We must evacuate immediately, Yi said. Neither IWA nor Root will let this go. This area will soon become a search zone. Let's go. Kagami forced himself to stand but stumbled and nearly fell. Yi quickly supported him. Lord Kagami, your eyes. I can still see for now. Kagami gritted his teeth. But it may not last long. We must return to base before I go blind. The team packed their gear, preparing to evacuate. Kagami took one last look at the direction they came from. There the ruins of the IWA lab still belched black smoke, burying the Uchiha's disgrace, but the truth had been taken away with them. This game was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. But at least today they had won the first round. The cost was heavy but worth it. Kagami tightened his grip on the scroll. It contained not only Iwa's evidence of crimes, but also future bargaining chips for him and daybreak. And another weapon for revenge against Danzo. Dawn finally fully dispelled the mist illuminating the blood-stained mountain path. The team's figures disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, while a greater storm was brewing across the entire shinobi world. The footsteps of the Second Shinobi World War were drawing closer and closer. The medical bay of the Nethermouth Valley was thick with a mixture of pungent herbal scents, and the sharp tang of disinfectant. Uchiha Kagami lay on the central bed, his right eye tightly bound in multiple layers of gauze soaked in medicinal fluid with dried dark bloodstains seeping through the edges. His breathing was faint yet steady, but his pallid paper-like complexion and the bandages covering his body silently recounted the brutal border clash. You stood by the bedside, her own injuries unhealed. Her left arm was in a sling, her face equally pale, yet she insisted on personally treating Kagami. Her hands were astonishingly steady, with pale green medical chakra dancing at her fingertips, scanning every minute tissue of Kagami's eye like the most precise instrument. Optic nerve damage. 47. Yes' voice was calm, but her tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner heaviness. The iris and ciliary body show signs of irreversible atrophy. The most troublesome part is the retinal blood vessels. During the overexertion of dojutsu, extensive hemorrhaging occurred. Although I clean most of the clotted blood with the extraction technique, some blood has seeped into the vitreous body, forming permanent cloudy plaques. In layman's terms, asked Ching'er, standing at the foot of the bed. His dark silver mask gleamed coldly under the harsh medical lights. In layman's terms, you lowered her hands, the glow of medical chakra fading. Lord Kagami's right eye retains basic light perception and vague contour recognition, but fine vision, dynamic tracking, color differentiation, the fundamental functions of the Sharingan, are likely permanently lost. Moreover, due to the optic nerve damage, even if a healthy eyeball is transplanted in the future, visual quality will be severely compromised. The medical bay fell into dead silence. Yi Xiai and Gu stood by the wall, each face etched with gravity and self-reproach. If only they had been faster, if only the retreat had been more decisive. This isn't your fault. Kagami suddenly spoke from the bed, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. I chose the tactics myself. I decided to overexert my dojutsu. Coming back alive with the data is already a blessing. But your eye. Yes, voice choked. At least I still have one eye that can see light. Kagami tried to force a smile, but it pulled at his facial wounds, twisting into a grimace. And after this experience, I think I've gained a deeper understanding of chakra perception. Not being able to see isn't entirely a bad thing. Even he couldn't tell how much of that was meant to comfort his comrades and how much was self-consolation. The hollow sensation in his right eye and the occasional distorted flashes of light constantly reminded him of what he had lost. That feeling of the world being forcibly stripped of half its clarity was harder to bear than the physical pain. What about yes, poison? Tobirama's voice came from the doorway. He stood there, having removed his white crow mask, revealing a young but weary face. You turned around. I've eliminated 85 of the toxin. The remainder is temporarily sealed in my liver region using medical ninjutsu. It will take at least 2 weeks of continuous treatment to fully remove it. I cannot use chakra during that time or the poison will spread. In other words, Ching'er summarized, we've lost the combat capability of 2 core members. Kagami's Sharingan is essentially ruined and you cannot participate in missions for a while. And at this very moment, he walked to the wall, pulled aside a curtain, revealing a large water mirror jutsu formation. The screen was split into multiple segments, displaying movements across the ninja world. Iwa's explosion core was massing in large numbers at the northern border of the land of grass, increasing from 2 to 5 units. Kumo's AB combo had left the land of soup and appeared in a border town adjacent to the land of rain with double the number of accompanying Kumo ninja. The northwestern fortress of Suna had raised a black flag, signaling full alert and the presence of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Monk Bunpuku was confirmed on the front lines and in the land of rain. The silhouette of Hanzo of the Salamander appeared at the center of the water mirror, standing atop the tallest tower of the hidden rain village, facing hundreds of assembled elite rain ninja below, seemingly delivering a pre-war speech. At this very moment, the gears of the second great ninja war have begun to accelerate. Ching'er finished his sentence. The data we've obtained might become the final spark that ignites the powder keg. Has the data analysis been completed? Kagami struggled to sit up but was pressed back down by Yu. Tobirama approached the bed, taking out the scroll retrieved from the IWA lab. Preliminary analysis is complete. The contents are even more shocking than we anticipated. He unrolled a small portion of the scroll, revealing dense experimental records and hand-drawn dissection diagrams. Iwa's Dojutsu extraction project began in the 17th year of Konoha, shortly after the end of the First Great Ninja War. They recovered 6 Uchiha bodies and 11 other shinobi corpses with Kekkei Genkai from the battlefield. Over 6 years they conducted more than 200 experiments. Tobirama's tone was icy. Methods included but were not limited to direct eyeball transplantation, extraction and infusion of dojutsu chakra culture, and implantation of Sharingan cell tissue and... He paused. Sectioning the brain tissue of Uchiha to study the neurocorrelation between memory and dojutsu. Kagami's fists clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. What were the results? Ching'er asked. Failures. Mostly failures. Tobirama flipped to the back of the scroll. Of the 37 subjects who received eyeball transplants, all died within 3 days to 3 months after surgery from rejection, chakra berserk, or mental collapse. Of the 42 dojutsu infusion experiments, only 3 showed brief signs of Sharingan activation, but none lasted more than 12 hours, after which all subjects suffered brain death. But they didn't give up, Gu said in a low voice. Otherwise they wouldn't have continued for 6 years. Because they received technical support. Tobirama turned to the last few pages of the scroll. The handwriting there was noticeably different from earlier, more orderly, systematic, and accompanied by complex jutsu analysis diagrams. Starting from the 19th year of Konoha, a new technical path began appearing in Iwa's experiment records, using special sealing jutsu to stabilize the chakra flow of transplanted eyes and employing a in chakra supply source to alleviate rejection reactions. In chakra supply source. He repeated the term. Is that a Sharingan? Precisely speaking, it's a living Sharingan that can continuously generate Yin chakra. Tobirama looked at Kagami. The experiment record specifically mentions sample E03. That should be your left eye, Kagami. The note reads donor Uchiha Kagami Konoha Jonin left eye integrity 92 Yin chakra activity rating A. When paired with subject 16 rejection rate dropped by 61 and stabilization period extended to 47 days. Kagami felt a wave of nausea. His eye was being used to sustain experiments that defiled the remains of Uchiha. Has the source of the technology been identified? Ching'er asked. Yes. Tobirama pulled out a separate slip of paper from the scroll which bore deciphered ciphertext. Through handwriting comparison and analysis of the jutsu style, the technical support came from Danzo's root. And it wasn't one way, it was a bilateral collaboration. IWA shared dissection data of Kekkei Genkai remains with Root, and Root provided IWA with stable Sharingan transplantation technology. A quid pro quo. Chang'er sneered. Danzo wanted more research data on Kekkei Genkai to perfect his Hashirama cells and Sharingan fusion experiments. Anoki wanted the power of the Sharingan. The two hit it off using Uchiha corpses and eyes as bargaining chips. Not only that. Tobirama pulled out another sheet of paper. Before the lab's self-destruct sequence activated, you managed to salvage an encrypted communication record from the core database. After decryption, it shows that the hidden rain was also involved. The water mirror jutsu screen switched, displaying the decrypted communication fragments. Konoha 21st year March 15th IWA rain. The third batch of goods has passed through the grass rain border passage. Upon confirmation of receipt, the remaining payment will be transferred. Konoha 21st year April 7th rain IWA. A new batch of volunteers is ready. A 50 deposit is required in advance. Konoha 21st year May 22nd IWA rain. The analysis report on the special sample notes suspected to be brain tissue sections of Uchiha remains has been encrypted and sent. The experimental results meet expectations. It is recommended to expand the sample size. The rain is providing experimental materials to IWA. CI said, his voice cold. The so-called volunteers and goods are the abducted civilians and war orphans. And IWA repays with research results. Gu added. What does Hanzo want? The power of Kekkei Genkai. Or, the land of rain wants to rise and it needs everything that can strengthen national power. Ching'er walked to the water mirror the screen, switching back to the scene of Hanzo's speech. Research results on Kekkei Genkai, forbidden ninjutsu, and even possibly tailed beast-related technology. He turned around, his eyes behind the mask scanning everyone in the room. What we now hold in our hands is a bomb powerful enough to bring down 3 parties simultaneously, IWA, Root, and the Rain. But the problem is, once this bomb detonates, it might kill not only the enemy but also ourselves and the fragile peace of the entire ninja world. What do you intend to do? Tobirama asked. Ching'er was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. 3 steps. First, use this intelligence to force Danzo and Anoki to back down. We can send them a message through secret channels letting them know we have the evidence. If they don't want to be disgraced, they must stop the experiments and make concessions to us. Second step. Second, make contact with Hanzo. Chang'er's words were surprising. Not confrontation but cooperation. Show him the evidence we have, tell him the cost of continuing to collaborate with IWA. At the same time, offer him a better alternative. What alternative? True independence for the land of rain, not through dependence on great nations or forbidden research, but through a genuine balance of power. Ching'er's finger traced across the water mirror, showing the land of rain surrounded by 3 great nations. We can help the rain develop a unique ninjutsu system that doesn't rely on Kekkei Genkai, provide intelligence support, and even if necessary, become an external ally. Cooperate with Hanzo. Yu was incredulous. He's been experimenting on live people. So this is a transaction, not a friendship. Ching'er said calmly. We offer secrecy and technical support in exchange for the rain halting human experiments, and remaining neutral in the coming war, or even siding with us at a critical moment. Hanzo is a realist. As long as the benefits are sufficient, he'll weigh the pros and cons. Third step. Kagami asked. Ching'er looked at Kagami. Third, and most importantly, use this intelligence to secure a future for the Uchiha clan. What do you mean? Present the evidence of IWA and Root desecrating Uchiha remains and conducting forbidden experiments to Hiruzen. Ching'er said. Not all of it, but enough to shock, anger, and compel him to act. Let him see that the Uchiha's enemies lie outside, not within. Let him understand that if even the dead Uchiha cannot find peace, how can the living ever truly trust Konoha? He walked to Kagami's bedside. This evidence will become your political leverage when you return to Konoha and fight for the Uchiha. It will force Hiruzen to confront the Uchiha problem to restrain Danzo and to reconsider the Uchiha's place in Konoha. Kagami was stunned. He had never imagined that this bloody painful mission would ultimately point towards such a goal. But I'm no longer a Konoha ninja, he said in a low voice. I may never even be able to restore the power of the Sharingan. There are many kinds of power, Kagami. Tobirama spoke up. The power of the Sharingan is one, but the power of information, the power of the human heart, the power of justice are equally strong. You lost one eye, but you've seen more clearly the darkness of the ninja world, the Uchiha's predicament, and the path you truly need to walk. He patted Kagami on the shoulder. Rest and recover. When you're stronger, we'll need you to personally participate in the next phase of the plan. The game with Danzo, the negotiations with Hanzo, the contact with Konoha. Every step needs you. Because you are Uchiha Kagami, the bridge connecting Dawn, the Uchiha clan, Konoha, and the future of the entire ninja world. Kagami closed his eyes. The pain in his right eye was still sharp, but something new was sprouting in his chest. Not hatred, not anger, but a more complex, heavier sense of responsibility. I understand, he finally said. You'll recover as soon as possible. Until then, we'll start the first step. Chang'er took over. You'll handle the secret contact with Root. Use our pre-established third channel to send a message to Danzo. We have all the evidence of his dealings with IWA. If he doesn't want it on the Hokage's desk, he must stop all Sharingan-related experiments and destroy the existing test subjects within 3 days. Gu, you'll handle contact with IWA. Through an underworld intermediary, deliver a message to Inoki. If he doesn't want the Dojutsu extraction project made public, causing IWA to lose face internationally, he must immediately withdraw all explosion core from the grass border and pledge to permanently cease all desecratory research on Kekkei Genkai remains. CIU and you will stay here responsible for base security and Kagami's treatment. Tobirama and I will work out the specifics for contacting Hanzo. Orders were issued one by one and everyone understood their tasks. The heavy atmosphere in the ward was replaced by a tense but resolute fighting spirit. What about us? Kagami asked. You and I, do we just wait? You have a more important mission. Chang'er took out a small scroll from his pocket and handed it to you. This is an ancient medical technique I found in a Uzumaki clan text called vital reconstruction. Originally used to treat severe organ damage, I've studied it for 3 months and believe it can be modified to repair optic nerves. You took the scroll, quickly scanned it, and her eyes lit up. This technique is theoretically feasible, but it requires extremely precise chakra control, and during the process the patient must remain fully conscious, enduring immense pain. I can endure it. Kagami didn't hesitate. It's not just about the pain. Yes, expression was serious. This technique requires continuous application for at least 72 hours without interruption. My chakra reserves might not be enough, and the poison in my body. It'll assist you, Chang'er said. My chakra nature is special. I can serve as an auxiliary energy source for the technique. As for the poison, during your application you'll use a sealing jutsu to temporarily fully seal it at the cost of a longer recovery period afterward. It's worth a try, Kagami said. Even if there's only a 1% chance of restoring my sight, I'll take it. Not 1%. Chang'er looked at him. According to my calculations, the success rate is around 38. And even if successful, it won't fully restore the power of the Sharingan. At best it will preserve basic vision. 38. Kagami smiled a truly relieved smile. That's much higher than I expected. When do we start? Tonight, Chang'er said. We need 3 uninterrupted days. During this time the base will be on highest alert and all external missions will be suspended. Night fell and the Nethermouth Valley fell into unprecedented silence. All defensive barriers were fully activated, patrols doubled, and even Kakuzu returned from the underworld to personally oversee the central control room. In the medical bay, Kagami lay flat on the bed, you standing to his right, her hands hovering above his eye. Pale green medical chakra had already cocooned them both. Chang'er sat at the foot of the bed, hands forming seals, his dark silver chakra flowing like a stream into Yes' body, where it transformed into pure life energy and merged into the medical technique. It's beginning, you said softly. Lord Kagami, remember, no matter how painful, do not lose consciousness. If you faint, the technique will be interrupted and your eye will truly be beyond saving. Understood. Kagami took a deep breath. Do it. You pressed down her hands. In an instant an indescribable agony exploded from his right eye, as if a red-hot iron rod were stabbing into the eyeball, stirring every nerve. Kagami's body arched violently, his teeth clenched, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. But he made no sound. The medical chakra, like the finest scalpel, began to repair the ruptured blood vessels, atrophied tissues, and damaged nerves bit by bit. The process was slow and agonizing, each second feeling like an eternity. Outside the window the night was deep. The valley was utterly silent save for the continuous chakra pulse from the medical bay, like a faint but steady heartbeat in the darkness. Across the wider ninja world, Yi and Gu had already departed with secret orders heading for their respective destinations. The intelligence they carried would over the next 3 days quietly alter the strategic layouts of 3 great nations. The shadow of the Second Great Ninja War still loomed, but this time a hidden force was beginning to try in its own way to redirect the course of the storm. No one knew how it would end. But at least on this night in the medical bay of Nethermouth Valley, a man was enduring hellish pain for a glimmer of light. And his comrades were striving forward in the darkness for an even greater light. This was the dawn of the shinobi world, fractured, painful, and full of uncertainty. But there were always those who persisted, who fought, who guarded that faint, unquenchable flame in the darkness. 72 hours drifted slowly in an endless cycle of medical chakra intertwined with pain. In the medical room of the base at the mouth of the underworld, time seemed to have lost all meaning. Uchiha Kagami lay flat in the center of the formation, his entire body enveloped in a faint golden cocoon of chakra. At the position of his right eye, his hands remained steady as if frozen in stone, the delicate medical chakra dancing at his fingertips, reconstructing the near-death severed optic nerve fibers with an accuracy imperceptible to the human eye. Pain. This was Kagami's only sensation. Not a sharp sting, but a prolonged, profound ache that seemed to emanate from deep within his very marrow. Every slight adjustment of chakra felt like a heated needle prodding at the most sensitive nerve endings. His body, driven by physiological instincts, wanted to convulse to escape, but the static body seal applied in advance by Nara kept him firmly bound to the bed, leaving only his conscious mind to endure it all. The third node of the main optic nerve. Reconstruction complete. Yes, voice echoed in Kagami's consciousness, a direct mental communication established through chakra to avoid external distractions from her focus. Start repairing the vascular network in the macula. Kagami could not respond. All his willpower was devoted to resisting the pain and staying awake. In the boundless torment, his perception of time distorted. A second could stretch into an hour, and an hour could compress into a moment. Occasionally intense neural pulses would bring fleeting visual remnants, a distortion of colors, shattered light spots, or fragments of memories long past. He saw his father instructing him on shuriken techniques at the clan training ground, saw his mother's profile as she hung clothes in the courtyard, saw the playful times with his cousin Uchiha Shin during their days at the ninja academy, saw the shock of clarity when he first activated his Sharingan. Then these images were torn apart by a pair of hands wrapped in bandages reaching out from the darkness with several crimson Sharingan staring at him intently through the gaps in the bandages. Danzo. This name became the sole anchor in the abyss of pain. Kagami grasped this anchor with all his willpower, making it his support against fainting. The revenge was not yet complete. The fate of his clan had not changed. He could not fall here. Outside the medical room, the atmosphere in the control center was equally tense. Tobirama stood in front of the central water mirror, the technique carving out dozens of images to monitor all movements inside and outside the base. Kisame sat at the control panel, his green eyes scanning the constantly updating streams of intelligence. Information from the underground world, reconnaissance talismans deployed in various countries, and real-time reports transmitted back through encrypted channels by Hozuki and Katsu. There's news from Hozuki. Kisame suddenly spoke, his voice low. The information sent through the third channel to Danzo has been confirmed as delivered. The response from Root was quite intense. An image on the water mirror zoomed in, displaying the surveillance footage from the outer perimeter of the Root base in Konoha. Though the interior could not be glimpsed, it was clear that the frequency of Root ninja comings and goings had tripled in the past 6 hours. All personnel looked serious and hurried. Danzo should be in the process of urgently destroying evidence, Tobirama assessed. But more importantly, his next choice. Will it be compromise, or will he take a risk to try and find and eliminate us before we make evidence public? According to Hozuki's covert observations, there have been abnormalities in Root's movements within Konoha. Kisame pulled up another piece of intelligence. 4 assassination squads that were originally on long-term infiltration missions were urgently recalled, and after being re-equipped they have gone missing. Additionally, Danzo himself has left the Root base to head to the Hokage building. This is rare, he usually only goes there for formal meetings. To pressure Hiruzen or to probe. Tobirama's fingers lightly tapped the control panel. He wants to know if Hiruzen has also caught wind of the situation. If Hiruzen is unaware, he will attempt to suppress the situation. If Hiruzen is already aware, he will prepare a set of excuses to shift the blame onto traitors or external forces. Do we need to allow Hozuki to infiltrate further? No, that's too dangerous. Tobirama shook his head. Hozuki's task is merely to confirm the information has been delivered and observe the initial reactions. Withdraw now and return to the base via the alternate route. Danzo is like a startled viper now. Any approach may provoke a fatal counterattack. Kisame nodded, issuing encrypted withdrawal orders to Hozuki. He then turned his attention to another intelligence line. The situation on Katsu's side is a bit more complicated. Anoki, has not responded directly. The water mirror's image switched to the border of the land of Earth. The 5 explosive units of Iwagakure remained stationed, but the images returned by the reconnaissance talismans indicated a subtle change in the troops' activity patterns, from an originally aggressive defense to a more conservative circular defensive formation. Simultaneously, intelligence leaked from within Iwagakure. Anoki convened an emergency closed-door meeting with only core elders present after receiving a confidential letter which lasted a whole night. Anoki is weighing his options. Kisame analyzed. Making the evidence public would tarnish Iwagakure's reputation internationally, especially those experiments involving the desecration of corpses, which would thoroughly enrage the clans with bloodline limits, and could even provoke joint sanctions from other great nations. But withdrawing troops means he would lose his strategic layout in the land of grass and also make the outside world perceive Iwagakure as weak. So he needs time and a solution that can preserve his face while avoiding disaster. Tobirama stared at the defense layout of Iwagakure's troops. Does Katsu have exposure risks? Temporarily safe. He is transmitting information through 3 different underground intermediaries with completely encrypted paths and no direct contact with Iwagakure's personnel. But Anoki is a cunning fox. If he is determined to trace the source, he might not fail to find a clue. Let Katsu withdraw as well. Tobirama made the decision. We have already completed our warning. The next step is their choice. What about Hanzo? Wait. Tobirama looked towards the medical room. Wait for Kagame's treatment to end. Wait for Naru to recover. Contact with Hanzo must be a high-level negotiation. We need all our core forces. The control room fell into a brief silence. Only the faint hum emitted by the water mirror technique and the rustling sound as the intelligence scrolls updated automatically could be heard. The air was thick with the oppressive feeling unique to the pre-battle atmosphere, like the suffocating moment before a storm when even the wind would still. Kisame suddenly broke the silence. Lord Tobirama, I have a question. Speak. Are we really able to change anything by doing this? Kisame's voice was unusually tinged with uncertainty. Even if Danzo and Anoki temporarily hold back, even if Hanzo agrees to cooperate, even if the Uchiha situation in Konohagakure improves, the overall trend of the ninja world will not change. The conflicts of interest between great nations, the struggle for resources, the cycle of hatred, these are the true roots of war. We are like a few stones trying to change the flow of water in a raging current. Perhaps we can temporarily create a few whirlpools, but ultimately the current will still rush towards its original direction. Tobirama took over his words. I know. But Kisame, you have been in the underground world for so many years, witnessing too much death, betrayal, and the darkness of human nature. Then tell me, if we do not even try, if everyone says the trend cannot be defied and simply goes with the flow, what will this world become? Kisame fell silent. When my brother established Konohagakure, many said he was an idealistic dreamer. Tobirama's voice was soft, as if recalling something from long ago. The Warring States period lasted for hundreds of years, with family feuds being the norm. Children as young as 5 or 6 had to go to the battlefield. Everyone said this was the fate of ninjas. But my brother did not believe it. He took Uchiha Madara's hand and established the first ninja village, forging the first alliance treaty. He looked at the chaotic scenes of the ninja world in the water mirror. He failed in a sense. Conflicts still existed within Konohagakure, wars still raged between ninja villages, and the chains of hatred had yet to be severed. But at least he proved that another possibility exists. At least children could learn in the ninja academy instead of going directly to the battlefield. At least disputes between clans could be settled through negotiation rather than massacre. At least peace, however fleeting, became a goal worth pursuing. We are the heirs of the failures. Naru's voice came from the doorway of the medical room. He leaned against the door frame, sweat stained on his dark silver mask, looking exceptionally fatigued. 3 days of auxiliary treatment, even his special chakra physique was nearing its limit. But the attempts of the failures are not necessarily meaningless. Every attempt leaves ripples in the river of history. Perhaps our generation will not see true change, but who knows? Maybe 50 years from now, 100 years from now, these ripples will converge into a force that can change the course of the river. He walked to the water mirror, looking at the gloomy sky over the rain village. I have already drafted a preliminary plan for contact with Hanzo. The core consists of 3 points. First, a commitment never to make public the evidence of Rain Village's involvement in human experiments. Second, to provide 3 sets of high-level ninjutsu scrolls suitable for the physiology of Rain ninjas, along with a complete training plan for toxin resistance. Third, a promise that in future conflicts, if Rain is unjustly invaded by great nations, Dawn will provide support on the intelligence and tactical levels. What about the cost? Tobirama asked. 2. First, to immediately cease all cooperation on human experiments with Iwagakure, release all existing experimental subjects, and guarantee never to repeat the offense. Second, to remain neutral in the upcoming conflict, not to proactively attack forces in cooperation with Dawn, including potential future cooperation with internal forces within Konohagakure. Will Hanzo agree? He will, Nara said confidently. Because he is a realist. The risks of continuing cooperation with Iwagakure have significantly increased. Iwagakure cannot protect itself, and once the situation is exposed, Rain will become the target of public outrage. And cooperating with us, he can gain tangible benefits while keeping the risks manageable. Most importantly, our promise to him is the true independence of the Land of Rain, which is exactly what he has longed for. When will we make contact? After Kagami's treatment is completed and I recover half of my chakra, Nara said. It will probably take another 2 days. At that time I will personally go to Rain Village, of course through absolutely safe channels. Tobirama nodded and then turned his gaze to the medical room. How is Kagami's condition? The most dangerous phase has passed. Nara's voice finally held a hint of ease. You just told me through the mental connection that the main optic nerve repair has been completed and now the most delicate reconstruction of the terminal is underway. If all goes well, it will be completed in 6 to 8 hours. But what? But Kagami's Sharingan cannot be saved. Nara's voice was low. The life reconstruction technique can repair physiological structures and even partially restore basic vision, but the unique chakra circuit of the Sharingan, that special ocular ability deeply bound to the bloodline and soul. Once it completely collapses, it can never be rebuilt. Kagami's right eye can at most only recover to the level of an ordinary eye in the future, and the vision will not be good if it reaches 60% of a normal person's vision. That would be considered successful. Tobirama was silent for a moment. Does he know? You told him before the treatment, Nara said. His response at the time was, if this is the price to save more clansmen, then one eye is very cheap. The control room fell silent once more. Kisame stood up and walked to the intelligence station to continue his work. Nara returned to the doorway of the medical room, closing his eyes to recover chakra. Tobirama remained in place, gazing intently at the scene of Konohagakure in the water mirror. He remembered the time many years ago when Kagami had just become his disciple. That black-haired boy possessed the unique pride and sharpness of the Uchiha clan, yet deep in his gaze was a gentleness and idealism different from his clansmen. Isn't there always an invisible barrier? We are all ninjas of my village after all. How did Feijian respond at that time? He remembered saying, "Trust takes time, Jing. And the power of the Yzibo clan is too special, easily arousing fear. You need to prove yourselves." Now thinking back, how official and cold that answer was. If only he had been more candid back then, if only he had tried harder to integrate the Yzibo into the village, if only. There are no ifs, Feijian whispered to himself. The past cannot be changed, only the present and future can be altered. He took a deep breath, turning his focus back to the immediate problems. The treatment in the medical room continued. The game of chess with various factions had just begun, and the shadow of the second great ninja war loomed ever closer. There was too much to be done. Kakuzu, he spoke. Initiate the first phase of the Sanctuary Valley plan. Secretly transfer our stored supplies and medical personnel to the 3 predetermined locations. Simultaneously disseminate word through underground channels. Any civilians and orphans who have lost their homes in the war may travel to the specific junction of the Chao country, Yu country, and Chuan country, where a temporary refuge established by the Nameless Ones awaits. This will draw the attention of the major nations, Kakuzu warned. I know, Feijian said. But once war erupts, civilians are always the greatest victims. We cannot save everyone, but we can save those we can one by one. As for attention, by the time they notice, we will have already established the initial framework. Moreover, rescuing civilians places us on the moral high ground. Even the great nations would not dare to openly attack a humanitarian refuge. Kakuzu nodded and began operating the communication system to issue the orders. As encrypted messages were sent out one by one, the sanctuary valleys hidden deep in the mountains and forests began to quietly operate. Stored grain, medicine, and clothing were sorted and organized. Medical personnel began reviewing battlefield treatment procedures. Simple defensive structures and early warning systems were repeatedly checked. Meanwhile, in the medical room, the final critical repairs entered their countdown. Yes' forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Her chakra was nearly depleted, relying entirely on the energy continuously supplied by Chung'er to sustain the technique. But her hands remained steady, her gaze terrifyingly focused. In her perception, Jing's right eye was like an extremely complex precision instrument, every component on the verge of collapse. She had to use the finest needle and thread to stitch, calibrate, and restart each one. Retinal pigment epithelium. Repair complete. Vitreous opacity plaques. Dispersed using microscale chakra vibrations. They should be naturally metabolized and absorbed within the next 2 weeks. Final step, establish the complete connection between the optic nerve and the brain's visual center. This was the most delicate and dangerous part of the entire technique. A single misstep could cause permanent nerve damage or even affect other brain functions. Yu closed her eyes, sinking her entire consciousness into the microscopic world of chakra like walking a tightrope over a cliff. Time passed minute by minute. In the corridor outside the medical room, Yi and Gu had already returned. Both had experienced varying degrees of danger. Yi encountered a perimeter patrol from the Root Division during her escape, relying on disguise and quick thinking to get away. Gu discovered that the intelligence department of the Rock Village was tracing the source of the secret letter, forcing him to detour through 3 countries' borders to shake off the tail. But they brought back the most crucial information: the warning had been delivered and the recipients had indeed received it. Danzo's reaction was a mix of anger and panic, Yi reported. After that, the Root base entered a semi-lockdown state with all non-core personnel restricted from entering or leaving. I learned through a contact that Danzo ordered the destruction of sensitive materials in the lab, but the specifics are unclear. Anoki's reaction is more intriguing, Gu said. The Rock Village forces have shifted to a defensive formation. Meanwhile, intelligence indicates that the Tsuchikage's office has dispatched 3 special envoys to the Cloud Village, the Sand Village, and the Rain Village. This is clearly in preparation for a potential public relations crisis, attempting to win over or silence potential allies and witnesses. What about Hanzo? Feijian asked. There have been no unusual military movements from the Rain Village so far, but according to our agents in the U country, Hanzo met with several trade delegations from different small nations yesterday. Those merchants all had strong chakra signatures, not like ordinary businessmen, Gu replied. He's seeking new allies and supporters. Chinger's voice came from the medical room. He opened his eyes, clearly having recovered some energy. This fits his style, always preparing multiple escape routes. This actually works in our favor. It suggests his alliance with the Rock Village has already begun to waver. Just then the chakra fluctuations within the medical room suddenly changed. The pale golden light that had been flowing steadily began to contract inward like a receding tide, withdrawing from Jing's entire body, eventually converging at the position of his right eye. The light grew brighter and more condensed, finally coalescing into a single brilliant golden point that vanished deep into the pupil. Ye's hands slowly lowered. She staggered, nearly falling, and was supported by Chunger beside her. Her face was pale as paper, her body drenched in sweat, and blood from the wound on her left arm began to seep through again due to chakra depletion. But the look in her eyes as she gazed at the hospital bed was filled with relieved exhaustion and a faint, barely perceptible pride. The treatment is complete. Her voice was weak but clear. On the hospital bed, Jing's body was still fixed by the static body seal, but his right eye, the eye that had been wrapped in layers of gauze, bleeding and deemed nearly blind, slowly opened. At first the field of vision was a blur of rippling watery light. Then came distorted colors and shapes, as if looking at the world through shattered glass. Gradually these fragmented images began to piece together, focus, and stabilize. He saw the technique runes on the ceiling of the medical room, saw Ye's pale but smiling face, saw the concern in Chunger's eyes behind his dark silver mask, saw the gazes of Feijian, Yigu, and Ci at the door. The world was no longer sharp and clear, it was as if covered by a faint layer of frosted glass. Color saturation was reduced, details were blurry, and distant objects had indistinct outlines. But he could see. He could truly see. The static body seal was released. Jing tried to sit up, but his entire body trembled weakly from prolonged immobilization and the torment of pain. Chunger supported him, helping him slowly lean against the headboard. How do you feel? Yu asked softly, herself needing someone to lean on to stay steady. Jing blinked. Each blink caused a slight wobble and distortion in his vision, like a poorly tuned monitor. He looked at his own hand. The outline was clear, but the fingerprints and skin texture were indistinct. He looked at the light from the window. He could distinguish day from night, but couldn't make out the shapes of clouds. It's like looking at the world through a pane of frosted glass, he answered honestly. And I'm a bit dizzy with mild distortion at the edges of vision. That's normal, Yu explained. The optic nerve and retina have only recovered their basic functions. The brain needs time to readapt and process these degraded visual signals. The dizziness and visual distortion will gradually diminish as you adapt, but complete disappearance may take a few months. As for clarity, this is the best state you can recover to. Jing nodded. He tried to mobilize his chakra to activate the Sharingan, an instinct ingrained in his bloodline. But his right eye had no response, no familiar burning sensation, no fluctuation of dojutsu power, nothing. It was as if it were just an ordinary eye. What about the Sharingan? He asked, though he already knew the answer. Permanent functional loss, you said with an apologetic tone. Physiologically it remains an Uchiha eye. It has the basic structure of the Sharingan, but the unique chakra circuits have completely collapsed and cannot regenerate. It can no longer activate the Sharingan copy techniques, cast genjutsu, or even maintain the basic dynamic visual capture ability at its previous level. Jing was silent for a moment. Then he reached out and gently touched his right eye socket. But at least it can still see light, he said. That's enough. Was it really enough? Deep inside the one sprout Uchiha Jonin was screaming, unwilling to accept it. Losing the Sharingan meant losing the most iconic power of the Uchiha, losing an innate talent, losing countless trump cards that had sustained him through battles. Could he still be considered a true Uchiha now? Could he still fulfill the mission of revenge and protection? But another voice, the voice that had endured the pain of having his eye taken, the bloody battle at the border, the sacrifice of comrades, and grasped the thread of hope in despair, said power takes many forms. The Sharingan is the pride of the Uchiha, but it is not the only thing that defines them. The person that is Uchiha Jing, his will, his wisdom, his experience, the bonds he forged with the Dawn comrades. These are powers that cannot be taken away. Thank you, Jing said seriously, looking up. Thank you for saving my eye. Yu shook her head. It was Lord Jing's own will that persisted to the end. That kind of pain. Most people would have broken down mentally long ago. Chenger patted Ye's shoulder. You need rest too immediately. For the next 3 days you are not allowed to do anything except eat and sleep. I will supervise you. You did not object. She was helped out of the medical room by Yi and Ci. Gu went to prepare a nutritious meal. Only Jing, Qinger and Feijian remained in the room. Can you move? Feijian asked. I need a little time to adapt. Jing tried moving his fingers and toes. The stiffness and soreness were slowly receding. But it should be soon. Good. Qinger took a scroll from his robe. This is the complete plan for contacting Hanzo, along with all the evidence copies we have regarding the Rain Village's involvement in human experiments. You need to familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible because you're coming with me. Jing froze. Me. Why? 3 reasons. Qinger raised his fingers. First, you are an Uchiha and one of the most direct victims of the human experiments. Your presence alone is the most compelling evidence. Second, you need to start accumulating experience in high-level negotiations and future dealings with Mai and the Uchiha. You will play a key role. Third. He paused. Third, you need to see with your own eyes what kind of person the mastermind behind all this, the ambitious hero of this chaotic era, truly is. You need to understand that in this world there is often no absolute black or white, only different shades of gray. And what we must do is to find amidst these gray areas the path that is the least evil. Jing took the scroll. The paper felt real in his hand, but the characters on it were still somewhat blurry to his eyes. He had to bring it closer and squint to barely make them out. This was the world that awaited him, a world of blurred degradation but still lit by light. When do we depart? He asked. 2 days from now, Chenga said. You need at least 1 day for basic rehabilitation training to adapt to moving and fighting with your new vision. I also need to fully recover my chakra. Feijian will stay at the base, Kakuzu will handle intelligence support, and Yi Ci and Gu will act as external backup. Understood. Jing carefully put away the scroll. I will be ready. Feijian walked to the window, looking at the gradually darkening sky over the Yuming's Mouth Valley. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the rocks a dark red like congealed blood. The footsteps of the Second Great Ninja War are already ringing in our ears, he said softly. And every step we take may alter the fate of countless people. Jing remembered this feeling, this sensation of bearing a heavy burden groping forward in the darkness. Because this is the path we have chosen. Jing nodded. He looked out the window. Though his vision was blurry, he could see light, see outlines, see a world that, though not clear, still existed. That was enough. Where there is light, there is hope. Where there is hope, there is a reason to keep fighting. In the land of rain, the village hidden in the rain. Raindrops beat endlessly against steel pipes and stone buildings, composing the nation's unique somber symphony. The air was saturated with a damp scent mingled with rust and faint toxic mist, the distinctive aroma of amigacure symbolizing defense, secrecy, and danger that could erupt at any moment. Uchiha Kagami followed Ching-er along a narrow passage concealed by towering pipes. His right eye no longer wore an eye patch, but his vision remained as if veiled by a thin gauze. Distant objects blurred and nearby details lost much of their color. To compensate for his visual impairment, he fully extended his chakra perception like an invisible spiderweb, capturing every movement within 100 meters. 56 stable chakra signatures were distributed across the area, 22 in open posts, 34 in hidden positions, each concealed in blind spots or piped shadows. Among them at least 8 were of special Jonin level, 2 of Jonin level, and 1, a chakra source as unfathomable as a deep pool yet carrying a lethal pressure, located in the building at the end of the passage ahead. Hanzo of the Salamander. Nervous. Ching-er's voice reached him through a special mental link not spoken aloud, a high-level confidential communication method audible only to the two of them. A little, Kagami replied honestly. His heart beat a bit faster than usual, and his palms were slightly sweaty. This was not only because he was about to face the demigod renowned throughout the ninja world but also because the outcome of this negotiation could directly affect the future of the Uchiha, the fate of countless civilians in the Land of Rain, and even the direction of the Second Great Ninja War. Remember 3 points. Cheng Er's voice remained calm. First, Hanzo is a realist, not a madman. All his actions are based on profit calculations. As long as the stakes are high enough, he can become anyone's temporary ally. Second, don't be intimidated by his demigod title. He is indeed strong, but we are not here to fight. Third, and most importantly, make him see that we can offer him greater benefits and lower risks than Iwa and Danzo. Kagami took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the damp air. In his blurred right-eye vision, the heavy steel door at the end of the passage was slowly opening. Behind the door was a spacious, high-ceilinged circular hall. No superfluous decorations, only cold, smooth stone walls and intricate water release formula patterns on the floor. In the center of the hall, a man stood with his back to them. Hanzo of the Salamander turned around. His breathing mask covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of sharp hawk-like eyes and a deep scar running from his forehead to his jawline. He wore Amegeku's standard dark combat uniform draped with a simple gray cloak devoid of any extra ornaments or medals. But merely standing there, an invisible pressure permeated the entire space. It was not mere chakra intimidation but an aura forged through countless battlefields, holding the power of life and death with strength etched into his very bones. Duobao. Hanzo's voice came through the mask, metallic in timbre. And this should be the one-eyed guardian who has gained some fame in the black market lately, right? No, I should say. Uchiha Kagami. Kagami's breath paused slightly. Hanzo not only knew his true identity but called it out directly. This was a show of force and also a test. Testing their reactions, testing their cards. To have my name remembered by the demigod is my honor. Kagami bowed slightly, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. His voice was specially processed, subtly different from his original timbre but clear and steady enough. Hanzo's gaze lingered on Kagami for a few seconds, especially on his right eye. I heard that Danzo took one of your eyes and the other was nearly blinded in a recent mission. But you seem better than the rumors suggest. Thanks to my companion's help, I barely managed to preserve some vision, Kagami replied calmly. But more than my eyes, I'm concerned about certain people in Amegeku staring at things they shouldn't. From the very beginning, the conversation had entered a rhythm of probing and countering. Cheng Er stepped forward at the right moment, taking over the conversation. Lord Hanzo, let's skip the pleasantries. We came here with sincerity and bargaining chips. How about we get straight to the point? Hanzo made a gesture of invitation. Suddenly 3 water screens emerged on the stone walls on both sides of the hall, displaying 3 different scenes. One was a real-time image of Amegeku's outer defenses, one was an aerial view of the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, and the last was the entrance to an underground facility in Amegeku guarded by several Amegeku ninja. This is my sincerity, Hanzo said. You can see throughout that on my turf there are no ambushes, no surveillance beyond the 3 of us. And your sincerity? Cheng Er took a special sealed scroll from his chest. After unsealing it, 3 items floated in the air. The first was a recording crystal containing footage of Iwa's laboratory, images of Uchiha bodies strapped to experimental tables, the process of extracting Sharingan eyes, and the agonizing struggles of test subjects. The second was a complete decrypted transcript of encrypted communications, clearly showing the conversation records of the experimental material trade between Amegeku and Iwa, including times, locations, quantities, and prices. The third was replicas of 3 high-level ninjutsu scrolls, not the originals but sufficient to demonstrate their content and value. From beneath Hanzo's breathing mask came a barely audible chuckle. So your bargaining chips are threat and bribery. Our bargaining chips are choice, Cheng Er corrected. Lord Hanzo, you are an excellent leader and a clear-eyed realist. You should be well aware of what continuing to cooperate with Iwa means for the Land of Rain. He pointed to the recording crystal. Once this evidence is made public, Iwa will become the common enemy of the entire ninja world, that's true. But what about Amegeku? As an accomplice and trading partner, how do you think the other great nations, especially those with bloodline limit families, will view Amegeku? What will the Hyuga and Uchiha of the Land of Fire think? What will the puppet master families of the Land of Wind think? What will the Yotan clan of the Land of Lightning think? Hanzo did not speak, but his sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Cheng Er continued. Moreover, Iwa is currently in a difficult position itself. Anoki has already received our warning. He is frantically searching for an escape route. Once the pressure is great enough, he will not hesitate to shift all blame onto Amegeku to save himself. At that point, the Land of Rain will have to bear alone the wrath of all bloodline limit families and international sanctions. And the alternative you offer? Hanzo finally spoke, his voice still calm. Is these 3 ninjutsu scrolls and a vague guarantee of neutrality? Not only that, Kagami interjected. This was his first time taking the initiative to speak, his voice steady and forceful. We also provide a complete poison resistance training regimen that can significantly enhance Amigakure ninjas' resistance to their own toxic mist and their sustained combat capability in poisoned environments. More importantly, we offer intelligence sharing. He looked at Hanzo. Lord Hanzo should be well aware that the land of rain sandwiched between three great nations suffers not from a lack of military strength but from information isolation. The great powers can easily block external information from the land of rain and can complete troop deployments and strategic layouts before you even notice. But we don't have intelligence networks spanning the 5 great nations. Hanzo's eyes showed the first subtle fluctuation. Clearly the condition of intelligence sharing touched a real pain point. What level of intelligence can you provide? He asked. Strategic level. Chang'er replied. Including but not limited to real-time movements of border troops from the great nations, core decisions from high-level meetings, progress on newly developed ninja tools and techniques, and the movements of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. The last item caused Hanzo's body to stiffen imperceptibly for a moment. Tailed beasts, the core strategic weapons of the great nations, and the power gap that small nations could never bridge. If Dawn could truly provide tailed beast intelligence, the value would far exceed the forbidden trade with IWA. And the price? Hanzo cut straight to the point. You can't possibly offer these for free. 2 conditions. Chang'er raised 2 fingers. First, immediately cease all human experiment cooperation with IWA, release all existing experimental materials, and guarantee never to engage in similar activities again. We will send people to supervise the execution. And the second. Second, in the upcoming full-scale conflict, Amigakure must remain neutral. Kagami took over. Do not actively attack forces that have cooperative relations with Dawn, including internal forces in Konoha that may form alliances in the future. At the same time, provide limited acquiescence and protection for the humanitarian shelters established by Dawn. Hanzo was silent for a long time. In the hall, only the sound of rain striking the external pipes and the faint hum of the water screen technique could be heard. He was weighing, calculating, and simulating the possible consequences of each choice. What if I say no? He finally asked. Chang'er did not answer directly but instead asked. Lord Hanzo, do you still remember the price the Land of Rain paid during the Second Great Ninja War 3 years ago? The scenes on the water screen shifted, showing war footage from 3 years ago, burning villages, piled corpses, weeping orphans, and land utterly devastated by poison gas and ninjutsu. That was the most painful memory of the Land of Rain, and the deepest scar in Hanzo's heart. In that war, the Land of Rain lost 74000 civilians, 3200 ninja, and over 150000 people were displaced. Chang'er's voice grew low. And at that time, Amigakure's military strength was not inferior to now, and your own strength was enough to intimidate most enemies. But why was the outcome still that? He stared into Hanzo's eyes. Because the Land of Rain had no allies, no strategic depth, and insufficient intelligence and diplomatic resources. When the great powers decided to make this place a battlefield, you could only passively defend using the flesh and blood of soldiers and civilians to buy time inch by inch until they grew tired and withdrew on their own. But now it's different. Kagami stepped forward. If you cooperate with us, the Land of Rain will have for the first time a reliable external intelligence source and potential strategic partners. When the next conflict comes, you will know the enemy's movements in advance, can choose the battlefield, proactively exert diplomatic influence, and even, at critical moments, communicate secretly with certain great nations through our channels to avoid the worst outcome. Hanzo slowly walked to the edge of the hall and through a narrow window looked out at the village shrouded in rain. In the rain curtain, those steel buildings stood like silent beasts guarding this disaster-ridden country. Can you guarantee the accuracy and timeliness of the intelligence? He asked with his back to them. We can prove it with an actual case. Chang'er said. 3 days from now, a supply unit from IWA disguised as a merchant caravan will pass through the northern border of the Land of Grass, heading for their secret border outpost. We can provide you with the specific route, escort force, and disguise method 24 hours in advance. You can verify it. And the 3 ninjutsu scrolls. I want to see the complete originals first. Agreed. Chang'er readily accepted. But only after we confirm that Amigakure has released all experimental materials and completely destroyed the related facilities. Hanzo turned around, his sharp eyes sweeping between Chang'er and Kagami. One last question. What exactly does Dawn want? Don't tell me it's just to rescue a few test subjects or build a few shelters. With this scale of planning and this level of bargaining, you have a larger scheme. Kagami and Chang'er had anticipated this question. What we want is to change the rules of this ninja world. Chang'er's voice carried genuine emotion for the first time, a deep, long-suppressed longing. We want to break the pattern where great nations monopolize power and small nations are at their mercy. We want to end the fate of bloodline limits being coveted, plundered, and researched. We want to create a world where at least the innocent do not die so easily. Naive, Hanzo commented, but his tone held no mockery, only a complex sense of nostalgia. But precisely because of that naivety it is fearsome. Because naive people are often more persistent and more willing to pay any price than realists. He walked back to the center of the hall and his voice beneath the breathing mask delivered the final verdict. I can accept your conditions. But there are a few additional clauses. First, intelligence sharing must be two-way. Amigekyo will also provide some of the intelligence we possess as an exchange. Second, the 3 ninjutsu scrolls and the poison resistance regimen must be personally taught by your people in Amigekyo, training at least 20 core ninja to ensure they can fully master them. Third, regarding the humanitarian shelters, Amigekyo can provide acquiescence and protection, but you must guarantee that these shelters will not become spy outposts or hiding places for hostile forces. We will conduct periodic inspections. Fourth, and most importantly, Hanzo's gaze fell on Kagami. If one day in the future you truly change something, the Land of Rain must have a status and voice commensurate with its strength in the new order. This must be written into our secret agreement. Ching-er and Kagami exchanged glances, both seeing the acceptable judgment in each other's eyes. Deal. Ching-er extended his hand. Hanzo clasped at his grip, powerful as if testing something. Then he released and looked at Kagami. As for you, Uchiha Kagami, I've heard of your story. Danzo took your eye, Konoha abandoned you, but you not only survived, you found a new path. His eyes held a complex emotion that Kagami could not read. Keep that resilience. In this world, those who can survive without losing their true heart are rarer than so-called powerful ones. Kagami was momentarily taken aback, then nodded solemnly. I will remember. The agreement was reached. Though it was only a verbal commitment requiring subsequent detailed clauses and mutual verification, the core framework was established. This marked the first time Dawn successfully established a formal cooperative relationship with the leader of a great national-level power. When Kagami and Ching-er left that steel hall and stepped back into the rain, Kagami couldn't help but look back. Hanzo still stood by the window gazing at the rain and the village. That solitary, powerful figure stood out sharply against the blurred rain curtain. He was both the guardian deity of the Land of Rain and a mortal torn between reality and ideals. His last words, Kagami said through the mental link, are a sigh and a reminder. Ching-er replied. When Hanzo was young, he might have also had ideals of changing the world. But the weight of reality, the burden of responsibility, the corrosion of power, eventually turned him into what he is now. Seeing us, he perhaps saw a glimpse of his younger self, which is why he said those words. Kagami walked in silence. Rain struck his face, the coolness seeping into his skin. His right eye's vision was still blurry, but he could see the reflections of accumulated water on the road ahead, the streaks of water flowing down the pipes, and the traces of this country's tenacious survival amid gloom. Strength, ideals, reality, compromise. These words collided repeatedly in his mind. He had once thought the ninja world was black and white. Enemies were enemies, comrades were comrades. But after experiencing all this, he gradually understood that this world was full of gray areas, complex entanglements of interests, and unavoidable choices. And they, Dawn, were trying to carve a path toward light in this gray zone. What's next? Kagami asked. First, return to the base, Ching-er said. Report the negotiation results to Tobirama, then start executing the first phase of the agreement. Supervise Amigekyo's release of experimental materials and simultaneously prepare the intelligence on Iwa's supply unit. Once this step is completed, Hanzo will truly believe in our capabilities and sincerity. And Konoha, Danzo, proceed according to the original plan. Ching-er's voice turned cold. Once the situation in Amigekyo stabilizes, we will initiate contact with Konoha. The evidence of Danzo's crimes is almost gathered. It's time to make Hiruzen choose. The two figures receded into the rain. Behind them in the steel hall, Hanzo still stood by the window. An Amigekyo Jonin appeared silently behind him. Lord Hanzo, should we send someone to follow them? No. Hanzo shook his head. That man called Duobao, his chakra is very special. Following them would only expose us. And he paused. And I believe that at least for now they are honest. Because they need this alliance more than we do. What about IWA? Suspend all transactions, release those materials, Hanzo ordered. Do it cleanly, leave no traces. Also send someone to verify the intelligence on Iwa's supply unit they mentioned. If it proves true. He did not finish, but the Jonin understood the meaning. If the intelligence proved true, it meant that Dawn truly possessed the intelligence capabilities they claimed. Then cooperation with them would be worth far more than expected. The Jonin bowed and withdrew. The hall was left with only Hanzo. He gazed at the ceaseless rain outside the window, and the corner of his mouth beneath the breathing mask curved upward almost imperceptibly. Change the rules of the world, huh? He murmured to himself. Interesting. Let me see how far you naive idealists can go. The rain continued to fall. But in this gloomy country a new seed had been quietly planted. Would it grow into a towering tree or wither early? No one knew. But at least at this moment someone chose to believe, someone chose to try. And for this ninja world perhaps this was the beginning of change. In the 21st year of Mu-Yi, the last withered leaf of deep autumn drifted from the branch, crushed into powder under the footsteps of a patrolling ninja. On the surface, Mu-Yi hidden village still maintained its orderly peace during peacetime. Shouts rang out continuously from the training grounds, ninjas came and went in the mission hall, shops on the streets operated as usual, and children's laughter rang crisp and clear in the autumn sunlight. But beneath the surface undercurrents had surged so fiercely that they were almost bursting the dam. Within the Huiying's office, Yuan Fei risen stood by the window holding an extinguished pipe between his fingers. He had maintained this posture for nearly half an hour. His gaze appeared to fall on the genin engaged in simulated combat on the training ground outside the window, but in reality his focus was scattered, his mind entirely elsewhere. On the desk lay 3 intelligence scrolls from different sources, yet their contents were astonishingly consistent. The first was from the Anbu border reconnaissance team, detailing the abnormal movements of Yuyin on the Chaoyu border. Within the past 72 hours, Yuyin had not only stopped all cross-border patrols, but also proactively withdrew 5 outposts closest to the border. At the same time, multiple teams disguised as merchant caravans entered Chao country from Yu country. However, according to the Anbu secret surveillance, these caravans quickly dispersed upon entering Chao country, with some members escorting tightly wrapped goods, moving southeast toward the border between Yu country and Chuan country, a region not under the direct control of any major nation. The second was a supplementary report from Neon Lugio. This young prodigy Chunin, after the border conflict, was secretly assigned by Risen to continue investigating the human experimentation incident in Yuyin. Lugio, through his clan's intelligence network and some private channels, discovered a crucial detail among those transported goods. At least 3 batches after entering Yu country were not delivered to Yuyin village, but were redirected to several outposts marked as abandoned. And these outposts just a week ago suddenly showed chakra reactions from medical ninjas. The third came from Jitsun Tuanzang. Risen's gaze finally focused. He turned and walked to the desk, picking up that scroll again. Tuanzang's handwriting was all too familiar, yet the content of this report filled him with unfamiliarity and unease. The report claimed that according to Gen Bus intelligence, Yuyin had recently experienced internal power struggles, with Shanju Yubanzang purging a number of disobedient mid-level commanders and researchers, causing multiple secret projects to be forced to halt or relocate. The report specifically mentioned certain sensitive projects involving external cooperation, hinting that Banzang was erasing traces of secret collaborations with countries like Yan, hidden possibly due to sensing pressure from external investigations. The recommendation section of the report was written with high-sounding words. Given the internal turmoil in Yuyin, Mu-Yi should strengthen border vigilance while maintaining restraint to avoid provoking Banzang into extreme reactions. But in the final paragraph of the recommendations, Tuanzang wrote in bold, "However, Banzang is a suspicious and capricious man. This purge may be a precursor to greater actions." Jinbu has prepared for the worst-case scenario and recommends that the Huiying's office grant corresponding authority to allow rapid response in the event of a crisis, protecting Mu-Yi's interests. Demanding more authority to react swiftly in a crisis. Risen knew Tuanzang too well. These words translated meant, give me an excuse and the power to start a war, and I will handle the Yuyin problem. The question was what Tuanzang wanted to handle. Was it really just the Yuyin problem? Risen put down the scroll and rubbed his throbbing temple. Each of these 3 intelligence reports had a reasonable explanation when viewed alone, but together they formed a bizarre contradiction. Yuyin's border behavior seemed to be contracting defenses and avoiding conflict, yet internally they were conducting large-scale purges and transfers. The goods transport observed by Anbu matched the flow of experimental materials Lugio investigated, yet Tuanzang attributed everything to internal power struggles. What unsettled him even more was that Tuanzang's report completely omitted his own secret cooperation with Yan Hidden. If Yuyin was indeed trading human experiments with Yan Hidden, then as the technology provider, how could Tuanzang not know about Banzang's purge? Unless Tuanzang knew but chose to conceal it. And the reason for concealment might be that he wanted to take this opportunity to simultaneously strike at Yuyin and divert the Huiying's office's attention from his own issues. Risen. The office door was pushed open and Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuihu Menyan entered. Their faces were equally grave, clearly having also received the relevant intelligence. Have you both seen it? Risen asked. Xiaochun nodded and sat down on the sofa. The intelligence from Anbu and Lugio is highly credible and mutually corroborative. The problem lies in Tuanzang's report. It's too clean to be like him. He concealed something. Menyan pushed up his glasses, his tone affirmative. With Gen Bus intelligence capabilities, it's impossible that they would only draw such a simple conclusion as internal power struggles from such large-scale abnormal movements in Yuin. Moreover, the report makes no mention of human experimentation at all. This is not in line with Tuanzang's usual style. If he truly doesn't know, it means Gen Bus intelligence network has a serious hole. If he knows but doesn't report, then it means this matter involves his own interests. Risen finished the sentence, his voice low. I suspect that Tuanzang's cooperation with Yen Hidden may not be just technical support. The source of those experimental materials transported by Yuin might be within Hu country's borders, or even within Muyi itself. The office fell into a suffocating silence. This speculation was too bold and too terrifying. If Tuanzang was really using Muyi's civilians or ninjas as experimental materials to trade with Yen Hidden and Yuin, we need evidence, Xiaochun finally said. Direct, undeniable evidence. Otherwise, with mere speculation, we cannot move against Tuanzang. He has considerable support in the Elder Council and among some clans, and Jinbu has indeed handled many unsavory problems for Muyi. That is a fact. That's also why he dares to act so recklessly, Menyan said with a bitter smile. He knows we can't do without Jinbu, at least not now. The Second Shinobi World War is imminent. Internal strife at this time would only give external enemies an opportunity. Risen walked back to the window, looking at the autumn scenery of Muyi outside. The sunlight was just right, the maple leaves like fire, everything so peaceful and beautiful. But as the Huang, he knew better than anyone how fragile this peace was, how much it needed someone to protect it, even if by less than honorable means. Increase surveillance on Tuanzang, he finally ordered. But don't use Nbu personnel. Tuanzang is too familiar with Nbu. Xiaochun, through the medical squad system, secretly investigate the records of all abnormal deaths or disappearances of ninjas and civilians in the past 3 years, especially those suspected of having special physiques or bloodline limits. Menyan coordinate with the major clans under the guise of a pre-war census, collect data on the current members and recent losses of each clan, and watch for anomalous figures. What about Yuin? Xiaochun asked. Maintain vigilance but do not provoke, Risen said. Also let Lugio continue his investigation but reinforce him with additional personnel. Assign 2 squads from my direct guard, absolutely reliable individuals with no connection to Genbu. If Yuin is truly releasing experimental materials, then these released individuals are the most direct witnesses. Should we take them in? Menyan frowned. That would be equivalent to publicly admitting we know about this and might directly lead to conflict with Yuin. Do not take them in but protect them. Risen's gaze sharpened. Let Lugio find these people, confirm their safety, and obtain testimonies. If possible, transfer them to a safe location, not within Hu country's borders but also not falling into the hands of other major nations. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. Even the regular Nbu systems cannot be used. Xiaochun and Menyan exchanged a glance, both understanding Risen's meaning. He was preparing a contingency plan, a plan to completely confront Tuanzang when necessary. But this course of action carried immense risk. If leaked, it would not only trigger internal strife in Muyi but also be exploited by enemy nations. Risen, Xiaochun said softly. Are you truly ready? Breaking with Tuanzang may split Muyi. If he is truly using Muyi's people as experiments. Risen's voice carried a suppressed fury. Then splitting is better than being complicit. Our elder brother and teacher established Muyi not to create a power that can arbitrarily sacrifice the weak but to build a home where children can grow up in peace. If we cannot even hold this bottom line, then what meaning is there in my being Huang? After he spoke these words, the office fell into silence again. But in this silence a resolute consensus was forming. We will handle it, Menyan finally said. But you must also be careful, Risen. If Tuanzang senses something, he will not sit still. I know. Risen nodded. That is why everything must be done in the shadows until the evidence is conclusive. Also, help me contact Silai Dashuan and Gangho. Have them finish their current tasks and return to the village as soon as possible. If the worst happens, I need them on my side. At the same time, in a hidden valley on the border of Chao country and Yu country. This was originally an abandoned mine with intricate underground tunnels, the entrance concealed behind a waterfall. But now it had been temporarily converted into a crude but functional shelter camp. Yuzibo Jing stood on a high ground outside the waterfall, his chakra perception covering the entire area. His right eye had completed the final consolidation treatment 3 days ago, and now his vision was stable at about 60% of normal. Still blurry colors, dull long-distance details, severely lost, but at least he could see faces, read text, and move normally during the day. More importantly, after this trauma and recovery, his understanding of chakra perception had reached a new level. Now, even without deliberately extending his perception, subtle information such as life signs, chakra flow, and air vibrations within 30 meters automatically flowed into his consciousness, forming an almost instinctive environmental intuition. The fourth batch has arrived. He appeared silently beside him. 23 people, including 7 children, 4 severely injured and the rest with varying degrees of malnutrition and residual toxins. You is treating them. Jing nodded. This was the fourth batch of experimental materials, or rather victims, released by Yuyin according to the agreement. Over the past 7 days, Yuyin had released a total of 87 people in 4 batches. More than half were war orphans, the rest came from poor families of various small countries, and a few were missing ninjas from minor ninja villages. Their commonality: all had some special physique or suspected bloodline limit traits, and all had endured inhuman torture. Some had foreign objects implanted into their bodies, some had their chakra meridians forcibly altered, and some were mentally on the verge of collapse, only curling up in corners and muttering to themselves. Any movement from Muyi's side? Jing asked. Lugious people appeared during the third batch release, he replied. They were very cautious, did not make direct contact, only observed and recorded from afar. According to SIS tracking, they should have confirmed the locations and transport routes of at least 3 release points, but have taken no action. Risen is waiting, Jing judged. He is waiting for more evidence and also for Tuanzang to show a flaw. However, he won't wait much longer. Why? Because Tuanzang has already sensed it. Jing gazed northwestward toward the location of Konoha. According to the intelligence Kakuzu obtained from the underworld, route has suddenly intensified its internal purge over the past 3 days. At least 5 mid-level operatives have been secretly executed under the charge of suspicion of betrayal. Danzo is cleaning up those who might leak secrets. Yes, expression turned grave. Then our witnesses are safe for now, Jing said. The Rain released these people under the guise of evacuation from the plague quarantine zone, and each batch was sent out from different locations via different routes. Even if Danzo knows someone is investigating, he won't trace it here in the short term. More importantly, he paused. Hanzo is cooperating more than we expected. Not only did he release the people on time, but he also set up misleading traces and false intelligence at each release point, diverting the investigators' attention toward the wrong direction. He genuinely wants to sever ties with IWAN. He seems to enjoy this game of maneuvering against Danzo and Inoki. He smiled bitterly. We small fries can only try not to be crushed in these power struggles between big shots. We are no longer small fries. Jing looked at the gradually lighting lamps in the valley. We have a base, comrades, in agreement with Hanzo, and evidence enough to shake Danzo's position. More importantly, we have a clear goal. He turned to face Yi. Yi go inform CI and Gu. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct preliminary interviews and records of the released personnel. The focus is not on their tragic experiences, but on 2 key pieces of information. First, what were the characteristics of the people who captured them? Second, in the Rain's laboratory, what did they see or hear that was particularly unusual, especially clues related to Konoha Sharingan and Hashirama cells? You want to hand these testimonies to Saratobi? Not entirely. Jing's eyes were profound. We will compile 2 sets of files. One is the complete version containing all details as our own trump card. The other is a condensed version containing only the core evidence that directly points to Danzo's dealings with IWA and the Rain. This one will be delivered to Saratobi at the right time through the right channel. Timing. Yu was puzzled. Jing did not answer directly. In his perception, a familiar chakra was rapidly approaching. It was Ching'er. A few seconds later, Ching'er's figure emerged from the hidden passage behind the waterfall. He looked somewhat tired, but his eyes behind the dark silver mask gleamed with excitement. Just received news from Kakuzu, he said without preamble. The border negotiations between Kumogakure and Iwagakure have collapsed. Jing and Yi both perked up. Details? Jing asked. IWA demanded that Kumo withdraw the 2 newly established outposts on the border of the Land of Hot Water. In exchange, IWA would consider reducing its garrison in the northern Land of Grass. But Kumo refused. The Reikage Yorei replied, IWA wants to trade already occupied land for land Kumo has not yet occupied. This is an insult to the Land of Lightning. The negotiation lasted only 2 hours before being suspended, with both sides' representatives parting in discord. Ching'er walked to the edge of the high ground, looking at the gradually gathering crowd in the valley below. But that's not the most critical part. The most critical part is, after the collapse of negotiations, Kumo's AB combo suddenly left the border of the Land of Hot Water, their whereabouts unknown. On Iwa's side, Inoki's son Katsuchi secretly left the northern garrison of the Land of Grass yesterday, leading an elite squad moving east, toward the Land of Rain. Jing's mind raced. The disappearance of Kumo's AB combo, the abnormal movement of Iwa's elite squad coupled with the earlier intelligence about the rift between IWA and the Rain. Inoki wants to bypass Hanzo and contact the opposition within the Rain directly. He speculated. And Kumo might want to seize the opportunity to provoke conflict between IWA and the Rain, then profit from the turmoil. Not only that. Ching-er lowered his voice. Kakuzu also provided a piece of intelligence 3 days ago soon as Elder Chio secretly received an envoy from the Land of Rain. The content of the meeting is unknown, but when the envoy left he took away a basic scroll of Suna's puppetry technique, as a gift of friendly exchange. Yi gasped. Suna wants to meddle too. But shouldn't they be more focused on the northwestern border of the Rain which borders the Land of Wind? That's why this gift is so significant. Chang-er analyzed. That old hag Chio never does a loss-making deal. She gave away a basic puppetry scroll, which means what the Rain envoy brought was far more valuable. And what is the Rain's most valuable bargaining chip right now? Their military presence on the Grass Rain border. Jing understood. Hanzo's main forces are concentrated on the eastern front. If Suna can persuade the Rain to make concessions on the northwestern border or at least remain neutral, Suna can free up its hands to focus on border friction with Konoha or even seize some benefits in the western part of the Land of Rain. Clever. Chang-er nodded approvingly. So the current situation is IWA wants to bypass Hanzo and contact internal factions in the Rain. Kumo wants to stir up chaos and benefits. Suna wants to reach a tacit understanding with the Rain on the northwestern border. And at the center of all this, Hanzo himself is cooperating with us, cleaning up his internal problems and preparing to face the coming storm. And Konoha. Yi interjected. Inside Konoha, the hidden struggle between the Hokage and Danzo is about to surface externally. The major nations are all exploiting the Rain issue. Once a certain string snaps, the second great ninja war will erupt in full force. Chang-er concluded. And this time the Land of Rain will not be a passive battlefield like last time. Hanzo will actively turn this place into a quagmire that devours all invaders. And we Dawn are standing right at the center of this storm's eye. The three fell silent, gazing at the valley below. Night deepened and the campfires in the darkness flickered like faint stars. The victims who had just gained freedom gathered around the bonfires. Medical ninjas distributed food and medicine. Those in slightly better spirits whispered among themselves while children curled up in their mother's arms sleeping peacefully. This scene was tranquil and fragile, like the final calm before a storm. We need to accelerate our plan, Jing finally said. Our contact with Konoha can wait no longer. We must ensure Sarutobi has enough evidence to make a choice before the full-scale war erupts. Otherwise, if Konoha's internal strife flares up first and external enemies exploit the chaos, it will be too late. I agree, said Ching-er. Tomorrow I'll return to the base and work with Tobirama to formulate a specific contact plan. Jing, stay here, continue receiving and settling the released and organize the evidence. Yu and Ci and Gu will strengthen the camp's vigilance and intelligence gathering, especially watching for any reconnaissance personnel from IWA, Kumo, or Suna approaching. And if we find them? Yi asked. Do not engage proactively, Ching-er said. Record their characteristics, numbers, and movement patterns, then let them pass. Now is not the time for us to directly intervene in the conflicts of the great nations. What we must do is observe, guide, and if necessary, give a push. A push? Jing frowned. Toward which direction? Ching-er looked north, toward the direction of Iwa's garrison. Toward making Danzo and Inoki tear each other apart first. These two old foxes have collaborated for 3 years, each holding the other's leverage. Now that the cooperation is shattered, it's the perfect time to make them suspicious and expose each other. What we need to do is provide a little catalyst. He looked at Jing. In the evidence you've compiled, is there anything particularly capable of provoking Inoki's nerves? For example, Danzo secretly demanded far more experimental subjects from IWA than the agreed share. Or Danzo deliberately concealed key parts in the technical data he provided, causing an abnormally high failure rate in Iwa's experiments. Jing recalled the records brought back from Iwa's laboratory and nodded. Yes. The experiment logs show that the number of high-quality experimental subjects Danzo demanded was more than 3 times what IWA could actually supply, forcing IWA to expand its capture range and increase the risk of exposure. Additionally, on the key parameters of the Sharingan stabilization technique, the data provided by Root indeed had contradictions, causing the direct death of 3 batches of experimental subjects. Excellent. Ching-er's eyes narrowed behind the mask. Extract this information and send it to Inoki anonymously. No explanation of the source, no conditions attached, just the facts. Given that old fox's paranoid nature, he will derive on his own that Danzo intended to use IWA, or even frame IWA. And what about Danzo's side? For Danzo, we have a more direct gift. Ching'er took out a small recording crystal from his bosom. Kakuza's people intercepted a rogue Iwanin yesterday who was trying to sell intelligence on the black market. That fellow had partial original records of secret communications between IWA and Rude bearing Anoki's personal signature and Danzo's cipher confirmation. Though incomplete, it's enough to prove that their transactions were directly authorized at the highest levels of both sides. Jing received the crystal, sensing the chakra fluctuation sealed within. This is for Saratobi. No, for Danzo. Ching'er smiled, but there was no warmth in his laughter. Through a third channel let him know that IWA may have already betrayed, preparing to use this evidence to strike a deal with Konoha. Given Danzo's personality, he will act immediately, either completely destroy all traces or strike first and take retaliatory measures against IWA. Either way, it will accelerate his break with Anoki. As he listened to these schemes, a chill ran through him. This was the dark side of great power: politics, lies, betrayal, manipulation, exploitation. Everyone trying to use others as pawns while hiding in the shadows to control the board. Are we any different from them? He couldn't help asking. The difference lies in the purpose, Jing answered softly. His right eye was blurry, but his gaze was exceptionally clear. They act for power, profit, ambition. We act to protect those below and countless innocents like them. The means may be similar, but the purpose defines the essence. He turned to Ching'er. I have only one request. No matter the plan, it cannot come at the cost of sacrificing these people who have already been rescued. They have suffered enough. I promise, Ching'er said solemnly. Their safety is the top priority. All the maneuvering will take place far from here. Night deepened. The campfires in the valley were extinguished one by one, and the camp fell into slumber. Only the ninjas on watch remained awake, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. On the broader chessboard of the ninja world, countless pieces were moving silently, countless conspiracies brewing in the shadows. Konoha Iwa Kumo Suna, the rain. Each faction like a surging current about to collide. And Dawn was like a small boat amidst the rapids, trying to find a channel to the other shore through the gaps of the collision. Dangerous, but they must press on. Jing took one last look at the camp, then turned and walked toward the hidden passage. There was much to do tomorrow, and the time they had left was running short. The final calm before the storm is often the most oppressive, yet also the most precious. For when the storm truly arrives, everything will be changed forever. All they could do was grip the helm tightly, sail against the wind and waves toward that dawn that might exist or might be nothing but a phantom. Winter of my 21, the first snow came earlier than in previous years. Gray-white snowflakes fell from the sky, landing on the roofs of my hidden village, the training grounds, and the river surface of Nanha River, which had already formed thin ice. Children played in the snow, housewives busied themselves storing provisions for the winter, and ninjas carried out patrol duties with white breath in the cold. On the surface it was an ordinary winter morning. But in the underground meeting room of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was so cold it could freeze the air. Yuanfei Risen sat at the head of the long table with 7 documents spread out before him. Seated on his sides were Xuanqing, Xiaochun, Shuahuman Yen, and Tuanzang, whose face was ashen. At the far end of the conference table, 3 ninjas in black robes and animal masks knelt on one knee. They were the core members of Risen's direct umbu, responsible for carrying out top-secret missions. These intelligence reports. Yuanfei Risen's voice was terrifyingly calm as his fingers lightly tapped the topmost document. Can any of you explain this? The contents of the documents were shocking. An anonymous encrypted scroll detailed the secret transactions between Root and Iwagakure over the past 3 years, including the exchange of Xiaolunian transplantation technology, transportation routes for experimental subjects, and 3 direct secret correspondences between Daimyu and Tuanzang. A transaction record intercepted from the black market showed that Root had sold at least 17 high-value biological samples to Iwagakure through 3 different underground channels, including 5 samples labeled as related to Yuziba bloodline. An abnormal death report from a border medical station recorded the outbreak of an unknown plague in 7 villages along the border of the grass country within the past 6 months, causing over 300 deaths. However, according to the Umbu's field investigation, more than 1/3 of these deceased had chakra meridians, and their death symptoms were highly similar to the rejection reaction of some forbidden experiment. And a final investigation report from Naliang Lujio, accompanied by testimonies, photos, and medical records of 17 rescued experimental subjects, among which 3 clearly identified the characteristics of the captors. Those characteristics perfectly matched the standard equipment and tactics of a certain Root action squad. Each document was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone in the meeting room. Xuanqing Xiaochun's hands were trembling as she flipped through the testimony photos, which showed victims tortured beyond recognition, children, elderly, and pregnant women. Behind Shuahuman Yan's glasses, his usually calm eyes were now filled with shock and anger. As for Tuanzang, his right hand was tightly pressing on his bandaged arm, with veins bulging on the back of his hand. Although the face under the mask was invisible, the light flickering in those eyes was a mixture of shock, anger, and a hint of fear. Forgery. Tuanzang's voice squeezed through his teeth, dry and hoarse. These are all clumsy forgeries. Someone wants to frame Root and split my Risen. You don't believe this absurd nonsense, do you? I want to believe they are forgeries too. Risen raised his head, his gaze piercing Tuanzang like a knife. So a week ago I sent Umbu to the 3 transfer points for experimental subjects mentioned in the report, as well as the ruins of the 7 plague villages in the grass country. He took out a sealed metal box from under the table and opened it. Inside were over a dozen small evidence bags containing scorched cloth fragments, broken kunai shards with Root's secret code, and the remains of several sealing tools engraved with complex techniques. We dug these up from 3 meters underground at the transfer point. Risen picked up an evidence bag containing a scorched but still recognizable cloth fragment with Root's unique dark pattern on the edge. Remnants of Root's standard equipment. Burned for disposal but not buried deep enough, and were exposed after being washed by snowmelt. He then picked up another bag containing a half-broken kunai with a tiny symbol engraved on the hilt, the identifying mark of a certain Root action squad. As for those villages. Risen's voice grew colder. The Umbu dug open 17 graves. The deceased indeed died of plague symptoms, but in the bones and internal organs of 9 of the corpses chakra residues and pharmaceutical components related to the forbidden experiment were detected. The formula of these residues had a 78 match with the formula of a certain experimental medicinal agent that Root's laboratory submitted to the medical unit for record 3 years ago. The meeting room fell into dead silence. Only the faint sound of wind and snow from outside the window and Tuanzang's increasingly heavy breathing. What are you trying to say, Risen? Tuanzang finally spoke, his voice suppressing a violent rage. Just based on these pieces of junk dug up from nowhere, you want to convict me? Convince Root. Do you know how many shady things Root has handled for my? Do you know how many threats we have nipped in the bud? Now just because of these. Because behind these junk are over 300 lives. Risen slammed the table and stood up, his voice losing control for the first time. Living, breathing people, Tuanzang. They are the people I should protect. Not experimental materials, not consumable resources, people. He walked around the table step by step toward Tuanzang. Each step landed on the cold floor, producing heavy echoes. What did the first Hokage say when he founded Mai? Create a world where children no longer need to go to war. What did our teacher teach us? The power of a ninja is for protection, not for plunder. And you, Tuanzang, what have you done in these 3 years? Risen stopped in front of Tuanzang, and their gazes collided fiercely in the air. You are experimenting on living people, you are desecrating the remains and eyes of the Yuzhibo, you are conducting forbidden transactions with our enemy nations, you have forgotten why we became ninjas and why we founded Mai. Tuanzang also stood up. His body trembled slightly with rage, and under the bandages on his right arm those Xylonians seemed to stir restlessly. I have not forgotten, he growled. I have never forgotten. It is precisely because I have not forgotten that I must do these things. Risen, look at this world. Look around. Kumogakure is sharpening its blades, Awagakure is expanding its army, Sunagakure is eyeing us covetously, and Hanzo of Amigakure is even more ambitious. The second shinobi world war is right before us, and what does Mai have? He pointed out the window. Does Mai have your 3 ninja? Have those children still playing in the training grounds? Have those villagers immersed in the illusion of peace? No. What Mai needs is power. Absolute power to intimidate all enemies. The first Hokages would style the Yuzhibo clan's Xyolin and the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. These are true power. And I am only using necessary means to acquire these powers for Mai. So those civilians deserve to die. Xiaochun's voice trembled as she spoke. Those children deserve to become materials on your experimental table. Tuanzang, have you gone mad? I am not mad. Tuanzang spun around, his eyes bloodshot under the bandages. I am just more clear-sighted than all of you. In this world of ninja where the strong prey on the weakness is the original sin. Mercy is poison. If we do not boldly pursue power, Mai will sooner or later be torn apart by other great nations. When that time comes, it won't be 300 people dead but 30,000. 300,000. Enough. Risen's voice regained calm, but beneath that calm was a volcano about to erupt. Tuanzang, I now formally relieve you of all your duties in the name of the Hokage. Root is from now on taken over by the Umbu, and all members will undergo review. As for you, until the investigation is over, you are not allowed to leave Mai, not allowed to access any classified documents, and not allowed to mobilize any ninja forces. Tuanzang was stunned. He looked at Risen in disbelief, then at Xiaochun and Menyan. Both avoided his gaze, but their silence was itself a statement. You. Tuanzang's voice suddenly became abnormally calm, terrifyingly calm. You want to move against me? At this moment when war is about to break out, you want to cut off your own arm. If that arm has already festered and rotted, Risen did not flinch. Then amputation is the only choice. Very well. Tuanzang laughed a twisted, insane smile. Very well, Risen. You have finally shown the resolve of a Hokage. Then let me tell you this. He suddenly tore off the bandages on his right arm. On the pale arm 7 scarlet Xiaolinian opened simultaneously like the gaze of hell. The skin of the arm showed an unnatural wood-grain pattern, traces of Hashirama cell's erosion. A vast and chaotic chakra erupted from Tuanzang's body, blowing the documents in the meeting room into a scattered flurry. The three Umbu moved instantly, forming a triangle around Tuanzang. Their hands were on their sword hilts, chakra flowing, ready to strike at any moment. Tuanzang, don't do anything foolish, Risen said in a deep voice. Resistance will only make things worse. Worse, Tuanzang sneered. Risen, do you know what the greatest gain I have made in these 3 years is? Not the Xiaolinian, not the research data on Hashirama cells, but a simple truth. His Xiaolinian began to spin wildly, and all 7 eyes simultaneously emitted a blood-red glow. In this world, only the living have the right to talk about right and wrong. The dead, no matter how correct they were, are merely dust of history. The moment his words fell, Tuanzang's figure vanished. It was not the body flicker technique, but some more bizarre, faster method of movement. The three Umbu drew their blades simultaneously, the sword lights slashing at the spot where Tuanzang had been standing, but only cutting through air. The next instant Tuanzang appeared at the meeting room door. On his right arm, 1 Xiaolinian had closed with a trail of blood, tears flowing from the corner, the cost of using some eye technique. Risen, you will regret today's decision. Tuanzang, with his back to them, said coldly. When you see my bleeding because of your weakness, you will kneel and beg me to come back. But by then, it will be too late. He pushed open the door and his figure disappeared into the shadow of the corridor outside. After him, Risen ordered. Just as the three Umbu were about to move, the floor of the meeting room suddenly shook violently. Complex sealing techniques emerged from beneath the floor, and purple flame walls rose from all sides, sealing the entire meeting room inside. For purple flame formation, Menion's face changed. When did he set it up? When he tore off the bandages just now. Xiaoqun gritted her teeth. That was not just a show of force, but also forming hand seals to prepare the barrier. We are trapped. Risen walked to the flame wall and reached out to test it. The scorching heat instantly burned his fingertips. This was not the ordinary 4 purple flame formation, but a modified version with greater power, difficult to break through in a short time. He cannot escape the village. Rijan turned around, his tone resolute. Send the order. The entire village is to enter a state of level 1 alert, sealing off all entrances and exits. The entire Umbu has been dispatched to search for Shimura Danzo. Remember, we want him alive. Yet within his heart a sense of unease was spreading. The look in Danzo's eyes earlier was one of complete betrayal. What would a person who has already severed ties do? At the same time, at the northern border of the grass country, heavy snow covered the mountains and forests, dyeing everything a monotonous white. The 5 demolition teams of Iwagakure had already set up winter camps with tents and fortifications appearing like gray beetles in the snow. Inside the largest tent, Oyaki was sitting by a fire pit reading a scroll that had just arrived through secret channels. His son Huangtu stood beside him, his expression grave. The content of the scroll was simple, with only 3 sentences. Danzo has been exposed. Chaos will erupt within Konoha. Hanzo has defected. All experimental materials have been lost. The transaction is terminated. All traces have been destroyed. Do not contact again. Root Oyaki threw the scroll into the fire pit. The parchment curled, blackened, and turned to ashes in the flames. Father Huangtu asked softly, what shall we do? If Danzo really falls, we will lose our greatest source of intelligence and partnership within Konoha. Moreover, the Rain Village has suddenly released all experimental materials. Hanzo clearly intends to sever ties with us. Oyaki silently watched the flames dancing in the fire pit. The wrinkles on his aged yet sharp face deepened in the firelight. That Hanzo, the opportunist, he finally spoke, his voice calm yet filled with anger, immediately turns when the wind shifts. But, does he think he can clear his name this way? What do you mean? Those experimental materials, those transaction records, those technical exchanges. These traces cannot be completely erased just by wanting to. Oyaki stood up, pacing in the tent with his hands behind his back. Moreover, Danzo is now fighting for his own survival, but he also holds leverage over us. If he decides to drag everyone down with him and expose everything. He did not finish, but Huangtu already understood the consequences. Iwagakure would face condemnation and sanctions from the entire shinobi world, and the major countries with bloodline clans would unite to apply pressure, possibly even triggering a new war against Iwagakure. Then we must take the initiative before Danzo exposes everything, Huangtu said. Exactly. Oyaki paused. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, but not by directly attacking Konoha. Doing so would only unite Konoha against external enemies, instead saving Rijan and Danzo. He walked to the sand table in the corner of the tent, his finger pointing at the border line between the grass country and the rain country. Does Hanzo think he can escape unscathed? Naive. Oyaki sneered. Send the order. The first and second demolition teams are to move immediately towards the rain country border and establish an offensive position 3 kilometers from the border. The third team will stay here to prevent any unusual movements from Konoha. The fourth and fifth teams move southeast. Target. His fingers slid along the map, stopping at a location marked as abandoned mine. Target the hiding place of the experimental materials released by the Rain Village. According to our inside information, those people have been relocated to this area. Since Hanzo wants to play the good guy, let me show the whole world how the people he wants to protect die under the attack of unknown forces. Huangtu gasped. Father, there are civilians and children among them. In war there are no civilians. Oyaki's voice was cold and merciless. Only enemies and those who may become enemies. Those people have undergone the Rain Village's experiments. They harbor only hatred for Iwagakure. If we allow them to leave alive, they could become witnesses against us or tools for other forces to use against us in the future. So, they must be eliminated. He looked at his son's shocked face, his tone softening slightly. Huangtu, I know this is not honorable. But politics is like this. Some dirty work must be done by someone. What we need to do is ensure this dirty work is done cleanly and beautifully, making everyone believe it was done by a third-party force, like the remnants of Danzo's root or some enemy wanting to frame Iwagakure. Huangtu remained silent for a long time, then finally lowered his head. Yes, father. Go prepare. Oyaki waved his hand axe swiftly and ruthlessly, leaving no survivors. Once completed, the troops will immediately withdraw and coincidentally leave behind some false evidence pointing to Konoha or the Rain Village. I want Hanzo and Rijan to distrust each other, leaving them no energy to investigate us. Huangtu bowed and exited the tent. Oyaki stood alone before the sand table, watching the pieces representing the troops, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. War is about to begin. And this time Iwagakure cannot be passively beaten like last time. They must take the initiative, seizing the greatest benefits amidst the chaos. As for those innocent lives about to perish, I'm sorry. He whispered to himself, but there was no remorse on his face. But this is the world of ninjas. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being born in this era. In the Rain Country, in the Rain Village. Hanzo stood at the top of the central tower, his masked face gazing north. Though shrouded in heavy rain and mist, he seemed to see Iwagakure's troops moving through the snow like a gray flood about to surge towards the border of the Rain Country. Lord Hanzo. A Jonin knelt on one knee to report. Confirmed. The first and second demolition teams of Iwagakure have begun moving towards our border, expected to reach the attack position within 6 hours. The fourth and fifth teams are moving southeast. The target may be the location where we place the released personnel. Hanzo remained silent. He simply stood quietly, rainwater dripping from his cloak. Should we intercept? The Jonin asked. No. Hanzo finally spoke. Prepare the border troops for defense, but do not fire first. As for the southeast direction, he turned the eyes behind his mask flashing with a sharp light. Send the Poison Fang third team to that relocation point for covert protection. If Iwagakure's people do come, let them come and not return. But it must be done cleanly. Dispose of the bodies and replace the weapons and equipment with those typically used by wandering ninja. The Jonin was taken aback. Lord Hanzo, do you mean Oyaki wants to frame someone else? Then I will help him a bit. Hanzo sneered. Only the target of the frame must be changed. After the Poison Fang deals with Iwagakure's people, leave behind some remnants of equipment and tools in the style of the Cloud Village. Remember, make it look old, make it realistic. The Jonin understood. Hanzo intended to use the situation against him, placing the blame for the attack on the Cloud Village, further escalating the conflict between Iwagakure and the Cloud Village. Meanwhile, the Rain Village could continue to hide in the shadows, watching the tigers fight from the mountain. Additionally, Hanzo added informants in Konoha to anonymously reveal the movements of Iwagakure's troops to Rijan. The wording must be vague but enough for him to understand Iwagakure is about to make a move, and the target may be related to Danzo's scandal. Will Konoha believe it? What Rijan lacks most now is evidence and excuses. Hanzo gazed southwest where Konoha is located. I'll provide him with a ready-made excuse. Iwagakure attacked the innocents released from the Rain Village. As long as he still has a shred of conscience and courage, he will use this as a reason to pressure Iwagakure, even send troops to intervene. He walked back into the tower, the rain behind him forming fine threads. The fuse of war has been lit. Now what we need to do is ensure it burns in the direction we desire. At the border of grass and rain in the shelter valley. Uchiha Kagami stood at the observation point behind the waterfall, his chakra sensing like an invisible net covering a 5-kilometer radius. The snow had stopped, but the sky remained gloomy, and the cold wind howled. His right eye stung slightly in the cold wind, his vision even blurrier than usual. But he did not need to rely entirely on his eyes. His sensing told him that 3 forces were converging on this area. From the northwest, about 60 people, their chakra wild and violent, were Iwagakure's demolition teams. They divided into 2 groups 10 kilometers away, one charging straight towards the valley, the other flanking from the side, a typical pincer maneuver. From the southeast, about 20 people, their chakra cold and concealed, moving at high speed. That was the Rain Village's Poison Fire unit, their mission likely to covertly protect this relocation point. And due south, a massive chaotic anger-filled chakra brimming with killing intent was rapidly approaching. That chakra was all too familiar to him, Shimura Danzo. Kageme's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Iwagakure aimed to eliminate witnesses. Danzo sought revenge, and their small shelter was about to become the center of collision for 3 forces. Yi. He urgently called for the mental link. Immediately initiate the emergency evacuation procedure. Take everyone through the No. 3 secret passage to the No. 2 backup base. Hurry. But Lord Kagami, I will hold them off. Kageme's voice was unquestionable. Gu you cover Yi. You prioritize the evacuation of the seriously injured. Execute the order. Within the relocation point, restlessness began to stir. Yi Gu and you quickly acted, organizing the 87 recently freed victims as they moved towards the secret entrance behind the waterfall. Most of these people were physically weak and moved slowly. It would take at least 20 minutes to evacuate everyone. However, Iwagakure's advanced troops would arrive in as little as 15 minutes. And Danzo, 10 minutes. Kagami took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs. He drew his short blade tightly, wrapping the handle and his right hand with a bandage. Although his right eye's vision was blurry, the world in his sensing was clearer than ever. Every snowflake falling, every gust of wind flowing, every fluctuation of enemy chakra was vividly reflected in his consciousness. This time it was not for revenge. This time it was to protect. He leaped out of the waterfall, his figure tracing an arc in the air, landing on a large rock at the entrance of the valley. The cold wind whistled, swirling the snow beneath his feet. In the distance, the figures of the first team of Iwagakure ninjas had already appeared at the edge of the snow. Further away, a dark red chakra tangible with malice was approaching at an astonishing speed. War had begun. And Uchiha Kagami would witness the arrival of this storm with his remaining eye, using the blade in his hand to carve a path of life through this chaotic battlefield. Even if that path must be paved with blood. Time was elongated, analyzed, and reshaped in Uchiha Kagami's perception. 30 members of the Iwagakure advance team split into 3 wedge-shaped squads, swiftly advancing low to the ground across the snow. Their footsteps were light, using chakra to cushion their landings, leaving only shallow traces in the snow. Each person's chakra exuded the characteristic solidity and weight of Earth-style ninjas, yet was intermingled with the unique unstable fluctuations of the explosive unit, akin to the burning of a fuse. The left-wing squad of 10 carried a large number of explosive tags and landmines. The right-wing squad of 10 excelled in Earth-style hardening techniques and defensive barriers. The central squad of 10 was led by a burly man whose chakra volume rivaled that of a jonin. The temperature in his chakra core area was extremely high, likely a lava-release ninja skilled in combining fire and earth techniques. 1 kilometer behind, another 30 members were constructing a net of encirclement, blocking all potential escape routes. To the south, the violent chakra of Danzo had already entered a 3-kilometer range, and its speed was increasing. At this speed they would reach the battlefield in 7 minutes. Kagami's right hand tightened around the hilt of his bandaged sword. The old injury in his left shoulder throbbed in the cold, and the view from his right eye became increasingly blurred in the snowstorm, yet his perception remained terrifyingly clear. He could see the trajectory of every snowflake, hear the rhythm of every Iwagakure ninja's breathing, and feel the flow of chakra underground. That was the Earth-style ninjas of Iwagakure setting traps. There was no time to hesitate. Kagami's figure vanished from the boulder. It was not body flicker technique, but rather concentrating chakra at his feet to perform high-speed sliding across the snow. After losing the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he spent 3 months retraining his movements, no longer relying on his eyes to predict the terrain, but using chakra perception to scan the ground in advance, planning the smoothest and most concealed path. He shot towards the left-wing squad like a silent gray shadow skimming along the snow's surface. The Iwagakure ninjas were well trained. As Kagami entered a 50-meter range, the captain of the left-wing squad, a middle-aged ninja with a scarred face, immediately raised his hand and clenched his fist. 10 men halted simultaneously, half-crouching, hands pressed to the ground. Earth-style rock pillar spear. The ground trembled as dozens of sharp rocks burst through the snow, covering all possible movement trajectories before Kagami. This was a standard response tactic to a surprise attack, not seeking precise hits but aiming to block movement and force the enemy to reveal themselves or change direction. But Kagami did not change direction. His body weaved through the array of rock spears like a swimming fish, not relying on sight but on perception to anticipate the position and timing of each rock spear. He lightly tapped the sides of the rock spears with his toes, redirecting his momentum. His body twisted in narrow gaps, avoiding deadly stabs by mere inches. The entire process was fluid, as if the rock spears were the accompaniment to his dance rather than deadly weapons. The scarred captain's pupils constricted. This method of evasion exceeded his understanding, no visual prediction, purely relying on perception and instinct. Spread out. In threes. He ordered urgently. It was too late. Kagami had already surged within 20 meters. His left hand drew 3 specially made shuriken from his robe, not the standard Uchiha type but crafted by the Dawn artisans with micro-wind techniques along the edges that could change direction after being thrown. At the moment the shuriken was released, Kagami's right hand swiftly swept in front of him. Not forming hand seals but using chakra to manipulate airflow, creating a micro-turbulence. The 3 shuriken traced bizarre arcs in the air, bypassing the earthen wall raised by 2 Iwagakure ninjas in front, simultaneously attacking from the left, right, and above towards the scarred captain. The captain hurriedly drew his sword to block, deflecting 2 with a clang, but the third grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. In that brief moment of distraction from blocking, Kagami had already closed in. The blade shimmered. The scarred captain only saw a blurred gray shadow sweep past from the side, and then he felt a chill at his neck. He wanted to shout, but his windpipe had already been severed and only a hissing sound escaped. Blood splattered onto the snow, bright red and glaring. Captain? The left-wing squad was instantly thrown into chaos. Kagami did not pause, leveraging the momentum from killing the captain. He crouched low, sweeping his blade horizontally, severing the ankle of an Iwagakure ninja who was about to form hand seals. Amidst the cries of agony, the man fell to the ground. Don't panic. Earth-style earth flow wall. The vice-captain reacted quickly, striking the ground with both hands as a thick earthen wall rose, attempting to separate Kagami. But Kagami leaped at the instant the earthen wall rose, stepping atop its peak, using it to vault into the center of the right-wing squad's formation. Chaos began to spread. The original task of the right-wing squad was to establish defenses against frontal attacks. They had not anticipated the enemy would jump into their ranks. 3 Iwagakure ninjas hastily drew their swords to confront, but Kagami's movements were too fast and too strange. He was fighting with his eyes closed. Completely with his eyes closed. In order to maximize his perception, Kagami intentionally shut off the blurry vision of his right eye. The world plunged into darkness, but the world within his perception was clearer. 9 blades slashed from different angles, their trajectories, speeds, and forces as familiar as the patterns on the palm of his hand. 7 people were forming seals. The flow paths of earth-style chakra underground were crystal clear, and 2 others were retreating, trying to create distance to unleash ninjutsu. Kagami's blade moved. Not defensively, not for blocking, but for offense. Before the 9 blades could encircle him, the tip of his blade had already pierced the wrist of the closest ninja, severing tendons, and the blade slipped from his hand, falling to the ground. His body spun with the momentum, the back of the blade striking fiercely against another's temple, causing them to drop without a sound. At the same time, his left leg kicked back, accurately striking the third ninja's abdomen, unleashing chakra that sent him flying, crashing into 2 comrades who were forming seals. In 5 seconds, 3 men lost their fighting ability. He is a perception ninja. Use area ninjutsu. The right-wing captain roared. 3 Iwagakure ninjas simultaneously completed their hand seals, earth-style Yellow Springs Marsh. The snow beneath Kagami's feet instantly softened, turning into a viscous swamp, a powerful suction pulling his legs downward. Simultaneously, another 4 ninjas hurled kunai with explosive tags from 4 directions. An absolute kill situation. But this was the moment Kagami had been waiting for. His left hand swiftly formed a seal, not the conventional 5-element ninjutsu seal, but a unique technique developed over 3 months under Tsunade's guidance based on the principles of chakra perception. Chaos Counter Mirror Technique. The chakra vibrated at a specific frequency, like throwing a stone into still water. Ripples spread, disrupting the chakra structures of all surrounding ninjutsu. The swamp of Yellow Springs suddenly became unstable, the chakra flow chaotic, the suction fluctuating. The 4 kunai with explosive tags wobbled slightly in their flight trajectories, deviating from their intended targets. Seizing the moment of disruption, Kagami's legs exploded, with chakra forcibly pulling himself from the swamp and leaping into the air. The 4 kunai passed in a crisscross beneath him, the explosive tags igniting. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion propelled Kagami higher. He adjusted his posture in midair, his gaze, or rather the focus of his perception, locking onto the right-wing captain. The captain was looking up at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend why this one-eyed ninja could fight with his eyes closed, why he could disrupt already formed ninjutsu, why the blade was already at his throat. Kagami fell from the air, the tip of his blade pointing downward like a hunting hawk. The right-wing captain hurriedly raised his sword to block, but at the last moment Kagami's blade subtly shifted, bypassing the block and plunging into his shoulder. It was not a fatal wound, but enough to incapacitate him. Kagami landed, rolled, and got up. The remaining 8 members of the left-wing squad had already reorganized in a semicircle around him. The 6 remaining fighters from the right-wing squad also advanced from the other side. 14 against 1. And only 2 minutes had passed. Kagami was breathing heavily. The series of movements just now had taken a heavy toll, especially the chaos counter-mirror technique, which required exceptional chakra control and mental strength. He felt a sharp pain in his right eye, a side effect of overusing his perception. But he could not stop. Perception told him that the evacuation at the safe point was only halfway done. Most of those victims were physically weak, some needed support, while others even required a stretcher. At least another 15 minutes. And Danzo would be here in 5 minutes. I must hold them off, Kagami told himself. He adjusted his breathing and tightened his grip on the sword. The blade was already smeared with blood, steaming gently in the cold air. The Iwagakure ninjas halted 10 meters away. They looked at the one-eyed man, at their fallen comrades on the snow, at those closed eyes. An inexplicable fear began to spread. This man did not seem to be fighting. He seemed more like he was dancing with invisible demons in the dark. Altogether, the left-wing vice captain shouted through gritted teeth, "He's almost done for." 14 men charged simultaneously. The glow of earth-style ninjutsu lit up the snow, rock spikes, earth bullets, and mud traps surged from all directions. Blade-light kunai and shuriken intertwined to form a net of death. Kagami took a deep breath. Then he opened his right eye. In the blurred vision, the world was twisted, faded, and shattered. But he did not need to see the details, he only needed to see the light and shadow, the general outlines, to see the torrent of dark red chakra rushing from the Danzo had arrived. A cold smile crept across Kagami's lips. He no longer dodged, no longer danced, but charged headlong towards the 14 Iwagakure ninjas. Blades clashed, sparks flying. Rocks grazed his body, leaving blood marks. The swamp clung to his steps but was shed off as chakra exploded. Kagami was like a lone wolf trapped among a pack, each swing of his blade taking or grievously wounding an enemy, but his own wounds were steadily increasing. His left arm was deeply cut by a kunai, exposing bone. His right rib took a hit from an earth bullet, possibly fractured. His cheek was torn by debris, blood flowing into his right eye, turning the already blurred vision blood red. But he continued to fight. Because perception told him that every second he delayed, the people at the safe point gained a shred more hope. In the 3rd minute, Kagami killed the 4th Iwagakure ninja, severely injuring 3 more while accumulating another blade wound on his back. In the 4th minute, the encirclement of Iwagakure tightened again, compressing Kagami's movement space to less than 5 meters. His breathing grew ragged, chakra began to bottom out. At the 5th minute, everyone fall back. A calm, hoarse voice yet brimming with boundless fury rang out. The IWA ninjas, as if granted amnesty, swiftly retreated, vacating the center of the battlefield. Jing knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his blade, raising his head as he gasped for air. Shimura Tuansang stood 30 meters away, approaching through the falling snow. The bandages on his right arm had been completely torn away. On his pale arm, 7 crimson Xylinian were fully open, like 7 malevolent stars sprouting from his limb. The skin of his arm displayed a wood-like texture with faint green fluorescence seeping through the cracks, a sign of Zhujian cell activation. More terrifying was his aura. It was not the ordinary chakra pressure of a ninja, but a tangible malice, a blend of the Xylinian's chilling cold, the ferocity of Zhujian cells, and Tuansang's own boundless hatred. The snow parted around him instinctively, and the ground trembled faintly beneath his feet. Uchiha Jing. Tuansang's voice was soft, but every word pierced the eardrums like an icicle. You are indeed still alive. And you have ruined my great plan. Jing struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his face. The vision in his right eye had blurred to the point of near blindness, but he could see the chaotic and immense flow of chakra within Tuansang's body. Your great plan. Jing's voice was hoarse. Is it to experiment on the living? To trade with enemy nations? To betray Konoha? Betray? Tuansang laughed, a mad laugh. No, I am saving Konoha. Through my own methods. And you naive idealists, you only let Konoha perish in weakness. He raised his right arm and the 7 Xylinian rotated in unison. But it's fine. Kill you, retrieve your eyes, then clean up everyone here. The matter can still be salvaged. Rijan, that weakling, as long as the evidence disappears, he won't dare to act against me. Jing tightened his grip on the blade. He knew that in his current state he could not defeat Tuansang. Even at his peak, facing a Tuansang with 7 Xylinian and Zhujian cells, his odds of victory were no more than 30%. But he could not retreat. Behind him were 87 lives. You can try, Jing said, his voice terrifyingly calm. Tuansang's right eye, his own eye, narrowed slightly. Then he moved. It was not a body flicker, but some more bizarre method of movement. His figure blurred and dissipated in place. The next second he appeared to Jing's left, his right arm lashing out like a whip. Jing barely raised his blade to block. Clang. Amid the clashing of metal, Jing felt as if he had been struck heat by a horse-drawn carriage racing at high speed. The blade vibrated violently, his tiger's mouth split open and his entire body was sent flying backwards, sliding more than 10 meters across the snow before stopping. Blood spurted from his mouth. Too weak. Tuan Sung approached slowly. An Uchiha who has lost his Xiaolunian is like a tiger with its fangs pulled. Jing, you truly disappoint me. Jing struggled to stand, but his left leg would not cooperate. The impact might have injured the bone. He gritted his teeth, propped himself up with the blade, and rose to one knee. Tuan Sung stopped 5 meters in front of him, looking down at him. However, I still need your eyes. Tuan Sung extended his right hand, fingers spread. Though the right eye's pupil power is almost lost, it is still the eye of Uchiha Jing. Paired with the left eye, it might yield some special effects. His fingers began to form seals, and a complex sealing technique array materialized in the air. Jing knew what that was. The Xiaolunian extraction technique. Tuan Sung was going to gouge out his eyes right here alive. Despair. Perhaps. But the corner of Jing's mouth curled into a slight arc. Because his perception told him 2 things. First, the evacuation of the shelter was finally complete. The last batch of victims had entered the secret passage in Yi, and the others were sealing the entrance. Second, from the southeast direction, 20 streams of icy chakra had silently encircled the periphery of the battlefield. They were the Rain's Poison Fan unit. They had arrived. And they were deploying something. Not an attack, but camouflage. The Rain's Poison Fan unit had arrived. And they were deploying something. Not an attack, but camouflage. What are you smiling at? Tuan Sung frowned. I'm laughing at you. Jing gasped. For never seeing anything beyond what's right in front of you. As the words fell, a sudden change erupted. From the periphery of the battlefield, 20 specially made smoke bombs detonated simultaneously. Not ordinary smoke, but a compound smoke mixed with poison gas, illusion powder, and blinding agents. Thick purple smoke instantly enveloped a 100-meter radius, reducing visibility to 0. At the same time, dense sounds of earth breaking came from underground. Countless hair-thin poison needles shot out from the snow, covering the entire area. An indiscriminate attack. Rain! Tuan Sung roared, the Xiaolunian on his right arm spinning madly, attempting to see through the smoke. But the illusion powder mixed in the smoke interfered with vision. Even the Xiaolunian could not fully penetrate it. Jing seized the opportunity, rolling backward while drawing the last specially made shuriken from his chest and hurling it into the air. That was the signal. Outside the smoke, 3 kilometers to the southeast, a long ambush team saw the signal. Signal confirmed. Execute Plan B. Ching Er's voice came through the mental link. Inside the control room of the Nethermouth base, the water mirror technique was displaying real-time footage of the battlefield. Though obscured by smoke, the outlines could be faintly discerned through reconnaissance talismans previously buried underground. Ching Er, Jiaodu ordered. Initiate the misdirection program. Understood. The underground world's intelligence network began to operate. 3 pieces of carefully forged evidence began to flow through 3 different channels toward 3 different directions. The first went to IWA, containing a Cloud elite squad raided the Rain shelter, attempting to seize experimental materials and witnesses. The second went to Cloud, containing IWA forces disguised as Cloud ninjas attacked a neutral sanctuary, attempting to frame Cloud. The third went to Konoha, containing evidence of skirmish between Tuan Sung's route and unknown forces at the scene, suspected internal purge or silencing operation. All 3 pieces of evidence were accompanied by scene photos. Forged, of course, but forged flawlessly. In the photos, the attackers wore Cloud or IWA gear, used ninjutsu characteristic of the respective nations, and the scene happened to leave clues that could be traced to specific units. The real attackers, Rain's Poison Fan unit, after throwing the smoke bombs and poison needles, had silently withdrawn, and on Ban Zhang's orders left behind Cloud-style equipment fragments at the scene. Chaos had been created. Now all that remained was to let this chaos burn in the intended direction. On the battlefield, the smoke gradually dissipated. Jing lay on the ground, 3 poison needles lodged in his body. Though not fatal, the toxin was already numbing his nerves. He forced his eyes open. In his blurred vision, Tuan Sung stood still, one Xiaolunian on his right arm already closed, likely having used some ocular technique to defend or counterattack in the chaos. The remaining IWA ninjas were mostly wounded, with 2 already poisoned and collapsed. And on the snow, besides corpses and blood, there were new items. A few kunai, a few shuriken, a few pieces of armor fragments. All were standard Cloud issue. Tuan Sung picked up a piece of armor fragment, his face turning extremely unpleasant. He recognized the pattern, the insignia of a certain elite Cloud unit. Cloud? He ground his teeth. How could they? Before he finished, an explosion echoed from afar. Not from here, but from the northwest, the direction of the IWA main forces encampment. Then further away, flames lit up the sky at the border between Grass Country and Rain Country. War had finally erupted in full. Then further away, flames lit up the sky at the border between Grass Country and Rain Country. War had finally erupted in full. Jing turned his head with difficulty toward the valley where the shelter lay. The entrance to the secret passage had been sealed by fallen rocks, leaving no trace from the outside. Yi and the others should have evacuated everyone safely. Mission accomplished. He closed his eyes, letting consciousness sink into darkness. In the final perception before complete unconsciousness, he saw two things. First, Tuan-Tsang ignored him, leading the remaining root ninjas to rush toward the explosion. Clearly the cloud, or rather rain disguised as cloud attack, had touched on his more core interests. Second, from the southern sky several powerful chakra signatures were rapidly approaching. Among them one was blazing and immense like a burning sun. It was Jiraiya. Konoha's reinforcements had finally arrived. Konoha's reinforcements had finally arrived. The corner of Jing's mouth curled into an imperceptible arc. Then the world sank into complete darkness. The corner of Jing's mouth curled into an imperceptible arc. Then the world sank into complete darkness. Snow began to fall again. Pure white flakes landed on the crimson pools of blood on the cold corpses on this valley that had just witnessed a small-scale war. And on the broader battlefield a larger war had already ignited. At the grass country border, IWA and cloud-disguised forces began exchanging fire. At the rain country border, conflict between Rain and IWA was on the verge of breaking out. Within Konoha, Rijan had already received intelligence about IWA attacking a neutral sanctuary, and was urgently mobilizing troops. Suna was stirring restlessly at the northwestern border. The entire shinobi world, like a lit powder keg, was about to erupt in a thunderous roar that would consume everything. In the midst of this chaos, a one-eyed man lay in the snow, breathing faintly but alive. He was still alive, meaning hope had not yet been extinguished. He was still alive, meaning this chess game played at the cost of lives still had a chance to continue. The snow fell heavier, gradually covering the bloodstains, the corpses, the traces of battle. But some traces cannot be covered by snow. For instance, the 87 people who had been rescued, they were now safe. For instance, Tuan-Tseng's crimes could no longer be completely concealed. For instance, this war ignited by conspiracy and ambition could no longer be turned back. And in a hidden valley the members of Dawn were watching the water mirrors images, beginning to formulate their next moves. The storm had descended. And they would continue moving forward within this storm. Darkness. No light, no sound, no sensation of touch. Only an endless oppressive void. Kagami Uchiha's consciousness drifted through this pitch-black emptiness like a grain of sand sinking into the depths of the ocean. He could sense his own existence, yet felt no physical form. The stinging in his right eye, the wound on his left shoulder, the fractured ribs, the myriad cuts, and the numbing effect of poison needles scattered across his body. All these pains had become distant, blurred echoes, as if they belonged to another person. Was this what death felt like? No, that was not right. Death should be a more complete nothingness. Here there was still consciousness, still fragments of memory. His father's silhouette emerged in the darkness, that Uchiha Jonin who always stood with an erect spine, endlessly correcting his shuriken stance on the training ground. Kagami, remember, a Uchiha ninja does not fight with only the Sharingan. True strength lies here. His father pointed to his own heart. His mother's smile flickered faintly as she hung laundry in the courtyard, sunlight dappling through the leaves, casting shifting shadows across her face. Kagami, how was school today? Did you get along with your classmates? Then the image shattered, transforming into the youthful face of his cousin Shin Uchiha. They lay on the grass by the Naka River watching the clouds. Kagami, do you think we Uchiha will ever be fully accepted by the village? I always feel the way people look at us is a bit strange. Then next came the face of Danzo. Not the Danzo of now, twisted with madness, but the Shimura Danzo from 3 years ago who had brushed past him in the corridor of the Hokage's office. Back then Danzo's gaze was sharp but still composed. His right arm was not yet wrapped in bandages. He glanced at Kagami, nodded, and said nothing. Thinking back now, there had already been a certain greed deep in those eyes. The darkness began to churn, turning a crimson red. It was the color of blood, the color of the Sharingan. 7 scarlet eyes opened in the darkness, staring fixedly at him. Danzo's voice came from all directions. The power of the Uchiha should belong to Konoha. To me. A sharp pain shot through his left eye. It was not the pain of memory. It was real, immediate. Kagami's consciousness struggled violently, desperate to escape this crimson darkness. But those eyes seemed to wield a gravitational pull, locking him in place. Your eyes. Give them to me. No. Kagami roared deep within his consciousness. He could not fall here, could not surrender his eyes to Danzo, could not. Suddenly a hand reached out from the darkness and grasped his wrist. That hand was warm and firm, covered in calluses and scars, yet the palm radiated a reassuring warmth. Kagami looked up and saw the owner of the hand, Tobirama Senju, not the leader of Dawn, wearing the white crow mask, but the second Hokage from his memories. Silver hair, crimson eyes, a stern countenance with a rare hint of gentleness deep in his gaze. He wore the Hokage robe, standing in the darkness like a solitary lighthouse. "Sensei," Kagami murmured. "Kagami, listen." Tobirama's voice was calm and resolute. "Pain is your anchor. Do not flee from it, grasp it. As long as you can still feel pain, it means you are still alive. As long as you live, there is still a chance to fight. But I cannot see. And the Sharingan. The Sharingan is merely a tool." Tobirama gripped his hand tighter. "The power of the Uchiha has never been only those eyes. Your clan's talent, wisdom, pride, and that flame that never extinguishes even in the direst circumstances. These are true power. Kagami, you lost one eye, but you have seen much more. You have seen the darkness, seen betrayal, and seen the path you must walk." His other hand pressed against Kagami's heart. "Power lies here. Remember, no matter what you lose, as long as the fire remains here, you are still Kagami Uchiha, still the student I acknowledge." Kagami felt a warm current spread from his chest, dispelling part of the darkness and cold. The 7 scarlet Sharingan began to recede and Danzo's voice faded away. "Sensei, what should I do?" he asked. "Survive," said Tobirama. "Survive and then do what you believe is right. Protect those you wish to protect. Change what you can change. Do not be consumed by hatred, but do not forget the lesson. Remember, the purpose of a shinobi is not to kill but to protect." His figure began to grow transparent. "Time is up, Kagami. You must return. Many are waiting for you and much remains to be done." "Sensei." Kagami tried to seize his hand, but his fingers passed through the phantom. "Remember my words," Tobirama said finally. "And give my regards to the first Hokage. Tell him I am still striving to realize his naive dream." Light burst forth, shattering the darkness. The base at the mouth of the underworld medical bay. Kagami Uchiha's eyes snapped open. Agony instantly returned, as if his entire body had been struck by a heavy hammer. He instinctively tried to curl up, but his body was strapped to the hospital bed, allowing only a suppressed groan of pain. "He's awake!" Yes' voice rang out, filled with relieved surprise. "Maintain medical chakra output. Prepare for the second round of organ repair." Kagami struggled to move his eyeballs. The vision in his right eye remained blurry, but he could make out the ceiling of the medical bay and the surgical lights. Yes' face swayed at the edge of his vision, her hands hovered above his chest, an abdomen, pale green chakra seeping into his body like silken threads. He could feel the chakra flowing within him, repairing damaged organs, broken bones, torn muscles. The sensation was both warm and painful, like being healed and cut at the same time. "Don't move," you said softly. "Your injuries are severe. Fractured left tibia, 3 broken ribs, one of which pierced the lung. Lacerations and hemorrhaging in the liver and spleen. 27 knife wounds and puncture wounds across the body, the worst being the cut on the left shoulder which nearly severed the scapular nerve. Also, 3 different types of toxins mixed in your system. Though I removed most with the fine extraction technique, the residual toxins have caused permanent damage to the nervous system." Kagami tried to speak, but only a hoarse rasp escaped his throat. His trachea seemed damaged as well. "He cannot speak yet." Another voice spoke. It was Shoji. He walked to the bedside, his dark silver mask gleaming coldly under the medical lights. What is the repair priority?" "Lungs and major blood vessels have stabilized. Now repairing the liver and nervous system. Bone repair must wait until the internal organs are stable, or chakra flow will affect organ function." Yes' voice was tired but exceptionally professional. "At this rate, full repair will take at least 72 hours. After that, 2 weeks of basic rehabilitation and at least a month of functional recovery training." Shoji nodded, then looked at Kagami. "Can you hear me? If so, blink twice." Kagami blinked twice. "Good." Shoji's tone relaxed slightly. "Listen, Kagami, you did well. All 87 people evacuated safely and have been transferred to the 3rd backup stronghold protected by Yotoge Katsu and 20 members of Dawn. The Venom Fa unit of Amagekure successfully disguised the attack as a Cloud raid, leaving evidence pointing to Cloud. Now Iwagakure and Kumogakure are engaged in fierce combat on the border of the Grass Country. Anoki and A have already issued formal declarations of war against each other." Kagami's eyes widened. War had truly erupted on a full scale. "Danzo," he mouthed silently. Shoji read his lips. "Danzo fled the battlefield with the remnants of Root, whereabouts unknown. But according to Kakuzu's intelligence network, he may have escaped into the Rain Country, not Amagekure but the chaotic border region between southern Rain Country and the River Country." He paused. "As for Konoha, Hiruzen has declared Danzo a rogue ninja wanted throughout the shinobi world. Simultaneously, Konoha has formally declared war on IWA, citing the IWA attack on a neutral sanctuary. The first Konoha troops departed for the Grass Country border yesterday, led by Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei. A complex emotion welled up in Kagami's heart. That white-haired man, always laughing and seemingly unreliable, actually valued comrades and the village more than anyone. Now he too was heading to the battlefield. What about Suna and Kumo? Kagami continued to ask with his lips. Suna is temporarily observing, but Kaibaba's puppet corps has already secretly moved toward the northwestern border of the Rain country, clearly looking to profit from the chaos. Kumo, while declaring war, sent a secret note to Konoha proposing a temporary suspension of disputes to jointly counter the IWA threat. Hiruzen has not yet formally responded, but according to our intelligence, envoys from Konoha and Kumo have already met secretly in the Land of Iron. Shoji walked to the window of the medical bay, looking out at the overcast sky. So the current situation is IWA faces pressure on two fronts from both Konoha and Kumo, plus AIM disguised as Kumo. Konoha and Kumo may form a temporary alliance. Suna waits for an opportunity. AIM lurks in the shadows, cleaning up internally while observing the situation, ready to step in and reap the harvest. And we have Dawn. He turned his eyes behind the mask, fixed on Kagami. We need to decide our next course of action. Kagami closed his eyes. His mind worked sluggishly under the pain and medication, but the core issue was clear in this full-scale war. What role should a small organization like Dawn play? Continue saving people? Establish more sanctuaries? That was a given. Gather intelligence? Influence the war? That was also underway. But the deeper question was, what was their ultimate goal? Was it merely to save some civilians and expose some darkness? Or did they truly wish to change the rules of this shinobi world? Tobirama Sensei's words in the dream echoed in his mind. Change what you can change. What could he change? Kagami. Shoji's voice interrupted his thoughts. While you were unconscious, something happened. Shin Uchiha contacted us. Kagami's eyes snapped open. He sent an urgent communication through the encrypted channel you left behind. Shoji took a small scroll from his pocket. The message is simple. Within the Uchiha clan, Danzo's betrayal and Konoha's declaration of war have caused a serious split. The mainstream faction led by clan leader Fugaku Uchiha advocates full support for Konoha to prove Uchiha loyalty, while a faction of radical elders believes this is a golden opportunity for the Uchiha to break free from Konoha's control and strive for independent status. The conflict between the two sides is on the verge of erupting. Kagami's heart sank. What he had feared most was happening. Once internal division or even infighting broke out among the Uchiha, regardless of the outcome, it would provide an opening for external forces, especially those like Danzo. Which side is Shin on? He mouthed. Shin hasn't taken a clear stance, but he hinted that Fugaku is under tremendous pressure. If the radicals take action, Fugaku may have to respond forcefully, or he will lose his authority as clan leader. Shoji put away the scroll. Shin's request is he hopes you can in some way influence the younger generation of the Uchiha, especially those who haven't yet fully aligned with either side. He believes you are the only Uchiha Jonin who is both recognized by the clan and not directly controlled by Konoha's high command. Your words carry weight. Kagami fell silent. In his current state, unable to even leave the bed, how could he influence the clan? I know what you're thinking, Shoji said. But Shin doesn't need you to show up now. He just needs some guidance, some ideas. For example, if the Uchiha truly want to strive for a better status, what path should they take? If they don't want to break with Konoha, how should they handle the radical voices within? Shin needs your advice on these questions. Moreover, Shoji added, this also relates to Dawn's future strategy. If the Uchiha really split from Konoha, whatever the outcome, it would trigger a chain reaction that could fundamentally alter the balance of power among the 5 great nations. We need to anticipate this scenario and prepare countermeasures. Kagami closed his eyes again. The pain in his mind seemed to have lessened, and his thoughts became clearer. The Uchiha problem was rooted in long-term marginalization, suspicion, and isolation. Resolving it was not simply a matter of striving for independence or proving loyalty. It required change from both sides, Konoha and the Uchiha. But change in Konoha would take time, requiring Hiruzen's resolve and the purging of malignant elements like Dan. As for change among the Uchiha, it required guidance, someone who could be accepted by the clan and also communicate with Konoha. Kagami Uchiha had once been that bridge. But now he had left Konoha and become a member of Dawn. Could he still play that role? Perhaps. In a different way. Kagami opened his eyes, looked at Shoji, and mouthed slowly but clearly. I need to speak directly with Shin. Shoji was taken aback, then shook his head. Too dangerous. Even with the highest encryption, there's a risk of interception. If Konoha or Danzo discovers your connection to Shin, must take the risk. Kagami insisted. Some things must be said in person. The two stared at each other for a long time. Finally Shoji sighed. Wait until your condition stabilizes. At least until the lung and nerve repairs are complete, and you can speak normally. Until then you can think about what to say and how to write it. He walked to the door then paused. Also there's another matter. Tobirama has decided that once you recover we will make formal contact with Konoha. Kagame's eyes narrowed. Not indirect contact through intelligence channels but direct dialogue between high-ranking leaders. Shoji's voice turned serious. The target is Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. We will hand over all the evidence we have on Danzo and at the same time present our demands. What demands? Kagami mouthed. First, Konoha must publicly acknowledge Danzo's crimes and provide compensation and apologies to the victims. Second, Konoha must thoroughly reform its policies toward the Uchiha clan, granting them genuine equality and political participation rights. Third, Konoha must exercise restraint in the Second Shinobi World War, prioritize protecting civilians and non-combatants, and support the construction of humanitarian sanctuaries. Kagami fell silent. These demands each touched Konoha's sore spots, each requiring Hiruzen to make difficult political choices. Would he agree? And if he doesn't? Kagami asked. Then we will do it ourselves. Shoji's voice carried an unshakable determination. We will continue to save people, gather evidence, and influence the war from the shadows. If Konoha refuses to change, we will prove through action that another path is possible. He left the medical bay. Yu continued her focused treatment, the halo of medical chakra flowing quietly in the room. Kagami lay on the hospital bed staring at the blurred light and shadow on the ceiling. The pain still existed, but it had become bearable. More importantly, the flame within his heart, the Uchiha flame that Tobirama Sensei had spoken of, was rekindling. He had lost his Sharingan, lost his position in Konoha, and nearly lost his life. But he was still alive, still had comrades, and still had unfinished missions. The Uchiha problem, the war of the Shinobi world, Danzo's schemes, Amigakura's calculations, the power plays of the great nations. All of these formed an intricate chessboard. And he, Kagami Uchiha, had once been merely a piece on the board. Now he was attempting to become one of the players. No, not a player. Players still use pieces, willing to sacrifice anything for victory. He did not want to become that kind of person. What he wanted to become was the one who carved a third path on the board. A path forged not by sacrificing the weak, not by scheming and manipulation, not by violent conquest, but by protection, wisdom, and conviction. Perhaps it was naive. But as Tobirama Sensei had said, precisely because it was naive it was worth attempting. Outside the window the sky darkened. The valley of the mouth of the underworld fell into the silence of night. But on distant borders flames of war burned, shinobi slaughtered, and civilians fled. The storm had descended. And at the heart of this storm, in the medical bay of a hidden valley, a severely wounded man lay quietly contemplating how to change the direction of the storm. Pain was his anchor, reminding him that he was alive. Conviction was his fire, giving him the strength to move forward. And comrades were the starlight that kept him from losing his way in the darkness. The 72 hours of repair had only just begun. But Kagami knew that when the repair was complete he would step onto this war-torn land with a new bearing. This time not for revenge. This time for true protection. Closing his eyes he seemed to see Tobirama Sensei's figure again, nodding to him in the darkness. Survive and then do what you believe is right. I will, Sensei. Kagami answered in his heart. No matter how difficult the road ahead, no matter what price must be paid. I will. In the winter of the 21st year of the Muyi era, the flames of war spread from the border of the grass country to the entire ninja world. Yanin Village and Yanin Village launched their first large-scale battle on the snowy plains of northern grass country. Both sides deployed over 2,000 ninja. The clash of earth release and lightning release darkened the sky and cracked the earth. The AB combination of Yanin Village, Yayua AI and Kalabi, demonstrated the perfect cooperation between a Jinchuriki and the Reikage for the first time on an open battlefield, crushing 3 explosive squads of Yanin Village, but at the cost of over 300 casualties. The first wave of reinforcements from Muyi Village led by Zilayi arrived in southern grass country on the 4th day of the war. They did not directly intervene in the main battlefield between Yanin and Yunin, but quickly established a defensive line and began sheltering civilians fleeing from the war. At the same time they sent reconnaissance squads to the border of the Rain country, ostensibly to prevent Yuin Village from taking advantage of the chaos, but in reality Zilayi had received a secret order from Rizhan to search for the missing Yuzibo Jing and investigate the whereabouts of Jitsuin Tuanzang. After 7 days of observation, Sha-In Village finally made its move. The puppet army personally commanded by Granny Qian Dai raided 3 outposts on the northwestern border of the Rain country, encountering almost no substantial resistance. But just as the Sha-In forces were about to advance deeper, the poisonous fog and traps of Yuin Village began to take effect, causing nearly 100 casualties in a single day. Qian Dai had to halt the advance and focus on consolidating the occupied area. As for Yuin Village, Shanju Yubanzang stood on the central tower gazing at the battle reports arriving one after another in his hand and let out a satisfied snort beneath his breathing mask. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Yan-in and Yun-in were wearing each other down. Mu-yi was pinned down in the south and Sha-in was bogged down on the northwestern border. Although the Rain country had lost a few outposts, its main force remained intact. Moreover, through the disguised attacks of the Poison Fawn unit, it had successfully ignited the conflict between Yan-in and Yun-in. Even better, the released experimental materials had been safely relocated and the cooperation agreement with Pashao was being steadily executed. Training on 3 advanced ninjutsu scrolls had already begun, and the effect of the poison resistance regimen exceeded expectations. As for the intelligence provided by Pashao, it was astonishingly accurate. 3 days ago, Pashao had sent through encrypted channels the detailed route and troop composition of Yun-in's second wave of reinforcements. Banzang appropriately leaked the intelligence to Yan-in, causing that reinforcement force to be ambushed by Yan-in upon entering the grass country, suffering heavy losses. 2 days ago, Pashao again provided intelligence on the internal dispute within Mu-yi regarding war strategy. The civilian faction led by Xuanqing Xiaochun and Shuhuman Yan advocated for limited intervention, prioritized defense, while the military faction represented by Zilai Yi argued for active offense, forming a pincer attack from east and west with Yan-in. Rizhan had not yet made a final decision. The value of this intelligence far surpassed everything obtained from the previous cooperation with Yan-in. Banzang began to seriously consider whether to transform the cooperative relationship with Pashao from a temporary exchange of interests into a more long-term strategic alliance. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter. A jonin of Yuin village walked in, knelt on one knee. Lord Banzang, we have just received the latest intelligence from Pashao. In addition, our patrol team on the southeastern border has detected traces of a squad. About 10 people with strong chakra reactions moving very stealthily toward the border area between the Rain country and the River country. Banzang took the intelligence scroll and scanned it quickly. The contents made his eyes sharpen. Are you certain it's this squad? The patrol team dared not approach, but based on remote analysis of chakra signatures, 2 of them matched the one-eyed ninja who attacked the safe house earlier, as well as his companion. In addition, there is an extremely cold and chaotic chakra in the squad consistent with the description of the Mu-yi rogue ninja Jitsuin Tuanzang. Banzang's fingers lightly tapped on the scroll. Tuanzang had fled into the Rain country. This was not unexpected. But why were Pashao's people with him? Were they tracking him? Collaborating? Or? He opened the latest intelligence from Pashao. The content was brief. Tuanzang's remnant forces, 10 people, have entered your southeastern border. Their target appears to be the Three Tails sealing site. We have dispatched a squad to track and monitor them. To avoid misunderstandings, we hereby inform you. Additionally, regarding the previously mentioned contact with Mu-yi, we are ready and can arrange it at any time. Three Tails? Banzang walked to the ninja world map on the wall and pointed his finger at a lake area in the southeastern part of the Rain country. That was the famous Mist Lake, shrouded in dense fog all year round with complex terrain. Legend said it was once the habitat of the Three Tails Ice. 60 years ago, after the first Mizukage sealed the Three Tails there, the area became a restricted zone with even Yuin patrols rarely approaching. What was Danzang going there for? Trying to control the Three Tails. With his current manpower and condition, that was nearly impossible. Although the Three Tails was not as violent as the Nine Tails, it was still a tailed beast. Without specialized sealing techniques and Jinchuriki technology, attempting to control a tailed beast would only result in backlash. Unless Tuanzang had mastered some special method. For instance, using the power of the Sharingan and Zijian cells. A cold glint flashed in Banzang's eyes. If Tuanzang was really after the Three Tails, then he absolutely could not be allowed to succeed. Once the power of the tailed beast went out of control, the entire southeastern part of the Rain country could be razed to the ground. But on the other hand, Pashao had clearly stated in the intelligence that they had already dispatched a squad to track and monitor, which meant their people were already on site. If Yui now sent a large force there, it would likely lead to conflict with Pashao, undermining the cooperative relationship that had just been established. Trade-offs, always trade-offs. Issue the order, Banzang finally spoke. The first and second squads of the Poison Fawn unit are to proceed immediately to the Mist Lake area and conduct covert surveillance. Mission objectives: first, confirm the movements and intentions of Tuanzang's squad. Second, if Tuanzang attempts to unseal the Three Tails, stop him at all costs. Third, if you encounter Pashao's people, do not initiate contact but maintain observation from a distance. Remember, the focus is on surveillance and prevention, not engagement. What if Tuanzang and Pashao's people fight? The Jonin asked. Then let them fight, Banzang said coldly. Wait until both sides are exhausted and wounded, then clean up the mess. But remember, if Pashao's people are in mortal danger, you may intervene appropriately to ensure at least one of them survives. We still need them for intelligence. Understood. The Jonin bowed and withdrew. Banzang turned his gaze back to the map. The Mist Lake, Tuanzang, the Three Tails, Pashao. these factors intertwined, forming a new variable. He needed to reassess the situation and readjust his strategy. Meanwhile, in the distant Yuming-jiko Valley, another assessment was taking place. In the medical room, Yuzhibo Jing was already able to sit up. 72 hours of organ repair had been completed and bone repair was underway. You used special medical bandages to fix his left leg and 3 ribs with a faint green chakra continuously seeping and stimulating bone cells to accelerate regeneration. This process was more painful than organ repair, like someone slowly chiseling into the bone, but Jing gritted his teeth and remained silent. His right eye's vision had improved, somewhat still blurry, but at least he could make out faces across the room. The nerve damage in his left shoulder had left sequelae. The fingers of his left hand were not very agile and his grip strength was only 30% of normal. But this was already much better than expected. You said that with rehabilitation training he should be able to recover to 60 or 70%. Almost done. You finished a treatment cycle, wiped the sweat from her forehead. One more day and the bone repair will be complete. After that, basic rehabilitation training can be. However, Lord Jing, I must remind you, even after full recovery your body will no longer be able to withstand combat of the previous intense. Multiple severe injuries and toxin erosion have made your chakra pathways fragile. Overuse may lead to permanent damage. Jing nodded. I understand. I won't be as reckless as before. You looked at him as if wanting to say something but hesitating. What do you want to say? Jing asked. Lord Jing, have you ever considered withdrawing from frontline combat? Yes, voice was very soft. Given your current physical condition, you are more suited for command planning training and the like. Pashao needs a leader and you have already paid too much for battle. Jing fell silent. He looked at his own hands covered with old and new scars. His left hand trembled slightly due to nerve damage, and when he clenched his right fist he could feel the dull pain of once broken bones. Indeed, this body was already riddled with scars. But withdraw from the front line. Entrust the responsibility of battle entirely to Yi Gu and the others, himself hiding safely in the rear. I will consider it, Jing finally said. But not now. The war has just begun, there is still much to be done. Yu sighed and said no more. She packed up her medical instruments and left the room. A few minutes later Ching'er walked in. He held the latest battle reports and intelligence summaries. How are you feeling? He asked. Still alive, Jing replied, his voice still somewhat hoarse. What's the situation outside? Chang'er handed the intelligence to Jing. Jing squinted, leaned closer, and barely managed to read the text. The first battle between Yan Yin and Yun Yin has ended. Yun Yin won a costly victory, but both sides suffered heavy losses. Mu Yi established a defensive line in the south. Zilai Yi dispatched reconnaissance squads searching for you and Tuanzang. Sha Yin is locked in a stalemate with Yu Yin on the northwestern border. As for Yu Yin, Chang'er paused. Banzhang, according to the agreement, released the last batch of experimental materials. Now a total of 124 people have been rescued. All these people have been relocated to safe locations. Jing put down the intelligence and closed his eyes. 120. 4. Behind this number lies at least 3 times that many deaths. Those experimental subjects who didn't survive to be rescued, those who died during transport, those who perished directly in the experiments. Where is Tuanzang? He asked. This is the point I'm trying to make. Cheng'er's tone turned serious. 3 days ago Tuanzang along with 9 remnants of the Zhenbu entered the southeastern border of the Yuji country. Their target is likely the Wuji Lake, the legendary seal site of the Three Tails. Jing's eyes snapped open. He wants to control the Three Tails. Uncertain. But he is cornered now. Mai has put a bounty on him. Yan Yin and Yunin regard him as an enemy, and even Hanzang of Yuin cannot possibly take him in. In this situation, seeking the power of the tailed beasts. Though insane, it suits his character. What about our people? Jayadis intelligence network has locked onto their whereabouts. Feijian dispatched a reconnaissance squad led by Ing and Feng, a total of 6 people who are now tracking and monitoring from a distance. But just this morning we received a message from Hanzang. The Duya unit of Yuin has also headed to the same area with orders to monitor and prevent. Jing's heart sank. The Wuji Lake area now had at least 3 factions: Tuanzang's Zhenbu remnants, the reconnaissance squad of Pixiao, and the Duya unit of Yuin. If we had the possibly present Three Tails. That's a trap, Jing said. Hanzang deliberately informed us of Tuanzang's movements and also deliberately sent troops there. He wants to watch us and Tuanzang wear each other down, then reap the benefits. I know. Chang'er nodded. But the risk of Tuanzang and the Three Tails is too great. We cannot ignore it. Moreover, this could also be an opportunity. An opportunity. An opportunity to make contact with Mai. Chang'er walked to the window. Imagine if Tuanzang really tries to control the Three Tails and we appear at the critical moment, stop him, protect the civilians and the land. Then we hand over Tuanzang, alive, along with evidence of his attempt to control the tailed beast to Mai. This will become our most significant bargaining chip when negotiating with Risen. Jing pondered the plan. The risks were enormous, but if successful the rewards were equally great. Capturing Tuanzang alive and exposing his crime of attempting to control the tailed beast would be more convincing than any written evidence. Moreover, by preventing the tailed beast disaster they could prove to Mai and to the entire ninja world that Pixiao is not just an organization hiding in the shadows but a force truly willing to protect the innocent. But our combat power, Jing said worriedly. The squad of Ing and Foam only has 6 people and it's configured mainly for reconnaissance. Although Tuanzang only has 9 people left, they are all elites of Genbu, and he himself possesses 7 Xieluing Yen and Zhujian cells. The Dia unit of Yun has at least 20 people skilled in assassination and poison techniques. Not to mention the possible rampage of the Three Tails. So we need reinforcements. Chung'er turned around. You see I go and you are ready to depart at any time. I can also go. But Feijian believes we need a more thorough plan, not just a simple clash of force. He walked to Jing's bedside and lowered his voice. Feijian has an idea, but it requires your consent. What idea? Use the power of the Yzibo clan, Chung'er said. Not the power of the Xieling Yan, but the influence of the Yzibo clan within Mai. If we can through Yzibo X Xian get clan leader Fuyue to dispatch an elite squad of Yzibo to the Wuji Lake area under the pretext of pursuing the rogue ninja Tuanzang and protecting the security of the Huiji country border, then Mui's official forces will intervene. Jing was stunned. Letting the Yzibo clan members directly participate in the pursuit of Tuanzang. This would indeed enable Mui's official forces to intervene, but it would also drag the Yzibo directly into this complex game. If not handled well, it could exacerbate the conflict between the Yzibo and Mui's high command. Will clan leader Fuyue agree? Jing asked. If it's to protect Mui's interests, if it's to demonstrate the Yzibo's loyalty and strength during wartime, he might agree. Chung'er analyzed. Moreover, Xian has some influence within the Yzibo. If he pushes this matter with full force, Fuyue will find it hard to refuse. More importantly, he looked into Jing's eyes. If you can personally communicate with Xian explaining the seriousness of the situation, that Tuanzang might control the tailed beast and threaten the security of the entire southeastern border of Huiji country, then the likelihood of Xian convincing Fuyue will greatly increase. Jing fell silent. Contacting Xian directly was something he had wanted to do before. But in this way, he would not only have to explain the situation to Xian but also request Xian to persuade the clan leader to send troops. This meant he had to reveal more information about Pixiao to Xian and make Xian understand how complex and dangerous the game they were playing was. Moreover, once the Yzibo forces intervened, the nature of the matter would completely change. It would no longer be a personal vendetta between Pixiao and Tuanzang, nor a secret game between Pixiao and Yun, but would become an official Mai operation to hunt down a rogue ninja. At that time, how would Hanzang's Duya unit react? How would Yun view this? Would the war situation become even more complicated because of this? I need time to think, Jing finally said. You don't have much time. Chung'er pointed at the intelligence reports. According to the latest reports from Ying and Feng, Tuanzang's squad has been active in the Wuji Lake area for 2 days. They seem to be searching for something. At most another day or 2 and they might make a move. We must make a decision before that. Jing closed his eyes, his mind racing. Pain, exhaustion, and confusion intertwined, but a core question gradually became clear. What did he want? He wanted Tuanzang to pay the price, he wanted to protect the innocent, he wanted to change the fate of the Yzibo, and he wanted to find a path in this war that didn't rely on sacrificing the weak. And Chung'er's plan, though extremely risky, could indeed achieve multiple goals simultaneously: stop Tuanzang's insane plan, show Pixiao as a protector, accumulate leverage for negotiations with Mai, and even let the Yzibo clan step onto the war stage in a positive light, changing their image within Mai. Contact Xian, Jing said, opening his eyes with a firm voice. But the content must be decided by me. And I need your help to ensure absolute security of the communication. Chung'er nodded. All right. Can you speak now? Barely. But it's better to write it down, Jing said. I need paper and pen. Chung'er took out a small scroll and a special encrypted pen from his bosom. Jing took them and with still trembling hands began to write. He wrote quickly but carefully. First, he explained to Xian the danger of Tuanzang attempting to control the Three Tails, emphasizing that this was not just a matter for Pixiao or Yzibo Jing personally, but concerned the security of the entire southeastern border of Huiji country. Then he requested Xian to persuade clan leader Fuyue to dispatch a Yzibo elite squad to the Wuji Lake area under the pretext of protecting the border and pursuing the rogue ninja. Finally, he hinted that Pixiao would also send people and the 2 sides could form a de facto cooperation without revealing their relationship. After finishing, he handed the scroll to Chinger. Take a look at the content. If it's fine, send it with the highest level of encryption. Chinger quickly scanned it and nodded. The content is restrained but sufficient to explain the situation. I'll arrange the sending immediately. Also, are you sure you don't want to say a few words to Xian personally? Jing shook his head. This is safer for now. Besides, when Xian sees my handwriting, he will know it's truly from me. Understood. Chinger put away the scroll. Then he'll go arrange things now. You continue to rest and prepare for what's to come. He walked to the door and stopped again. Jing, regardless of the outcome on Zin's side, regardless of whether the Yuzhiba forces come, we will act according to the original plan. Yi and the others have already started preparations. They'll depart at the latest tomorrow morning. If your physical condition allows. I will go. Jing interrupted him. Even if I can only sit in the rear and command, I must go. This is a battle I must face. Chinger looked at him, was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Then prepare for the worst. You will continue treatment, trying to complete the bone repair before you depart. But remember, even after repair you cannot participate in high-intensity combat. Your task is to command and observe, not to charge into battle. I know. Chinger left. The medical room fell back into silence. Jing leaned against the headboard, looking out the window at the gloomy sky over the Yuming-Jiko Valley. The pain was still clear, but the fire in his heart burned even brighter. He had once thought that losing the Xiaolun Yen and his position in Mai meant losing everything. But now he found that some things could never be taken away. Like faith. Like responsibility. Like the bonds with his comrades. And the courage to carve a path in the darkness even when deprived of light. Wuji Lake, the Three Tails to Anzengyin Yuzibomai. All the threads would converge there. And he would drag this scarred body once again into the center of that storm. This time not for revenge. This time to prove that even in this world full of darkness and war there is still light. And he was willing to be part of that light. Outside the window a crack opened in the clouds and a faint ray of sunlight streamed into the medical room, falling on Jing's face. He closed his eyes, feeling that little warmth. The storm was coming. But he was ready. On the southeastern border of the land of rain lies the Misty Lake. The name is quite fitting. Year-round a thick white mist resembling enormous cotton tufts envelopes the lake area for several dozen miles. Visibility is less than 10 meters and the water is an eerie deep green with unknown aquatic plants floating on the surface. Occasionally huge shadows swim beneath, stirring silent ripples. This is a forbidden zone of life. Ordinary fishermen dare not approach, and the patrols of the rain-hidden village only operate on the periphery. Legend has it that 60 years ago the three-tailed beast was sealed here, its chakra tainting this water, ensnaring the mist, mutating living beings, causing those who enter to lose their way, ultimately sinking to the lake's bottom, becoming part of the endless nightmare of the Three Tails. Uchiha Kagami stood on a towering cliff by the lake, his right eye peering through specially designed windproof goggles, struggling to discern the contours of the mist below. His body was still wrapped in medical bandages. Although his left leg's fracture had been urgently treated, allowing him to walk with difficulty, each step came with a lingering pain. The nerve damage in his left shoulder slowed the reactions of his entire arm, and he felt a loss of strength when gripping his weapon. Yet he still came. The small team consisting of Choni Yishirgu and Yu followed closely behind him. Yu insisted on joining the team as Kagami's condition might require emergency treatment at any moment. Her medical kit contained 3 strong painkillers and 2 doses of adrenaline, but she had warned before departure. These medications are for emergencies, only overuse will burden the heart excessively. Kagamizuma, you must promise me not to use them unless it's a life-threatening situation. Kagami agreed, but he knew that in such a place life-threatening dangers could arise at any moment. How much do you sense? Koni's voice came through the mental link. To maintain discreet communication in the thick fog, the entire team established a mental network using a micro-chakra resonance device developed by Dawn, enabling silent exchanges within 100 meters. Kagami closed his eyes, fully expanding his chakra perception. After multiple injuries and repairs, his perceptive abilities had undergone subtle changes, no longer pursuing extreme range and precision, but focusing more on information filtering and pattern recognition. It was like being in a noisy market where an ordinary person hears chaotic noise, but he could discern specific conversations, particular footsteps, and distinct heartbeats. In his current perception, the area of Misty Lake resembled a vast dynamic web of information. First was the heart of the lake, a massive and chaotic chakra with the cold, unique essence of aquatic life, the three-tailed beast. It seemed to be in a half-asleep state, with chakra fluctuations slow and heavy like the breathing of a deep-sea behemoth. Yet beneath this sluggishness, Kagami sensed a hidden volatile force that could erupt at any moment. Then 2 kilometers to the northeast 10 chakras emerged. One was cold and chaotic, mingling the crimson of the Sharingan with the dark green of Senju's cells, Danzo. His chakra was more unstable than 3 months ago, resembling a barrel of explosives barely maintaining balance. The other 9 chakras had undergone special concealment treatments, but Kagami could distinguish the unique erasure of self-chakra characteristics specific to root ninjas. They seemed to be setting something up with chakra flowing across the ground, forming a complex jutsu network. 1 kilometer to the southeast there were 20 chakras. More concealed and dispersed like venomous snakes lurking in the fog, the rain-hidden village's venom fawn unit. Their chakra mixed with traces of various toxins, moving almost silently. If it weren't for Kagami's specially trained perception, they might have been easily overlooked. Directly west 800 meters away. Kagami's brow furrowed slightly. "What's wrong?" he asked. "There's a chakra that feels very familiar." Kagami carefully discerned. It's not Danzo, nor is it from the rain-hidden village. It has the style of Konoha. But there's only one person. Jiraiya's reconnaissance team. Gu speculated. No, the chakra characteristics are younger, more sharp. A name flashed through Kagami's mind. It could be Hatake Tsukumo. The team members fell silent. Hatake Tsukumo, known as Konoha's White Fawn, a genius jonin famous for his swordsmanship and a mission success rate of 100%. If it really is him, then the situation becomes even more complicated. Did Konoha send only him? Sure questioned. It could just be a reconnaissance mission. Choni analyzed. Jiraiya's main forces are still in the southern land of grass. It's reasonable to send a ninja of White Fang's caliber for solo reconnaissance. But the question is he coming for Danzo or for the Three Tails? Or he has discovered our presence. Kagami interjected. White Fang's reconnaissance ability is on par with mine. Though we've been discreet in this thick mist, any chakra fluctuation could be detected. Just then the Danzo team suddenly moved. They're on the move, Kagami said urgently. Toward the heart of the lake. Their speed is slow, as if they are transporting something. Something heavy with a strong chakra response. Ritual materials. You speculated. Controlling a tailed beast requires special sealing techniques and high energy supplies. Follow them, but keep your distance. Choni ordered. Gu, scout ahead, watch for ground traps. Sure, you're responsible for guarding the rear and flanks. Yi, you and you protect Kagami. I'll coordinate from the center. The team began to move. Progressing in the thick fog was torturous. Visibility was too low, relying solely on Kagami's perception for guidance. The ground was slippery, covered with moss and decaying plants, and occasionally they would step on the bones of unknown animals, producing a crunching sound that sent chills down their spines. The closer they got to the heart of the lake, the denser the mist became, and the oppressive feeling of chakra grew stronger. The presence of the Three Tails weighed heavily on everyone's chest. Kagami felt a tightness in his breath. The pain in his right eye intensified, and his vision began to distort with shimmering spots. Kagami, your body? You asked worriedly. I'm fine. Kagami gritted his teeth and insisted. Keep moving. 20 minutes later they reached the outskirts of the area where Danzo's team was located. Kagami signaled to halt, and the team hid behind several massive rocks. Through the cracks in the dense fog they could see what lay ahead, a relatively open lakeshore, the ground cleared, depicting a massive jutsu formation with a diameter exceeding 20 meters. The patterns of the formation were incredibly complex, merging the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the Sharingan symbols of the Uchiha clan, and some dark black runes emitting an ominous aura which Kagami had never seen before. In the center of the formation 9 root ninjas sat in a circle, hands forming seals as chakra continuously flowed into the formation through the ground's patterns. Their faces were pale, clearly exhausted. At the edge of the formation Danzo stood before a specially designed altar. On the altar were 3 items: a sealing scroll containing a strong chakra response, a transparent container within which a crimson Sharingan was submerged. Kagami recognized it as his left eye, and a still-beating heart maintained alive by complex jutsu. What is he doing? He asked, through the mental link, a hint of fear in his voice. Preparing a ritual. Koni's tone was grave. That heart. If I'm not mistaken, it's a living core cultivated from Senju cells. Danzo intends to use it as a medium to forcibly connect with the Three Tails. The Sharingan provides control, and the scroll should contain some kind of chakra-enhancing forbidden drug. As for that formation, it's a composite of multiple jutsu encompassing summoning, binding, and mental control. Is success possible? Gu asked. Theoretically, it's nearly impossible. Choni replied. A tailed beast is a collective of chakra with its own consciousness and will. To forcibly control it requires overwhelming power and perfected sealing techniques. But what Danzo currently possesses are 7 transplanted Sharingan in complete Senju cells and this hastily prepared formation. The success rate won't exceed 10%. But if it fails... Yes, voice trembled. If it fails, the Three Tails will rampage. Kagami interjected. And at this distance a rampaging three tails could destroy everything within 10 miles, including us, the rain-hidden village's forces, and potentially Hataki Tsukumo, who might be nearby, as well as the villages further along the lakeshore. This is the madness of Danzo. If I cannot control this power, then let everyone perish together. We must stop him, Kagami said, before he completes the ritual. How do we stop him? Sure asked. With Danzo himself and 9 elite root ninjas, we have little chance in a direct confrontation. Moreover, the rain-hidden forces are lurking nearby, watching us closely. Once we are exposed, they might act as well. And then there's Konoha's White Fang. He added, if he's also nearby, the situation becomes even more complicated. Choni fell silent. Indeed, at least 4 forces were gathered in this area: Danzo's ritual group, the 6-man team from Dawn, the 20-member Venom Fawn unit of the rain-hidden village, and the solo operative Hataki Tsukumo. Any party that strikes first could trigger a chain reaction. The most dangerous part is that Danzo's ritual has evidently entered a critical phase. The formation began to glow brightly, and the chakra of the 3 tails at the lake's heart began to stir with deep beast-like groans echoing through the mist. Time is running out, Kagami said. I have a plan, but I need your cooperation. You speak, Choni responded without hesitation. Kagami quickly deployed in the mental network. First, we need to create chaos. You can your wind release create a brief airflow path in this thick fog. It doesn't need to last long, just enough to clear the fog for a few seconds so we can see the whole situation. I can, but the range is limited, at most covering a radius of 50 meters. That's enough. Sure, you're responsible for infiltrating the edge of the ritual formation during the chaos and destroying that heart container. It's the core medium of the ritual. If it's destroyed, the ritual will be interrupted. But there will definitely be defensive jutsu around the container. That's why we need Gus' cooperation. Kagami turned to Gu. You excel in earth release and sealing techniques. While Shurax, you should approach from underground using earth release techniques to disrupt the chakra flow in the ground formation. It doesn't need to be completely destroyed, just cause some chaos, and sure, we'll have a chance. Gu nodded. Understood. You stay at the back ready to heal and support at any time. Choni, you and I will be responsible for holding Danzo at bay. Choni frowned. Your body. I won't engage him directly, Kagami said. My task is to observe command and, at a critical moment, interfere in my way. He pointed to his right eye. Although the Sharingan is spent, some residual power of the Uchiha remains. If I concentrate all my chakra, I might be able to cause a momentary mental disturbance to Danzo. That moment will be sure and Gus' opportunity. That's too risky. You protested. Your nerves are already damaged. If you force the use of your eye power, it could lead to permanent blindness or even brain damage. I know. Kagami's voice was calm. But if we don't take risks now, when the 3 tails rampages, we will all die. Moreover, I have a feeling that Danzo's ritual is about to be completed. As if affirming his words, a blinding red light suddenly erupted from the center of the formation. The 9 root ninjas simultaneously spat out blood, yet the glow of the formation became even more intense. The heart on the altar began to beat violently, and chakra patterns resembling veins spread from the heart, extending along the formation's lines toward the heart of the lake. The surface of the lake began to boil. Huge bubbles surged from the depths, bursting with a dull roar. The thick fog was stirred by an invisible force, forming swirling vortices. The 3 tails is about to awaken. There's no time. Choni gritted his teeth. Act according to Kagami's plan. You prepare wind release. Shirgu, get in position. You retreat to a safe distance. The team instantly scattered. Yi formed hand seals, chakra gathering in his palms. Shir's figure melded into the fog, disappearing from sight. Gu pressed his hands to the ground, his body slowly sinking underground. Yi retreated to a massive rock at the back, opening her medical kit, holding a syringe in hand. Kagami and Choni exchanged a glance, charging toward the ritual site together. Danzo sensed their approach. He turned the 7 Sharingan on his right arm, spinning simultaneously, locking onto the 2 rushing toward him. Uchiha Kagami. Danzo's voice was hoarse and frenzied. And the remnants of Dawn. Have you come to seek death? We've come to stop your madness. Kagami stopped 20 meters in front of him, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Choni stood to his side, his sharp gaze cutting through the darkness beneath the dark silver mask. Stop me. Danzo laughed, a twisted and hysterical laugh. What do you know? You idealistic fools, always talking about stopping, protecting peace. But what this world needs is power. Absolute power. He raised his right arm, pointing toward the heart of the lake. Do you see? The 3 tails. Fu, the most docile of the tailed beasts, yet its power is enough to destroy a small nation. If I can control it, I can regain command over everything. Konoha. Hiruzen. You. All are but ants. You cannot control it, Jing said calmly. You are merely awakening a monster that you cannot tame. When it goes berserk you will be the first to die. Then we shall die together. Danzo roared. I have nothing left to lose. But before I perish I will make the entire world my funeral pyre. Before his words faded his figure vanished. It was not a body flicker but a hyperspeed movement blending the visual prowess of the Sharingan with taijutsu. The next moment he appeared at Jing's left side, his right arm lashing out like a whip, one of the Sharingan on his arm gleaming with an eerie light. Watch out. Chang'er urgently warned. Jing had already sensed Danzo's trajectory. Instead of meeting the attack head-on, he sidestepped gracefully while drawing 3 specially crafted shuriken from his chest and hurling them at Danzo's face. Danzo either dodged nor blocked. Another Sharingan on his right arm snapped open. Izanagi. The shuriken passed through Danzo's body as if through an illusion. But Danzo's true form appeared at Jing's right side, fingers clawing toward Jing's throat. In the nick of time Chang'er moved. His hands flew through hand seals and dozens of silver dark chakra chains erupted from the ground, snaking toward Danzo's arm. Humph. Danzo's right arm vibrated, chakra bursting forth, shattering the chains. But that momentary delay allowed Jing to retreat, evading the fatal strike. Yi now. Chang'er commanded through the mental network. Behind him Yi completed his hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent torrent of air erupted from Yi like an invisible giant hand tearing apart the thick mist. Within a 50-meter radius around the ritual site the mist was briefly swept away and vision suddenly became clear. Everyone witnessed the scene. The formation matrix blazed with intense light. 9 root shinobi, their faces pale as paper, maintained their hand seals. The heart on the altar beat violently, half of it already merged into the pattern of the matrix. At the center of the lake the water surface bulged and a colossal shell-covered spine slowly emerged. The phantom shadows of 3 tails swayed in the mist. Now! Jing roared. Underground goo completed his technique. Earth release vein disturbance. The ground shook violently. The lines of the formation matrix twisted and fractured. 3 of the 9 root shinobi screamed chakra backlash, spraying blood from their mouths as they collapsed unconscious. The light of the matrix became unstable. At the same time C's figure appeared beside the altar like a wraith. Her blade flashed, aiming to sever the container holding the heart. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. C's blade was blocked by another. A root shinobi wearing a birdbeak mask stood before the altar. Crow, Danzo's most loyal subordinate. You shall not disrupt Lord Danzo's ritual. Crow's voice was hoarse. See, I said nothing, only changing her blade's trajectory into a flurry of shadows, engaging Crow in combat. And at that moment another anomaly arose. From the edge of the mist 20 figures emerged silently. Amigeku's Venom Fawn unit had finally struck. They rushed not toward Danzo nor toward Dawnbreak, but began to lay an even larger formation matrix encircling the entire ritual site. What are they doing? He asked in alarm. It's a sealing array, Chang'er said, his expression shifting. Hanzo wants to use a large-scale sealing technique to reseal the 3 tails after it has been awakened, but before it fully goes berserk. But he won't care if we live or die. Indeed, the Amigekyu shinobi swiftly carved runes into the ground and began injecting chakra. A massive sealing array covering the entire lakeshore area was taking shape. Once this array was completed, every living thing within its range would be sealed, including Danzo, Dawnbreak, and possibly White Fawn, who might still be nearby. We must retreat. Yu urged urgently through the mental network. But it was already too late. Within the ritual matrix the heart had fully merged into the patterns. The Sharingan on the altar emitted a blinding crimson light. The sealing scroll unfurled automatically, and the forbidden medicine within turned into black smoke inhaled by Danzo. Danzo's body began to swell and distort. The 7 Sharingan on his right arm wept tears of blood simultaneously. The erosion of Hashirama's cells accelerated, wood-like textures spreading across half his body. His chakra surged to a terrifying level. Ha ha ha! Danzo laughed maniacally. Power, this is the feeling of power. He turned toward the lake center, his hands forming hand seals. A complex dojutsu pattern appeared in the air, shooting toward the 3 tails Isabu, which had just surfaced. The 3 tails let out an ear-splitting roar. It was not anger but pain. Danzo's dojutsu was forcibly invading its consciousness, attempting to establish a control link. But the will of a tailed beast was not so easily controlled. Even the most docile of the 3 tails possessed a spiritual power beyond human comprehension. The dojutsu pattern flickered, struggled, and began to crumble on the 3 tails' forehead. Danzo's expression changed. He bit his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood, and infused it into the dojutsu pattern. The pattern stabilized again, but the 3 tails' resistance grew fiercer. The entire lake churned, giant waves crashing against the shore, and the ground trembled violently. Not enough, still not enough. Danzo howled. More power. More chakra. His gaze turned to the 9 root shinobi still maintaining the formation matrix. Understanding Danzo's intent, despair etched their faces. Yet they did not resist. From the moment they were chosen, root shinobi were merely tools for Danzo. Danzo extended his right arm and the 7 Sharingan rotated simultaneously. Chakra extraction. The 9 root shinobi screamed in unison as their chakra was forcibly drained, channeled through the ground matrix into Danzo's body. Their bodies withered visibly, eventually becoming 9 desiccated corpses that collapsed to the ground. Having absorbed the full chakra of 9 elite shinobi, Danzo's aura surged once more. 3 of the Sharingan on his right arm had already closed completely, not weeping tears of blood but oozing a black ominous liquid. The erosion of Hashirama's cells had spread to his chest, his skin began to woodify and crack. Yet the dojutsu pattern stabilized and began to penetrate the Three-Tails' forehead. The Three-Tails' roar turned into a mournful cry. Its eyes lost focus, its movements grew stiff. Danzo's control was taking effect. He's almost succeeding. Jing murmured. No, he's almost dead, Ching'er said coldly. With this degree of chakra depletion and cellular erosion, even if he controls the tailed beast, he won't live 3 days. He's truly gambling with his life. Then He looked at Jing. Jing's right hand tightened on his sword hilt. His right eye began to sting and his vision grew hazier. But he could perceive the critical juncture of this mad ritual. Danzo's control relied on his own chakra suppressing the Three-Tails' consciousness. If that suppression loosened for even a single instant, the Three-Tails' backlash would utterly destroy Danzo. And the method to create that instant of looseness. Jing recalled Tobirama Sensei's words in the dream. The visual prowess of the Uchiha is at its essence the manifestation of spiritual power. Though his right eye was ruined, the blood of the Uchiha still flowed through him, and the spiritual power rooted in that bloodline still held its last embers. If he used those embers to strike Danzo's already crumbling spirit, he might go blind, might die. But it was the only chance. Jing said, his voice very calm. Now please direct everyone to retreat. Ci and Du should have already damaged part of the formation matrix. Amigeku's sealing array is not yet complete. While the Three-Tails has not fully gone berserk, lead everyone away from here. What do you plan to do? Ching'er asked urgently. Jing did not answer. He took off the goggles from his right eye and closed his eyes, pouring all his chakra, all his will, all his spiritual power into his right eye. Not to activate the Sharingan, that was no longer possible, but to condense that spiritual imprint of the Uchiha etched deep in his bloodline into a final impact. In his perception, the world became exceedingly clear. Danzo's chaotic chakra flowed, the agonized fluctuations of the Three-Tails' consciousness, the hurried hand seals of the Amigekyo shinobi, the anxious calls of his comrades, all the information intertwined. He found the point. The weakest point of Danzo's spiritual defenses. Now. Jing's eyes snapped open. His right eye did not glow with the crimson of the Sharingan, but radiated a pure, blazing, life-burning golden light. It was not light for vision, but light of the spirit. An invisible shockwave perceptible only to spiritual senses erupted from Jing, and shot straight toward Danzo's brow. Danzo sensed the danger. The last Sharingan on his right arm that could still open spun rapidly, attempting to defend. But it was too late. The spiritual impact of the Uchiha, even if only the last embers remained, still possessed the property of penetrating conventional defenses. The golden light pierced through the Sharingan's defense, and slammed into the depths of Danzo's consciousness. Danzo's body stiffened. Just for an instant. But it was enough. The Three-Tails seized that instant of looseness. The suppressed will erupted like a volcano. The violent spiritual backlash through the channel of the dojutsu link crashed into Danzo's mind. Aya! Danzo let out an inhuman scream. Blood spurted from all 7 of his orifices. The Sharingan on his right arm exploded one by one. The erosion of Hashirama's cells spiraled out of control, wood-like textures spreading over his entire body. Like a shattered puppet, he fell to his knees, his body beginning to disintegrate. And the Three-Tails, it had fully gone berserk. It emerged completely from the water, revealing its full form, a massive tortoise body covered in hard armor, 3 tails writhing like 3 giant serpents in the air. Its eyes turned a violent crimson. It opened its mouth, dense chakra coalescing within. Tailed beast ball. Run! Ching'er bellowed. The entire Dawnbreak squad retreated urgently. The Amigekyo Venom Fawn unit abandoned their sealing array and fled. The mist was dispersed by the Three-Tails' chakra vision clearing, but also exposing everyone to the tailed beast's gaze. The Three-Tails completed its tailed beast ball. A sphere of black and red chakra over 5 meters in diameter, pulsing with the energy to annihilate everything. It aimed at no one but at the ground of the lakeshore. Because what it wanted to destroy was the ritual formation that had tried to control it, and every living thing around it. The tailed beast ball was fired. Time seemed to slow. Jing watched the orb of destruction slowly fly toward the ground, saw Danzo's shattered body consumed by light, saw the ground vaporize in heat and shockwaves, saw the lake water rise into 100-meter-high wave surging in all directions. He turned, using his last strength to leap backward. The giant wave caught him like an invisible giant hand, slamming him into the cliff. Agony. Darkness. In his final consciousness, he seemed to see Tobirama Sensei's figure nodding to him in the light. Then the world fell utterly silent. The lakeshore was leveled. Danzo and his remaining root forces vanished without a trace. The Amigakure Venom Fawn unit lost half their number, the survivors fleeing in panic. And the three tails, after releasing the tailed beast ball, seemed to have expended vast amounts of chakra, slowly sinking back into the lake center, sinking back into slumber. The mist regathered, shrouding the land that had just witnessed a small-scale apocalypse. Only behind a protruding rock on a distant cliff you held up a fragile barrier, with her medical chakra protecting the unconscious Jing along with Yi Ci Gu and Qing Er, who had just returned to assist. They had survived. But at what cost? You looked at the unconscious Jing in her arms, at the trail of blood seeping from the corner of his closed right eye, feeling his pulse and chakra fluctuations so faint they were nearly gone. She knew that this time, he might not be saved. She raised her head, gazing at the lake's surface now shrouded in mist again, her tears silently falling. But what she did not notice was that higher up on the cliff, where they hid, a man wearing a Konoha forehead protector with white hair like a banner stood silently watching everything below. Hataki Sakumo. How long had he been there? How much had he seen? What would he do? No one knew. Only the mist forever shrouding this cursed lake, guarding its secrets, and the fate of those who survived. The storm had temporarily calmed. But the gears of war still turned. And those who lived had to continue forward. The lake of mist reconverged, a shroud of white lying over the land that had just been baptized by the tailed beast orb. Where the ritual had once been, the shoreline had vanished, replaced by a vast charred crater 100 meters across. At the crater's bottom, molten rock had cooled into slag, the surrounding soil split in radiating fissures. Water sluiced back into the hollow with a sizzle, sending up thicker tendrils of fog. Tuanzang and his root contingent, along with that maddening ritual diagram, had been wiped utterly from the world. The only traces were black fragments scattered along the crater's rim, perhaps the remnants of Xiaolunian or charred pieces of cells that had petrified from Hashirama material. And Sanwei Jifu, after releasing that tail beast orb, seemed to have exhausted the forcibly awakened power. It slowly sank into the lake's heart. Ripples on the surface, still the immense shadow disappearing into the dark green depths. In the dense fog there remained only an intermittent bass breathing like a monstrous sleep haunted by nightmares. At a bulge in the rock face, the struggling medical barrier flickered a few times and finally shattered. Her face was ashen, her chakra nearly spent, yet her hands remained steady on Jing's chest. A pale green current of medical chakra flowed like a thin stream, barely sustaining his tenuous vital signs. How is he? Qing Er knelt on one knee nearby, the dark silver mask smeared with water and dust. Yes, voice trembled. There is massive internal bleeding, 3 ribs fractured on the left, have punctured lung lobes. The right eye? The vasculature inside the right eye is completely ruptured, the optic nerve grievously damaged. Most severe are the chakra exhaustion and nerve trauma. His body is like a candle burned down to its wick. Can he be saved? Yes, voice came from the rear. Shi Ci and Gu had just finished checking the perimeter and confirmed it was temporarily safe. You bit her lip, tears slipping uncontrolled. I need an absolutely quiet, fully equipped operating theater, at least 2 medical jounin assisting, and a large supply of blood packs and nutrient fluids. But there is nothing here. The medicines I carry can only barely stabilize him at most. At most they can keep him alive for 3 hours. 3 hours. In this fog-bound desolate lake district, the nearest human settlement lay more than 30 kilometers away. Qing Er fell silent. Beneath the dark silver mask his expression was unseen, but his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. We take him with us. Gu suddenly said, I will use earth release to fashion a stretcher, you will use wind release to lighten the load. We will carry in shifts and travel at full speed. 3 hours. Perhaps we can reach the nearest Yuying border outpost. But will Yuying help him? Sis' voice was cold and pragmatic. Lord Jing is in rank renegade of Mai, the leader of Pixia. Yuying and Mai may have differences, but Hanzo will not publicly make war on Mai for our sake. More likely they will seize us all and hand us over to Mai for their own gain, then go to the Chao country. You said Jiraiya's forces are stationed there, though their stance differs. Lord Zilai was a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, perhaps. Maybe he will for old ties grant Jing a clean chance. Qing Er interrupted her, his voice bearing a deep weariness. Do you still not understand? From the day Jing left Mai, he has walked a road of no return. Mai will not save him, Mai will kill him. Yui no Wagakure Kumogakure, any shinobi village will treat him as something to be used or eradicated. Do we just watch him die? You suddenly burst out, her voice hoarse. He risked himself to stop Tanzang to prevent Sanwai's rampage from killing innocents. He saved possible villages, spared any civilians who might have passed here, even saved the Yuin shinobi who sought to seal the Sandway. Is this the end? To die alone by this cursed lakeside, your body picked at by beasts, your name forgotten by all. You be calm. Ching'er pressed a hand to her shoulder. How can I be calm? You shrugged off his hand, tears blurring her sight. Do you know? Just before the medical barrier broke, I saw Lord Jing's mouth. He was smiling. He smiled, using his last strength to stop a disaster, and then went to die satisfied. Is that the ending Uchiha Jing wanted? Is that the meaning of following him? Silence fell on the rock face. Only the soft movements of fog and Jing's barely audible breath remained. At that moment a voice drifted down from above. If you are willing to trust me, I can take him to a place. Instantly everyone snapped into battle posture. See, I had already drawn his blade. He had a hand on her tool pouch. Gus' fingers had formed half a seal, and Ching'er stepped to shield Jing and Yu. Higher on the rock face, Chimu Shuomao descended slowly. He bore no mask. His white hair stood out in the mist. His face held no hostility, only a composed, almost compassionate expression. My white fang. Ching'er's voice was icy. How long have you been here? Long enough, Shuomao replied. He halted 10 meters away, a distance that did not provoke undue alarm, yet allowed instant action. From the moment Tanzang began the ceremony to your arrival to Jing interrupting the ritual that way to the final Sandway rampage. I saw it all. Then what will you do? Ching'er asked. Arrest us. Kill us and return Jing's body to Maya's proof. Shuomao shook his head. If I had intended that, I would have struck when you were weakest. He looked at Jing and yes, arms his gaze complex. I know Yaziba Jing. Or rather, I once knew him. Mui's youngest Umbu captain in history, a disciple of the second Hokage, a unseen century prodigy of the Yaziba clan. But by the time I became a jounin, he had already left Mai. The rumors I heard were mostly negative. Traitor, coward, shirker of duty. He's not. You tried to interject, but Shuomao raised a hand to stop her. I know, he said. Today I saw the truth. A man willing to stake his life to prevent catastrophe cannot be a coward. A man who could flee alone yet chose to stand before his comrades cannot be without feeling. One who can in his final moments tell the enemy you cannot control it. He has seen something beyond mere power. He paused. Therefore I am willing to help him. Not as a Mai shinobi, but in my own name, Chimu Shuomao. Where will you take him? Ching'er asked warily. To a neutral medical facility, Shuomao said. It belongs to no village. It is staffed by retired medical shinobi who treat those who cannot appear in official hospitals. It is 15 kilometers from here, near the border between Yuji country and Chao country. At our pace we can be there in 20 minutes. Why? He asked. Why help us? We are renegades Mui's wanted. Helping us is betrayal of Mai. Shuomao fell silent. His gaze drifted into the fog as if viewing distant memories. My father, he began slowly, was once a special jounin of Mai. On a mission he made a choice. He abandoned the task to save his teammates. The mission failed, the comrades survived, but when my father returned to Mai he was blamed by everyone. They said a shinobi must place mission above all. Sentiment only causes more death. My father did not argue. He refused important missions thereafter, retiring in bitterness. His voice was steady, but the weight of it was palpable to all. I have long wondered, was my father wrong? If it were me, what would I have done? Today, seeing Jing's choice, I think I understand. Some things truly matter more than mission, more than rules, even more than life. He looked at the Pashao members. You trusted him and followed him even if it made you enemies of the world. Then please trust me once. I swear by the Chimu name that I will not harm Yaziba Jing, nor will I betray your location. I only wish to save someone who deserves saving. Ching'er and the others exchanged looks. In their eyes were doubt and struggle, but finally a sliver of hope. Can you guarantee the safety of that medical site? Ching'er asked. I cannot promise absolute safety, Shuomao said frankly, but it has secure shielding barriers. Entry requires special tokens, and the medical shinobi have signed secrecy oaths. At least it is far safer than waiting here to die. How do we know this is not a trap? See, I asked coldly. You do not. Shuomao met her gaze. You can only choose to trust or not trust. But time is short. His life has less than 3 hours left. You pressed Jing to her chest, feeling his pulse thin. She raised her head to Ching'er. Captain. Ching'er closed his eyes. Beneath the dark silver mask he made a decision. We go with you, he said, but if you betray us, I swear at any cost Pashao will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Shuomao nodded. I accept. He turned. Follow me. I know a hidden route to avoid Yin patrols. The Pashao squad moved swiftly. Gu used earth release to craft a sturdy stretcher. Yi used wind release to lighten the burden. Yu sat by the stretcher continuously channeling medical chakra. Ci and Gu bore the load. Yi and Ching'er covered the flanks. Shuomao led the way. His pace was brisk but matched to the squad. The route was indeed concealed, threading narrow fissures, skirting dangerous marshes, and avoiding areas with chakra signatures. Along the way, Qing'er communicated through the mental link, stay alert. At any sign of trouble, withdraw with Jing, I will cover the rear. Understood, came the responses. 15 kilometers covered in under 20 minutes by full-speed shinobi travel. The fog thinned and a comparatively dry hilly expanse appeared. Behind an unremarkable slope, Shomao halted and formed hand seals. On the ground, a concealed technique shimmered into view. Shomao poured chakra into specific nodes, and the earth slid open, revealing a descending staircase. Underground? He asked in surprise. The safest place, Shomao answered. Follow me. The stairway dropped about 10 meters to a heavy metal door at its base. Shomao entered a sequence on the door and left chakra markers in the sensor zone. The door opened to a bright corridor, the scent of antiseptic filling the air. An elderly figure in a white medical robe stood at the threshold. Seeing Shomao, he inclined his head. Shomakin, you have brought guests. His gaze swept over the Pashio squad and paused over Jing. Without question, he stepped aside. Come in quickly, the operating theater is ready. This is Medic Inoue, the facility's head, Shomao briefly introduced. Senior, the patient is critical and needs immediate surgery. Inoue looked to be in his 60s, hair white but eyes keen and movements practiced. He glanced at you. You are a medical shinobi. Yes, but I enough, he said. You come with me into the operating theater. The others wait outside. Shomao, you explain and calm them. You handed Jing to two masked assistants brought by Inoue. Their faces were hidden, but their professionalism was plain. The stretcher was pushed to the room at the corridor's end, and you followed close. The metal door closed, the surgical lights brightened. In the corridor, the Pashao squad and Shomao waited in silence. Time ticked away. Only the low hum of ventilation and now and then a beeping instrument broke the hush. An hour later, the operating theater door opened. Inoue emerged, bloodied, gloves removed. His face was tired, but there was a note of relief in his eyes. He lived, Inoue said. Barely. The right eye could not be saved. The optic nerve was a total loss and I removed it. Internal bleeding has been staunched, broken ribs have been set, but the lung puncture will take time to heal. The worst are nerve damage and chakra depletion. He will need at least 3 months to regain normal activity. And Inoue paused. His Xiaolunian ocular power has vanished completely. Not sealed, not suppressed, but truly gone. Yuziba Jing is now merely an ordinary gravely wounded shinobi. He lives, Qing'er repeated, a tremor of relief in his voice. That is enough. What of the girl? He asked. You is fine, just chakra exhausted and asleep, Inoue said. She is an excellent medical shinobi. Without her initial treatment, Jing would not have lasted. She is resting in the next room. May we see him? Gu asked. Yes, but only one at a time and only briefly, Inoue replied. He is still fragile and needs absolute rest. Qing'er looked at Shomao. You go. You are an old acquaintance of his. Shomao hesitated, then nodded and stepped into the operating theater. Jing lay on the bed connected to monitors. His right eye was wrapped in thick bandages, his left was shut, his face paper pale, yet the rise and fall of his chest was steady and rhythmic. He was still alive. Shomao stood at the bedside a long moment in silence. Then he spoke softly as if afraid to wake Jing. You did it. Tuanzang's madness was stopped, the Sanwei sank again, and no innocents died. Your comrades, they all survived. On the bed, Jing's left eyelash trembled faintly. He opened his eyes slowly, vision blurred but focusing on Shuomo's face. Shuomao, Jing croaked, barely audible. It is I. Shuomao sat at the bedside. Do not speak, conserve your strength. Jing's mouth curved in a weak arc. Why? Why save you? Shuomao answered, because you were right. Some fights are not for missions, not for villages, not even for oneself, but for right itself. He paused. Jing Senior, do you know about my father's story? Jing blinked to show he did. Then you understand my choice, Shuomao said. Shuomao continued, I will report to Mai that Tuanzang attempted to control the Sanwei, was devoured by his own scheme and died there with no other personnel found. Yet the Umbu intelligence will sooner or later trace Paxio's involvement. You must leave quickly once you are stable, move at once. Jing nodded and a thread of gratitude passed through his left eye. Also, Shuomao hesitated, Lord Zilai has been looking for you. Not to capture but to speak with you, about Paxiao, about your ideals, about how to change this world. Jing's expression grew complex. I do not counsel you, Shuomao rose. When you have recovered, decide for yourself. In any case, thank you. Thank you for showing me that shinobi can be more than mission and killing. He rose toward the door, and before leaving said, take care, Jing. I hope our next meeting is not on the battlefield. The door closed gently. In the room, Jing shut his eyes, feeling the sting of wounds and more faintly the tangible fact of being alive. He lives. His comrades live. The catastrophe was averted. And the road still stretches on. Under the effect of medicine, his consciousness blurred. Before sleep took him, an image rose in Jing's mind, his teacher Tuojian at last nodding to him in a shaft of light. Teacher, He whispered in his heart, I still have not found the answer. But at least I am still moving forward. Outside, the window fog still blanketed the Yuji country. Yet deep below in the medical facility a light burned, guarding the last glow of embers. And that glow would one day become dawn. It was only a matter of time. 3 days later, in the underground medical facilities ward, Jing leaned half against the head of the bed. The bandage on his right eye had been replaced, but it was still wrapped. His left eye's vision was gradually becoming clearer. His complexion remained pale, but compared to the near-death state 3 days ago he had improved significantly. A bandage was wrapped around his chest to stabilize his ribs, and his left arm was suspended across his chest, yet at least he could breathe independently, eat, and think. Yu sat on the chair by the bed holding a bowl of medicinal porridge, feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Her eyes were still slightly red and swollen, but her expression had returned to her usual professionalism and calmness. Senior Yano said that in another week you will be able to get out of bed for simple activities. Yes, voice was soft. But the recovery of your chakra will take at least 3 months. You absolutely cannot fight during this time, and cannot even engage in high-intensity chakra control practice. Jing nodded, swallowing a mouthful of porridge. What about the others? Ching-er and Yi are on perimeter watch, and Ci and Gu are checking the evacuation route. You said, Mr. Shuemo left yesterday. He said he was returning to Konoha to report the official version of the Danzo incident. Senior Yano and the medical staff here are very professional and did not ask many questions. Jing inquired, what about Jiraiya? Yes, Han paused slightly. There is still no news. But Ching-er speculates that with Lord Jiraiya's intelligence network he should already know we are here. The reason he hasn't appeared immediately may be that he is observing or perhaps preparing for something. Jing fell silent for a moment. You should leave. Jing interrupted her, his voice weak yet laced with undeniable strength. Danzo is dead, but the root has not been completely eradicated. The higher-ups in Konoha will not let this go easily, especially Tsunade and Mito Gaten. They will definitely pursue this to the end. On the Rain Village side, Hanzo has lost the elite Poison Fawn unit, and has exposed the plan to seal the Three Tails. He will also take action. He looked at you. It is no longer safe here. I am too heavily injured and a burden. You four must evacuate immediately to the Dawn's safe house in the land of hot water and wait for my contact. No way. Yes, voice suddenly became firm. We will not leave you behind. Ching-er won't, you won't, and Ci and Gu won't either. If you insist on us leaving, then we will carry you with us, no matter if it slows us down or increases the risk. Jing looked at her, a complex glint flashing in his left eye. You understand. The price of my survival may be everyone's life. If Konoha or the pursuers from the Rain Village find this place, then we will fight. You gazed into his eyes. We are Dawn, not Konoha's Umbu, not the Rain Village's Poison Fang. We follow you not because you are strong, not because you can bring us victory, but because you have shown us another possibility. A possibility where a ninja does not need to sacrifice everything for a mission, where strength can be used to protect instead of destroy. Her voice choked slightly. By the Mist Lake, when you used your last ocular power to strike at Danzo, I saw it. That light, it was not the light of the Sharingan, it was your own light. So please do not speak of being a burden or dragging us down. You are the path we have chosen, the future we believe in. If you fall, what meaning will our fight have? The ward fell into a brief silence. Jing's gaze fell on Yes' face. This usually quiet and restrained medical ninja now burned with a fire he had never seen before. That flame was neither anger nor sadness, but a kind of near faithful determination. I understand, Jing finally said. I'm sorry. Yu shook her head and continued to feed him the porridge. But a faint comforting curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just then there was a gentle knock on the ward door. Come in, Jing said. The door opened and Ching-er walked in. The dark silver mask was already removed, revealing a face that had endured countless trials yet still had sharp eyes. His expression was somewhat serious. Is there a situation? Jing asked. The perimeter warning traps have been triggered, Ching-er said. But not through forceful destruction, rather, they were cleverly bypassed. The intruder's stealth technique is very skilled, at least at the level of a jonin. But strangely, the intruder did not approach further but lingered outside the warning line for a moment before leaving. What did they leave behind? You asked cautiously. Ching-er took out a small scroll from his pocket. This was found at the edge of the trap. There is no chakra seal, an ordinary person can open it. It only has one sentence on it. He unfolded the scroll and handed it to Jing. On the scroll an elegant script was written. Tomorrow at noon in the Eastern Valley, come alone. To talk about old times and discuss the future. Jiraiya. Jing looked at the words, his left eye narrowing slightly. A trap. You immediately said. He wants to lure you out, and then. Not necessarily. Ching-er analyzed. With Jiraiya's strength, if he really wanted to capture someone, he could have directly attacked this medical point, and we would have had a hard time resisting. His choice of this method seems more like a test. Or a kind of respect. Respect? You asked, puzzled. He has given Jing the choice. Chang'er said. To go or not to go. To go alone or to take someone with him. This is a gesture. I am not pursuing you as Konoha's 3 ninjas but as Jiraiya in person to talk with you. Jing closed the scroll and placed it beside the bed. Are you going? Chang'er asked. Yes. Jing replied decisively. Since he has invited me this way, I will respond in kind. Moreover, I do want to talk to him. It's too dangerous. You oppose. Your body. I will inject a strong painkiller and an adrenaline shot before the meeting. Jing said. Senior Yano should have some. Although it will increase the burden on my body, it will be enough to sustain a conversation. What if he tries to attack? Chang'er asked. Then we will fight. Jing's voice was calm. But I am inclined to believe he won't. Jiraiya is different from Danzo. He may not understand my choices, may oppose my path, but at least he is willing to listen to me. Chang'er fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. All right. But I will remain on alert from a distance. If there is any abnormality, I will immediately support you. No. Jing shook his head. He said come alone, so I will go alone. Chang'er, this is a matter of trust. If we cannot establish even the most basic trust, then this conversation is meaningless. But trust me. Jing interrupted him. And also trust Jiraiya. Chang'er looked into Jing's eyes and finally sighed. Fine. But we will be prepared for evacuation. If you exceed the expected time without returning or signal us, we will immediately retreat and leave markers along the way. All right. Jing agreed. You wanted to say something, but Jing raised his still active right hand and gently pressed her arm. Don't worry, I will come back. I still have many things left to do, many people to see, and many questions, without answers. His gaze turned toward the window. Though outside there was only a cold concrete wall, his sight seemed to pierce through everything, seeing farther beyond. This world needs to change, and change has just begun. The next day at midnight in the eastern valley of the Land of Rain, within a relatively dry cave. Jiraiya leaned against the rocky wall. In front of him a small campfire was lit. On the fire sat an iron kettle, the water just boiled, and he leisurely brewed tea. He was not wearing that iconic red jacket, but a simple gray travel outfit with his white hair casually tied back. He did not deliberately conceal his presence, but also did not flaunt it. Just like an ordinary traveler resting here. Soft footsteps were heard outside the cave. Jiraiya raised his head, looking toward the entrance. Jing's figure appeared there. He was dressed in dark casual clothes, his right eye still wrapped in a bandage, his left arm suspended across his chest, walking slowly yet steadily. His complexion, illuminated by the campfire, still appeared pale, but his gaze was clear and calm. You're here. Jiraiya smiled, gesturing to the opposite seat. Sit down. The tea is just right, made from the mountain tea of the Land of Rain. It tastes good. Jing did not sit down immediately, but carefully sensed the surroundings. There was indeed only Jiraiya present, no ambush, no traps. Only then did he walk over to the opposite side of the campfire and slowly sit down. Jiraiya handed him a cup of tea. Jing took it, not drinking, only holding it in his hands, feeling the warmth of the cup. How are your injuries? Jiraiya asked, his tone like that of an old friend chatting. I'm not dead, Jing replied briefly. I heard from Shoemo about the Danzo incident. Jiraiya took a sip of tea. He ended it that way, which can be seen as self-inflicted. But the higher-ups in Konoha will not see it this way. To them, Danzo was the root of Konoha, the guardian in the dark. His death must have someone held accountable. So you came to capture me? Jing asked. Jiraiya shook his head. If I wanted to capture you, I would have acted 3 days ago. At that time you were unconscious and your companions were exhausted. It was the best opportunity. He paused. Jing, I have known you for a long time. Although we haven't executed many missions together, I saw you when you were a child, following teacher Tobirama, studying earnestly, your eyes filled with hope for the future. I have also seen you after you became the Umbu captain, calm, efficient, nearly perfect. But I have never seen you like you are now. Like what? Jing asked. Like a person, Jiraiya said earnestly. With weaknesses, who can be injured, who makes mistakes, and who will risk their life for certain things. Yes, Jiraiya sighed. We've all changed. You left Konoha, I left the village to travel. Tsunade indulges in gambling and Orochimaru chose a different path. His gaze grew profound. Over the years I've traversed the shinobi world and witnessed many things. War, famine, hatred, suffering. And also some faint yet genuine sparks of hope. I've begun to understand some of what Master Tobirama once said, about peace, about understanding, about breaking the cycle. Kagami raised his eyes. You agree with Master Tobirama's ideals. I agree with his goal but not entirely with his methods, Jiraiya confessed. Master Tobirama believed in systems and rationality in achieving peace through rules and balance. But what I saw on my journey is that the human heart is more complex than any system, hatred more powerful than reason, and peace requires something more. Like what? Like understanding, like tolerance, like love, Jiraiya chuckled. Sounds cliché, doesn't it? But that's what I've seen. A mother protecting her child amid the flames of war, a victim choosing forgiveness over hatred, ordinary people forging bonds across different villages. They possess a power that isn't chakra but the strength of the human heart. Kagami stared at the campfire, silent. Kagami, you're Dawn. What exactly do you intend to do? Jiraiya asked. Sakumo said you protect civilians, fight against corrupt nobles and shinobi, and even tried to change some rules. But what specifically? What is your goal? To establish a new hidden village? To overthrow the existing order? Or something else? Kagami slowly set down his teacup. Jiraiya, have you ever seen a seed? He asked abruptly. A seed? A seed falling into a crevice of rock. No soil, no water, only hard stone. Yet it still sprouts, straining with all its might to push apart the rock, sending out tiny roots in search of even a trace of nourishment. In the end it might grow into a small tree or wither in a storm. But the important thing is that it tried. He looked at Jiraiya. Dawn is that seed. We don't know if we can grow into a great tree or how much we can change. But we know that if we never try, there will never be any change. What do you want to change? Jiraiya pressed. The relationship between shinobi and civilians, Kagami said. The doctrine of mission above all. The logic that might makes right. And also, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha with other villages and with this world. He paused. Jiraiya, you've traveled the lands, surely you've seen it. Shinobi accept missions from employers to assassinate, destroy, steal, and then leave with their payment. As for the consequences, the deaths of civilians, the shattered families, the ruined villages, those are not within a shinobi's consideration. Because shinobi are mere tools. Tools need no feelings, no morality, only to follow orders. That is the shinobi way of life. Since the Warring States period, Jiraiya said. But the Warring States period is over. Kagami's voice rose. The Senju and Uchiha allied to found Konoha to end the endless clan feuds so that children would no longer have to go to war. The first Hokage's dream was to create a world where all children could grow up safely. But now, children still learn killing techniques at the ninja academy, still sent to the battlefield at around 10 years old, still sacrificing everything for the village's interests. The campfire crackled. Kagami, you're too idealistic. Jiraiya sighed. Reality is, as long as other hidden villages exist and the shadow of war looms, Konoha must maintain its military strength. Otherwise it will be us who are destroyed. Then must the cycle continue forever? Kagami asked. Hatred breeds war, war breeds more hatred, then wait for the next war. Have the dreams of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara been forgotten? Jiraiya fell silent. He picked up the iron kettle and refilled both their cups. Kagami, do you know why Master Tobirama ultimately didn't choose you as his successor for Hokage? He asked suddenly. Kagami's pupils constricted slightly. It wasn't because of your ability, your bloodline, or even your Uchiha identity. Jiraiya met his eyes. It was because you are too much like him. Like whom? Like a young Master Tobirama, Jiraiya said. Rational, calm, believing in the power of systems, but also lonely, stubborn, shouldering all responsibilities alone. Master Tobirama saw his own reflection in you. He knew how difficult that path was, how lonely, how easy it was to lose your way. Kagami's fingers tightened around his teacup. He chose Hiruzen not because Hiruzen was stronger than you, but because Hiruzen understood better how to be gentle. Jiraiya continued. He knew how to compromise, how to listen, how to find balance between ideals and reality. Master Tobirama wanted Konoha to have a Hokage who could unite everyone, not a perfect but solitary leader. But Master Hiruzen, Kagami's voice was hoarse. He changed too. Danzo's root, the surveillance of the Uchiha, the suspicion of other villages. Konoha is losing its original purpose. I know. Jiraiya nodded. That's why I left to travel, to think, to write. Yes, write those vulgar novels. Because I wanted to find an answer, to find a third path, different from Master Tobirama's rationality and the first Hokage's naivety. He looked at Kagami. And your Dawn seems to be searching for that path too. Outside the cave the sound of rain began. The rain country was raining. Jiraiya, what did you come here to say today? Kagami asked. It's not just to chat, is it? Jiraiya set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. Two things, he said. First, Konoha's High Command has decided to label Uchiha Kagami as an extreme risk missignon with a bounty of 50 million ryo. At the same time, all members of the Dawn organization are to be killed on sight. The order will be officially issued in 3 days, and at least 3 elite Umbu squads will enter the Rain country to hunt you down. Kagami's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes sharpened. Second, Jiraiya paused. I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Kagami raised an eyebrow. Not a cooperation between Konoha and Dawn, but between you and me personally, Jiraiya said. I will continue traveling the shinobi world, writing books, searching for answers. And you continue on your path of Dawn, sowing your seeds. We can exchange intelligence, assist each other when needed, and perhaps one day find a true road to peace. Why? Kagami asked. You could stay out of it and continue your travels. Why get involved in something so dangerous? Because I too am a seed. Jiraiya smiled, a rare sincerity in his expression. Only my kind of seed likes to run around, write erotic novels, drink and gamble. But deep down, I also want to see the rock crack and the sunlight pour in. He extended his hand. How about it? Though our methods and ideals differ, our goals might be the same. Kagami looked at the hand, then into Jiraiya's eyes. Those eyes held cunning cynicism, but also a deep, unquenchable flame. After a few seconds, Kagami extended his still usable right hand and grasped Jiraiya's. Pleasure to cooperate, he said. Pleasure to cooperate. Jiraiya smiled and gave a firm shake. Releasing his hand, Jiraiya took a small scroll from his robe and handed it to Kagami. Some intelligence you might need: the internal conflicts in the Rain village, Hanzo's health, smuggling routes on the grass country border, and the recent movements of the Uchiha clan. Kagami took the scroll but did not open it immediately. The Uchiha. How are they? He asked, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Jiraiya's expression grew complicated. Not good. Fugaku is struggling to maintain balance, but the radical faction within the clan grows louder. The suspicion from Konoha's high command hasn't diminished, instead it's intensified after Danzo's death. I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before conflict erupts. Kagami closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Kagami, that is the fate of the Uchiha and also the fate of Konoha, Jiraiya said softly. But fate can be changed. It just needs time, methods, and the right people. I understand. Kagami opened his eyes. Thank you, Jiraiya. Don't thank me. Jiraiya stood. I should be going. Oh, and this is for you. He tossed another small bottle to Kagami. Nono's special recovery medicine, 3 times more effective than the market stuff. 1 pill a day will speed up chakra recovery. Consider it the first gift of our cooperation. Kagami caught the bottle and nodded. Jiraiya walked toward the cave entrance, stopped in the rain, and looked back. Take care, Kagami. Don't die too soon. This world needs more seeds. And people who can see them sprout. With those words, his figure vanished into the curtain of rain. Kagami sat alone in the cave, gazing at the dancing campfire, holding the small scroll and medicine bottle in his hand. The rain grew louder. But within the rain he seemed to hear another sound, not despair, not an ending, but something subtle yet resolute. It was the sound of a seed splitting rock. The sound of footsteps in the darkness. The faint, unwavering glimmer that refuses to be extinguished in the deepest dark before dawn. He stowed the bottle and scroll, rose to his feet, and walked toward the cave entrance. The rain struck his face, cold and real. He was still alive. The road still lay ahead. And the cooperation had already begun. On the 10th day in the underground medical facility, the bandage over Jing's right eye had been completely removed, replaced by a simple black eye patch. Faint violet bruises from the surgery still lingered around the eye socket, but at least there was no more bleeding or pain. Or rather, the sharp stabbing had transformed into a deep, persistent ache, like cold seeping from the marrow of the bones. The splint on his left arm had also been taken off, but Yuneyu warned him that recovery of the shoulder nerve damage would take much longer, at least 3 months, without lifting heavy objects, performing strenuous movements, or even maintaining the same posture for extended periods. Your body is like a piece of porcelain that has been repaired many times, Yuneyu said during the final checkup. Each severe injury leaves invisible cracks. Chakra exhaustion, nerve damage, internal organ trauma. These scars accumulate, making your body increasingly fragile. Jing, you must accept the fact you are no longer that ANBU captain in his early 20s with astonishing recovery. Now you cannot withstand another injury of the same magnitude. Jing said nothing, only nodded. He knew Yuneyu was speaking the truth. During these 10 days of recovery he could clearly feel the heaviness of his body. Every breath came with a dull pain in his lungs, every lift of his arm revealed the stiffness in his shoulder, and every attempt to gather chakra was like drawing water from a dried well, laborious with meager results. But he had no time left. The bounty order from Konoha had already been issued. Although this underground medical point had a barrier seal 5 days ago during perimeter vigilance, Ching'er had discovered traces of Konoha ANBU activity. Not a large-scale search but precise reconnaissance. This indicated that Konoha had roughly pinpointed the area and a full-scale search was only a matter of time. There were also moves from the Rain Village. Although Banzang had not made a public statement, the remnants of the Venom Fawn unit had been reorganized after the Mist Lake incident and began frequent activities in the border regions. Their target was clearly not just Dawn, but also all foreign ninjas operating within the Land of Rain, including Konoha's reconnaissance squads. In the Land of Grass, Zillai's main force began moving toward the border of the Land of Rain, but at a slow pace as if observing. Meanwhile, spies from the Rock and Cloud villages also frequently appeared in this area. The entire border region of the Land of Rain was like a powder keg about to be ignited. Dawn must relocate. A safe route has been planned. Ching'er spread out a map during the evening meeting. 3 routes, first heading west into the Land of Rivers where the terrain is complex and suitable for hiding, but it is farthest from Dawn's safe house in the Land of Hot Springs, requiring at least 15 days of travel. The second goes north through the Land of Grass. This is the shortest route but carries the greatest risk. We would pass directly through Zillai's defense zone and might encounter Rock Village patrols. The third goes southeast into the Land of the Sea. He pointed to the archipelago on the map's edge. The Land of the Sea consists of dozens of small islands. The central government's control is weak and local clans rule independently. We have a small contact point there for temporary rest. But the problem is that sea travel is slow and easy to track, and after the Three Tails incident the Mist Village's alert level has increased. The Land of the Sea is nominally neutral but is actually under the Mist sphere of influence. Yi Gu and you all looked at the map with solemn expressions. Lord Jing, what do you think? Yi asked. Jing's gaze moved across them. His finger traced the mountains of the Land of Rivers, the plains of the Land of Grass, and finally stopped at the southeastern archipelago. The Land of the Sea, he said. Why? See, I asked. There is great risk there. Because there is something we need there, Jing replied. Intelligence. The Land of the Sea is at the crossroads of the Land of Fire, the Land of Water, and the Land of Lightning, a lawless zone and a hub for intelligence trading. If we want to understand the movements of Konoha's high command, the reactions of other ninja villages, or even the situation of the Yuzhibo clan, that is the best choice. He paused. Besides, although the Mist Village's alert level is raised, their attention is mainly on the Three Tails. Tuanzang's death might be good news for the Mist. One less man trying to control the tailed beasts. If we act low-key and avoid drawing attention, the Mist may not waste much effort chasing us. Ching'er thought for a moment and nodded. Makes sense. Then the Land of the Sea it is. But the route needs adjustment. We cannot go directly south, as that would pass through the border conflict zone between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. I suggest we first head east into the southern part of the Land of Grass, then land at the northwestern corner of the Land of the Sea where the islands are dense and easy to hide. How long will it take? You asked? If all goes well, 7 days, Ching'er said. But that's assuming everything goes smoothly. Then it's settled. Jing stood up. This simple action made his vision go dark for a moment, but he quickly steadied himself. We depart before dawn tomorrow. Tonight everyone prepare everything. Late at night, Jing sat alone in the ward holding the scrolls Zillai had left. Over these 10 days he had read its contents multiple times. The intelligence in the scroll was very detailed, even dangerously so, because it proved that Zillai's intelligence network was deeper and broader than he had imagined. Regarding the Rain Village, Banzang's health was indeed deteriorating. An accidental contact with the venom of the salamander 3 years ago had left permanent damage to his lungs. In the past 6 months his public appearances had significantly decreased, and the actual affairs of the Rain Village were mostly handled by his 3 disciples. Among them, signs of power struggles had already emerged. Regarding Konoha, Tuanzang's death had triggered an earthquake in the high command. Xuanqin Xiaochun and Shuiman Menyan strongly demanded a thorough investigation, believing that an external force was behind it, insinuating other ninja villages or even the Dawn organization. Meanwhile, Yuan Fei Rizen's attitude was ambiguous. On one hand he agreed to the bounty order, on the other he secretly restricted the ANBU's scope of action as if buying time. Regarding the Yuzhibo, the situation was worse than Zillai had said. The radical faction within the clan led by Yuzhibo Badai had already begun training armed forces in secret. Fuyue tried to suppress them, but with limited effect. Konoha's ANBU surveillance of the Yuzhibo had become blatant, and patrol frequency around the Yuzhibo clan grounds had doubled. The conflict was indeed on the verge of eruption. And on the last page of the scroll there was only one line. Be careful of Yuan. He is also looking for you. Jing's fingers traced over the line. Yuan. That former comrade, now a rogue ninja. Why was he looking for him? For the Xylunion? Or for something else? He closed the scroll and tucked it into his robe. Then he picked up a new set of clothes Yuneyu had prepared for him, a dark gray travel outfit, a rainproof cloak over it, and the belt had slots for ninja tool pouches and a scabbard. His sword had been lost in the Mist Lake incident, and now he only had a short blade barely sufficient. After dressing, Jing walked to the mirror in the corner. The person in the mirror looked unfamiliar. A black eye patch covered his right eye, faint dark circles lingered under his left eye. His cheeks were sunken from blood loss and malnutrition, and his lips lacked color. His shoulders drooped slightly, a habitual posture caused by the injury. He looked 10 years older than his actual age, like a traveler weathered by too many storms, weary and exhausted. But those eyes. The left eye was still clear, still sharp, still burning with something that refused to be extinguished. He raised his hand and gently touched the eye patch. The Xylunion was completely lost. The Yuzebo's pupil power had vanished. From the perspective of bloodline inheritance, he was no longer a complete Yuzebo. But he felt no regret. Instead, there was a strange sense of relief. That power, both a gift and a curse from birth, was no longer his shackle. Now he was just Yuzebo Jing. A wounded, weary, but still forward-moving ninja. The door gently opened, and you walked in. She had already changed into action gear, carrying a medical pack larger than usual. Time for the injection, she said, holding 2 syringes, a potent analgesic and adrenaline. Jing nodded and unbuttoned his collar. Yes, movements were practiced and gentle. The 2 injections were done quickly. As the medicine entered his body, Jing felt a slight dizziness followed by a warm, false surge of strength spreading through him. The pain subsided, his breathing became easier, and even his chakra flows seemed slightly more active. But he knew this was only a surface, an illusion created by the drugs. Once the effect wore off, the backlash on his body would be more severe. The effect lasts 8 hours, you said. After 8 hours you'll need at least 12 hours of complete rest. So we must reach the first transit point within 7 hours. Understood, Jing said, fastening his collar. Is everyone else ready? They're all waiting outside. You looked at him, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Lord Jing, if you feel unwell on the road, you must tell me immediately. Don't push yourself. I will, Jing promised. The 2 walked out of the ward into the corridor. Xing'er, Yi Si and Gu were already waiting there, all dressed in travel gear with their packs on. Has everyone memorized the route map? Xing'er asked. Everyone nodded. Good. Let's move out. The exit of the underground passage was hidden deep in an abandoned mine. As the 6 filed out, it was raining outside, the eternal fine drizzle of the land of rain. The sky was not yet fully light under the gray heavens. The mountains were shrouded in rain mist. Visibility was low, but for the fugitives this was instead a cover. As planned, Gu and I will scout ahead, maintaining a distance of 500 meters. Xing'er said. Yi and Si will guard the flanks at 200 meters. Yu and Jing stay in the center, keep a steady pace, don't push it. If you encounter anything, Jing's safety is the top priority. Understood. The squad dispersed, melting into the rain like shadows, beginning to move silently. Jing followed behind you, maintaining a steady pace. A steady, energy-conserving pace. The medicine worked remarkably well. His body obeyed more readily than anticipated, with pain suppressed within tolerable limits. Though his chakra was thin, it sufficed for basic perception and movement. Yet the more he felt this, the more vigilant he became. Illusory power was the easiest to breed miscalculation, and a single miscalculation could mean death. The first half of the journey went smoothly. They avoided the main roads, traveling along the forest edge, occasionally scaling cliffs or crossing streams, but for shinobi these obstacles were trivial. 3 hours later they reached the first predetermined transit point, a concealed cave. They rested briefly, replenished water, and checked their gear. Jing's condition was relatively stable. Yu examined him briefly and nodded. Maintain this pace and we'll reach the grass country border on schedule, Xing'er said. However, just as they prepared to leave the cave, Sis' mental link suddenly flashed a warning. 2 kilometers ahead, chakra signatures. Over 20 individuals dispersed, formation moving toward us. Chakra characteristics. Rain country but not venom fangs, regular patrol unit. Can we bypass them? Xing'er asked. Cliff on the left, swamp on the right. Only this path, Si replied. If we retreat, it'll be a long detour and we might encounter other patrols. Xing'er looked at Jing. What now? Wait for them to pass or force a breakthrough? Jing pondered for a few seconds. Wait. But prepare for battle. If discovered, finish quickly, leave no survivors. Understood. The squad quickly concealed themselves. The cave entrance was naturally veiled with vines and the interior space was enough for 6 to hide. They suppressed their chakra, held their breath, and remained as still as stone. 10 minutes later, voices from the rain patrol drifted in from outside. Seriously patrolling in this weather, Lord Hanzo been too tense lately. Let's talk. With the big incident at Mist Lake, the whole border is on lockdown. Word is Danzo of Konoha died there. Who knows how many more lunatics might come causing trouble. Speaking of which, have you heard of Dawn? That rogue ninja organization. Heard of it? 50 million real bounty. Tisk if we could catch them would never worry again. Don't dream. That level of rogue ninja, could we little guys catch them? Lucky to get back alive if we run into them. The voices grew closer then faded. In the cave everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just as the last patrol member was about to move away, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Footsteps halted. Captain, what's wrong? This cave. Aren't the vines at the entrance too neatly arranged? Inside the cave everyone's hearts raced. Seems a bit off. Want to check inside? Yeah. You two go in and inspect. The rest on alert. Damn. Jing's eyes sharpened. He looked at Ching-Er and silently gestured, prepare for combat. Ching-Er nodded, his right hand resting on his sword hilt. Outside the cave, two ranged shinobi parted the vines and stepped in. Their steps were cautious, hands on their tool pouches, eyes adjusting to the dimness. Then they saw the Dawn Squad. Ian. The first syllable barely left their lips before Sis' figure lunged from the shadows. A flash of blade. The first ranged shinobi's throat was slit, his voice cut short. The second tried to retreat, but Gusar's spike shot up from the ground, piercing his foot. He screamed and fell, and yes, wind blade followed, severing his cervical spine. The fight ended in 5 seconds. But the ranged shinobi outside had already heard the commotion. Enemy attack! The captain's roar echoed. Charge out! Ching-Er ordered. The 6 burst out of the cave simultaneously. Outside, 18 ranged shinobi had already formed a formation, kunai and shuriken raining down like a storm. Wind release, great breakthrough. He completed his hand seals and a gale swept out, scattering most of the thrown weapons. Earth release, earth flow wall. Goose slammed his hands on the ground and a wall of earth rose, blocking the remaining assault. Ching-Er and Ci cut into the rain formation like twin lightning bolts. Ching-Er's blade style was broad and forceful, each strike carrying the power to sever steel. Sis' style was eerie and precise, targeting vital points, striking and retreating. Jing did not join the close combat. His physical condition forbade it. But he stood before you, his left hand forming seals rapidly. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Though his chakra was insufficient, though the power was greatly diminished, dozens of small fireballs still arced accurately into the gaps of the ranged shinobi formation, disrupting their rhythm. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes. When the last ranged shinobi fell into the bloody mud, the clearing before the cave was littered with corpses. The rain still fell, washing away the blood, but the stench of gore remained thick. Check for casualties, Ching-Er said, panting. No severe injuries, he reported quickly. Ci has a scratch on his arm. Gus' chakra is half depleted, everyone else is fine. But Jing's condition was not good. After forcefully using ninjutsu, he felt a dull pain in his chest, his breathing became labored. The medicine's effects seemed to be fading rapidly. Lord Jing. You supported him immediately, channeling medical chakra. I'm fine, Jing gritted out. But we can't stay long. The rain patrols have a communication system. Once they're missing for a while, reinforcements will come. Move, Ching-Er ordered. Change course, head southeast directly into the swamp. It's tougher terrain, but ITLL shake off pursuit. The squad set off again, faster this time. Jing was supported by Yu and Yi, almost half dragged along. His consciousness began to blur, the pain in his chest intensifying each breath like needles stabbing. The medicine is wearing off, he whispered. Hold on. Yes' voice was choked with tears. We'll reach the next transit point soon, there are spare supplies stashed there. But the next transit point was still at least 2 hours away. And the rain pursuers might already be on their way. The swamp terrain was even more hostile. Mud, poisonous insects, hidden sinkholes. Every step required caution. Speed inevitably slowed. An hour later, Jing finally collapsed to his knees. Lord Jing. I need to rest. Jing's voice was faint. 5 minutes. Just. No too exposed here. Ching-Er looked around. There's a patch of reeds ahead, well rest there. They helped Jing up and trudged on. Just as the reeds came into sight, Sis' mental link flashed another warning. Behind. Pursuers. Over 30 moving fast, will catch up in 10 minutes. Everyone's faces changed. 30 opponents. In their current state, a direct fight was almost hopeless. What now? He looked at Ching-Er. Ching-Er's gaze swept over his comrades, over the nearly unconscious Jing, and finally settled on the deeper swamp. Into the swamp, he said. I know an underwater passage that leads to an underground river. Dangerous, but ITLL shake them off. Lord Jing can't hold his breath for long in his condition. You said urgently. Then we gamble. Chang'er gritted. Better than dying here. He looked at Jing. Jing, can you hold on? Jing opened his eyes, a glint of resolve flashing in his left. Lead the way. The squad turned and plunged deeper into the swamp. The water deepened, from knees to waist to chest. The cold muddy water sharpened Jing's awareness a little but also made breathing harder. Behind them the voices of rain pursuers were now clearly audible. They're over there. After them. Chang'er dove under the water, the others following. Jing was dragged under by Yu and Yi, one on each side. Darkness, cold suffocation. Jing felt the pain in his lungs, peaked black spots dancing before his eyes. He knew he was nearing his limit. Just then a faint glimmer appeared ahead, not sunlight but the fluorescence of some mineral. Chang'er's hand signal came, we're here. They surfaced in an underground cavern. Glowing stalactites hung from the ceiling, the air damp but breathable. An underground river flowed at their feet, leading into the dark depths. Is it safe here? Gu gasped. Temporarily, Chang'er said. This river joins a major river inside grass country. Well, follow it and leave rain country. He dragged Jing ashore. Jing coughed violently, spitting out bloody mud. You hurry, Chang'er urged. Yu fumbled open the medical kit, pulling out the spare supplies. Another injection of painkiller, another of adrenaline. After the drugs took effect, Jing's breathing finally steadied, but his face was as pale as paper. He can't keep pushing himself like this. Yes, tears finally fell. Next time he might really die. There won't be a next time, Chang'er said, watching the river's flow. Once we're in grass country, we'll find Jiraiya. He promised to cooperate, he should offer shelter. But he's still one of Konoha's Sannin. You worried? Gamble, Chang'er said. Gamble on Jiraiya's promise, on his pursuit of peace, on him still having a conscience. He looked at the unconscious Jing. And we have no other choice. In the cavern only the sound of the underground river and the heavy breathing of the team. The glowing stalactites cast a dim light above, illuminating Jing's face, his closed left eye, his slightly furrowed brow. Even in his coma he seemed to be thinking, struggling, still searching for that invisible path. And the road still stretched into darkness. But at least they were still alive. At least in the cracks there was still a glimmer of light. The water of the underground river was icy cold, carrying the unique mineral scent of the deep earth. The faint light cast by stalactites shattered into countless flickering reflections on the surface like scattered stars. Jing, supported by Yu and Yi, floated on the water. Chang'er scouted ahead while Ci and Gu brought up the rear. The six of them drifted silently downstream with the current, heading into the unknown. Time lost meaning in the underground river. It could have been an hour or 3 hours. When a faint glimmer of daylight finally appeared ahead, everyone's spirits lifted. We've reached the exit, Chang'er said in a low voice. I'll go check first. He submerged into the water and returned a moment later. Outside is the border forest of Chao country at the confluence of a small river. No chakra reaction for now. It's safe. One by one they emerged. When they returned to the surface they realized twilight was approaching. The last rays of sunset filtered through the forest canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of grass and earth, a stark contrast to the eternal damp gloom of Yu country. We made it, Yi murmured, her voice filled with disbelief and relief. Jing was helped to a dry rock by the shore and sat down. His face looked even paler in the sunset light, his breathing shallow and rapid. Yu knelt beside him, infusing medical chakra once more, but her expression was grim. The effects of the medicine have completely worn off, she said softly. And the side effects from consecutive injections are starting to show. Arrhythmia, blood pressure fluctuations, tingling in the nerve endings. Jing-sama needs at least 24 hours of complete rest. He can't be moved anymore. Chang'er looked around. This place isn't concealed enough. If the pursuers from Yuin find the underground river exit, they'll catch up quickly. We need to find a safer place. 2 kilometers east there's an abandoned hunter's cabin, Gu said. I passed by it on a mission before. It's well hidden with natural rock barriers around it. Let's go there, Chang'er decided. Yi Ci, you're responsible for erasing our tracks. Gu, scout ahead. You will take turns carrying Jing. I can walk. Jing tried to stand but his legs gave way and he nearly fell. Don't push yourself, Chang'er said, lifting him onto his back without argument. This isn't the time to be stubborn. The team moved again, slower this time but more cautiously. Yi and Ci meticulously erased all traces. Broken branches were straightened, footprints covered with fallen leaves, and even residual chakra neutralized with a special powder. When the last glimmer of dusk vanished they reached the hunter's cabin. It was indeed well hidden, built into a recess in the rock face with dense bushes concealing the entrance. The space inside was small but enough for the 6 of them. There was a simple wooden bed, a stone hearth, and even a pile of dry firewood in the corner. We should be safe here for at least 3 days, Ching'er said after checking the surroundings. Gu set up warning traps outside. Yi and Ci will take turns keeping watch. Yu Jing is in your hands. Yu had already cleared a spot in the innermost part of the cabin and laid out an emergency waterproof sheet. She helped Jing lie down, opened her medical kit, and began a more thorough examination. Jing's consciousness drifted between pain and the exhaustion of the fading medicine. He could feel Ye's hands moving over his body, hear her suppressed sobs, hear Ching'er's low voice giving orders outside, but everything seemed muffled and distant as if through a thick pane of glass. After an unknown time, the aroma of food roused him. A small fire had been lit in the hearth with an iron pot hanging over it bubbling with thick meat broth. He had used the dried rations they carried and a rabbit they had caught on the road to make a simple stew. Eat something, Yu said, helping him sit up and handing him a bowl of soup. Jing took it, his hands trembling slightly. He managed a few sips. The warm liquid flowed into his stomach, bringing a false sense of comfort. Where are the others? He asked, his voice hoarse. They're all eating, Yu said. Ching'er is checking the traps Gu set. Yi and Ci are on watch. Gu is resting, he'll be relieved in 2 hours. Jing nodded and slowly finished the bowl of soup. His body seemed to regain some strength, but the deep fatigue still clung to him. Night deepened. From outside the cabin came the sounds of the forest, insects chirping, birds calling, the rustle of wind through leaves. The fire in the hearth had died, leaving only the faint warmth of embers. Jing lay in the darkness, his single left eye open, staring at the low ceiling. From the right eye socket came a hollow ache, not the pain of a wound but a deeper sense of emptiness, of having lost a part of himself. The Sharingan was completely gone. The Uchiha's ocular power, that innate gift and curse, had finally left him. He recalled the fear and excitement of his first awakening as a child, the cold efficiency of using the Sharingan on missions in the Anbu, the despair of losing his left eye, and the resolve when he used the last traces of his right eye's power to strike at Tuanzang. Now nothing remained. He was no longer Uchiha Jing of the Sharingan, nor even a complete Uchiha. He was just a missing, scarred one, hunted by all factions. But strangely, he felt no sorrow or regret. Instead, there was a sense of liberation. Like shedding a heavy suit of armor. That armor had protected him but also bound him. Now it was shattered, and though he was battered, at least he was free. Free to choose his own path, free to bear the consequences of his choices, free to become the person he wanted to be. Even if that person might not live long. Still awake? Ching'er's voice came from beside him. He was leaning against the wall, his dark silver mask beside him, his face etched with exhaustion. Can't sleep, Jing said. Ching'er was silent for a moment. What are you thinking about? Many things. Jing spoke slowly. Thinking about Mai, about the Uchiha, about Fijian Sensei, about Tuanzang, about Jiraiya. About whether what we did has any meaning. Do you think it doesn't? Ching'er asked. I don't know, Jing said honestly. We saved a village that might have existed near Wuji Lake, stopped Tuanzang's madness, but Tuanzang is dead, the Three Tails is still there, and the conflict between Mai and Yun has deepened. We sowed seeds, but whether they will sprout we may never see. He paused. Ching'er, have you ever thought about what happens if Dawn fails? If all of us die and everything we've done is forgotten as if we never existed? I've thought about it, Ching'er said. Often. But I realize something. We don't fight to be remembered. We fight because it's the right thing to do. Like when you chose to use your last strength to strike at Tuanzang by Wuji Lake, not because you were sure it would succeed but because it was the only thing you could do. His voice was calm in the darkness. Jing, you taught me something. Sometimes the right thing doesn't necessarily bring good results, but the wrong thing always brings bad ones. We choose the right thing not because it's the easy path, but because it's the only path worth taking. Jing closed his eyes. The residual warmth of the hearth seeped through the floor, faint but real. Thank you, Ching'er. Don't thank me, Ching'er said. You showed me this path. In the route I thought there was only one way for a ninja to live, be a tool, complete missions and die. You made me realize we could be something else. We can protect, save, and change. Light footsteps sounded outside. Ci was changing shifts. Muffled voices exchanged a few words, then silence returned. Sleep, Ching'er said. We have to travel tomorrow. Once we reach high country we'll have time to breathe. Jing nodded. Surrounded by fatigue and pain, he sank into a restless sleep. In his dreams he saw Fijian Sensei. Not the stern, perpetually calm second Hokage, but a younger Qianshou Feijin, his eyes still gleaming with the light of ideals. He stood on a hillside covered in small white flowers, his back to Jing, gazing at the distant sky. Sensei. Jing stepped forward. Feijian didn't turn around, but his voice came. You're here. I've lost my Sharingan, Jing said. The Uchiha's ocular power is completely gone. I know, Feijian said. Does it hurt? It hurts. But I don't regret it. Feijian finally turned around. His face wore an expression Jing had never seen before, not approval, not criticism, but a deep, almost compassionate understanding. Jing, I made a mistake, Feijian said. I thought that through systems and rules I could restrain people's hearts and achieve peace. But I overlooked the complexity of the human heart, the stubbornness of hatred, and the fact that change takes time, patience, and the effort of generations. He stepped closer. I chose Ryzen over you because I knew the path you would have to walk would be harder, lonelier, and more dangerous than mine. I didn't want you to bear that fate. But I was wrong. Fate is not something you can choose. Some people are destined to walk a difficult path not because it's easy but because it's their path. Sensei. You've done well, Feijian interrupted. Better than I ever imagined. You lost your Sharingan but you found your own light. You lost mine but you found true companions. You walk a path whose end I cannot see but at least you are moving forward. His figure began to fade. Remember, Jing, seeds need time to sprout and light needs darkness to reveal itself. Your road is still long but you are no longer walking alone. Sensei, where are you going? To where I belong. Feijian smiled, a gentle smile Jing had never seen before. And you go where you belong. Keep moving forward, Uchiha Jing. Until the end of the road or until you create a new one. The light dissipated. When Jing opened his eyes it was already dawn. Morning light seeped through the gaps in the cabin, casting long slender patches on the floor. Outside birds were singing crisp and full of life. Yu was asleep leaning against the wall beside him, traces of exhaustion still on her face. Chang'er was already up checking equipment. Yu was whispering with Ci at the door and Gu was packing their bags. Everything was still alive. Everything was still going on. Jing slowly sat up. The pain in his body remained but somehow the deep fatigue had lessened. He touched the eye patch over his right eye, then lowered his hand. Awake. Chang'er looked over. How do you feel? I can walk, Jing said. Yu was startled awake and immediately began checking his condition. A moment later she looked surprised. His vital signs are more stable than last night. He's still very weak but at least he won't collapse at any moment. Then let's move out, Jing said. To high country. The next 3 days were spent in caution and tension. They avoided all main roads and villages, traveling only through mountains and wilderness. Occasionally they encountered small patrols, sometimes from Chao country, sometimes from Yuin, and even some from Yui's reconnaissance squads. But with Jing's perception and Chang'er's command they always managed to evade in time. Jing's condition fluctuated. On good days he could walk for hours on his own, on bad days he needed to be supported or carried. Yes, medical kit had only one last dose of strong analgesic left which she insisted on saving for the most critical moment. On the evening of the third day they finally saw the sea. Not an endless expanse of blue but a fragmented gray-green surface between the islands. Islands of various sizes were scattered like stars, some had faint lights while others were dark silhouettes. The air was thick with the smell of sea and salty moisture, and the wind was much stronger than inland. High country, Chang'er said, pointing to a medium-sized island in the distance. Our contact point is there, a fishing village on the west side of the island. The contact is called Hai Laotseng, a former missing nin from Wien who now lives in seclusion in high country. He owes Dawn a favor. How do we get there? He asked. We don't have a boat. There's a contact signal. Chang'er took out a special whistle from his pocket, not to be blown but infused with chakra to produce a specific sound wave frequency. Hai Laotseng has lookouts along the coast. When they hear the signal they'll send a boat. He walked to a secluded cove, infused the whistle with chakra and blew it. The sound was peculiar, like the call of a certain seabird, but in chakra perception it carried a distinct fluctuation. An hour later a small fishing boat emerged from the dusk. An old lean man stood at the prow, dressed in coarse fisherman's clothes but with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Chang'er. The old man's voice was hoarse. Hi Leo Kang-senpai. Chang'er nodded. Get on board. Hai Laotseng asked no further questions, only scanned the team members, pausing for a moment on Jing. Is this Jing? Yes. Hai Laotseng nodded and said nothing more. The small boat turned and headed into the depths of the archipelago. The night at sea was cold. Jing wrapped his cloak tighter, watching the white foam trailing behind the boat, watching the scattered lights on the distant islands. This was his first time in high country, a place of dozens of small islands, no strong central government, and a tangled web of factions. We're here, Hai Laotseng said an hour later, docking the boat at a small crude pier. Follow me. The fishing village was tiny, with only a dozen wooden houses, most of them dark. Hai Laotseng led them through narrow paths to the most dilapidated-looking house at the end of the village. He pushed open the door, revealing a surprisingly different interior. a clean tidy room with complete living facilities and even a simple operating table and medical kit. This place is absolutely safe, Hai Laotsang said. I've set up a shielding barrier around it. Unless a cage-level powerhouse specifically searches, it won't be discovered. Food and water are in the storage room, medicine in the medical kit. You can rest here, but I recommend staying no longer than 2 weeks. Wing patrol boats have been appearing frequently lately. This village is remote but not completely safe. That's enough, Chang'er said. Thank you. Hai Laotsang waved a hand. Don't thank me, I'm just repaying a favor. By the way. He looked at Jing. Someone wants to see you. Who? Jing became alert. An information broker who calls himself Hai Yu. He has some influence in high country and is well informed. He says he has important information about the Uchiha clan, but he'll only deliver it to you in person. When? Tomorrow evening at the Turtle Tavern on the neighboring island. It's a neutral zone, a trading point for information from all factions. You can choose to go or not, but I suggest you go. Hai Yu's information is usually accurate. After saying this, Hai Laotsang left a conch shell for contact. Ku then turned and left. The hut fell silent. It might be a trap, Ci said. Or an opportunity. Chang'er looked at Jing. What do you think? Jing thought for a moment. Go. But we must be prepared. Chang'er, you and I will go together. The others stay here ready to evacuate at any time. It's too dangerous. You opposed. Your body. It's a necessary risk. Jing interrupted her. If there really is important intelligence about the Uchiha, I must know. Moreover, we also need to understand the current situation. A top-tier information broker like Hai Yu must know a great deal. Chang'er nodded. Then it's settled. Rest well tonight and prepare tomorrow. The next day the team spent the entire day resting and getting ready. Yu performed a thorough examination on Jing, confirming that although his physical condition was still weak, it was at least stable. She handed him the last potent analgesic and an adrenaline shot. Don't use them unless it's life-threatening. Yi and Ci inspected all the equipment and prepared emergency escape routes. Gu set up more rigorous vigilance around the hut. At dusk, Jing and Chang'er changed into ordinary fishermen's attire, donned bamboo hats, and took another small boat prepared by Hai Laotsang to the neighboring island. The Sea Turtle Tavern was built on a cliff by the sea, half suspended over the water, supported by thick wooden pillars. From the outside it looked like an ordinary, even somewhat shabby tavern, but once inside one discovered a hidden world. A spacious interior, dim yellow lighting, and the air thick with the smell of alcohol, tobacco, and the sea. There were not many customers, but all exuded a dangerous aura: rogue, ninja, defector, ninja, spies, information brokers, smugglers. The underworld of Haijigwa was fully on display here. Jing and Chang'er sat at a table in the corner. Chang'er ordered 2 glasses of the most ordinary ale, and both kept their heads down, trying not to attract attention. 10 minutes later, a man in a lavish kimono with a thick layer of white powder on his face approached. His movements were graceful, but his eyes were sharp as knives. Mr. Jing. The man's voice was very soft, only audible to them. Jing nodded. I am Hai Yu. The man sat down opposite, toying with an exquisite folding fan. I'm very glad you came. To be honest, I didn't expect you to actually come. After all, you are now a high-risk defector ninja worth 50 million ryo. You said you have information about the Uchiha? Jing cut to the chase. Yes. Hai Yu opened his fan, covering the lower half of his face. But before that, I'd like to tell you some other news, as a bonus. His eyes swept around, confirming no one was watching. First, regarding Muyi Sarutobi, Hiruzen resisted the pressure from Yudatane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura, reducing the number of Umbu squads hunting you from 3 to 1. The reason given is concentrating forces to deal with the threats from Iwagakure and Kumogakure. But the reality is, Hiruzen is buying time. He doesn't seem to be in a hurry to catch you. Jing's pupils contracted slightly. Second, regarding Aim Hanzo's physical condition has deteriorated. His last public appearance was in a wheelchair. The power struggle among his 3 disciples has reached a boiling point, and signs of division have appeared within Aim. There are rumors that an organization called Akatsuki is active in the Land of Rain, preaching peace and attracting support from many low-level ninja and civilians. Akatsuki. Jing murmured the name. Finally, regarding the Uchiha which you care about most. Hai Yu closed his fan, his expression turning serious. The situation